Coaches, what's going on, man? Hey, long time coming. Feel like I've been waiting for this day for months and months and months. Um, I really appreciate everybody coming in. Tatum, offensive line, coaches clinic, January 25th, 2025. Man, we're on and popping. Um, so this is kind of how things work in the morning. It's kind of a check-in, kind of overview the schedule. I'm gonna do a lot of shout outs. So if you want to shout out, make sure you post a comment while you're watching this. I know the link that I sent. If you're watching it on mobile, it probably took you straight from Twitter to like it's not even really a browser or even the app. Go to the app on YouTube, right? If you're subscribed to me, go to YouTube and watch it on there. Don't watch it on like the little in between type server, I guess, between Twitter and YouTube. So if you can do that for me, do that. Just go to the YouTube app. If you don't have the YouTube app, it is what it is. If you're on computer, you're good. If you're watching it on the TV, you're good. But if you're on your mobile device, make sure you do it on the app. But then just comment, guys. Post a comment, your name, where you coach, what do you coach, and then the area you're at in the country. It's just a little check-in, a little sign-in. Again, guys, I'm super excited for today. It's been, like I said, like forever coming, right? I didn't think the 25th will ever get here, but we're here. We're hyped up. I am going to be draining caffeine through my body to keep rolling. If this is your first time checking out one of the live clinics, my all-day clinic, welcome. Again, I'm Coach Ian Tatum, and this is going to be a good time. I think it's going to be a really good time. This is not streamed to Twitter. Okay, I had a lot of people like, "Well, just stream to Twitter." No, this is it's streamed to my YouTube. So this is for the people that chose to support and have signed up. My only issue is that you can only send 1,000 emails a day. So I tried to send all my emails the invite, right? And so try to do that. I got to the 1,000, and then it's like you cannot send any more emails. And then it cut off several emails that it tried to send. So I tried to send them from an alternate account, email account, which some of you got, but I don't know who got left in and who got left out. So that's my biggest issue. So I'm trying to kind of just push the YouTube, right? Because that's where it's at. So got some folks chiming in. Greg Wellman, from Altoona. I think it's Altoona, whatever, Iowa. I'm not an English guy. If I butcher something, just let me know. The O-line and run game coordinator. Appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you. The Off-Season 65 podcast. Appreciate you, Coach Brandon Simmons. That's my dog. Appreciate him. Y'all go subscribe to that YouTube channel. It's great stuff. Great clinics. Coach Garrett here, head coach at Hildesheim Invaders German Football League, and also the O-line coach for the German national team. Thanks, Coach Ian, for making it happen. Coach, I appreciate you coming from Germany, Coach. I know it's obviously not 8 a.m. in Germany. I know that. So I appreciate you rocking with us. It's going to be a great time. Coach Logan Hoyt, TJ High School in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Okay, he's assistant head coach, OC, and OL. Appreciate you, Coach Hoyt. Mark Esposito, Rock Island, Illinois, offensive line coach. Appreciate you, Coach. David Butler. He's the OC for the Sandwell Steelers in England. Appreciate you, Coach Butler. International coaches. Okay, Dennis Stevens, O-line coach, run game coordinator at North Central High School in Kershaw, South Carolina. Heck yeah, appreciate you, Coach. Neil McMaster, excuse me, it's early morning. Neil McMaster, head coach at Coventry Phoenix in the UK. Appreciate you, Coach. My dog, Wesley Woodward, tight ends and H-backs at Fairfield High School, Fairfield, Virginia. Appreciate you, Coach. John Kuhn, I think it's Kuhn, East Hampstead, New Hampshire. Appreciate you, Coach. Coached all positions except for the OL and DL. Well, thank you for coming and joining. An offensive lineman. Um, James Piper from North Liberty, Iowa, in Liberty High School OLDL. Appreciate you, Coach Piper. Um, Zachary Reinheimer, Coach Rhino. Yeah, Coach Rhino. OL. Okay, Elwood City, Pennsylvania. Appreciate you, Coach. Andy Martinez, one of our speakers for the day. Appreciate you, Coach Martinez, my man. Coach Corey Johnson is the head football coach at Marlboro County in South Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach, for joining. Jason Abney, the OC for the Warsaw Mets, Warsaw, Poland. Man, hey, we're gonna go through. I have the breakdown of the different countries that are represented, guys. But my international coaches, a lot of love for those guys, man. A lot of love. Chris Monarchy. I'm gonna say Monarchy. I don't know, Coach, but the OL. He's the Lakewood Ranch High School in Bradenton, Florida. Thanks so much. I appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you. Shane Dillon, San Diego, California, the OC, quarterbacks coach at Westview High School. Appreciate you, Coach Dillon. Seth Hormeyer, I don't know. Okay, from Minister, Ohio, Minister High School, tight ends DL, and special teams coordinator. Okay. Coach John said, I've been watching all day. I appreciate you. I know you're a very busy man, so I appreciate you hanging out with us. Coach Pratt, LAA, ALA, excuse me, varsity DL and youth ball OL. Appreciate you, Coach Pratt. Ryan Galasso, running backs coach at Wisconsin Lutheran College. Appreciate you, Coach. Joseph Cardinelli. I don't know. Thanks for having me, Coach. He's Shoreland High School assistant coach. Appreciate you in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He's in North Carolina, Coach Pratt. Yeah, my dog, Coach Pratt, North Carolina. And then Coach Martinez, he's the OCOL Archbishop Stepniak in White Plains, New York. I bet it's cold up there. Corey Shea, Greece Arcadia High School, and head coach in OC. Appreciate this. I appreciate y'all. Really, really do. Samuel Astley, the Bristol Bullets in UK. Let's get it, Coach. Let's get after it, Coach. Coach Ashley's a great guy. Love my international guys. All right. Keith Giordano, I don't know. OL, Jackson Prep, and Jackson, Mississippi. Appreciate it, Coach. Tom Nichols, OL coach in Middletown South High School in Middletown, New Jersey. Ethan Rook, Coach Rook is the OL strength coach at Council Rock South in Holland, Pennsylvania. Robert Cunningham, O-line coach at McFarland, Wisconsin. Trace Jeffries, O-line at Fort Gibson High School in Oklahoma. Spencer Lasker, one of our speakers. Appreciate you, Coach. O-line coach at Lake Norman High School here in North Carolina. Shout out to North Carolina. Alec Grimm, OL at North Kitsap High School in Paulsbo, Wisconsin, Washington. All right. All right, Shinoy Moody. I think it's Shinoy. I don't know, Coach. I'm sorry if I'm butchering these guys. OLDL Eastern York High School in York, Pennsylvania. Anthony Long, Broad Run High School in Ashburn, Virginia. He's the OC there. Tyler Burns, my dog, OL coach at Perquimans County High School in Hartford. Shout out to Tyler Burns. I get hyped up for people that I do know personally in person. Isaac Sandoval, D-line coach at College Park High School. Seth Moon, he's the OL at Upson Lee High School in Georgia. Jim Brennan, special teams coordinator for the Worcester Royals in the UK. Appreciate you, Coach. Joseph Labadini, he's the OLDL at Dedham High School in Dedham, Massachusetts. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Butner, DLOL, Potomac High School in Oxon Hill, Maryland. All right. Daniel Bright, the OLDL, Allegheny County High School in Sparta, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. North Carolina, stand up. Tucker Rothschild, East Forsyth, Georgia. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Walt, Coach Walt at OL running backs. That's kind of cool. He coaches running backs and OL. At Keener, I think it's Keener or Kenner Discovery High School in New Orleans. Shout out New Orleans. Mattow, I think it's Mattow. Ben Mattow, the OL in New Bern, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach, North Carolina. Um, Justin Trejo, OL at WT White High School in Dallas, Texas. Blake Worley, tight ends, fullbacks, Broken Arrow High School freshman football. Appreciate you, Coach. Blaine Krause, one of our speakers, OC, OL in Midlothian Heritage, Texas. Talking OL play for 12 hours. Fire me up. Let's go, Coach. Let's get after it. Another one of our speakers, Austin Hamilton, co-OC and OL at Chattahoochee High School in Johns Creek, Georgia. Will Logan, OL run game coordinator at North Central High School in Indianapolis, Indiana. Jovan Taylor, OL at Pasquotank High School here in North Carolina, Elizabeth City. Appreciate you, Coach. Benito Salazar, freshman OL at Massillon, Washington, I suppose. There you go. Richard Gray, OL, Jordan High School in Durham. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out to North Carolina. Isaiah Young, High School and OC at UPrep High School in Rochester, New York. Sean Foster, OL, for the Humber Warhawks in the UK. Appreciate you coming. Appreciate you hanging out, Coach, internationally. Chance McGrath, JV head coach, St. Pete, Florida. Let's see. Walt Truxell? I don't know, because I don't want to butcher your stuff. OL, Westchester University in Pennsylvania. Appreciate you, Coach. Truxell. Thanks, Truxell. Here we go. Andrew Hopgood, OL, run game coordinator at Central High School in Evansville, Indiana. Coach Cameron Ray, OL, strength coordinator, Independence High School, North Carolina. Shout out to Coach. Shout out to North Carolina. Jonathan Williams, the OC and quarterbacks coach, South Carolina State. Appreciate you joining, Coach. Shout out to South Carolina State. My mentor, Nigel Pearson, South Carolina State, proud alum, so I appreciate you for joining. Wesley Woodward, shout out to Kenner, my dad from Kenner, went to Rummel. Awesome. Let's go. Anderson Muenzer. I'm going to say Muenzer. Okay. OL coach, high school, Lake Fitton, Michigan. My dog, Tarquin Stevenson. Okay. Coach T. OL coach, Mission Viejo High School in California. He's also from the UK, though. So shout out. So keep going with the check-ins, guys, until 8:30 when Coach Prosser comes on. I'm pretty sure it's Coach Prosser. Let me see. Yes, Coach Prosser's coming on. He's going to talk about gap scheme run. Until that happens, make sure that you are checking in. Right? If you come in new, if you've already done it, you're locked in. If you have any questions of things, how things may run, all those type of things, holla at me. What I need you to do, okay, and you can do it at any time. It doesn't matter to me. But go and tweet about it, right? Let's get some traction. If you're on the mobile, it's the easiest. You just hit share, put it straight to Twitter, tell people to come hang out. It's awesome. Do that for me. And then if you're not, hey, take a picture. Okay, it's probably one of the weirdest pictures of myself on that thing. But take a picture, share it out as well. But use the hashtag TatumOL. Okay, TatumOL. I'll type it right here. I can show exactly what I need. I can kind of keep up with everybody posting. That'll be kind of awesome. So just TatumOL. You can take a picture of whatever, guys. I mean, you can just be the TV or you can share it, whatever it is. Just put TatumOL. I'm going to check because my phone is absolutely blowing up. So I'm going to get back and make sure that I am doing this. Appreciate everybody joining. I'm gonna get Darren Henderson, the OC and wide receivers coach at Andrew Jackson High School in Kershaw, South Carolina. Got a lot of love for South Carolina guys too, but North Carolina's where it's at, obviously. Not pay wise, and I will stand by that. Obviously, I don't mind saying it. Cool. Guys that are rocking and rolling come in. I appreciate everybody doing that. Y'all didn't have to. Let's see. Let's get it. All right. Yeah, retweeting my tweet, that works just as good. I appreciate it. You don't have to take a picture if you don't want to. It's all good. Awesome stuff. More coaches coming in. Devin Malteger, Targier. I don't know. I'm sorry. Coach M, OLOC, Moore High School in Louisville, Kentucky. I appreciate Coach. Coach Andre Cook, head coach at Malden. Is it Malden or Maldoon? Malden. I knew it. Sorry, I just had to talk it through. Malden High School. Trust me, I hear South Carolina high schools, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard that before. Good morning to all. Okay, from Mexico. Appreciate you, Coach. I am not about to butcher your name. Okay, but I appreciate Coach for joining from Mexico, man. Adam Johnson, the OL at Shelby Valley High School in Pikeville, Kentucky. I bet it's cold in Kentucky this morning. I'll tell you that. My wife is actually in Kentucky on a trip. She's coming back tonight. She's actually in Kentucky right now, so I know it's cold up there. Valley Christian OC, appreciate you, Coach. All right, while that is going on, I'm gonna kind of talk about the schedule. Everybody should kind of know the schedule, okay? But if you don't, we're gonna kind of rock through because there are some changes. Nothing drastic, but there are some changes. So again, at 8 o'clock right now, we're just gonna check in, kind of listen to me ramble and kind of hype folks up. At 8:30, Colin Prosser, he's the OC Northwest Missouri State, excuse me, Northwest Missouri State. Talking about gap scheme run. At 9 o'clock, Stephen Ciocci, O-line coach Bryant, he's talking about outside zone. And then Tanner Fleming from Carson Newman's, we'll talk about triple fundamentals. This is the first change. Coach Jeep Wade had a drop. I know a lot of people were really looking forward to seeing Coach Wade, and it is what it is. But I did get a replacement for Coach Wade, Coach Brian Green, who is the assistant O-line coach at NC State. Shout out to Wolfpack. He is going to come save the day. He's going to talk about six-man protection. So we're not going to get quarterback run, but we are going to talk about some six-man protection. So shout out to Coach Brian Green for doing that for me, being a lifesaver when I really needed it. And then 2 seconds, people are blowing me up. Daniel Pace, who's the O-line coach at Oak Ridge High School in Tennessee, talking about counter. So we'll get right back to the gap scheme stuff. And then Steven Sorrells. I know a lot of people are looking forward to Coach Sorrells at 11 o'clock. Inside zone, creating good leverage from bad leverage looks. And Coach Blaine Krause, who checked in with us, he'll be talking about gap scheme run as well with the RPO and the indie work. And Coach Martinez, who checked in, buck sweep with RPO tags, which I think buck sweep RPO is some of the best. Coach Justin Webb, he's the OC, Antelope Valley College, talking about RPO run game. Coach Denny Molzen, talking about gap scheme fundamentals. He's from California. Michael McClanthian, okay, from Saginaw Valley State, talking about wide zone. Coach Kleiman had to drop, unfortunately, so he will not be talking about install. He has some things had to come up. So we're substituting in for Coach Brian Thompson, who's the OL coach at Prosper High School in Texas. He's going to talk about wide zone. So if you are a wide zone guy, okay, rock with me, okay, because we have back-to-back wide zone clinics coming at you, okay, at 1:30 and 2, okay. Then at 2:30, Spencer Lasker, who signed in with us, he's going to talk about pass pro fundamentals. And then Coach James Burke, he's going to talk about developing linemen in offseason. He's the strength and conditioning coach at Hardin Simmons University in Texas. I always like to try to have a strength and conditioning guy on. Okay, I think I have every year. So he's going to talk about developing linemen. Let's see. Coach Evan Spears at Arkadelphia High School in Arkansas. Okay, the state champions. He's going to talk about everyday drills and OL mentality and culture. And then Coach M, and when he comes on, I'm gonna ask Coach how he spells his name because it is I don't want to butcher it. But again, he's from Tomball, the O-line coach. He's gonna talk about wide zone, right? He's talking about wide zone as well. And then Christian Hairston, he's the O-line coach at Rocky River. Okay, he's gonna talk about pass pro. Brett Leggett, my dog, he's gonna talk from Marvin Ridge. here in North Carolina. He was talking about work, slant angling and run game. And guys, he gave me a preview last night of his presentation. It's going to be a darn good one. So you want to make sure that you're going to be here at 5. All these are going to be great, but he just happened to run me through some stuff. Jonah Dubinsky, I'm pretty sure it's Dubinsky. He's from Community School of Naples in Florida. If you guys know PJ Gibbs, right? Same school. He's his head coach. Talking about counter and dart and protecting with RPOs and the zone run scheme. Then Coach Bo Gould from Southside High School in Arkansas. If you know Kenny Simpson, right? Gun T, that's his O-line coach. We're able to snag that and secure him. He's talking about his down blocks and pulls. So shout out to Kenny Simpson and Coach Bo Gould. We're going to talk to David Karski, who's at the University of Puget Sound. We'll talk about his short yardage package. I love short yardage, so I can't wait for that one. And then Max, I think it's Oser, and I probably butchered that. But Coach O from Missouri University S&T in Missouri, he's talking about inside zone and their zone read variations. Coach Austin Hamilton from Chattahoochee, who signed in with us. He's talking about pass pro, using the personnel you have. And Coach Michael Wall, okay, he's the offensive line coach at Farmersville High School in Texas. He's going to talk about how to make power and counter work against any front and their bear beaters. So that's going to wrap up the day. Guys, all day it's going to be awesome. It's going to be fantastic. Please make sure you're rocking with us. Let's get back to these check-ins. And let's see. Here we go. Tyshawn Miller. Okay, he is the OL coach at Butler High School. We got a Butler coach and an Indy coach in here, man. We're going to something to pop off, man. Appreciate you, coach. Shout out to North Carolina. Pablo Moretti. He is the OC and quarterbacks coach for TFU. Plaza. I'm not sorry. I'm sorry, coach. He's from Italy. And then we have Raymond Brown, the OL coach from Malden in high school in South Carolina. Appreciate you, coach. No, you the GOAT, Coach Rapp. You the GOAT. If y'all don't know who Coach Rapp is, I don't know what you're doing with your life. He is my co-host on the Counterculture podcast. Excuse me. Appreciate you, Coach Ian Rapinick. Also, he has a great name. Ian Rapinick, head coach for Clemens County in Hereford, North Carolina. Shout out to you, Coach. Appreciate you so much. Sean Bisser, I don't know. Anyway, head coach OL and OC and strength coach. My dog does everything. In Morgantown High School in West Virginia. Appreciate it, Coach. Kevin Alvarado or Arvalo, my bad. Coach Kevin Arvalo, OL coach at Pato High School in Katy, Texas. Morning coaches, Coach Mott, Benjamin Franklin High School in Arizona. Appreciate you, Coach. Run the damn ball. Run the daggone ball, guys. Shout out the best, one of the best Twitter pages to follow. If you don't, make sure you go and follow it. I already have your stuff up here, Coach. I was ready to rock and roll. Boom, shakalaka. Make sure you go and you follow, okay? Follow, run the damn ball, man. Go on there, do it. It's great stuff. I really appreciate him for all he does, for sharing our stuff. And then make sure you get some run the damn ball stuff. So there you go. Coach Eric Struck. He is the high school. He's the quarterbacks coach and OC at Lincoln High School in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Appreciate you, Coach. I love that name, Big Man Sneakers. Excuse me. Coach Anderson, the OL coach at Lamar Consolidated High School in Rosenberg. I don't know where Rosenberg is, but that's where Coach is at. Coach Dylan Sherville in London, Ontario. Appreciate you, Coach. My Canadian coaches. There you go. Nobody worried about the puppies down the street. That's a North Carolina thing, guys. Don't worry about it. Morning from Nova Scotia, Canada. Appreciate you, Coach Dickens. Appreciate you, Coach Rapp. There's the GOAT. Coach Austin Trotter. If y'all know Coach Trotter, he's the head coach at OC at Pine Lake Prep, Mooresville, North Carolina. Shout out. These two guys are my dogs. There's one more, which I don't know where he's at. I know they're texting my group chat right now about when he comes up, I'll shout him out too. But those are my dogs right there. Zach Montez, the OL coach at Fairpoint High School in Rochester, New York. Appreciate you, Coach. Bill Vasco, coaching portfolio ahead. Softball coach at Frostburg State. Appreciate you, Coach. Elijah Anderson, Coach Anderson, OL at Lamarcus Solid, okay, in Rosenberg, Texas. Appreciate you, Coach. Um, Coach Ingersoll, who's the OC at Crestview, Florida. Derek DePascal, I think it's DePascal. If it is, that's cool. Brick Township and High School in New Jersey. Coach Kitten, who's the OLOC at West Hills High School. Appreciate you, Coach. Corey Rothbone, OC at Knoxville Central High School in Tennessee. Justin Bowden, the OL coach at Ashbrook High School in North Carolina. Appreciate you. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, my bad. I'm running around. Coach Kep, wide receiver quarterbacks coach in New Albany, Indiana. Justin Payne, who is the OL coach at Staunton River High School in Manita, Virginia. Okay, there's the third. Let's see, that would be the fourth member. The fourth member of the group. Let's go. Coach Miss Johnson, my dog, head coach in OC, Green Hope High School. And my dog also has a YouTube channel at Coach Miss Johnson. Make sure you follow him and do that for me. And then one of my other buddies, Coach Eric Moran, always good for a retweet, always good to talk ball. Appreciate Coach Eric Moran, OL, run game coordinator, Martin Luther King High School in Philly. I see you rocking that hat, about to buy one. Coach, I have this one. They sent to me, and I just bought the new, like, dark camo one. So appreciate you, Coach. And then Coach Safe Barkey, I hope I just rocked that. OC quarterbacks coach and wide receiver coach at Lyon, France. Coach, that is we're up to date, guys. I'm about to run out of time. I've got about 3 minutes. There's gonna be 8 minutes. I do have some things I have to do, and I have to make sure I shout these things, or I'm going to be kicked in the nuts. All right, so that was a little graphic, but it was. Okay, the title sponsor for the Tatum Offensive Line Coaches Clinic is Coaching Share. Make sure you guys go out and check out Coaching Share. They have shared out everything for us this whole last month and a half. They have put us on their website, guys. They have totally hooked us up. I know several people, a lot of people have come to sign up from Coaching Share. Make sure you check out all they have to offer. They have all these different types of things you can buy, all these different templates. They have different clinics you can buy. They have so many different things. They're trending in their new stuff. Make sure you go on and check out Coaching Share. They have definitely hooked us up. They definitely have made things really, really easy on us. I know Run the Damn Ball uses their stuff. Make sure you please check out Coaching Share. And if you do, please let me know, right? They want to make sure that they gather how many people have come from the clinic. So please let me know if you go to Coaching Share, and make sure you subscribe to things that they're doing and buy some clinics, man. It's really good stuff, and I really appreciate all the work that they did to help us out. So appreciate Coaching Share. I do have to share one thing, and I'm gonna put that screenshot there. Make sure you scan it. Go to their website. Okay, so I'm gonna put that up. Leave that up for a few minutes. Before we get Coach on, I'm going to go ahead and send my invite to Coach Prosser, just so I don't forget. Make sure that you guys scan that. If you want to get on there, please check them out, okay? Make sure you do that for me. I would really, really, really appreciate that. There's Coach Prosser. Boom, he's invited. Okay, now come back here. Okay, leave that up for a few more minutes. Please make sure that y'all check them out. It's really good stuff. Scan that QR code if that's something you want to do. Okay. Last order of business before we get going with the football. Okay. And I feel awkward as hell doing this, but my wife said do it. If people want to participate, they can. If not, it's not necessary. Okay. It's not necessary. Everything we do here at Coach Tatum is absolutely free. Everything. And I keep it that way. Okay. But I do, like, if you have had multiple, like we've had 1,100 coaches sign in to come and hang out with us over the course of the day. Okay. And I would say out of 1,100, I probably would say 400 guys have asked how they can help us. Right. And so here's a couple of ways you can help us for free. You can always like the stream. You can always subscribe. Make sure you turn on the notification, hit the little bell, and stay in tune with us. Okay. Other way, guys, is monetarily, and I don't ask for money. I hate doing it. So this is not necessary. Okay, but if you would like to support, there's a Venmo and the Cash App. My wife was like, "Go ahead and do it. If somebody does it, great. If not, it is not necessary." Okay, I'm not begging for money, but I'm putting it out there because it is free. Just keep it free. So that's on there. I know it's kind of awkward, but make sure if you want to do that, you can. Okay, I'm leaving it on for a little bit. Um, and yeah, I hate doing it, but I won't do that anymore after this. So after this, I won't be asking for none of that stuff. So if you do feel led to do that, great. If not, it is what it is. Um, I know Coach Prosser is in the chat down here. Coach, you might have to go to your settings and then make sure that you have your webcam selected, or make sure you allow the permissions. So yeah, that's now taking that off. That really just made me just crawl down my skin. Like that I did that. Anyway, we're talking about Coach. Coach E, he's the head coach at O'Brien Tech in Connecticut. Appreciate Coach. Coach Smith has a great YouTube channel. He really does. Darius Smith is the O line coach in Springfield, Illinois. And then Terry Jones, Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia. Appreciate you, Coach. Let's see. Um, sorry, I got guys asking. Okay, it's saying that none of your stuff is connected. So this is why dry run's usually good. Let's see how low. All right, who is still here? Who's hanging out? We got about 155 coaches rocking with us. Like they say, Coach, if Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. Amen. That's what I'm saying. Um, it happens, right? But if you felt led to do that, cool. If not, okay. All right, cause I saw your chat. It still says device is not connected. You might have to leave and come back um, for that. Make sure that we're good. So, all right, guys. We'll get started here in a little bit. All right. Let me see. Um, let me pull this up while we're waiting on Coach. Because I think it's really cool. Um, and something I have a passion for, guys, is making sure that the game of football, right, um, it grows. And I know that that's kind of it might sound self-centered, but I really do feel that way. And so we have actually it's 49 states. We did get Coach from Nevada. Thank God, last 11th hour was able to get Coach from Nevada. So 49 states in the U.S. Okay, 49 states. We appreciate him coming on and joining. So we do have that 49 states, 12 countries. Those are all the countries that are represented. Appreciate all those guys that are rocking with us. So Coach is back, and we're gonna rock with him. Coach Prosser, you got me. Okay, you're muted. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Go to your settings, and make sure that your mic is chosen. If you have one, there should be one you could choose. Let's see. No, sir. Um, do you okay? I say we'll redneck this thing up. Do you have your phone on you? If you have your phone on you, you can connect with your phone. You can use the audio from your phone, and then we'll just watch the video from your computer. Let's see. Um, Coach Antonio from Mexico. Appreciate you, Coach. Eddie Carroll, Virginia Gators, youth football. Appreciate Coach, all the youth coaches. Shout out to y'all. Coach Brian Little, right there from Sacramento. It's early in California, man. All right, here we go.
Do you got me now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. So if you want to, you can cut off your camera on that one, on your phone.
Yep. Oh.
No. So you could click on the computer, going back. There it is. All right, and then just turn off the camera on your phone, the one that's down there. Okay. There we go. All right. So you want to go ahead and share your screen, Coach.
Present.
Yes, sir. All right, we got you, Coach. You're good.
All right. You can still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, you're good. You're good to rock and roll. Do your intro, and we're ready to go.
Okay. Hey guys, Colin Prosser, Northwest Missouri State. Appreciate being on, Coach. I know that I apologize for technical difficulties. I'm technologically illiterate, so I don't know if that's possible, but yeah. So I got hired here at Northwest about 45 days ago. The offense coordinator, offensive line coach, and we'll start talking about kind of our gap stuff that we teach. Been able to work with our guys a little bit and go from there. So, good, Coach?
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of an echo. I just got to make sure.
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's good. Great.
Okay, there we go. I just muted my computer.
There you go. So, you're on.
Okay. All right. So here is as we go and we introduce our gap footwork, we kind of really talk about, a couple things that we have zone footwork, we have gap footwork. So when we talk about gap footwork, we really get these guys tuned into the details of it, right? So the first thing we talk about is our gap footwork is we talk about a NASA step. It's our near side foot to the adjacent shoulder, and then we want to attack. So we're looking for that inside foot or our gap foot. We're going to put it to the defender's near shoulder. Our inside hand is going to go to the inside shade of the sternum. Our outside hand pins the bicep. Something that I picked up from another coach that actually was a GA under me. He taught me this off season to talk about see the strike, and I started implementing that. So we're going to see the strike, and then we're going to get our eyes to the V of the neck. And so the first thing we do when we get these guys in is we teach them gap blocks, right? And we want to get them in the fit. So you can see how we get him in here. What I don't like about this guy, I like everything about him, but his head's down, right? We want our chin up on the bag so we're seeing, and we talk about so we can get our eyes, kind of peeking in that V of the neck of that guy there. So now as he goes, right, and that was where we're going to step. And so his first step is what we call our NASA step. So it's NASA trail. You see how he's staying square, right? The only thing that you could fault him on is that he's not looking in the V of the neck, right? But other than that, really love where he's at with this. And these are short, powerful steps. We're moving fast, right? We're getting our feet in the ground because of this thing. We're just trying to move guys, about 6 inches. Here's another guy. Again, same way, get them in there, right? And these guys were, at this point, they were going to be, 2 and 3 year starters, and they're still, we're still coaching them on getting them set up on the details. This first step here, you see how it's lateral. We always do it with a line so they can see where they're stepping, right? And so we got guys behind them because you can't see everything. I've learned. Coach taught me that one time because you can't see everything, so you got to have your guys, kind of coach as well. And I think it does a great job for them to coach the position and for them to own it. So we'll have guys stand in the back, and they would see, like, on this first step here of this guy, you see, like, it's flat, right? So we can measure that. It's a measurable thing. And it, you don't have, you can be a 5th year senior, you can be a, a 2nd day freshman. Like, if you didn't step over the line, it's not what we want you to do, right? But what I do love is you see how he's square, right? His hips are square, everything's square. He's got power angles, and I like how he's getting his feet in the ground. But with him taking that that lateral step there, he's almost getting to the point now where his outside foot is going to get ahead of his inside foot. Here's the next one. Again, so we just get these guys in here. Same thing. The guy's got his face buried, right? And so we start with that every time. That's the first thing we do when we talk about our gap footwork stuff, because that's the premise of the block, right? And that's what you're going to get. And I think that's the toughest, one-on-one gap block, down here on the goal line, unless you just have, humans that are just bigger and better that line up across the board. It's going to be tough to do that. So here's a couple years ago when we were at Wayne State. You'll see the center, the guard, and the tackle, and even the tight end are all going to work the same exact technique. The tight end's going to be a little different, obviously, with the shade he has. But the left guard, left tackle, these guys are going to go near side foot, adjacent shoulder, right? They step, they get into the V of the neck, right? And this is what we're looking for now. We all love this, where our guy takes, and drives him 6, 7, 8 yards back and plants him in the end zone, without a doubt, right? But down here, we're getting goal line, these guys are doing a good job at the point of attack of holding their guys and giving the running back, room to get one-on-one with the safety, right? And so when we talk about this now, the center, that's probably a hold, right? But they didn't call it, so it's not. But again, the left guard and left tackle do a great job of getting into their footwork, right? And that's how we start initially building, the process, or at least, hey, here's how we're going to build the block. So then now we go to our gap combos, right? And we talk about, again, I don't know, that's kind of small writing there, but I'm very big into being detailed. And so these guys understand what they've got to do, right? And so we talk about our inside guy, who's our lifter, right? He's going to be the post or lift guy. We talk about our first step. It's a pick up, put down. It helps protect us versus movement and timing, because we're going to see a lot of it if we're running a lot of power. If we're running a lot of gap schemes, we're going to see guys that are going to try to move and try to get guys back, whether they're going back across or they're going across their face down. Our outside foot is through the inside nut, and our outside hand is to the defender's inside number with our thumb up. The big thing that we talk about our guys is that we want to have eyes in your gap. You're not looking at blocking the 3 technique or the 5 technique if you're the inside guy, whether you're the guard or the tackle. You need to look into your gap, because whatever comes into that is your most important thing. That is that we talk about all the time. The most important thing in gap schemes is your gap, right? And then we just say, if something comes into your gap, take it and stay square. Outside guy, it's basically our same stuff that we did with the gap footwork. We're just changing a couple of aiming points, because we're working with a defender or with a guy on the inside. We're going to take more of the outside number. Where our outside hand's still going to go, pin the bicep, right? The outside guy's job is to get hip to hip with the inside guy, right? We want to get hip to hip, and we want to get working with it. And we're trying to get eyes in the V of the neck. And then same thing, if something disappears, if the D-line disappears, you just continue in your gap and on your track. So then when we go combo drill, right? So the first thing we do when we teach this is we teach the inside part, right? We get everybody kind of going. And here you can look at, right there, the guy that's highlighted. And I think a big thing is that you have to coach the guys holding the bag to put pressure on there, right? Because you're working one half of a double team here. And so these guys can kind of get a feel for it, right? So you watch here, he does a great job. He picks up, puts down, right? And then now it's a little bit of scooch. I'd like to see his right foot go more vertical here. But now as he lifts and he's working himself back in, it's kind of awkward because like if the guy's not working the bag very well, like you watch the guy here on like the 20, on the 15, like the guy's trying to do a good job, but he's sliding off it. I mean, if we get a double team like that, like we're going to run for 1,000 yards, right, in the game. So, but we try to get those guys to work and understand that, right? Here's another one where you watch the guy on the far left. Again, you see how he tries to lift and he's pushing back in there just so they can get the understanding of how their body's going to work with it, right? Without work, with a guy coming on the outside double teaming. So we'll do this, and we get guys going in here. Here's going the other way, right? 59 was the left guard. 77 was the center for us. And we're going to work this. And we work this. I think this is, a great, day 2 when we're still in helmets, right? Kind of work it. Here you'll see, like the gather step here by the guard, right? He's going to do a really good job of, letting this guy that comes across his face and as he goes there. And this is a big proponent of what I talk about is that, listen, stay square, because when that guy goes across your face, you still have strength and power, right? Because you're square, it gives you strength, which strength is going to give you power to make this guy go down. So you can just wash him down and use his lateral movement and be square and get him moved down, right? If he was turned, right, and his left foot gets higher, and that defensive lineman can run him through and create penetration and all things like that. In a perfect world, you'd like to see the left tackle as he steps, and this guy disappears, redirect vertical to the defensive end, right? Okay. But it's a great job by the inside guy there. And then we go to, now we break it down. Now we go into a double team drill, right? We just call this combo drill, and we work at a 3-part drill. It's one step, right? So these guys can understand, and they can understand about being under control, right? Then we go 3 steps. It's not great by the inside guy. See how he's working away, right? Would like to see him work almost straight vertical through that, 16-yard line, right? But as we get going, I think he does a better job here with the second step. Sometimes it's tough for these guys, they go 3 steps and like stop their body. Like it causes them to think about it and have them to play under control, right? And we don't want to be playing out of control. Here it is with 2 other guys, right? And we make these guys do it. Guard tackle, center tackle, left tackle, right tackle. Like you got to be able to understand what we're doing in the technique, right? Pretty good here by the inside guy. See how he's working that line, right? And I'd like to see the left guard or the guy on the outside, the drive guy, just work more vertical through that guy. Here it is, one more, right? And we try to work this as much as we can, early, so these guys get it, right? If we get a bye week, you can see there's a good job by that inside guy. He's trying to really lift, right? You can see he's lifting. The only thing is we'd want his eyes in the gap. So that's a 1-step, 3-step, and then we rock and roll it from there, right? And we're trying to get hip to hip. So here now, right? And again, tight end tackle, guard tackle, center guard, whatever it might be. Here's what we call, that would be our tray combo, right? Or whatever, however you want to call it. But it's a really good job. You watch the left tackle, picks up, puts down, good, right? We get enough from the tight end. We're running a kind of a vertical combo scheme here instead of going down, right? But even the same way, the center and the guard are doing the same combo, right? They're working there, they're fitting that. And it's a really good job here by the tight end and the tackle, getting through. Here it is, one more, right? We work on the ball, off the ball, like before I got to Wayne and we kind of talked about doing some stuff, and we found, we had to break a couple of tendencies. Like we should run, we need to run some double teams or pin and pull with the tight end off the ball. And we did, and I was a little worried. I was like, how are we going to do this? But, really, the tight end coach was really good about it. Wanted to work a lot, but again, so these guys are just going to work. You see these 2 guys work this combo of where they're working to, right? Again, it's really good here by the tackle, letting the guys settle and come in. We don't really worry. If they want to go down into our gap, that's fine. We'll wash them down and we can crease them out, right? Here's a good job by the center and the left guard. Again, it's a long way. You're going to get different combo, shades, right? You got a guy that's a true shade, or maybe he's a little bit looser of a shade. We switch up these Amy points for them so they can get going to it, right? And obviously our job, just get the fast guy running down the middle of the field, and hopefully he can go the whole way. But then a big thing, like we talk about, like you see these guys, like 64's got his hand in the air running, right? They start, 73, you can't really see him. You'll see him here, right? Like these guys are sprinting, and they're all excited at the beginning, and then they come to the sideline like, I shouldn't have ran 90 yards. Like, no, you'll run as many 90-yard plays as we can. We'll take as many as we can get of those. So here we're working a double team. The guard and tackle here on the right side are going to work this double team to this 2-eye, right? And so we'll just make, we'll call a deuce call or a gut call or, whatever you want to call it. We'll just call this, hey, the double team's on. But for the inside guy, the guard, he's just thinking near side foot, adjacent shoulder. I'm not actually working my true inside lift combo because I can't lift this guy. So I've just got to work my, my normal steps. But I've got help now to the outside, which makes our guys play. They can play aggressive, right? We can really try to go get these guys because I know if he goes over the top, my buddy here is going to come help destroy this back end, right? So here 78, he does a good job of as he goes, and these guys moved a ton, so we practice this a lot. But like he goes from near side foot, right? Okay, now he's redirecting over across. Now I'm just turning to the inside of a double team, right? And now he gets to lift in, and he's waiting for that guy to run through, right? And I'll show you here in a second, like there's some stuff, that's going to kind of overlap. But you watch the center here pull, right? We got a drill that we do for this, and I'll show you some of that stuff, right? And then obviously the backside tight end is going to pull through. So, anyone got any questions here so far, Coach?
No, you're good, Coach. You got about 14 minutes.
Perfect. Here, again, different ways, different fronts that you're going to get, right? We're running duo here. And these guys, again, we talk about sometimes like, Coach, what do you want me to do? That linebacker, how far? We tell them that they should not be able to come off the linebacker until they can literally reach out and physically touch him. Does it work all the way? No, it doesn't, right? Our guys come running off all the time, right? But the ones where we really can get a double team, right? We can put 2-on-1. Because I can't remember who said it sometime, but like, hey, win your 1-on-1s, but when we get 2-on-1s, we got to dominate those, right? And so these guys, they just kind of understand, be late and see our eyes of where we're working to, right? And it's a great job here by the left tackle, just continuing to run and just let this guy go wherever he wants, right? This 3 technique now becomes like a 7 or 8 technique or 11, or I don't know, whatever number you want to use, right? But it's a good, we get the guy running down the field. Here it is here again, right? Couple different variations that we got. Obviously, we're working, here we're going to work the inside double team here between the guard and the tackle, right? And then we're working out here on the backside, right? The guard and tackle, we just call it a push call. We're running a duo. We push out to this guy. And if they have a guy where, hey, we're going to double to there, and all of a sudden they walk a dude up, this guy's more important. The backside guy, we just really don't really account. But how they work this is that we tell the inside guy or the tackle here, hey, be really slow through the D end, right? Don't go chasing because if we run fast through this guy, like he can make a play, right? So we talk about him being really slow and being really heavy through him. Buys time for the guard to get out there, right? And then we can get, 2 for 2. Again, here you go. You watch the inside double, right? Of trying to work. Now, again, 68, like his outside foot, right? See how he gets turned there? I think we're in real big trouble. Now he gets himself back into being square on this guy, right? But we lose the double team, and obviously 78 gets turned a little bit, okay? But at the point of attack, we weren't terrible. But we want to be square because when we start to get guys that fight back over the top, we've really got to work some of this stuff, right? So here it is. We're working a double team there, right? There between the tight end and the tackle. And then same way, like the guard is now he's just this right guard here. He's just working his near side foot to his adjacent shoulder and being aggressive. So then we kind of just start adding stuff in. We go to our 3-man combo drill. This is really for the front side of power, right? Whether you got a center and guard and tackle and tight end, you got 3 linemen, whatever it may be. Here's 3 linemen. But we, like the center's playing guard and the backside tackle is actually playing center. It's just, we put these guys in places and we just give these guys, this is where we talk about like when we're going to get movement, right? Hey, how are we going to deal with it, right? Whatever we may see. There's your normal, hey, we're doubling to the area of the backside linebacker, right? We'll mark guys. We'll say, hey, gut 57. But if 57 goes flying out and all of a sudden 22 drops back in there, we always talk about we're going to go to the area of the backside linebacker. If 57 ends up staying there, great. If he doesn't, and now there's a new guy because we'll use trade, shift, and motion and all sorts of stuff that's going to, try to get these guys, moving one way to another, right? we just take the next guy that comes into it, right? And we practice that all week. But now here, something different, right? They move. All of a sudden you get a linebacker, that plugs and they're cross keying pullers or whatever, right? Now we just work. Guy disappears, just in your gap on your track and staying square. Okay, it's pretty good here by the guy in the gray shirt with the white leggings, right? Of staying square. And here's the last one, different ways of how it works, right? So we just put that in there so these guys can understand it, right? Because eventually at some point you're going to get a team, right, that they just blitz and they move from all over. And there's no rhyme or reason. And there's nothing more frustrating as being the O-line coach and you get beat on a stunt and you're like, I have no idea how I should pick that up because they have 3 guys in 2 gaps. Like, I just don't get it, right? So, like here. I mean, this is like 3 guys in like 1 gap, right? Well, how do we do it? Well, we got beat on it earlier. Sideline technology is great. When I say we got beat, they had a run through, and our quarterback, this was off an RPO, the quarterback threw it, and I was like 4th and 1, and it was a gain of 30, right? So, but now we came back and said, hey, if that guy goes in, now we're just going to wash this down. So it's a great job here by the tight end, right? That just being patient, and all of a sudden, boom, something showed up on my gap. Maybe it's not necessarily the D lineman that I initially thought I was going to block or whatever, right? But now we can get it all washed out, right? The tackle knows, hey, there's no one else left to stay on this, and I think that was like 3rd and 2. Here it is, you get a lot of blitz, right? Or a lot of movement, and we always talk about just saying, hey, eyes in my gap, right? So here, we're going to work the double team to the backside, which would be number 17, right? But as we get to there, boom, he thought he was going to double that 5 technique. His eyes get to his gap, and now he's able to get right to that linebacker, right? And we get this thing sealed off. Here, it's a great job of being patient, right? We always talk about our guys when they're climbing to linebackers, tell them to play at their pace. We want them to play at their pace as much as possible. Here it is, one more, you get like, we call this like bozo. Like you're going to get the double plug, and they're going to cross, right? Is that because we should be doubling to 54 here, right? And all of a sudden this guy shows up, holy cow, what are we going to do, right? Now we're able to pick some of this stuff up and handle it a little bit better. Same way this was these guys blitzed all over the place. So really good job pulling, being tight. The guard ends up finding that backside linebacker, and we'd be able to stick this thing down in him or stick this thing up in there, with the running back. So again, a way to handle some of this movement stuff. And the way we do it, how we try to teach our pulls, right? Whether we're a front, because we run pin and pull. I mean, we run every imaginable gap scheme you could think, right? So we just have these guys start going. We throw a hoop out there, and usually it's in the off season, right? Just to make them understand, hey, how tight they got to pull and things like that, right? Here it is. You see 57 of how tight, man, I got to pull, because you never know, like, when you're going to get this pull, right? Like here we are, we're running, this is like the same play, same drill, right? All of a sudden, bam, that thing opens up, and now that linebacker's there. Instead of that guy being 5 yards back, boom, he's right there right now, right? So I think, Jason Eck, I listened to him. I knew him a little bit when he was at South Dakota State. Like he always said, he goes, your drill work better show up on film, right? Or if what you're getting on film, then you better figure out drill work for it, right? So we pulled a kick out, different stuff for these guys to do. Here it is, center, right? Pulling on a pin and pull, right? And just trying to, get him adjusted, right? Sometimes he's the kick out guy. If he's the solo puller, if he's the double puller, we pull it for there. Usually we'll have this drill mirrored. So we'll have a drill going on the right side with pullers pulling to the right. And then about 4 or 5 yards over to the left, we'll have another drill going where it's just mirrored. And we talk about just put the quarter in the carousel and let this thing go. And we should be able to get through, 4 or 5 times, but you can steal reps, right? We're working down blocks here, right? Our gap blocks. 90, like I think this was in the spring, like 90, he had shoulder surgery, right, on his left shoulder. And so like he doesn't even have any pads on, right? But like we talk about like physicality is rewarded in this game, and like he's knocking the snot out of guys, which you love to see. If you make a full speed adjustment and you end up missing the guy, like at least you missed full speed. Which we might, right? So there's the left tackle. Here it is. We're running pin and pull. Here we end up blocking down on the 2-eye because we expected some movement, right? But we can get guys out and around. Again, first puller, right? A little bit of a bear hug, okay? But does the job, and we're able to get some guys in there. We're not blocked. 54 is not actually blocked in the blocking scheme, so because we're running an RPO off of it, so he ends up coming back and kind of making a play. But again, different ways to go, right? Center on the kick out pull. Like I showed you that one earlier. Again, we'll do this. We do this once a week, right? This is our day 2 practice drill that we get into. We do some of our gap stuff, so these guys understand. So again, you just saw the center do it there. Here it is in a real game, right? Of trying to do this, and they kind of move all around here, right? And then, because you don't know, are you going to block a corner? Am I blocking a defensive end? We're not really sure on it, right? And again, we get some movement. This is a great job here by the left guard, right? He's got a guy in his gap. It disappears. The first natural thing is you want to climb, right? Everyone, I got to go get a backer. We always talk about clear level 1 before level 2, clear level 2 before level 3. Here he does a great job. This guy stunts across his face. He gets here and he just kind of creases it. That's not phenomenal, but we get ourselves at the point of attack. We stop the movement, right? And then now, again, you get 78. He's trying to stay with this guy. Again, trying to stay on him, and now the quarterback makes us right. But again, different ways. Again, watch 90 here. Again, how we want physicality, right, as much as we can. Here's another one where 57, kicking out, right, on different stuff that we do. Here you'd see it, right? These guys pulling, right? 73. We talk about, like, I don't know if any of you guys used to play Mario Kart, right? But the thwomps, right, the big cement things that land. We talk about being that all the time. If we can get in the way and we can make guys avoid us while our back's running full speed, we might not even have to block him, right? Like 73, like he kind of whiffs here. But you watch 3 jump out of the way. 3's taking himself out of the equation to make a tackle, right? And the best part about 73 is he doesn't go, loser clap and whatever. Like he starts running, right? Our center, we tell him to run through the guy. The guy cut him down, right? Which is illegal, but that's fine. If they want to sacrifice guys for guys, like, if we get this, like he's trying to like put all his weight and like land on him and, roll bad. But the backside tight end's doing a great job, right? The thing that we talk about a lot on the backside is how are we coaching these guys to cut off on the backside? And 64 does a great job here. He make this guy run underneath. We don't have to touch anybody, right? But we can redirect their pass. Now, the only way they can make tackles is if that guy's really fast, but he's still going to make it 40, 50 yards downfield, right? So it's a great job by 64 making guys go underneath, right? The tight end's chasing, trying to find guys. Here it is. You watch the backside tackle here. We call this a smart-ass technique. We aim at the backside butt cheek. So the left tackle here is aiming right at this guy's butt cheek. And if it comes to him, he's going to take him. If it goes away, right, now go. So watch him get to 47. He gets the backside guy, right? This is their, the free hitter or whatever you may call it, right? The guy that's unblocked. We worked this all the time. So now we got guys for guys in 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4, and we can get 6 or 8, is a huge run for us. But if I told that guy, hey, we're going to go run 20-yard sprints, and we're going to run 20-yard sprints, for 10 minutes, he's like, no, I quit, right? The whole line, none of them want to. But if you can get it to where, hey, you may run 20 times, and you may never get this guy, but the one time you do, it's going to be a huge play, and you're going to be the hero, right? Everyone wants to hear how that is. And this isn't even, this is an occupy block. Like it probably should have maybe, I don't know if we call it a hold, right? I call it holding more than I probably should as an offensive line coach. I'm probably, going to get ostracized from this thing here pretty soon. But, I think it's really good by him. It's not bad. Again, these guys are, 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 290, 300 pounds. Like, that's a scary human being, running at you, right? And then we do a peekaboo drill. It's, and it just works us when we're pulling. So these guys understand, hey, what we get, right? We do different ways. But again, same thing. We work a down block, right? So these guys, they screw it up. They're not paying attention sometimes. 61, he's having a great time. He's kind of screwing up the drill. But again, it's different ways that these guys can, do stuff, because every once in a while you're going to get a pull like here, and I don't know where it's going to show up, right? We don't ever know where. We know it's going to come somewhere. We got keys and indicators for the guys, but sometimes it pops up, right? It helps when the running back's always inside your puller. Makes things a lot easier for us on the offensive line for sure.
Hey, Coach, that's time right there.
Awesome.
Coach, I really appreciate you coming on and talk about gap scheme run. I'm a huge gap scheme guy, so that was absolutely awesome. I really do appreciate you for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Coach Ciochi.
Coach, how you doing, man? Can you hear me okay?
I'm good, Coach. You sound really good. You want to go ahead and hit click present down there in the bottom middle. And then are you just using like Huddle?
Exos, so.
Okay. It's on a browser, correct?
It's on my desktop. Can you see?
So if you click present, hit share screen, go over to window.
Okay, hold on.
You should be there.
Perfect. Yep.
Yeah,
Perfect.
you go ahead and present that, and you can go ahead. While Coach is doing that, appreciate everybody for joining and hanging out with us. I see everybody signing in on the side. We're going to get these speakers rocking and rolling. Coach, you're good. You can go full screen, and we will get after it.
Awesome. You can see that okay, Coach?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, guys. Really appreciate you having me on. I'm going to jump pretty quick into this. I'm going to talk about outside zone today. It's a huge play for us. It's something we really shifted to this past fall that we had a lot of success with. Biggest thing we talk about right away when we install it is you don't block them with your hands, you block them with your feet. And from an O-line perspective, what I tell the guys is, until you learn on this play of how to put where to put your body and how to get there, that the hand part doesn't matter. So I'm going to go in and show the drills, show some game clips. I know I only got a half hour, and be glad to answer, any questions down the road about it. The other thing that we really emphasize is you got to hit them where you bend. This applies especially inside zone and gap scheme, a little bit less in outside zone, but you'll see a little bit of it, kind of how we teach it. Again, just absolutely, talking about getting movement on guys. So the two main drills that we do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I see where your outline of your slides are, but it's not pulling up your slides.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know if you have to present it, because it's only showing like your outline.
Okay. Let me see. Stop share. 1 second. Share screen. 1 second. Window. Do you see this clip, Coach?
No, sir. It's just I'm not sure what it's not pulling it up full.
Gotcha. Hold on 1 second. Let's go window.
I don't know if you need to click the screen. There's a button that says screen on there on Exodus. I don't know if that's where you need to click.
Sorry about this.
No, it's all good.
Let's see. Entire screen. What about now, Coach?
No, it's still not. Let's see. Huh. Because I can see it it's small at the top.
Yep.
I don't know if can you make that can you pull down your your list and then make your the picture bigger.
Let me see. Sorry about this, guys.
It's all good. Let's see, I have a coach right here that said he uses your platform. He says when you have it shared, there's the blue button to the right. All right, it's the blue with a little thing inside of it. It says screen. I don't know. He's trying to help us out. I don't know.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah. Give me. I'm seeing the share screen. Clicking that. I go to window and I see the Exos. So I'll be able to share the contents.
So
what about that?
That's a lot better.
Okay.
So we'll try this. And if that doesn't work, it's fine. We'll do it. Roll with what you got right there next to your little time. It's right there. He's had to click that. I don't know if that's what you've been clicking.
Yeah, that's what I've been clicking, and that blows it.
Cool. Yeah, go back to what you just had, and we'll rock with that because everybody can see that.
All right, perfect.
All right,
awesome. Okay, you guys can see this.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Awesome. Okay. So again, kind of talk about blocking with your feet. Again, not your hands. You teach the hands later. Okay. The first drill we do, we call a wide drive, and all this is our base block on outside zone. From a target aiming point, this could be an offensive tackle blocking a 5-tech. This could be a guard blocking a 3-tech. This could be a center trying to reach a 2-wide. This is just if you have no combo call called, you're man-on-man guy in your gap. How are you getting to it? And from an aiming point perspective, we talk about with the footwork, the first step, position step, you want to open that at the angle. I don't teach like 6-inch or 2-inch or what I tell the guys is depending on how tight or far he is off your body, that's how far you got to open that hip in that first step. So if he's a wide guy, you dang near want to turn your hips almost up to the sideline. If he's tight on you, really you just want to kind of step outside the framework of the body. But the biggest coaching point with that we say in that first position step, it has to leave the framework of your body. It can't just be a pickup, put down outside zone. So it's not something where you're brace stepping or anything like that. It could be behind you. It could be underneath you if you do that to open your hips. But it has to step outside of your initial stance framework. Okay, the second step, where I tell the guys is it doesn't matter where it goes in terms of how far across your hips or how far vertical, but it does have to get vertical through to the line of scrimmage. So you want to get that second step aiming into the line of scrimmage. That may be a crossover step if the defender is really wide off of you. And then the third step is where we talk about third to fourth step is where you really make contact. From an aiming point perspective with the eyes, we want to put our eye on that far armpit of the defender. So in this case right here, and Coach, let me know if you can see the video okay. That looks okay to you?
Yeah, you're good. Yep.
Awesome. So like right here, when you look at it here, when he's landing this third step, he hits this on his second step. But that third step should be what makes initial contact. This is a great job. Like you want to get your eyes to that armpit, that near hand, down to that same armpit, rib cage, sternum, and then that inside hand, that what we call the far hand, that wants to be as far down the midline of the defender as possible, and that's where you generate your lift. So when you look at his first step, he's stepping a little bit behind him, but it's outside of his initial stance frame. Second step is a little bit across the body because the defender's wide, but it's still going up into the play. And then the third step is your correct step, and that's where you start driving. And then when you get that lift, and this is another good look at it right here, when you get to that point, you want to then turn it into a vertical drive. So we don't talk about position blocking, about hooking hips and trying to keep guys reached. What I tell the guys is when you get through those steps, you want to dent and just start running them where they're going. And it's the back shot to make you right. So like I really like Anthony here. He steps again outside the framework of his body. Hips are opened up a second in a good direction. Second step gets into contact a little quick, and that's okay. That can happen. Third step is where you start to bring the power through it. Hat's in a really good aiming point. We're using a bag here, but his hat is right around that armpit, far pec area. The hand is in good position. The inside hand is down the sternum, and now we're driving. And then we'll work the same thing on the backside cutoff. Nothing changes in terms of a demeanor about where we're trying to get our hat placement. So our footwork has to take us to that far aiming point. Our near hand needs to try to get down that armpit, pec area, or rib cage, anywhere in that far defender's part of the body where I can grab a meat hook and start to get drive. And then my inside hand wants to be down the middle, creating lift. And when I feel the defender start to turn, that's when I want to start generating the forward push. So like when you watch Anthony here, like he's just pivoting a little bit, but again, he's stepping outside of his initial stance framework. It's okay for the guys to kind of pivot. However you got to get to that backside cutoff, I allow. Some guys like to skip with it. Other guys like to kind of pivot. But the emphasis is once you get there, it's reach and start pressing it. When we progress to the combos, everything we do, we talk about, I heard Coach before me talking about, lifter rules and all that, and I love that. I mean, we teach the same stuff in gap scheme. We talk about covered, uncovered, and outside zone. And what we say is, so again, this guy's a 4-eye. This is his gap threat. It's outside zone to the left. This is the guard's gap threat right now. The tackle here has no immediate gap threat. So this is what we would say is the cover guy. Let's just say he's uncovered. So like I don't want to leave my guard in a position of stress and abandon him by flying out of there. A lot of times when we start studying outside zone, you see a lot of guys, like everyone's running for 3 steps. And I respect and understand that makes a lot of sense. For us, we want to be a little bit more patient and be more first level conscious. So like when you look at the left tackle here, I'm going to try to slow motion it. This is an example of us going against a 3-down defense, just base Okie front, 4-eye. The left tackle here is not running far off the ball. He's holding space. That second step is kind of just getting a little bit vertical. And then the biggest emphasis for us is we teach 2-hand shove. We want to physically hold the defender back until the cover guy is able to reach and get to his landmark. And what we tell the guard here is my aim point is still trying to get to that far part of the armpit of the defender. I still want to get my far hand down the sternum, my near hand on contact, and then near half of the body. And what we tell the tackle here is play as long as possible, hold as much space as possible. You can't lose your gap integrity. You can't allow this guy to spike outside. But we want to slow down and create dent at the point of attack. So here it is again, a good look at it. I like Jeff here, his second step way more. So the first step is, that outside the framework position step. Again, there's no one I'm reaching, so I don't need to go flying out there on the double team. I need to help the left tackle behind me. The second step is vertical. So this would be against like a 3 technique on the backside of outside zone. And we don't worry about the linebacker scraping hard. We say that the path, when we leave the double team, we're going to ricochet off. And our angle that we take those guys on, it's the back's job to make us right. But the first level defender is the guy that can make the play. Big coaching point emphasis for the trail guy here with Nick here, the left tackle, is you really want to always emphasize, I'll make them go back and back and back, finishing their hand on the far half of the body. So like you have to reach the guy. This is the one part of the block where I tell the guys it's less about then and more about reach, is the backside of the play when you're the trail guy. You want that guy to backdoor you. That's a win for you all day. Here's a not so great look. Like when you look at wide, I love how he's trying to play long here. Probably going a little bit too, again, there's nothing vertical about that. Again, he's reaching too wide. When you have it reach, slow down, be patient, hold on a little bit longer. Give that presence for the tackle behind you. This is another good look with Anthony. I'd like to see that foot go vertical, that second step, but I love how long he's playing. He's holding this guy off and giving time for the tackle behind to reach it. Again, the first level guy is going to be the guy that makes the play. This is just another example of it against a 4-eye. Again, holding place, getting to the second level. So same thing. We will start practice. We do this every day in the first 10 minutes of practice in our pre-practice. So I get them warmed up, do our steps, and then we go to our outside zone pods. And it's not super heavy, intensive, violent contact, anything like that. It's just us working against each other before we get to inside run, everything like that. Again, you can kind of see like aiming point of the tackle here. He's trying to get that hat across. This is the goal right here of going with the 2-hand shove, is you're more powerful, you're longer. I used to teach Heisman because I was worried about the outside shoulder turning and getting involved. And I really changed my mentality with it this past year, where I like getting 2 hands involved if you can. The only time we won't do that is if the backer is so far out leverage in front. So let's say you have like an A-gap backer who's really a 10 versus a 20 backer, and you got 3 tech, you guys are in a combo. That's when you can go Heisman to get to him. All right, so but the emphasis here, like with JJ, this is an awesome job. He's playing long. This turn that you see of the D-line here getting knocked back, that's the ultimate goal. So getting into the game film, again, we got all sorts of combo calls for this. Kind of try to keep them as simple as possible, for the guys so they know. We do it all the way from the front side, tackle tight end, all the way to the backside, tackle tight end, depending on what personnel we're in. Outside zone to a 3-man surface. So, again, this is to a tight end. This could be a 4-man surface, too, if you're in 12 personnel. What I really like about it for us is you can block it against any front, whether it's 5 down, 3 down, 4 down, as long as you communicate. When we have the tight end play side, it becomes a leverage battle for us formationally. If we feel we have numbers advantage, we will take the combos back to the backside guy. So we will make the backside linebacker the point. I'll show you a couple examples of that. This allows us to either lock up the backside of the play with the O-line backside if there's a 3-5, or just the 5 technique if there's not a 3 tech. But it also allows our double teams to get more dent vertically in outside zone, which is not usually what you think about when you think about outside zone. All right, so a couple looks at it right here, so you can kind of see the mentality. So here it is. So this is to what we would call a 3-man surface. Condensed receiver really makes it a 4-man surface. So here we know we have numbers advantage. So we are going to lock the backside tackle. This is going to allow the center and the guard to double team this nose. It's outside zone back to this backside backer. We're going to run on this overhang here. We're not worried about him, which allows the play side tackle tight end to double team back into the box, which gives us a 1-man advantage. What it allows us to do is to kind of create a little bit more dent at the point of attack and be much slower coming off our blocks. So like here, he spikes away, so center feels good to climb. He's being patient. We like when they backdoor. You can track that with your eyes. Again, aim and pointing. The one thing I would say here is I would like Jeff here just to try to reach this more initially. He's got to get his hat on that far side. His length swallows this guy up, but it's actually not a good job initially. Wyatt here, the guard, he's peeking this for 3 steps. If he can't overtake it, then he's going to climb. But the advantage, again, numbers-wise, is the backside tackle here is able to lock up. It's a good box for us to run the play into. Here's the same example. So, like, here's a good example when you look at the tight end. So, again, we should lock up here. This is an MA by the right tackle. I'd like him to lock up here. And then we should be here in a scoop right now. We should be in a tag, and then we're up a man when you look at this picture. So when you look at the left tackle, this is that 2-hand shove stuff. So his only job is make sure, okay, again, point inside. I can't get beat outside. Hold presence until the guard reaches this. So when you look at Nick here, he's just coming off of 2 hands, shoving it right now to the guard. This is an awesome job by him. The center hangs on here. I'd like to see him not skip that and just be a little bit more patient. All right. But this is an example of miss ID. But like the left tackle here, this is what we would call teach tape, like in terms of the demeanor. Like you have no rush to get to 35. If he backdoors you, you just turn and stay on this DN, the back's out. He scrapes over top. You hold this till the guard reaches in, and you snap off to 35.
Hey, Coach, do your guys have calls or they just built in based off the alignment of the linebackers where they can stay a little more thick on down linemen?
Yeah, no, we have the combo calls for the down linemen. But there's no like second level calls in terms of like, hey, I'm hanging on this longer or not. So it's auto taught to the guys. So like, let me get like example here. Like it's auto taught to the guys. Like right now, if we were making the point front side here, and the right guard here knows that he would be in a combo to this guy right here, he would say to him, be no different. This would be a cog to the point. But the center in his head would have to be like, okay, well that guy's a 40 backer, 30 backer, wherever you see him. Like I know this guard's not hanging on this long. I better get on my hot horse a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yep. But in this case right here, same thing. It's outside zone to a long surface for us for a 3-man surface. So we're going to take the point backside. So the cog is going to go backside here to the point. This is going to allow our tango right now to get dent right here to the plus, and this allows us to man up the 2I and to man up the 5. With the 2I, what I tell the backside guard is you're blocking again. Like we'll tag RPOs to outside zone, not as much as our other plays. But the mentality for him has got to be you're protecting the run, not the RPO. So like you got to reach this guy and make sure he's back behind you rather than like worry about protecting any type of throw. So when you look at this is a really good job. So the right guard emphasis with the point being behind me is I have to capture the edge of this guy. So again, this is a really good path. Gets his hat to that armpit, gets his inside hand to sternum. That far hand is on the near half. And then he's going to hold space. This would be one where I think he can even hold longer. Like if I'm Anthony here, like just stay on this, finish longer. Like he winds up losing his right hand. You see that right hand kind of flares out there. I like to see him get more two-hand shove and hold this longer for the center. With the center, he's skip pulling here. I think it's an unbelievable technique. Some guys struggle. If you got a guy that struggles to open his hips and snap, the skip pull is awesome. You gain more ground. You move laterally. It just allows you to be square. What John needs to do here, John needs to keep running. He slows down here. I like to see him just keep running. Don't slow down. Tackle does a great job. Again, Dent, the tight end does an awesome job of slowing down. Again, it's all about just creating as much dent and being patient rather than just trying to hook and reach guys. And then it's the back's job to make them right. Another look at it here. So here's an example again where we have the tight end play side. So 3-5 tight end. Again, We made the point 56. Left tackle knows he can lock up. Backside guard knows, again, aiming point is no different than that indie clip I showed earlier. Got to get my hat across, get my near hand down sternum, and try and make sure he's behind me. These guys are going to be in a cog to 56. So the guard's mentality is I have to reach this now and get dent. And if I get backdoored by 56, the center will fall off. If 56 scrapes over top, I know the center's pushing me off, but the back will make us right. This is, again, good job by tight end being patient. Tackle does a good job collecting it. You can see the guard does a good job of reaching this, and then he's playing long here at the end, like he's slowing it down. That's the turn we want. We want to turn them to allow the center to be able to reach this. So, again, it's a win by the left guard, too. Again, I don't think he needs to do the Heisman hand here. I hate when they do that, the airplane deal, but that's a young guy thing that he got better as the year went on for sure. But the emphasis is be slow on the first level and put the linebackers in stress, and it's the back's job to make you right. Another good look here where we lock up the backside. You can see it's here better from the tight. So, again, 12 personnel to a 4-man surface. We take the point all the way back. Tackle knows he's locked up. One thing I've always done is, we kind of messed around with this in camp with the shade. We talked about comboing back to the point here and then solo in the 3. I've seen guys do it very successfully. I always feel more confident telling that backside guard, like, turn that into a quick and either cut this or just say, you have to reach this. I like to have that guard's peace of mind that the center's in his hip pocket in case of spike. I think it's a lot easier to deny this guy making the play on outside zone than it is to a spike 3. So we want to, as much as possible, push the center play side versus 3 tech. So, again, we're in a 10 go to 5. We're in a cog to 10. Guard does a good job of again at reach. I like to see his hat placement be a little bit better. Again, just throw it more across. The guard here, the right guard, does a good job initially capturing it. He's focusing on dent. The center doesn't really do a great job of getting behind it, but he kind of sees the linebacker backdooring, so he climbs. Likes him just take that on a lot better. But this is a great job, again, where you see the tight end slows down just enough there to help the tackle. He could probably hang on just a little bit slower, but it allows us to kind of capture the edge and get the dent we want.
Coach
yes, sir.
Question by Coach Moran. He says, do you ever teach the gallop, the knock over uncovered man versus a wide alignment to force the cutback?
Not on this. No. Coach Moran, good to hear from you, man. No, not on this. This one kind of breaks the tendency for us in terms of like the staying square and all that we do. I like us to be a little bit quicker and not worry about the gallop on this.
Okay.
I don't know if that answered that question or not for him. Same thing here, point backside. Again, we know we got the combo play side, so we're going to be manned up here. This is one here, when you look at it like this, you can't do. When you look at the left guard, like you want to keep this pinned. So this is where we talk about that second step, having to go vertical to try to capture this. This is a great path by the back. So again, like the guard needs to try to capture this, and then if he loops over top, just take it vertically rather than torque it right now. The tackle here plays side. This is one where I would tell him again, like he's a little tighter on my body than on the tight end. He needs to go attack this rather than just hook and reach this. So like Nick here reaches this, which is really tough deal, especially when you run sidecar. And pistol, usually you can survive and outrun that. In sidecar, not so much. So this is where the back kind of makes us right. But like from a coaching point, I would tell Nick, go get into this guy. Like get the dent into him rather than try to reach it. Like get that second step going at it rather than trying to reach it. And the center does a good job making it right, and the back does an awesome job of making us right. A couple more, and then I'll go to the open tackle side stuff to finish, because I know I got about 3 minutes left. So same thing here. We're taking this point all the way backside. We're manned up. This one's a little dangerous. Again, if we felt bad about this leverage, we can always run on this guy and keep the point play side, send tight end to the safety, and combo backside of the minus. In this case here, we felt pretty good about it. The tackle here is really aware. He knows that he's getting spiked. He knows, again, that we're going all the way back. Be patient. The back knows that if he gets any type of run through here, he has to outrun that to the wall. This is a good wall, good reach, good cut by the back. I'd like to see us just finish a little better. Really good look here. Young guard here. Again, so this is one from a game plan standpoint. We didn't feel great about locking up. We kind of wanted to run with how much boot we were doing. So again, like Aiden here does a good job of being patient. He slows down, knocks this back to the tackle. The left guard here is being patient, right? He knows that the center has the harsh job. The center does a good job reaching this. The tight end is doing a great job of getting dent into this, all right, and capturing the edge. And again, we know that, again, the first level guys are the guys that can make the play, that can cause issues. We want to run on the second level guys. Let me get to the last stuff. So again, two-man surface. This is just, again, to an open tackle, no tight end. You can use this with slice. Again, when you look at this, nothing really changes for us other than the point is now front side. So we want to really run on this front side. So this is where you'll get into a little bit more three-man combos with the tackle, play side tackle, center guard. In this case right here, we were worried about cut stuff, so we were making a lot of four-man calls here. So it's these four moving forward. All right, backside is a poor job by the tackle. So this is an example, like he's not stepping outside the framework of his body. He's got to get to the minus. He's got to lose ground and run. The goal of the backside guys is to make him go behind. The center here, this is a negative. You can't allow this guy ever to rip across you. Like, you have to go knowing, don't get beat away from help is the expression we like to say. Your help is behind you. So when you allow this nose to wall you off, your help can no longer help you. This is a good job by the play side tackle. Captures the edge, gets dent, 3 steps by the guard. He sees nothing to reach, climb. Back does a great job making him right for the touchdown. So there's good and negative there. This is another one, again, with slice action. We two-middled this, but because we have the slice action, we're not going to lock up. We don't want the tackle to get cut. We want to create that divide, too, for second and third level reads. So, like, the left tackle knows he has leverage. He's patient. He dents this. The backer backdoors him. The guard sees it and hangs on this. The tackle feels him leave, and so the tackle just stays on this. This was one we kind of messed around with a little. We knew we had a numbers advantage, so we tried folding this. You can see it didn't work out great, but the play wound up being pretty good. I'll skip this one and get to the 5 down. So then here it is, again, to a two-man surface with slice action from split out. So again, this would be example versus 5 down. So when we get this, this just turns into automatic Zora for us. What you'll notice on the backside is we'll all be a little bit deeper because we're anticipating reduction in movement and twist out of 5 down. And we do a good job of catching the minute here. When you see it from the tight shot, again, it's all about being patient. So again, even though it's outside zone, what I tell the guys is if it's a great look, just get on your track. Like you see, like 73 does a great job here. He's patient. He's kind of almost ducking out, just on a better path than he would on inside zone. The right guard here gets spike, and immediately it's tough to see, but 55 slows down, puts his hands up, and shoves it back to the center, and he's patient to get to the looper, and you capture him in it. So, again, it's that whole emphasis of playing long on the first level and denting the first level rather than, like, focusing on getting to the second level. Same thing here. And, Coach, cut me off when you got to cut me off. We talked about the left tackle doing a great job. Capture the edge. Like, see that hand again, though, be in the sternum. Like, this is a poor job by his hand. Pad level's got to get lower, but the hat placement is good. The left guard, right, we're in a cog to 33. We're in a slip to 11. All right, the left guard reaches it, slows down, holds path for the center. That's the hardest block for a center is to reach a 2-eye or 3. He slows path. We create the dent. The back does a great job outrunning it. The backside tackle has good awareness. He did his job. Great path, makes him go backdoor. And again, kind of the coaching point at the guard, right? Like, this is tough. He's trying to pick the center. You run until he has to backdoor you on the backside. The front side of the play is dent. The backside is reach, right? So if the front side, we want to create as much dent and create lanes for the back to be able to go and make those linebackers really have to play over top, have to determine where they want to hit. The backside is about reach. If we can get those guys to backdoor you and the front side does their job, you'll get the divides that you want. You'll get big plays.
All right, Coach, I'm going to cut you off right there.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it, Coach. Coach Tanner Fleming. You're muted. See, not muted, but go to settings and make sure go to audio. Make sure you have a mic selected, or can you mess around with it? No, sir. Let's see. Cannot hear you. Might have to do like we did the first speaker coach. You might have to join on your phone, and then you just turn the camera off on your phone. You kind of just put it down so we can hear you through that, and then make sure you mute yourself on your computer. Okay. While coach is doing that, I appreciate everybody for commenting, everybody for signing in. There's a lot. I can't really get to all of them, but everybody can see on the side. When you ask speakers questions, I'll try to get your questions in. If I skip your question, it's nothing against you. It's just they got to be able to get to their talk as well because they only have 30 minutes. Because whatever you're on your phone, on the app, you just pull it up. Coach is doing that. While coach is doing that, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We really appreciate all the love and support. While coach is doing that as well, I'm going to go ahead and bring back up Coach and Share. Make sure you guys go and check out Coach and Share. They do a lot of great things for the coaching community. They really helped us out, supporting us. Let's see.
Is this working now, Coach?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, perfect.
All right, and then go present, Coach. Are you using Huddle or anything like that?
I'll be using Huddle.
Okay, so go to share screen. You should have your Huddle up on your Chrome tabs. Just click it and hit share, and it'll come up.
Perfect.
Yep, there it is. All right, I'm gonna back out. And you guys.
All right. Awesome. Well, welcome, guys. So what I'm going to go over today is kind of the triple option blocking and just some of the fundamentals of that. And what we do in our world here at Carson Newman, we run triple option football. Last year, we were all under center, kind of flex bone style. This year, we're going to kind of expand a little bit. We're going to get, in some gun stuff and things like that. But our main focus is still going to be under center, running the ball, and doing those things. So what we're going to work through today is just kind of drills and skills to get you kind of set up to be a triple option football team. So a question that's always asked is, if we're going triple option, what are we looking for? Well, what we're looking for is probably going to be a little bit different than what a team in high school, depending on your level that you're looking for. But really for us, it's 6 foot to 6'4", 265 pounds to 300 pounds. That can always vary. Our left guard last year, who was our first team all region, he was 5'11", 274. So he was a little bit under that 6 foot mark, and there's been guys that I've seen been able to bend and move the way they need to at 6'5". But just for us being a Division II school, this is kind of the sweet spot for us. And again, it can vary. What you want is you want flexibility, explosion, and you want fast twitchy linemen that can move, they can bend, that are physical pricks. That's like always been on my board. Be a physical prick, and then someone that can move well in space. And then, our stance when we go, and this is under center stuff, so this is like a little bit more traditional flex bone triple option. With our stance, we got our inside hand down. I know some teams are kind of going away from that. For us, with what we do still in our scooping backside and things like that, we like to have our inside hand down. So the hand closest to the ball we put down. Our feet are only shoulder width apart. I know that goes against a lot of what teams are going with now, but we're still shoulder width apart. Our stance, you'll see as we get to some game film, it's a lot more narrow than other teams or traditional offenses will be. Our heels are off the ground. We are sprinters. We are guys that are going to come off the ball. We're going to punch guys in the mouth, and we want our weight out on our hand. The key blocks we're going to be going over today is just a base block, and we kind of do a base block progression, and we do it every single day in our individual. It's how we start every day, and then we'll move to the combos. That's something we try to mix in every day, and veer scoops, we do those every day as well, and just kind of the fundamentals, ways to start working those, and then building up to showing you guys some game film with it. Our base block, what we're looking to do, especially in our drills, elongate our stance. Again, I talked about having weight out in your hand, your heels off the ground. When I'm under the chutes with my guys, I get I want them to really elongate, really work, and I say be obnoxious with it. Be obnoxious with your elongation, your stance, so you can really feel like what it feels like to come off the ball and punch guys in the mouth. When we're stepping, we always want to roll our back knee. It's something that takes a lot of work, but it helps you actually move your hips over, your body over. If you're just stepping over, you're not really gonna get your foot placement where you want it. So you got to roll that back knee. It's going to keep those hips explosive. And then we load our hands in our first step. And where we load our hands, it's right at our belly button, hip area. We're not cowboys, so we don't put our hands to our sides. We don't, we're not going for that holster, but we want to be with our hands on our first step, kind of down by our belly button. And then we try to time our second step. So we're actually punching on our base block in our second step. We're explosive with our hands. And we always want our second step in the ground because it's hard to block someone when you got a foot in the air, right? So we're working to first step with that roll of the back knee, second step in the ground quick, and then our aiming point, we're always trying to, and I've noticed all these new helmets, they took away the bolts up there. But with our helmet, our bolt right there, putting it right in their sternum and timing our hands with our punch so our bolts are hitting at the same time as our hands and we're punching through there. So here's just again, we kind of break it down to the very fundamentals, and then we work our way to like punching heavy bags. So the first thing we do, we call this a baby T-board drill. So all they're going to do is they're going to baby T-board the direction of the board, and then they're going to try to force that second step down. We're going to try to get a little bit of a knee roll. So this is a baby T-board. It's not the full step over. And then we're going to work that second step down, and then they're going to take off. They're going to explode out there. This is an explosive drill. This isn't pitter patter through it. We're trying to work our first, second step, explode through. So you see our guys here getting that first step down and then just exploding through. Same thing. We go twice each direction. If when you're starting out, I recommend, all right, first step, second step, all the way through, and then just try to make it really explosive. You see the guys, they're taking off on this. It's not pitter patter with their foot. We're trying to drive our second step down as we're doing this. You look, now some of those second steps weren't great, but it's something, a coaching point. I always tell them your second step should almost feel behind you, because if you're really forcing it down and driving that foot down, your body weight's going to be leaning forward. So your second step's going to feel a little bit behind you. Again, this is just now we're into our full T-board. So we're our toes on the edge of the board. Everything we do in the triple option world is extremely attention to detail. So you can see their right pinky toe right now is going to be on the edge of that board, and then they're going to step over and explode out, try forcing that second step down. Same thing now the other direction. You'll see every single person, their pinky toe is right on the edge of the board. They got elongated stances, and they're forcing that step down. Here we are just a few weeks later. And you see here we kind of force that second step down a little bit better. And you see, guys, that the second guy over to the left there, he really kind of rolled that back knee pretty well there to get moving. And now the next transition with that is going to be adding a pad right outside of the shoe. So what we're going to do now is we're going to work to time that punch. Okay, so here we're not timing that punch exactly with our second step, but we're going to time it with the sternum of our bolts and then bringing our hands with us. And we're going to work bringing it from that belt line, punching through our guys. And as you notice, all we're doing is going to be the same T-board step over there, and then we're just going to punch through the bag. So there, and then coaching point on this is you want to see guys punch through, explode some hips, but also our feet accelerate. You want to always accelerate our feet on contact. That's a coaching point I hit every day, over and over and over. Accelerate your feet on contact. And you see our guys doing a pretty good job at that. There, same thing, accelerate our feet on contact. Then the next phase of that is we get our heavy bags out. I know not everyone have heavy bags, so you can use hand shields with a guy kind of ducked down. And the rule is we put our hands 18 inches off the bag. And what that typically does, that times it. So on your second step, your punch times out with that. So if you just got hand shields, you get a guy, you hold it close to the body, you get down in kind of a crouching position, and then you give some resistance that way. If you have the luxury of heavy bags, which are a great tool for anyone who wants to consider going triple option, our coaching point is here, hand 18 inches off the bag. We want to be underneath. We want to be punching underneath that 6 and that 1 on those heavy bags. And then we want to have a good base, getting cleats in the ground and accelerating the feet on contact. And this is really important here to get our second step in the ground. So that's a big coaching point, because then again, you can't play O-line with 1 foot in the air. So you see here, it's that same exact T-board step, but now we're on contact, timing up pretty well, rolling that back knee, getting punched, getting steps in the ground. Same thing the other way, we go both ways. Same thing. So you see our guys trying to just translate what they learned and continue to build upon that. Here we are just a few weeks later again, just progressing. It's something we do every single day. We live under the chutes. And we do all our drills. You see right here, the second guy in from the right, you see his pad level, you see his base. He's going to be underneath the 6-1, and he's got a good base. He timed his punch, and then he's driving his feet, getting cleats in the ground. And then here's us kind of translating it to the game. If you look over at our right tackle, this was our freshman. He started 9 games for us, true freshman. Our left guard's also a true freshman in this film. So our right tackle, you'll see here, he's going to translate every skill we just worked into real life game scenario. Now, I wish the second step now was a little bit quicker, but you see he gets that first step just like he's working over that board. He's got a little bit of a pad level, and he's got a good base. And then now he's going to drive that dude out of there. He's going to roll that sucker out of there. And then one thing we always talk about, and I'll show it from this angle, is we want to see an O-line surge. So everything we do, like I talked about, it's explosive, it's coming off the ball, it's firing, it's going. If you look to the right side, you'll see a surge. We actually try to reestablish the line of scrimmage. My challenge is always 4 yards down the field. If you can reestablish the line of scrimmage 4 yards down the field, well, 4 yards a gain is going to put us in a really good situation to go win some football games. And again, now we just translated everything we did underneath that chute into real life, and we get movement and we go score touchdowns. So right here, goal line situation. We're gonna again, same principles. Our right guard will have a base block. He's gonna roll that left knee. He's got a 3 technique there. He's gonna get good pad level. He's gonna get a second step in the ground. He's gonna move the guy off the line of scrimmage, and we're gonna go score a touchdown. Okay, here's another base block here. So, working those boards and then base blocking kind of linebacker like we are, where we're trying to time our punch. If you look at our left guard here and he'll be blocking number 27, you're going to see him take that T-board step. He's under control. He's punching through, times his hands, times his punch. Another big play. Again, you can see his footwork here. You see the base. He's elongated his stance, rolls that right knee, gets a second step down, finds that guy, gets a good punch, gets us the key block to get rolling. Okay. The second block that we work on is going to be a combo block. We have a base guy and a climb guy when we talk combo blocks. Our base guy is like our heavy man. All he's doing is he's going to be basing the guy. That's it. Our base guy is doing exactly what we just did, and he's transitioning that now to the double team. We keep our double teams. We try to stay as square as possible, our hips together, and then work the guy vertically. We're all about movement in our base blocks. We would like to climb. We do have a climb guy. You keep your outside hand uninvolved. You're trying to stay square. You're going to attack. You want to get foot to foot with the heavy man in the combo. You're going to work your hips together, keeping that outside arm free and pressing vertical. But at the end of the day, we want to get movement. We want to get movement. We want to reestablish that line of scrimmage. So it's great if we can get off on backers, and I got some clips that I'll show you guys, us just getting movement and then us getting off on backers If you can just get movement, again, you're going to get 4 to 5 yards of carry, and then occasionally our B-backs will make a man miss on the second level. But our biggest focus is staying square and driving guys off the ball. So the drills we do here, you see we're working just the first step. First step, we're stepping together. We're trying to roll those back knees. It's the exact same steps we were working on the board. And then so you just get them there. You make sure those hips are going to get tight. They might be a little long on their first steps. You want their first steps to be similar to under center. And then you just kind of work that drill. We're basing the left tackle. I know it's hard to see with the shoot. His left arm is uninvolved, and the right guard's going to be the heavy guy, just working through that. Same thing here with the center guard, same drill. See the left guard staying square. They're kind of stepping together there. Again, the step might be a little long, working to get that second steps down, keep that outside arm disengaged. So we always start with first step and then through, but we also start without a second level defender because, again, we want to focus on getting that initial movement. So once we get through that, what we're going to do is we're going to add a second level defender. And initially, first getting under here, we made it so the second level defender is just right in the line of sight. He's an easy guy to go find, and we're just working keeping that outside arm disengaged and then climbing up there, making it real simple for the guys. Right, outside arm disengaged. We'd like him to get his hips a little tighter. We would like bases a little better, but just starting the drill. This is where we want to be. Again, work the hips a little bit longer, press vertical. And then now you'll see here the backer's kind of offset. So this is kind of the next phase of it, a backer that moves a little bit. So again, they're focused on getting their hips together, rolling those back knees, working up, and then now finding the linebacker second level. So again, like I talked about, most important thing is getting the surge, the line of scrimmage established. You see our left guard and left tackle there. They're getting those steps together. And if you look right here, that's exactly where we want their hips. We want their pad level down a little bit. It can always get a little bit better, but that's exactly where we want their hips. And now they drive the guy out of there, make a clean lane for our B-back, and he's off to the races. Right here, same thing. Left guard, left tackle, teeing off on the guy. Hips are tight. The guy's in an uncomfortable position. They both got a good base. I wish the left tackle maybe didn't get his outside arm involved as much, but he kind of knocked our guard off because he just fired off the ball. If you watch his get off, he times up the snap really well. He's firing off the ball and just getting movement. Just getting movement. It's not always going to be technically perfect, but if we can get our hips together and get some movement, again, they reestablished the line of scrimmage 4 yards there. Same thing, if you look at our left side, the line of scrimmage is now 5 yards down the field, tight hips, rolling the guy almost 8 yards down the field there. They'll step together here, tight hips once again. Wish pad level was down a little bit, but again, just rolling guy. And a lot of times, if you get that much movement, we'll tell our guys you'll actually collect the backer naturally because they'll get collected up in your pile as you're moving it. And another big play happening. So here we actually are able to climb up to the second level. So we step together. He keeps his outside arm disengaged and climbs up on that backer. Guard takes over the block. And now that gives a nice lane for the quarterback to run through for a good carry. Tackle, again, true freshman tackle. He's on this quite a bit. The next block that we go through is going to be our veer block. What our veer block is, it's our way to get to the second level while, avoiding the contact with triple option. There's a lot of reads that are involved. So with our down line of scrimmage guys, we like our tackles, and it's not necessarily avoiding the contact, but it's working through the contact. So what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and take that initial T-board. We're going to get our second step in the ground, and as that second step's in the ground, we're going to place our hand we can kind of punch through some of the more athletic guys, but really we're working to kind of press the ground on our second step and then press vertical. You're gonna want your eyes on that second level defender that you're going to, and then you're gonna want to fight a little bit of pressure with pressure. So this is not a block where we're trying to get moved all the way down the line of scrimmage. Our biggest fear is that the defensive ends can collapse the line of scrimmage with our down linemen. We won't have anyone for second level defender. At the same time, they'll be able to make the play on the B back, and then the backer will be able to make the play on quarterbacks, kind of an unaccounted for guy. So we want to be able to press through and get through that. So a few drills we do with that is, again, we take our heavy bags, we find the goalpost, and we just work those steps. So it's going to be first step, that T-board. Second step, we're going to kind of press the ground here, press the ground, and then work through that. And the progression of this is you just do it on here, no second level defender yet, working your body through. You want that dip to happen right there on your second step. One of the common things is guys want to come out of their stance and touch the ground. You really want that to happen on your second step. And you see there's first step's that T-board step we worked on into the chutes, another thing just translating over. Again, his isn't a massive dip, but he gets a little bit of a punch through there on that second step. He's going to work vertical there. And then here, adding a second level defender. And the main point of doing it on the goalposts is now you can't get too wide or get too far down the line of scrimmage as well. So you want to be able to fight that pressure with pressure, explode through, but also not get ran down the line of scrimmage. And there we go, transitioning things over. And then as you progress in the season, as you see there, the guy in the middle right there, he's pressing the ground on his second step. It's pretty good right there. And then we're pressing the ground, first step in the ground, working through. As we progress through the season, we kind of get in the chutes, and it's just part of our routine. We live underneath the chutes. Initially, we start on the goalpost to kind of get all those bad habits worked out, and then we work back under the chutes here. Again, and this is a daily drill we do. If you look at the guy on the far left there, he presses the ground pretty well. So in game, if you look at our right tackle, again, great freshman year. This is pretty much textbook by him. He's got that deep mic. This is a 4-3 or 6-1 look with a really deep mic, almost free safety look here. And what he's going to do is he's going to work through with this veer. You see that guy trying to engage him and drive him down the line of scrimmage, but he's pressing the ground. He's got his body in an uncomfortable situation, but he's straining his body. And then now he's working up. He's got his eyes on a second level defender and goes and makes a block. That's about textbook right there. His second step could be a little tighter. His first step might be a little large, but sometimes you guys just really strain your body to get up through there. Same thing, same guy, right tackle, pressing that ground again, identifying the second level defender as he's getting through and making a really good block on him. And this is, again, being able to put your body in an uncomfortable situation, finding your second level defender is really how you make big plays happen. And then here, so we talk a lot about when we're veering to kind of stay on track. So our left guard he's going to be uncovered, number 56, our other freshman there. He's going to be uncovered, but this is a veer block for him. It's just an uncovered veer block. So the important part about that is keeping our eyes and understanding who we're blocking for. So we're blocking for the dive he is. So he's not going to chase that play side backer number 0 out of the box. So what he's going to do is as soon as that guy starts going or he becomes a quarterback or pitch player, he's going to get his eyes back inside number 8. And he's gonna T-bore inside, maybe a little bit of a dip to make sure he doesn't get collision by 99. Maybe he's coming down hard for the B-back, and then he's gonna carry 0, just kind of head up to his initial starting point, and then he's gonna snap his eyes back to 8. It's right there, working through, boom, eyes right back there. Again, it's a veer, it's an uncovered veer, working through, eyes back, big play happen. The last block we're going to discuss today is our scoop block. This is our backside cutoff block. This is how we protect our backside gaps. The kind of the rule of thumb here is you look inside. If the lineman down next to you is uncovered, you're in a 1-yard race with the guy that you're covered by inside of him. looking to cut him off for leverage. If your down lineman inside of you is covered, you're going to key his hip, looking to cut him off. If he steps to you, you're going to get inside, get that backside ear hold to his inside hip and throw vertical on him. If he steps away, you're going to press vertical at that point, looking for the fold defender coming backside. So I got some drills for that as well. Some of the coaching points is we want to press vertical through the defender. A lot of guys will kind of just dive out. They don't take enough steps or they'll fall down. Really, we're trying to get it open up, crank the elbow, drive through that inside hip or to that aiming point, whether it be the hip or that 1 yard race inside, and then we want to throw vertically on them. And this is a backside block where we're trying to get guys on the ground. So the first
Coach,
thing
about 5 minutes.
thanks, Coach. Appreciate you. First thing we do here is we just grab a towel. So you'll see them try to, roll that back knee again. You're going to open your body. You're going to open your hips up by cranking your elbow and then taking a good first step. Not quite flat. We used to have degrees to it, 45 degrees, but it's kind of just, you want to step at the angle to whatever your destination is. So if it's a 1 yard race, you want to kind of aim towards that. If it's to the key in the hip, you want to step towards the hip. So you see here, they're opening up. Nice, they're cranking their elbows, both elbows opening up, grabbing that towel, and that towel keeps their pad level down. You don't want to see guys rise up when you're doing this. You want to see low pad level the entire time. Again, trying to open up, crank those elbows, and work through. And then kind of the next transition phase to this is you add a bag to it, and then you kind of force them to bear crawl or work through the bag, because what's going to happen is defenses are coached up too. So those defensive linemen, they're going to start using their hands and they're going to kind of press you down. That's what they're taught to do. Throw the helmet down, climb over the block. So what you got to do is you got to work that hand shield. Once you get tired enough, I only did a few of these, and then you give it to your players to do. But you just want to give a good look at what they're trying to do, and you see we talk about scramble, 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 and then we just incorporate with it. Another thing we can do is you get more advanced. You move them, you give guys, you say this is a 2-eye, this is a 3-tech. Make sure you're keying the hip, and then you throw on that. But here it is, just guys working through. If you see the guy on the left, he's kind of pressing through vertical. We want to see steps in the ground. The guy on the right is kind of just hip dropping on it. In the game situation, I guarantee the guy on the left is going to have a lot better opportunity to get his guy down than the guy on the right. We don't want to hip drop. We want to run through, get steps in the ground, and throw on those guys. And then scramble, scramble, scramble. You see our left tackle there. He's army crawling. He's doing whatever it takes to get back up and scramble through that. All right, here's some game situations on this. Right there, you see, backer on the left side. He kind of walked up. He's in the gap. Now he knows he's got an inside gap covered. He's going to run to get him cut down right there. I wish he took a few more steps. And then our left guard with a head up nose, he's keying the hip. We teach guys that if you feel like they might be engaged with the center, you don't want to throw on them because you might get a high-low. So he just runs through that hip to get that guy cut off. Right there, working through. Again, good play for us. Right here, this is what we call a low backside. Every once in a while, we just want to punish a down defender, get them on their toes. They're both going to throw simultaneously at the guy. You see their hips together, and then you just backside cut off. There's no real fold threat in this situation because the fold threat's walked up on the line of scrimmage, and he's kind of playing for that reverse or anything happening backside. He's a contained player, so we can throw on that 3 technique. And then what I love about this rep is you see that left guard popping back up and driving that guy out of there. It's a scramble drill, and now that defender is making the play 20 yards down the field. Again, they're going to do that little 1 yard race. They're both going to throw simultaneously. We call this a low block. He's going to pop up and then just keep scrambling and blocking. Here's another good example of a guy who gets extra steps in the ground with our left guard and a guy who just kind of falls at our left tackle. Left guard gets his guy down, left tackle, that guy's able to just step over and go chase down, right? So again, it's about getting feet in the ground and getting vertical. And then we have a short scoop where you're kind of keying the hip at tackle and you're driving through at guard. So this is kind of textbook by the guard. He's scooping up, finding that backside backer, that fold player, and that threatening player, and then our tackle gets his guy to the ground, running through. You see all the stuff we did underneath the chute, transitioning to real life game situations.
All right, there you go, Coach. Right there on time. Perfect.
Yep, perfect. Well, I appreciate you, Coach, and thanks for letting me get a chance to talk. And if anyone has questions, here's my information. Feel free to hit me up and talk triple football. I love talking it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man.
All right, thank you.
Coach Green.
What's up? You got me?
Yeah, man. What are you going to be using to present?
For what?
What are you going to be
present?
using?
I just shared my screen. Let me know if you got that.
Not yet. No. I'm sorry. Are you using the browser? Are you using DV Sport or something like that? Or
I'm using Thundercloud. So
okay, is it an app or is it on your computer or is it on the internet?
Let me see. This should work.
Yep, there it is.
All right. Where is it showing? Why are we in that? Let me try this real quick.
Okay.
All right, we got that?
Yes, sir. You want to go ahead and hit the little hide down there, the little bar that says you're in your sharing thing. Yep. Go ahead and cycle through and make sure that it's working.
Yep, we're all good.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Thank you, Coach.
All right, perfect. So I'm going to be presenting on six-man protection today. A little bit of background about myself. I played for Mike Leach at Washington State for 5 years. So I've been doing pass protection my entire life. I've probably done over, probably 10,000, 20,000 snaps in pass protection. We still teach it the exact same way here at NC State. Much of our staff has air raid backgrounds, so we teach it the exact same way since I've been learning since I was 17. I'm 10 years into doing this now, so it hasn't really changed a whole lot. We've added some nuances into all that, and happy to get into that with you guys. One of the first things we talk about when we get to campus is with these young guys is at the high school level, they don't really understand what a junction point is. So you guys can read that up there, spend all your time. But these are really the 4 different kinds of sets that I'm going to work with our guys a lot. Obviously, this is very technique dependent, what the defensive guy is playing, what kind of rusher they are, what kind of set am I good at. Like one thing I'm not going to do with O-linemen is hinder them into, you're a jump set guy, you're an angle set guy. I'm not going to do that. Whatever's going to work for them, that's what I'm going to let them use. So we'll play around with this a lot and let them rip through this and find out what's good for them. And obviously all this stuff is very slide side specific, man side specific. So we'll get into all that. But those are just kind of the 4 base sets that we'll let our guys use. And we teach them right away when they're freshmen. Okay, I could probably spend 3 hours ripping through this if I wanted to. I'm just going to leave this up for you guys for a second. This is just kind of our pass protection techniques that we'll use. You guys can see we got a set area, strike area, and a counters area. So when our guys get in, and this looks like a lot if you're looking at it when you're a freshman. Last month, I've been spending the whole time with my freshmen. Man, they don't know their ass from their elbow when they get in here. So we start very small with this. Now, when they're 6-year, 5th-year seniors, and I'll show you guys some of that coming up, we get into all this, and they get through this entire list here on the right with their counters and strikes, and they find out what works for them. What am I really good at with my hand usage? So just kind of our base sets, flat angle, inside, vertical, drag, jump. We'll also call it a creeper, up kick, run action, sort. Okay, that's kind of just our base sets that we'll use. Okay, strikes, we'll use pillar, stab, clamp, double clamp, uppercut, snatch, and double under. Okay, counters all very specific. Now, all these are very specific to technique based, and you don't need to overload the guys in high school when you're doing this, even in college. Like this is a lot. People really don't use all this till they're much older. Like I can tell you from my experience when I was playing, I was a big double under guy, and I was going to throw a pillar and a clamp, and that was the extent of my game when I was playing. So we have this big list, and it's just finding what works for your guys. Okay, these are some of our 6-man pro diagrams. it's the same thing as everyone in America's. So 60s pro, if you guys know anything about the air raid, it's 60, 90, 50, 50s 5-man, 60, 6-man, 90 just tells us it's 6-man when we're hanging in there longer. So this is kind of some of our 6-man pro where we know we're getting the ball out quick. Y'all can read through these descriptions and everything. I want to focus on this box right here, the 4-2 split box. So how we ID stuff, it's very important with our mic points. So we put a lot on our centers and our tackles, okay? Our tackles, their job, whenever we're in pass protection, they got to check the alley. That's the first thing they got to do. You got to check the alley, and then we have a nickel rule, okay? Where's that nickel located? Is he inside the strong safety, or is the strong safety outside of him? Right now, that's their job out the gate. Okay, if that nickel's inside the strong safety, we'll get an alert call that we have potential pressure here, okay? Next thing that goes into that is the cap. Where's the rotation? We can get into all that. But it's very base rule. If y'all have wanted to use this in high school, you got to have that tackle that's to the field, find the nickel. Okay, is he inside of the strong safety or outside of the strong safety? Okay, you can get into all the coverages and all that later, but that's just our base rule. So whenever we start, we're going to have our center wherever his mic point is, and we'll just say whatever our Ray, Lou, Rip, Liz, whatever the heck y'all use. Whatever it is, wherever the mic point starts, that's where we're going to start our slide here. So right now you can see in this top box, the mic's our ID. We're going to handle the mic, the tackle on the end. Okay, if we ended up getting a nickel bullet, anything off the edge, we are in a sort protection here. So all of our 6-man protection, we're going to treat it as sort protection. We are sorting the area that we've ID'd. Now, our tackles do a really good job. If that alley's not dirty, we're expecting to keep this in the box. Okay, we get a dirty alley. Tackle says something out there. Okay, that's when we can alert we might be out to the box or outside of the box. Okay, backside guys, you have 1 and 2 backside on the line of scrimmage. You are responsible for the 2 backside line of scrimmage guys. That's the extent of it. Okay, you guys can kind of see odd structure down here in box C right here. Now we're going to get into a 4-man slide here. We will lean on that. I don't want to put guys in one-on-ones as much as possible. Is there times we're going to do that? Absolutely. But as much as we can 4-man slide, we're going to. Okay. So we'll be down here, box C. You can see we'll ID the mic. We'll ID the buck here. It's a buck over front, bover. And we're responsible for the +1. So we're sliding 4. We can handle 5. Obviously, going back to box A and C, if they bring 4 strong in box A, that's when the running back comes into play. Okay. No one brings 5 strong, and running backs don't have to cross read when we're doing 5-man protection. So you guys can read through this, take a picture. I don't care. This is just kind of our base 6-man install. Okay, this is something that I drive every single day. I take a lot of pride in our pass protection. Before pre-practice, every single day, we'd spend about 20 minutes realistically going through blitz pickup. So these cards here, I'd print off at about 11 of them, and I would highlight one guy. So if you were playing D-end, you're going to get highlighted here. You're going to get highlighted here, highlighted here. Instead of me having to walk around with a scout card and all the guys that help me out during practice having to walk around with a scout card all day and show it up, and, that takes five minutes. I just hand out 8 cards, 10, 11 cards, and you go where you're highlighted. So just a good little way for us to do blitz pickup. We get through about their top 8 blitzes. We'll work those a lot. And then on Thursday, we'll kick into some exotic stuff that we're going to see. And you're getting more reps of this in practice, but the same stuff that they're going to see in practice, we're going to show them in blitz pickup. Okay. So just a good little trick for the trade. Okay. Jump sets. I want to talk about this. This is something that's really important. We've implemented a lot on our man side protection. We will use it on our slide side only when we're getting tight end chips though. So something that we worked, this was all the way back in spring of 24. You can watch our right guard right here. Okay, so we'll call this a jump set. Okay, double vice with the hands. Okay, so aiming point whenever I'm jump setting. This is something we don't do a lot in. We didn't do a lot when I was playing, but it's something that we're implementing a lot more now. You can see our right guard here. I don't love his aiming point with his hat. I like him. So what I always say is you got to bite the inside ear. You got to bite the inside ear. Okay, another really important thing. Whenever I'm on the man side, okay, we got twists. We got a bunch of stuff that can put you in disadvantaged positions. I have to be a proactive striker. I can't be a reactive striker. I got to be a proactive striker. Okay. So our right guard does a really good job. Okay. I don't love his hat placement, but creates first substantial contact. Feet stay hot, levers it off. Really good job. Love where his inside hand is. You know, almost run him into my knee. We're all good. Okay. Same thing here. Little foot fire. Okay. This is an outside pillar getting down the midline there. You can see the amount of, this is what proactive striking does for you guys. And if you guys can teach kids to do this in high school, man, it would be awesome. If you are able to be a proactive striker as an offensive lineman, you are so far ahead of everyone else. It takes, I mean, we do this every single day in individual period, and kids still won't do it. And that's at our level. If you can do it a little bit in high school, that would be amazing. You're going to be so far ahead of everyone. So Tim, our right guard here, he's actually down at the East-West Shrine Bowl right now. He's having a great, really good camp right there right now. But prior to me getting him, he was going to absorb people. Okay. So I had the opportunity to really work with the interior line a lot this year, which was great for me. But you can just see how proactive his strike is and just how disruptive it is to the defensive lineman's angle to get to the quarterback, right? He's struggling. We're creating substantial contact. All right. Noah's thrown off. Great rep. Get him down. Okay. You can watch our right tackle here. So he starts with a flat set into a jump. Really good job. Inside out. Okay, I hate his pad level. It's terrible. Everything's bad there. But love his feet. He's creating a width of the pocket, which is the most important point for these tackles here. Does a great job staying inside out. Hands get back inside. Does a great job finishing the rep. Okay. Once again, we will handle wide nines in quick protection like this. Okay. This is all man side based. Okay, right tackle again, same thing. He gets outside here, don't like his aiming point. Once again, try to bite that inside ear, levels it down. You know, defensive lineman gets lazy. It happens. They'll quit on reps too. Okay, watching our right tackle here, or right guard here, pardon me. So we're right here. Okay, they're on the man side of the protection. Really good job. Jump set. Okay, I don't like where his hat ends up. He's leaning a little bit. Really good, though. I love jump setting against twists, okay? Whenever we're getting TEs, it is one of the best ways to kill TEs. Like, whenever we were playing heavy TE teams, we knew we were going to jump set that man side there, okay? It kills TEs. It stops the penetrator. I'm in charge of stopping the penetration there. It's great. Tackles, you got to leave a great drag hand. You got to have awareness to the twist, but it's a great way to stop. You can watch penetrator's dead. Tackle comes off on it. Okay. Now, they weren't going to rush. I'll give Georgia Tech credit on this. They weren't going to rush their DN. They bailed him out, right? He's spying, gets his hands up, bats the ball. Okay. Good job finishing. One thing we will incorporate a lot more in, when the second I get my hands on a guy and at the end of a stale rep, we're going to start run blocking him. Okay. So you can kind of see that kick in late there. I love how he finishes the jumper, but ultimately ball gets batted. Not great for us, but really good set there. All right, we are watching the left tackle here. So right there, left tackle. Okay, really good. Okay, so he's using double clamp. Both of his hands end up outside on the shoulder pads, staying inside out, biting the inside ear, finishes a rep. Okay, once again, tackles, you're responsible for the width, right? That guy could beat him dead clean right there, and he's still got 8 yards to go to the quarterback. That's good ball for us. All right, here we're watching the right guard here. Okay, so whenever I get a 2-eye, man side, we know we're susceptible to ETs here, okay? That end can come in there and pick that guard. So I'm doing a really good job. Settle down. You can watch his eyes kind of get there late. Okay, we're going to have awareness when we're jump setting. We'll make combo calls. The tackle's going to know. So if I'm jump setting a 2-eye guard, that tackle's got to know, hey, if we start getting ET, I got to flatten this guy off quick so I don't get my buddy picked. Okay, really good rep there. Finish the rep. Really good job by our right guard. Okay, so I just want to kind of talk about man side aspects real quick because I don't think it's talked about enough, and I think that's something that y'all can take back and use in your lives. Okay, so we get 60. Center's going to slide this thing right. We're pointing the running back's guy. He's responsible for 40. So right now we're going to set this in the box. We're responsible for 1, 2, 3 here. Okay, that's our thing. Backside guard's responsible there. He's 1, backside line of scrimmage, 2, backside line of scrimmage. The running back is responsible for -1 of the point and -2 of the point, okay? He will have to cross scan and 4 strong, okay? Western Carolina was not a particularly heavy 4 strong team, so we were aware of that. Okay, running back really good. Pick him up, cut him down the line. Okay, left guard, left tackle. Really good job passing off this twist here. Left tackle gets great depth here. Doesn't allow him to get picked. I'd love for the guard to give a little bit more presence on that to throw him off and stop him. But ultimately, tackle has really good awareness of this. Guard does a good job slamming into it. Communication is so damn important whenever we're getting twist games. Western Carolina twisted the hell out of us. They did a great job with that all game long. But by the end of the second half, we were ready to roll for that. Okay, slide side, really good. Center does a good job getting his eyes there. Right guard, he sees, he knows he's already got one behind him with the backer. Okay, Deanne comes in, he knows it's bot, buys it. Good job, finish him. Love it. Really good by the running back. Our running backs were great in pass protection all year, and I attribute a lot of that to our blitz pickup. I mean, we spent 2 hours a week doing blitz pickup. It was great. Okay, you get a split front, split double mug. Okay, this is something that we did a lot of. Whenever we were going to get split fronts, we're going to give our running backs the most advantageous angles to block these guys. Okay, so we were going to cross-trap split fronts this whole year, and we were going to slide for there. Okay, we were going to man this. Okay, give our running back the best angle possible to kill these linebackers. Okay, now, number 35 wasn't a freak athlete, but you will see some 6'5" big dudes when you're playing in the ACC. Okay, I love what our left tackle's doing here, right here. Okay, he's triggering back here. So we call this a trigger. It's really important in our pass protection. That boundary DN, he bails. Okay, trigger back, catch some cloth. Okay, I'd love for our left guard, if we were getting a, steal or the old Mike Tomlin, buy back, start buying back, get your insurance policy going. Left tackle does a great job being violent. As much as I can get dudes on the ground in pass protection, we want to do it. Okay, really good job by the running back. Okay, cuts him in half. Once again, this is why I like cross keen split double mug. Give our running backs the best angle possible. Okay, good completion. Okay, so you can watch here where we point this thing. So we're going to make this the running back's ID. So this is going to start as -1, -2's out here. Left tackle's going to lock it. Left guard's there. We're going to declare 1, 2, 3. We're going to start. Our point's going to be there. So our point's going to be all the way out to the wheel out there. Okay, they bring Saw there. We're responsible 1, 2, 3. Okay, running back -1 doesn't come. Gets out to -2. Great protection. Catch the damn ball. Okay, I really like what our right guard's doing here. He gets a 2-eye inside, leaving a great drag hand. Gets out. He's helping the center in case we're getting any twists or anything, okay? Cal was a big Saw team. We knew it was coming the second we got down here in the red zone, in the low red especially. We knew Saw was coming, worked it all week. Okay, back to Western Carolina. Okay. I personally
Hey, Coach, we got a question real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so Coach Jones says, how are you treating a 5 shade to the slide side and a 4-eye to the man side? Are you keeping it a 4-man slide because the backside guard is uncovered, or do you treat it like 4 down?
Okay, well, do we got to know? So maybe I misunderstood. How are you treating a 5/shade to the slide 4-man? I mean, we're more nose predicated, like we're front predicated. I'm not going to be, people getting 4 eyes, getting to even fronts. We're going to still just treat it like a normal even front. Gotcha. Until I get that 0 nose where we're getting 4 strong, that's when I'll start treating it like odd fronts. When we're getting just a normal 4-eye, I'm going to let the tackle and the guard handle that. And normally if you get a 4-eye in there, you might have something wide outside. That's when you're just going to get into normal fan calls for the O-line. I hope that makes sense, and I hope I understood that question. Okay, so we get internal pressure, cross dogs, everyone in America's favorite blitz. Okay, once again, right tackle. Love what he's doing here. Okay, he's triggering back. Okay, his boundary DN peel or is gone. He triggers back in, picks it up. Right guard, really good job triggering back for help. Smack that mic. Love it. Okay, center, we're going to take first crosser always. Picks him up. Right guard buys it back. Pass pro's violent. Get him on the ground. Okay, I would have loved for our left guard to get in there and smack number 5 too, but pretty good. Okay, left tackle, you can see here. He also triggering back here. Love what he's doing here. Okay, triggers back, gets into it, picks it up. Guards are free. Right here, our left guards are insurance policy. Anything that we get strong, we're going to be able to buy back for. Okay, really good job there. Okay, clean pocket, get the ball off. All right, East Carolina. Okay, another really good rep here. So 6-man pass protection. So right now, if you're looking at this, 1, 2, 3, we're spotted out here. Left guard's responsible. Left tackle's responsible. Running back's -1, -2. Okay, so this is a great trigger by our left guard here. Guy goes away. Center leaves a great drag hand, has awareness that the nose is crossing his face. Okay, guards the insurance policy, picks him up. Running back gets out on a route. Okay, as much as we can get the running backs out, we're going to get them out. Okay, so this is really, really good by our left guard. Very cerebral kid, very intelligent. North Carolina's finest. Does a great job, gets out on it. Okay, great trigger there. Really good job by our center, and this is why I harp so much on a drag hand there. Really good job. Let him cross my face. 3 are declared. Really good. Okay, really good by our left guard there. Okay, so back set right. We got more threats over here. We're going to go 3 for 3 out here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, backside line of scrimmage. 1, 2. That's our left guard and our left tackle. Running backs -1 to -2 out here. Okay, we don't have a 4 strong look. We're good. Anytime we feel like we're getting pressure, I want the backs to have a best angle. Now, I know he takes out our left guard here, but it happens. Okay. Really good by our left guard, getting this TE off. You can see he is stopping the penetrator right there, throwing him off, getting back in there for the looper. Really good job. Love our tackle set. Okay, 45-45, gets into a vert. Great job, picks it up, strong inside hand, drag him across my face. Left guard, great job delivering that guy. Okay, he does a great rep and then gets his ass taken out, but happens. Okay, ends up having a big play, offensive line play, ain't always going to be pretty. Okay, so I don't know what y'all call this blitz, Steeler. That's what we call it. Mike Tomlin's old thing. Okay, we're going to so right here ends up being an odd front. We go rip into this, ray into this, whatever you guys call it. We're responsible here, here, and here. Okay. Fan in the backside. There's -1. -2 is not in the picture, so we're not going to ID him. Okay. Duke was a 4 strong team. We knew this. Now, running back's going to cross scan -1 to -2, back to +1 of our ID. So this would be 0, -1, +1. Okay, really good by our running back. Okay, now our right guard's trying to do too much here, right? I can't even tell you how many times I've heard Mike Leach say, do your job. So just do your job, really good. Okay, right guard should just stick on the mic there, pick it back up. Lucky we don't get a high-low call. But you guys can kind of just see in a perfect world, our right guard would stay on him. Running back would fold in for number 4. Be great pickup. Okay, backside, another great trigger by our left tackle, number 74. Buck bails, get back in there. Okay, left guard, insurance policy, help your center out. Okay, this is an overload double mug, so they got 3D linemen on this side. Both their linebackers are right here. DN's right there. Okay, whenever we get this is when we will call 4-man slide protection. We'll treat this like odd. We're going to go 4 for 4 right here. Okay, backside tackle is going to lock. There's your -1. He's on the line. He's a threat. Okay, whenever we get linebackers mugged up, everyone in America loves doing this. I'm going to try to pick the center. I'm going to try to pick someone with these linebackers, let these D linemen get home. Okay, you can see our running back gets picked. Now, this was one of our right guard right here. It's one of his first games here. Not great by him. He's getting set. I'd like it to be more firm so he can get some pressure, get some presence on that mic there. Okay, good job. Our center gets picked. Not great there, but really good job by our running back. That's just kind of how we handle some of those overload fronts. Okay, simple math. We've seen enough Western Carolina. Let me get to some of the odd stuff. Here, this is a good one. Okay, so you guys can see this here. We end up going rip here, Ray here, across the back. We're going to put this in the box. 1, 2, 3. We don't see the rotation going weak here with this free safety coming down, coming off the edge here. Once again, running back. He doesn't have, there's no -1 or -2 threat here. Okay, in a perfect world, we would spot this out here. It's not always going to happen. Okay, so we spot this in the box. We're responsible for these 3. Line of scrimmage, there you go. Running back's under cross scan here after he checks his -1, -2. There is no -1, -2. Gets there right away. Really good job, okay? Quarterback's drifting. We had a young freshman. He's going to be a lot better once he understands a little bit more pass protection. Really good job. Kid's going to be a stud. You know, drifting for no reason, but delivers a hell of a ball. Okay, you can see we're reading in here. Okay, pick up this mic that's going to green dog on here. Backstage of protection. He's green dogging. Really good job. Right guard gets eyes to it. Pick the whole thing up, okay? Quarterback doesn't need to drift. Sit your ass in that pocket. Okay, same thing. We get boundary cat here. Sorry, I'm not showing you guys the whole picture, trying to get through this. Okay, we go rip here. We're responsible. 1, 2, 3. They got line of scrimmage 1 and 2. Running backs got to read. We're ID'd here. We're saying we're going to handle these 4. We knew this running back was going to leak out. We were expecting 17 to go with him. So we spotted 23. Okay, boundary cat. They were a boundary cat team. Pick it up. Really good. Running back scans. -1, -2, -1 shows. I got it. Okay, a little bit of odd structure. Oh, let me get a better view of this. Okay, so this is a spinner front here. Okay, this is not perfect by us. So this was in 2023. So this is their mic over here. This is their Will over here. And their D linemen are in here. So I'm not always going to show perfect clips. You know, this is a great clip that we had to learn from. Okay, number 3 was a really good all-conference DN. Not good for us to put him on the running back. Okay, but you guys can kind of see here. We ended up 5-0 in this thing, 55, whatever the heck you guys call it. We're there, here. This is just our base rules. He's going to pick that up. In a perfect world, and how we will do this now, we're going to go 4 for 4 here. And we'll go 4 for 4 in the interior, guys. Put the running back out here. Lock this back here. Okay, not perfect. Little 7-up look. Okay, this is true 7-up. This is a problematic blitz for everyone in America. So this is how we're going to handle this. We got 4 people over here. We're going to get a 4-man slide there. Okay, backside tackle is going to lock it. These are both backers. We have declared we're going to take 1 and 2 here. So we're responsible for 4 for 4 over there. Running back's got to read -1 to -2 here. Okay, you can see it. Cross scan, same thing. I want to give him advantageous angles. Kind of get lucky. 54 doesn't end up coming. Running back does a really good job getting out after he sees it. Picks it up clean. Okay, good job. Get the ball off. Completion. Okay, kind of a bear front. We're going to go 5 for 5 here. We're big on big across the board here. Okay, running back's responsible. So we're going to spot him here. -1, -2. Right there. Okay, -1 comes. Pick it up. Okay, would love for our right guard. Okay, 52 here. So this is why triggering is so important. I would love, right tackle does a really good job. It's about as quick as it's going to happen. I snap right away, back in on it. Would love for our right guard to get in there a hair quicker on it. Okay, they were a big You know, they were going to bail guys out there. Duke's a big pressure team where they're going to bluff and bail. Okay. Once again, we're lucky we don't get a high-low there, but you can just see right guard gets back in there in time. Hell of a catch by our tight end. Really good job. Okay, same thing. Left tackle here. You can see number 4 bails out of there, comes back on 97. Okay, left guard. I don't want to leave my center on an island. Insurance policy, buys back, gets in there. Okay, center does a good job getting eyes for any green dogs we could potentially have. Okay, once again, right guard does a good job. Would love to got away with a high-low there, though.
All right, Coach, I'm going to cut you off right there.
Okay, we're all good.
That's time. Yeah, real quick, just want to say appreciate Coach Green for stepping in and saving the day for the 10 o'clock session. Hell of a guy. But also, as a lifelong NC State fan, my dad's an alumni. Appreciate y'all beating Carolina.
Appreciate you. 4 in a row, baby.
Yes, sir.
Hey, real quick, if anyone needs, that's my Twitter. That's my that's not my work phone. That's my real cell number. If anyone wants to reach out, North Carolina coaches, I don't care. I'm more than happy to talk ball at any time. That's my Twitter. If y'all need anything, I'm absolutely willing to help. I will not hoard anything.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, appreciate y'all.
All right. Coach, I got to say one thing, and I'll bring you on. Give me 2 seconds. Also, so guys, appreciate everybody for joining. I'm going to get Coach Pace on here. Make sure you subscribe. Guys, we are blowing up right now. I really do appreciate everything y'all have done. Also, Coach Wade had a drop. I know a lot of people were looking forward to seeing him talk about QB run game. Not my fault. Sorry. He had a junior day. So I had several people DM me, mad, kick rocks. Okay. So I'm going to get Coach Pace on here. I had to say that. Appreciate you, Coach. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, and then we'll get you on there. You can kind of do your intro and we can talk a little ball. Coach, you're my first high school speaker.
Coaches, all these college coaches.
Yeah, I'm a high school coach, so a lot of love for the high school guys. We'll get you on there. You go ahead and jump to that. Cool. You want to go full screen, and the floor is yours, Coach.
All right. Everybody, can we see that? We good?
Yeah. So instead of doing it that way, Coach, you went full screen. You didn't go full screen. Let's see. Better? Yeah, hit slideshow over on the right.
Oh, that works. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. And then hit hide on that little bar down there, and you're good to go.
There we go. All right, guys. Just going to talk over through our counter technique first that we do through some slides, and then hit some huddle stuff. You're going to see some clips where we did pretty well, and we hit. And I got some clips on here, man. We got stuffed at 2 yards, and it didn't work. So we kind of want to show both. So our play side down blocks on our counter. This is kind of just on our base counter that we kind of collect through all of the stuff we do with it. Our first step, we step to that D-line hand right here. We're not trying to talk about a 6-inch step. We're trying to step at his hand to kind of depending on where that D-line is. So if he's further down into us, like on a tight one technique, we're stepping a little bit further into him. Our second step is to bring it real quick into the ground. We're trying to stomp our feet. That's something we work on our everyday drills. We're just working those down blocks and then our base block, stomping the feet and running our feet. I got started right here, head placement. One thing big for me on any down block is head placement. If I can get head placement in some capacity across that body, across that face mask right here, go back, of the D-line, it stops that penetration on the inside. That's huge for me. Even when I've taught with hand placement or I've done shoulder blocking at different places. The inside hand, we put it on the breastplate to gain control, kind of that inside armpit. And then our outside hand, this is something new for me this year. As a high school coach, I had not taught down blocks with this part. And it was really good once our guys got a better understanding of it. The outside hand, we called it a strong arm or a high wall. It's on the the other side of the breastplate here, and it's to jack up the defender and prevent a spin out. We got a lot of guys that were spinning out of the down block across of us, so we were trying to get them to take that and this really strong arm, that outside hand, and push up that defender. One thing our guys did a bad job of doing with it was, I'll show you in the clips later. They would extend the arm. They would extend the arm all the way up and not stay in the guy's grill right here. You can see, make sure to stay in the defender's grill. When we did that, it was a much better down block, and they couldn't spin out of it as easy. but our guys wanted to kind of get separation, trying to really emphasize the high wall or strong arm, we called it. And I told them, guys, you can still do that, but stay in the chest plate of the guy. Stay in his breastplate, stay in the grill, and run and stomp your feet. Down blocks, working up the backers. We would step down to give hand to help the guy. If he was a tight 3 or a head up, we would give a little bit more. But, we knew the guys that like to slant in, kind of game plan, hey, man, use that hand, just shove the hand. Don't commit the outside hand in, because then it's a lot harder to work up to the linebacker. Some of our tackles had a hard time kind of realizing that we just used the inside hand. The guards wasn't as bad with it, but we would turn when you take that outside hand to help in on the down block all the way when you're basically making a double team on the down block. You don't have the ability to climb as easy, and your eyes turn and everything. So when we go to the linebacker on the second part, we sprint to the backer. So when we're climbing, we're sprinting there. We're getting there. And then around 2 yards, once that space is kind of eat up on the backers, that's when we call it a gobble him up, a gobble block, we'd call it. We get into the grill of the defender, we control the breastplate, and we just run and stomp our feet. At times we only were able to get a piece of them. And at other times we were able just to seal them all the way off. We were just trying to gobble and just eat them up. And, the big thing for me when I'm blocking a guy, I'm having a big man block a faster dude at a linebacker level. You'll get linemen in high school that, they're not going to play college ball. They're not as great of a lineman as far as athletic ability. And so what you got to do is I tell them you got to limit the space. You're almost like it's playing tag. It's easier to play tag in a 5x5 box than it is a whole football field. So sprint, limit the space between them, then break it down and gobble that backer up. Control his breastplate and just drive him off of that. Our backside pullers on the counter, our pull kick guy, guard, of course, turn and step at center step. I want him to get upfield and into the line of scrimmage. A lot of times guys want to go flat or they, want to go backwards almost. So we try to make them go upfield, cross that line of scrimmage if we can. If you have to cheat the split in, cheat it in. If you got to step back a little bit, step back, get a little depth. I've done to where the center's helmet, the guard's helmet is on the center's hip. I've had them that deep before, but not this last year. We didn't go that deep. We didn't have to. And then the head has to be inside. That's another star for me. That's another non-negotiable. Man, we have to. If you can get that head inside on that kick, that is everything to me. And a lot of guys, already know that. But like I've seen so many times where we had a bad rep or we had a bad play, but man, we got that head inside on that kick out block, and we still got 5 yards because of that. We were able to get enough on a down block, but we kicked the guy just because we got the head inside. I'm big on using the shoulder. You use that outside shoulder to explode inside on the guy through the defender. That gives a little bit of a drive, and then you use the other hand. You would call the inside hand, and you're controlling the guy with that. You grab him with that on the breastplate or where they get a hold of him, and you want to explode with that shoulder. We didn't always do a great job of that. There were some guys that I guess they were more of a run through and kind of like led up into them with both hands. That kind of ended up being two things that we did. But I am big on explosion on that defender. Get the head inside and explode through him. And if you miss and you miss inside, still got to play. Backside pullers or tackles, tight ends, you'll see here in a minute. We even have some running backs. I don't think I have it on their clips, but when we went two back, you got that ability to lead up through with the running back. So I run into the pull, fight the shoulders upfield, have eyes on the defender. Biggest thing, I want the eyes upfield so they can clean up that inside, this last part, so they can clean up the inside right here. We miss a down block, we miss something. Well, I would rather him clean that up than go to the backer, because if he cleans it up, we still get a few more yards. If you can get 3 or 4 yards, and we're working with something, even in your spread run game. We got to stay tight. That's one thing. With our tight ends, we would back them off and give them a second level. But with our tackles, when we went GT counter, we would stay tight to those down blocks, and I'd tell the guys like, "Hey, touch their hips as you go by." So I keep hitting slides. Touch their hips as you go by. If you can do that, then you know you're good and tight. You got to use your eyes. Now that works really good for some tall guys. There's some shorter guys that may have to back up a little bit, but we were blessed with 6'2", 6'3", tackle, and he was able to stay tight, still see inside, still see backers. My list of clips I'm going to show you. I'm going to show a basic counter, a GH counter. This geek right here is the same thing as the GH counter, but we start the tight end on the play side and inserting. Running back, filling backside. The cheetah, I'll talk about that later. Quarterback counter is how we protect it, and we do some arcs and motions. Only pulling the guard. We've got a couple clips I've got for you guys on some logs, some teams that we just had that would say were hell-bent on squeezing counter. And then we got a little bit of a screen off of it. And all that was simply just to protect our counter game. Counter was one of our biggest run, second biggest run. We were a counter wide zone team. And so you got to find ways to protect what you do. All right, starting off here, right here on 5-yard line, we're going to throw a little motion in on our basic counter right here. They give us a 4-2 box, really, 4-1 if you want to call it that. Run it here, a little motion. The biggest thing we did with this motion was trying to get this guy right here to maybe arc out a little bit, maybe pull this guy, one or both of them, if we can pull them. Boom, right there. And we're able to get up into it. Got good down blocks on this one. We climb well, and the safety just kind of takes himself out of the play, running into the block, and we just follow our tackle, big 77 right there. Jared Bafford, man, we just right up into the end zone. So that was a good pull for us. Here it is on sideline view. I've got sideline and drone view for a lot of the clips, not all of them, but looks like we got a penalty on this eventually. Go back. There we go. No, let's move on. Here we are with GH counter. Pulling this guy. That's a little bit of the log. I don't think we wouldn't try to necessarily log as much here. That's what happened. And when we log, we try to throw our helmet. We'd even practice without a helmet on bags, and on a player without with a bag with the puller wouldn't have a helmet on, just so he could really throw that shoulder, throw that head around, and get around there. Little orbit motion to pull a guy out of the box. Like I said, we didn't get a whole lot of yards on that one, but we were able to pull a guy out of the box. Slow motion here on the drone. Pulls one guy out of the box. If we're able to log or kick this guy, then we can lead up on another because we got the down blocks decently here. There, like I said, we got stuffed on that one. Out there's a good representation of the log. It hit early a little bit on some of our just basic GH counter stuff. Slow motion there, right there. See him right there. The guy squeezes. He just decides to log it and take him in. And we get a wrap and get a piece of the next guy right there. And what happens is we miss a down block with our center. Excuse me, with the guard. And one thing I want to emphasize on this, watch his first step right here. His first step is what gets him. He doesn't take a good first step on those down blocks. He doesn't step at the D lineman's hand. He just picks it up and sets it down. And that second step puts him to where this guy's allowed to get some penetration because he can't get the hat across. Back. Right there. Boom. That first step, those first two steps are so important. And where he doesn't gain any ground, he doesn't get anything on that first step, the guy's able to just get right through. We take care of that guy. I think we get at least 4 yards. All right, so here's the geek. We didn't do this a ton. It was a game plan thing to break some tendencies. I only got a clip or two of it. It was good to us a little bit, but it wasn't something that we felt like we wanted to keep all year. But I did like it because it broke some tendencies. This as much as this, you see a same side counter with the back. A lot of people was like, oh, I noticed we were running back back away. So we had to go some same side stuff and throw in this geek motion where we're basically running counter to the right. We're going to kick this guy, and then we're going to insert here. This guy's kind of like a top 4-eye, so we go ahead and down block that. And this guy's going to shuffle, insert after the guard pulls a kick. Right there. Like I said, it wasn't a staple. We get 3-4 yards on it. Back gets downhill. And like I said, he didn't shuffle there. He should have. He's still able to get into it. We get 3 yards.
Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
Got some questions about the drone shot because drone shot's the best shot. One is, what drone are y'all using, if you know? And then does that pair with huddle sideline for y'all?
So we didn't do huddle sideline. I wish we would have. I was the one that tagged all the stuff. I did the Cell Scout, and huddle sideline would save me probably an hour a week, 2 hour a week. The drone we're using, I don't know for sure what drone it is, but we're able. So I've been 2 places now with the drone. The first place we were able to take the drone on huddle with the sideline view and integrate it to where it was like, it's like some of my clips, like we went, like you'd have this shot and then hit next and it would show the drone shot or vice versa. It does integrate if you just got to find a guy that knows how to do it. The first guy I worked with, he was licensed in drones. He had like the flying certifications. Awesome guy. What we did here is we were able to still do it at this place at Oak Ridge. And so are all the other teams in Knoxville without licensed guys, but you'd have to do it certain ways, and you got to can't necessarily get over people. You got to kind of stay a little almost higher and back away from the kids a little bit, maybe zoom in. But where my guy at my previous school, he was able to do whatever. It didn't matter. As long as we wasn't right next to an airport, there wasn't nobody that could say we couldn't do it. What was the other question again?
It was just whether or not you could use it with huddle sideline and watch it during the game. But
yeah. So we get it during the game. We don't use huddle sideline. We used what was it? I've used Stream something, and this one was brand new. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, it should work with huddle sideline. We had it on the sideline at all times.
Cool.
When it didn't mess up. Now you do have to recharge the batteries. That is pain in the butt sometimes.
Yeah. All good. All right, you good, coach. Yeah.
So here we got same side again. GH counter. We're able to kind of get into it. Lead up through there. They take our feet out a couple times here against this team. This is a region championship. Able to lead up into this. C22 there. We get a piece of that. State gets that second level, leads up in it. Would like to see him hit that a little quicker though. Right there, he kind of slows down once he starts getting vertical. Would like to see him lead up into that. All right, I'm going to get moving a little bit off the same side. Here's our quarterback counter motion again, and then we just get vertical. One thing big with this one is one of the first times we ran it like this with, I think it was one back, the quarterback wanted to go out. He wanted to go out and then get vertical. And I was like, hey, guys, we talked to him on the sideline. I was like, hey, if you get downhill now after the fake, this guy right here, if he wins it, if we don't arc to him or if he's not there, then he can't make the tackle on you because we're going to try to widen him or something. He can't make that quick tackle on you if you don't go horizontal. Back here. Boom right there. Get vertical now. 63 point around. Should have taken the outside guy, the corner walk down, or the outside backer. Did not. His eyes went forward. We get almost 2 guys on him. Still get 6 yards. Like I said, it ain't perfect, but we got 6 yards. I'll take that. Down blocks ain't getting a whole lot of movement, but we're walling them off, and it's a seal. On the backside here, this guy gets some movement here, but guys, I'll take 6 yards on a 60% play every day. Another drone shot. Here's our Colorado guys cue. Motion this guy in. Slow-mo it down. We're going to pull kick. Turns into a log. Now, what I would love to have is he inserts. That's fine. Follow your guy, follow your blocker. But then the other guy here, he hits him. Then we're one-on-one. Maybe he breaks an ankle tackle, hits it vertical. Get downhill with it, right? We got a fake, boom, straight downhill. He's able to get something with it, and we get 15 yards or so. Unfortunately, that was a game, man. The first drive, we had a 20-play drive and scored and fizzled out. We get the injury bug bad. Quarterback counter again. Like I said, he gets inside. Watch the guard pull right here. Left guard pulls. Guy squeezes, boom. He's still able to get inside a little bit. We still have a play. Tight end doesn't get there enough. He's really a running back. He misses the block, but we still get 4 or 5 yards simply because we got some down blocks and we got inside on the counter pull. This team right here, you're gonna see some more of them. We'll skip and go to mouth. So when you see mouth or shark on that top part, we're arcing. And we're arcing because this team right here, they wanted to go 4-2, 4-3, not move out of it. They were stubborn, and we said, all right, that's fine. We're going to arc our guys. We're going to make your DNs that are playing tight already. We're going to make them hesitate or arc out with us a little bit, and then we're going to kick them. That way we didn't have to just do the log. So you see 55 right there. Goes out with our arc. Boom, we kick him. We get inside. Get going. Little motion. Should be same play. Boom. Watch this guy arc right here. Boom right there. He arc. This is a step. Even if it's 1 to 2 steps, we still get an arc because they were playing a super tight. Quarterback counter with the mouth. Get going as drone footage. Boom right here. Watch this guy hesitate. Right there. Just a second. They were big on reading blocks. So we just did different stuff each game planning of what these teams did. This is the second time we played this team this year, and they knew us, we knew them. We played them the year before as well. Right here, it doesn't work on us. We try to arc again. We get a little bit of the kick, but we get a backside run through. This year, some of our guys had tough on gap hinge, but that's the backer right there that we got to try to down block too. But he just shoots the gap, gets it on us. But they're inside, right? Watch the guard get inside. I love that inside. And here's the thing you'll see in a minute too. This guy runs upfield. We play another team in black. They run upfield big on us. We're able to adjust. So you want to step up into it right here where my mouse is. We want to step up into it there. And then adjust if we have to not miss that. Move on. Right here, some more of the F shark. Boom, get vertical. Let's go to the drone shot. Right here, we're going to, so when you see this, I'm going to wait. Well, this is mouth and shark, so it's a double arc. And we get going with it. Make this back guy hesitate. If the quarterback pulls it, this guy arcs out to the next guy and makes this dude hesitate just enough. Make him think for a second. Even we hit that. Actually, he did not hesitate. My bad. I was wrong on that one. All right. Where did my thing go? That's what it is. All right, here we go. Move on from that. 8 minutes left. Again, mouth shark again. There's a good hesitation one. Love this right here. We arc out here. Got this guy going. We can get a double team there and get that going. Boom. And this protects that backside. We had some backside pressures come in a lot and get us, so we just started arcing them and making them hesitate, making them think. There it is again, down towards the goal line. We ran a lot of counter to this game. They adjusted really well in the second half against us. Boom right here. See the log out of 63 right there. He logs that guy. We're able to get outside. Tackle keeps going on around, and we just get that. We get the edge. We had the bounce counter sometimes. Here's the drone shot of it. Watch this guy right here. Right here. He's going to log this guy, and we're going to get around him. Boom, right there. And he ends up climbing. So that guy takes himself out of the play. All right, here's Cheetah. I'm going to skip a little faster. I'm running out of time. I want to get to the screen too because I really like it. Here's Cheetah. All we're doing is running counter. And then we're calling this, and we're handing it to this back right here. And he's running outside. So we're faking counter to the right, and we're basically running like an outside zone type to the left. Boom right there. Gets around it. We know they're going to squeeze. It's that same team that love to squeeze and play tight. So we're like, all right, cool. We're going to fake counter one way, and we're going to go the other with it. A little blocking downfield. We do get a holding call there, unfortunately. But I feel like hands are inside. That's just me as an O-line coach. Hands are inside, ain't holding penalty. Here we go with the Cheetah again. It's out of the jet. If you see this mint, we got mint. It's kind of like mouth and the shark. But the mints, he's arcing and trying to come back inside. If a guy runs into him, he blocks him, or come back into the inside backer just to give something. Right there, we're able to get around to it. You can see 69 is the mint guy right here. And he gets over, but he doesn't do a great job of getting to the outside of him. We'd like to see him get pinned because we're handing the Cheetah off, and we know we are. And we still get a yard or two. Our guy's a little bit better than their guy that time just to get a yard or two. All right, here's Sucker. This is off a counter. It's not counter, but it's off of counter. This guy's supposed to arc more. He doesn't arc as well. He gets a little vertical, but we're only pulling the guard. We're leaving the backside tackle for the gap hinge. Right there. And what we also do is we have the tight end, which is really a tackle. He played tackle and tight end for us because we had injuries and we had to get creative. He kind of leaves this guy alone, kind of arcs up someone as well, or gets vertical, and it makes this guy hesitate. Boom right there. We get the kick. Another thing I liked that, heck, guys, I'll be honest, I forgot until I was reviewing this. He's not lined up behind the center. The quarterback's not. The running back is. He acts like he's getting the ball. He goes straight to the running back. Boom right there. Shuffle, shuffle, go. It's almost like a counter read, but we're just getting vertical with it and getting yardage. Here's the one that scream upfield, and he wins inside. He don't touch the guy, but he gets inside of him, and we're able to get some yards. I'm telling you guys, if you can win the inside on a pull kick, you've got something. Something's going. We don't get a lot of blocks right on this game, but we won that one. We got inside. He breaks a hand tackle. Goes. Here's Sucker again with Mint. Later in the year, that this play right here was early in the year, like game 2. This is game 14. We were lucky enough to string together a few wins. We get downhill. We don't get a lot of yards on it, but earlier we did. Thought we came back to it. That time they got us. Here's Clippers. 2 back. 8's supposed to seal the backside to prevent that backside pressure. Doesn't do a great job of it, but gets enough. Takes our guards' knees out. Boom. But we wrap on up and get going. Here's the log one more time. Watch this left guard. He's going to pull. Guy squeezes, log it, lead up on it, get vertical with the running back. That's what we did. Here's the screen pass. So what happens here, guys? I know I'm running out of time. I got 3 minutes. Got 3 clips I want to get through. All right. So this guy right here is super active. This middle linebacker was this active guy. He was what we had to worry about, especially on this play. So what we do is we're running counter right. We're showing counter right, but we're taking this down block, and the center. So center to tackle on the backside, the down blocks, they are turning into the screen defenders. Boom right there. 8 gets through. They're going downfield. The center is supposed to kick the first thing. Guard leads up through, and the tackle is supposed to come down through here and just loop around and look for that middle linebacker I told y'all about. Linebacker's right here. He took himself out of the play going for the quarterback because we made the quarterback show a little bit of sprint out because we also done sprint out counter where we basically counter draw and made it look like sprint out. See if I got a drone shot. Here's a drone shot. Let me back up. Boom, right there. Slow-mo. Pull kick. They turn into it. There's no one there if we get this off. And that last guy got us, but it got us 8 yards. It got us 15 yards, something like that. It was positive. Here's where it didn't work. Boom, we pull that. And my center is supposed to pull kick. No one to kick. Boom, right there. 21 beats him. Same play. Worked earlier. Didn't work this time. Simply because we missed one block. Now, I think, in my opinion, right there, we get this guy chasing, sprint out, fake counter. If he can get this block, I think he's going to get a chip on him, and our running back is going to be able to get vertical right through here. Doesn't happen. Would love to see him get that, and we'd have some yardage.
All right, Coach. I'm going to cut you off right there.
Gotcha.
All right, I really appreciate you doing that, Coach, and I love counter screen as well.
Yeah,
it's always really good. But I appreciate you, Coach.
Cool. Thank you, man.
Yep. Coach Soros, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Yep.
If you want to go ahead and present your screen, and then we can get rocking and rolling. And you did the dry run yesterday, so you should be straight. I gotta take my dog. Yeah, I gotta take my dogs out because she is over here crying. So I gotta take her outside. I'm gonna let you go ahead and rock and roll.
All right. Is everybody see? Oh, let me get the shots from beginning. You seeing that, Coach?
No, it's not. It's not full screen.
It's not full screen yet.
No. Let's see. Is it full screen for you?
Yep.
Okay. Go. Yeah, I can see you cycling through your slides, but it's not wanting to do full screen. Let's see.
Share screen. Oh, I know what I got to do. All right. Nothing yet.
No, I can see it, but it's not full.
Well, I did it yesterday. All right, hold on 1 second.
You good? Appreciate everybody for joining, guys. We got 250 actively watching right now. There it is, full screen. Love it.
All right.
Now, are you gonna stay on your PowerPoint? Or are you gonna jump to?
I'm gonna get through the PowerPoint and try to get to some film the last couple of minutes. So.
Okay, no problem. You want to click hide on that little bar down there, and you should be good to go.
All right.
And I'll be back.
All right, guys. My name's Steven Soros. I'm the run game coordinator, offensive line coach for the Edmonton Elks in the CFL. I'm from South Alabama. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. I coached college football from Division III all the way to FBS for a good number of years, and this will be my year 10 in the CFL, right? So let's get rolling. So all right, so this past year as a team, we didn't kind of accomplish what we wanted to, but our group in our room played really well, especially the last 15 to 16 games of the year. We finished the year first in the league in rushing, first in the league in sacks allowed, and so our guys played really, really well the back end of the year, right? And it was because of these guys right here. I have to give them a shout out. We've gone through a whole turnover in our organization, new president, new GM, new head coach, and I was the only guy retained from the previous staff. And a big part of the reason I was retained is because of these guys in this picture right here, right? They had a lot of really good things to say about me, and that's kind of one of the big reasons I'm still at Edmonton. All right. I just want to kind of give you my brief offensive line philosophy. Don't want to spend too much time on this, but I think it's important that you have a philosophy because it gives your group a clear-cut direction, right? And our base offensive line philosophy in Edmonton is this, right? Every technique and scheme we run will have a fundamentally sound teaching progression from the ground up. But our style of play is more important than any technique or scheme that we teach or that we'll run, right? Our style of play is more important. Now, we're very fundamentally sound. We spend a lot. I'm a fundamental guy, right? But our style of play is the front and foremost most important in our room. When we talk about our style of play, we're talking about our brand, what we're known for. Number one, toughness and physicality. We're going to play with speed and violence off the rock. We're going to relentless finish, and we're going to be the ultimate protectors of our football team. Okay, and this is in our room, and I usually try to start our meetings, especially in the off season, with a couple of clips, with emphasizing, hey, this is a great example of how we want to play the game. Okay. Now, so me being the run game coordinator, I'm in charge of the run game. And, the first thing that I do when we start training camp, the day before we go out for practice one, is the only thing that we install as a complete offense with every offensive player in the room is our run game. Right. And the first thing I start training camp before I put a play on the board or a scheme on the board, this is the first thing I talk about with the entire offense. Okay. Who we are in the run game. Okay. In Edmonton, we are a violent downhill A-gap attacking inside zone and lateral gap scheme team that mixes in perimeter attacking zone runs and vertical gap scheme runs. That's who we are. Right. And it's important that our guys understand what our brand is and who we are. Okay, and this is the next thing I show them, right? These are keys for us having success. I show the entire offense this. Okay, CFL, we have 12 players on the field. That's one of our unique things in our league, right? And it takes all 12 of us. It ain't about just the O-line and the running backs, fullback guys, tight end guys. It takes all 12 for us to be successful. We want everybody playing with speed and violence off the ball. We want to finish longer than the guy with the ball. We want to chase the ball, find work, push piles, and always pick the ball carrier up. I give our guys, when I'm grading the tape, if they're the first guy to help a ball carry up, I give them what we call Fight Club point, right? Because we have different levels of Fight Club, and they get T-shirts of every level, right? So the first guy that picks the ball carrier up, right, I give them a Fight Club point when I'm grading. Okay, we want to stay glued to the blocks, ball me man. We want to be pests, repeatedly impose our will, right? Trust your teammates, trust yourself, and trust the scheme. And trust is earned and destroyed every day. I tell our receivers that are blocking on the perimeter, right? If you block, we'll get you involved in the screen game, the RPO game, right? We're going to get you involved. But just because you did it one day, right, you got to go do it every day, right? Okay, and be obsessed with the details, right? You're either interested or obsessed. Interested is a hobby. Obsession comes in the small details that no one else pays attention to, right? I think that's important, right? Like I said, that's the first thing I show our entire offense when we're starting to install before training camp. Okay, kind of the reason for my topic today, right, is I just didn't want to present just your normal run-of-the-mill inside zone presentation, right? Okay, this is our scheme overview. This is our base fundamentals of 1x1, 2x2s, right? Okay, I wanted to really talk about and dig deep into the things that have caused me issues on our inside zone schemes in the past and the answers that I came up with for those issues. Okay, all right. And there are front structure alignments and linebacker alignments that create bad leverage situations for your offensive line. All right, that creates stress on your combos or your blocks. Right, it puts you in bad leverage situations. Right. Okay. And I'm going to try to spend the majority of this topic talking about that, right? Okay. My top priority when we're game planning our base runs, of course, we're trying to find numbers advantage. And I'm not going to talk today about how we create by formationally, motions or shifts, how we try to create numbers or leverage advantages. That's a different talk, right? Okay. All right. The next thing I'm trying to do when we're game planning is find or create advantageous leverage situations for our offensive line in our 1x1 blocks and our 2x2 blocks that eliminates their stress in their blocks, right? I'm trying to take the stress off of them, okay? When we're working combos to bad leverage linebackers, that creates a lot of stress on your guys, right? It does. I don't live in a fantasy world, right? I live in real life, and I understand what creates stress on our blocks, okay? All right? What we're trying to do on inside zone is we want to work to plus leverage linebacker alignments, okay? Not minus leverage, okay? And that's what I'm going to talk about, the tools we give them when we do get those minus leverage looks, right? On outside zone and our vertical gap scheme runs, I'm trying to create where we're working those combos to minus leverage linebackers alignments and not plus leverage linebackers alignments, right? I'm trying to put our guys in advantageous leverage situations, okay? Not going to spend too much time on this, but there is 3 ways to block inside zone, and we teach all 3 at our place, right? There's lock zone, push zone, and track zone, okay? On lock zone, this is kind of our default. Lock zone is zone blocking with man responsibilities. The mic's the mic, the wheel's the wheel. The wheel's the wheel. Wherever those guys end up, we own them. All combos go to the original ID or declaration. The offensive line is responsible with the front side 5 box defenders, and our play side guard and tackle have to MDM or squeeze any DB body that blitzes in the play side A or B gap. So we give our guys the easiest way to explain that is basically our guys have 5-man protection rules on the front side of lock zone for any DB body that blitzes in the A gap or B gap where they have to MDM or squeeze that, right? Okay, any extra defenders, when we're talking DB bodies, are handled by a tight end fullback, a wide receiver, running back, or a quarterback with an RPO tag. Okay, like I said, lock zone is our default unless game plan, front, or play call dictates otherwise. Okay, backside guard and tackle have to relate to -1 of the point in the inbound line of scrimmage. Okay, any inside zone run that has any type of RPO, whether we're reading a D lineman, which is what we call an A-level read, a linebacker read, which we call B-level read. We don't have a lot of C-level reads, but I know it's when I was down south, we ran a lot of C-level read RPOs, right? Okay, this is our default, and this is just my opinion. If you do not treat RPOs as lock zone, you're going to get your quarterback killed. He's going to take unnecessary hits, right? Okay, and you're creating confusion of him understanding, right, who free hitters are sometimes. That's why we treat all RPOs as lock zone, okay? Push zone, we're just pushing the point 1. It could be pushed to a DB body or a linebacker body, okay? Any extra defenders front side are handled by the offensive line, and just all combos shift over 1 man, okay? And the center or the play side tackles responsible for the push call, okay? Just an automatic push zone for us is 3-4 structures, right? Overhang, 3-down structures, okay? To the field, we treat it as lock zone and we box point it, okay? To the boundary, that's our default. That's where the 6-box defender is. That is a automatic, we push it to the 6-box defender when we're running inside zone into the boundary. Okay, track zone, that's your old school, hey, you know, play side gap takes priority. Box players, non-box players don't matter. It's a true zone concept, right? We never turn back. We never chase. Like I said, play side gap takes priority, but we still want 4 legs on 2 legs. Okay, O-line points of emphasis, okay? I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I do want to cover it. Okay, we want to attack off the ball with speed and violence to our aiming point and clear what we call the A-gap highway. Okay, it's just not okay to get their hat to their aiming point. I want every muscle in their body driving and straining through their aiming point. Okay, the backside is the front side. The backside is the true point of attack at inside zone. We have to clear any first-level defender or second-level defender out of the A-gap highway, and I'll show that to you here in a second. Okay, we want horizontal stretch front side and vertical movement on the backside. But if we don't get vertical movement on the backside, we must get horizontal movement across the line of scrimmage to clear the A-gap highway. Okay, we want as many double teams as possible. We want to stay squares as long as possible. Yes, our first priority is we want to move the first level, but we have to block linebackers in our league, right? That's the biggest difference in college football to pro football, right? Is you can say, oh, we just want movement, the hell with the linebackers. Well, you do that in pro football, those guys are going to make tackles. Those guys get paid too. And like I said, we have to block second-level defenders in pro football or they're going to make tackles. Okay, when we talk about the A-gap highway, we talk about speed and violence. We want to clear everything out of the A-gap highway. There is no speed limit. Okay, so you see the highway drawn right here. We got to move every defender either horizontally across the A-gaps or vertical out of the A-gaps, right? So this is what we show our guys talking about the A-gap highway and how we want to clear the A-gap highway. Okay, like I said, the first thing our guys got to know is it lock zone, push zone, or track zone, and then they got to know the ID. If it's a 4-down ID, there's going to be 1 mic point. If it's a 3-down ID, Okay, it's going to be a 2 mic point. If it's a 5 down ID, the nose is the ID, and we point out -1. Okay, we're covered, uncovered, and that works inside out. And our guys know, if you're not in a 2x2 front side or backside, then you're in a 1x1 concept. Okay, and like I said, guys, if you don't want to reach out to me, I can cover this a whole lot more. Like I said, I'm trying to get the issues that have caused us in the past. Okay, the why for our combos. Okay, our base traditional combos, right? We teach a 50-50 combo and a 75-25. Okay, all right. The D lineman techniques and the linebacker location determines what type of zone combo that we're going to use. Okay. All right. So our traditional zone combos, like I said, we teach a 50-50 and a 75-25. A 50-50s versus one gap penetrating D lineman, where the post guy's taking 50% of the down. The trail guy's taking 50% of the down as well. 75-25s used versus two gap read technique, where the post is getting two-hand fitting, taking 75% of the down. The trail guy's going to take 25% by destroying the hip and cross flip or shoving any color out of his gap. Okay. What causes inside zone combo stress? Okay. Majority of the second level bad leverage alignments and bad front structure alignment issues come when running locked inside zone concepts towards the field. Okay. 4 down CAC alignments, which I'll show you the diagram in a second, right? Those cause you stress because they're gonna pull apart your combos. Okay. 4 down fallback or rock back techniques by the nickel, Mike, and Will versus slider across the formation, right? Split flow zone, and they want to rock and roll it with those 3 guys, right? Okay, zone buster stunts, right? Okay, whether you're getting 3-5 Pirates, 1-5 Pirates, or the 3-5 TE Pirates, right, to try to pull apart your combos away from offset gun alignments. And of course, the kind of the vogue thing down south, we see a pretty good little bit of it nowadays, is the mid front stuff. The 3 down, 4I0, 4I stuff puts your zone combos in some stress. Okay, so here's just an example of what I'm talking about with sliders when they want to rock and string it. Like we call it a string because it's like Sam, Mike, and Will are on a string and they're stringing it or falling back with the guy crossing the formation. Okay. If you look at the picture to the left, these are just our base kind of combos. We have a huge zone combo menu or zone alert call menu. We go A, B, C, and D, single, double, triple, homer on the backside. Those are our primary traditional zone combo calls. But if you look on the right there, we have some auxiliary zone combo calls where it changes their technique. So we have uno, dos, tres, and a Rico tag on the backside. The same people are working together. We're just changing their techniques of the post and the trail guy. Okay, so this is just a traditional look, right? If we're running inside zone to the right here, we're not in stress. We got a backside shade of both combos, and we're working our combos to plus leverage, which we want. So it's just traditional, no stress on the combos, right? Okay, so that I'm not going to spend a lot of time how we teach our traditional stuff, right? Our post guys is a Crowler fit guy, right? Our uncovered guy, right, is a shuffle to stack guy or a shuffle to a near foot gallop to destroy the hip, depending on is it a 50-50 combo or a 75-25 combo. Okay, same thing. We're not stressed here. It's a traditional look. We got front side shades with plus leverage linebackers. Okay, same thing here. We got front side shades on the front side, a backside shade. All right, on the backside, and we got plus leverage linebackers. That doesn't stress us out. Okay, so it's just traditional, right? I don't want to spend, I'm running out of time, so I don't want to spend too much time on our traditional. I can talk that at any time. So when I talk about CAC alignments, okay, all right, what the defense is trying to do, they're trying to put your combos in bad leverage situations to pull your zone double teams apart, okay? They're trying to play with overhangs to both sides, okay? All right, and when you get these CAC alignments, they're going to move the front to cancel gaps, okay? All right, let's look at this so you understand what I'm saying first, then I'll go back to this. So when I say CAC, right, we're talking about the Mike's head up the center. They got the Sam and the Will hip stacking the ends, right, okay? Sam to the field, Will to the boundary, okay? So what we do, right, so go back to this look right here, right? They're going to pull our zone double teams apart. So instead of running okay, our traditional combos, where if the mic was plus leverage right here, where we would call A, we would call uno now anytime we get a minus leverage second level defender on lock zone. Okay, and all it's doing is changing the center and the guard's footwork. Okay, all right, so the guard right here, he would go what we call reverse footwork. The guard's actually treating this like he's running inside zone to the left with his fundamentals, right? If the guy's on his body, he's just going reverse lateral lead footwork, trying to get nose to nose with the defender. If the defender was off his body on the uno, he would go shuffle footwork. Okay, his aiming point is inside number to inside V, right? His contact is double unders, right? And if it's a 50-50 combo, he's going to surge the hips and run the feet. If it's a 75-25 look, he's got to be ready for the post-O lineman, the center in this, or the trail O lineman to destroy the hip and make the 2-eye a 3 technique. That's what we're trying to do with this minus leverage. We're trying to make this 2-eye a 3 technique as fast as possible, because inside zone is an A-gap to cut back play, and the backside is a true point of attack. Okay? All right? And the biggest thing on the finish is we got to clear the A-gap highway. Okay? The center right here, he is a near foot gallop guy. Okay? He is near foot galloping, aiming at his footwork's aimed at the near hip. His aiming point for his contact is near number, near V. Right? If it's 50-50, if it's 75-25, he's looking to destroy the hip, right? So if it's a 50-50 look, he's going to single under or flipper this. I give him either or. I'm fine with it, but my biggest coaching point is I want shoulder below shoulder, okay? All right? If it's 75-25, we're going to destroy the hip. Like we said, we're trying to make that 2-eye 3 technique as fast as possible, okay? So now, we got a 3 technique front side. We got a front side shade. We got the mic hit up the center. We're stretched, right? There's 2 different ways we handle it. We either call uno or we'll call uno man, right? If we call uno man, the right guard understands that if we call uno man, he has no help from the center. He's going hammer or inside footwork. On all these unos, our tackle knows on the play side that he's in a 1-by-1 concept. He has no inside help, right? He has no inside help, so he's going hammer or inside footwork, okay? So right here, like we said, let's say we kept the uno on, okay? So if we keep the uno on and don't go uno man, right, with this minus leverage second level defender, okay, our post guy, which is our right guard in this picture, is going to go lateral lead footwork. His aiming point, okay, is play side number, okay, if he's on the body, okay, if he's off the body, he's going to go inside V, okay. Our center right here, okay, all right, okay, his footwork is near foot gallop still, checking the hip, okay. We teach our guys to key near hip, body, and hands because he's got to see it all. He just can't see the hip or the knee. Right, like some people teach, because how we teach 50-50 and 75-25, we key near hip, body, and hands. Okay, all right. If it stays away, he's climbing. He's going to surround the linebacker with his feet, and we would ideally like to fit him with double unders, but he's going to block him how he finds them. But everything we talk about, they got to keep in mind. We're trying to clear the A-gap highway, right? We got to keep the A-gap highway clear. Okay. Now, if we went uno man. Right? If we went uno man, okay, now on the uno man, the right guard in this picture is going hammer footwork. He's going to gap step with his inside foot, okay, and his second step is going to be with his play side foot to the crotch of the defender, right? Okay, his contact is going to be double unders. We want to surge the hips and run the feet, clear the A-gap highway, keep the A-gap highway cleared. Now on the uno man, our center right now, it is a man concept. He is climbing right now, foot fired, going to surround the linebacker with his feet, right? Okay, go bite his chin, strike low to high, clear the A-gap highway. Okay, now if we kept the uno on and the 3 spike, they're just going to fall into this and end up treating this as 50-50, right? Okay, so now the post player, right? Same thing, lateral lead with his first step, drive the second step vertical to your crotch. Crowther fit, back pad fit, however you want to look at it. Like I said, we have negotiables and non-negotiables in our room, and I've taught single under and I've taught flipper, right? I'm okay with either or, right? I just want their shoulder below the shoulder, okay? Now, okay, The center right here, he's near foot gallop. Near hip came to him. He's going to take half the man, right? Striking low to high, two-hand fitting, right? With a double under technique. Surge the hips, run the feet, clear the A-gap highway. Okay? Now, if we ever get the mic backside leverage, we got a 3 technique front side and a 2-eye backside. We're stressed now. Okay? So now we would get the backside guard involved in the combo. So now we would make our single call, and now our right guard and right tackle in this picture now know they're on islands. They're independent operators. They're in 1-by-1 blocks. They have no help. So especially if the defender was on their body, they would go in. They would go inside hammer footwork first. Okay, all right. So now, same thing. I teach this combo when the mic, when he's really minus backside of the center right here. Our mic points minus backside of the center. I teach this kind of duo-ish in the sense that if we went single versus these CAC looks, okay, if he's on my body, I become the back pad fit guy. If he's off my body, I'm the near foot gallop guy. Okay, is how we would treat this on the backside. Okay, now I really want to get into this. I know we're kind of getting short on time. I always put too much on these presentations, but this mint front stuff, right? I know, my last year at SMU down south, we started seeing a lot of this. I know it's vogue, this mint front where you're playing with 4 eyes, right? And a 0 nose, right? And I know in this picture they knocked the nose to our big guy in this diamond set, right? But we're talking mint front now. So if we're running lock zone to the field, our base rule is we're going to box point this, right? We're pointing Mike and Will in this picture, right? So now our right tackle and our right guard, this alignment puts a lot of stress on that front side combo, okay? So similar to these CAC looks, instead of going B, we're going dose, and I'm changing their fundamental right here. So we're talking about this front. If we're running inside zone to the right here, there's zone fundamental, okay? So now what we would do is the same thing, right? We got a minus level secondary defender, so we're going to go dose now and change their fundamental. So our right tackle in this picture, who's the post guy, right? He's like the guard in the Uno. He's going reverse footwork. If the guy's on my body, I'm going reverse lateral lead footwork. Okay, if he's off my body, I'm going shuffle footwork. Okay, my aiming point is the inside number to inside V, and I'm trying to get a double under fit. Okay, all right, if it's a 50-50 technique, we're going to surge the hips and run the feet. If it's a 75-25, he's got to be ready for the guard to knock that guy across his face into the C gap. Like we said before, we're trying to make that 4-eye a 5 technique as fast as possible so that guard can get his leverage back up to the point. Okay? Like always, we want to finish. We got to clear the A-gap highway or keep the A-gap highway clear. Okay? The guard in this picture, he is the near foot gallop guy. Okay? He is near foot galloping, okay, aiming at the near number near V. If it's 50-50 technique, so the 4-eye one gaps it, he's going to single under or flipper. Okay, if it's 75-25, he's going to destroy the hip with a near foot gallop to the cross flipper shove. Okay. All right. Any questions on that? I'm going to try to get to some film real quick. Okay, of that.
About 3 minutes, Coach.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I always put too much on this.
I understand.
But so I just want to cover this real quick, right? So like I said, they like to cancel gaps, right? When they get in these 4-down CAC looks, right? Okay, whether it's a 3-5 power, 1-5 read power, the 3-5 ninja. Okay, what I really want to tell you is how we teach the running back really eliminates some stress, right? Okay, so we teach our tailback, which helps eliminate the stress on those 1-by-1 blocks on the front side. We teach our running back, it's a no cut, best cut, roll it back. The only way he can jump cut play side if the B gap closes outside in first level. Okay? All right. So if the B gap closes outside in first level, right, we tell our O lineman, hey, you're in a 1-by-1, that guy crosses your face. Hey, just don't give up penetration, cram him in the inside gap. Okay, and the tailback will make you right. Okay. All right, let me try to get to this real quick. Share. Coach, you got the film right there?
Yeah, you're good.
2 clips real quick, guys. I wish I could have gotten some more film. Hey, so like right here, okay. All right, we're running inside zone to the left. We got an A-level RPO, right? The mic point is number 4 right here. So we're going uno. We got a reverse footwork here. We're going near foot gallop right here. 95 is a big holder. I wish our center would have went long arm so we don't get held right here. Our backside's got to relate to -1 of the point, which is 19. So he pushes out, so they end up locking the box, right? Okay, I'd like to see our left guard with a little more getting to the inside V right here with his footwork on a reverse, right? And I'd like to see our center play long so Jake Thomas doesn't hold him. But we get enough movement to put 4 in conflict, right? Okay, but you see if we worked our traditional zone combo with him being a Crowler fit and him being a shuffle stack guy, how they're out leveraged right here. Okay, so we get enough of it. He pops it out the back door. I'd like to see our left guard do a better job getting his ankles out of the backfield and clearing the A-gap highway. Okay? But we get enough. Okay? I want to show you a clip of the mid front real quick. Okay, this is from – oh, that's not it. Okay, this is from a few years ago when I was in Saskatchewan, but this is the last clip I'll show you. Okay, so we get the 4-I-0, 4-I front. We're running inside zone to the field to the left right here. So these guys are going dose. Our left tackle's going reverse footwork. He's going near foot gallop right here. We're trying to make the 4-I-5 technique as fast as possible, right? Pretty good cross flipper shove by 63. Staying square as possible for as long as possible. The tailback should have chased the near hip of the center and just hit the no cut right there for a big game. But that's a good example of a dose right there for us on the front side. Okay, sorry guys, I didn't get to more film, right? Coach, is there any, and guys, I'm gonna put my information up real quick just so you can take a screenshot of it. Okay, let me put it back up here, share screen. All right, has everybody got my information there?
Yeah, it's right. You got it, Coach.
Okay, just take a quick screenshot. Guys, I wish I could have gotten to some more of that, right, whatnot. I'm hoping you got something out of that. But like I said, I just didn't want to give you the run-of-the-mill how we do our traditional combos. If you guys want to talk some of that stuff, please feel free to reach out to me anytime, because especially this is kind of our slower part of our all-season right now and whatnot. So
appreciate you, Coach. Yeah, Coach is our pro speaker. We appreciate you, Coach, holding it down.
All right, y'all have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too. Coach Krause, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? You doing all right?
Pretty good, pretty good. All right, your presentation's up. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I appreciate you for talking.
Am I set up and ready to go?
Yeah, we can see it. You're straight.
Okay, perfect. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? My name is Blaine Krause. I'm at Midlothian Heritage High School, which is just about 30 minutes south of the DFW Metroplex. I'm our offensive coordinator and offensive line coach here. This is year 3. Been at a couple different colleges going forward in the previous times. I'm just going to talk today just about power, talk about gap scheme, talk about getting to the logistics of how we do it, and kind of get into how we utilize our smaller linemen or our bigger linemen and using the skill set that we have at a high school. And in high school, it's a little bit more unique in the fact of, you may have some undersized guys, or you have overweight guys, or you have tall, skinny guys, or a lot of different kind of guys. And we just, you can't recruit. You gotta use what you got. And so we're going to go through, and some of this may seem elementary. Part of this is what I wanted to do is just kind of show you what I show our guys and how I teach our guys. And I have some individual drill work on here with some pod work and some different kind of daily drills that we do that it has some notes on it that kind of tells what I do in a meeting room with our guys and kind of the communication we use. So very basic. And you guys know this, and it's very elementary. Just looking at this, I'm going to go through the 4-down rules and our 3-down rules. Everything we do has IDs and pluses and minus backers. It's very vital to teach our guys where their double teams are going and who they're pulling for. And we try to make it very simple for them in the fact of, hey, if you're the backside guard and you are the puller, you're always pulling to the plus 100% of the time. You just got to find where the plus is. Within high school, especially down here in Texas, you get some teams that give us some very unique fronts and looks, and they change from 3-3 stack to 4 down to a bare front to a regular 3 down, 2 inside backers and overhangs. So it gets unique. So kind of just going through the rules. I'm a big visual guy, so I always have the visuals of it and kind of looking at this, and I'll have this and then kind of go through the rules of what we do. Basic power here, we're always IDing the second backer in the box 100% of the time. And everything gets put on the center when it comes to communication. He's always going to communicate the front, what it is, and who the ID is. So he's got a 4 down right here in front of him because there's nobody over top of him. He's finding the second guy in the box from the tackle over. So, he's looking at the first guy. That's going to be the plus. Second guy's the ID right there. Okay, going into rules, this is kind of 4 down, and I print this off for my guys so they have it and they can see it all the time. We always base out of 3 different fronts, and then we have adjustment calls off of it. So when we run those fronts every single day against, if there's a team that's 95% 4 down, we're still going to run all the fronts because you never know if they might hop into it. And we want to be ready for everything that we could potentially get. Kind of looking at the 4 down rules, I'll start on the play side over here on the right. We're a big gallop team. Like I said, we got some undersized guys for the most part. And we're always prepared to beat, win a state championship as everybody is. And you're going to go against guys that are bigger, faster, and stronger than us. So we have to have the ability to manipulate movement with, create gaps without a lot of movement. And we started off whenever I first got to Midlothian Heritage, just hammering that double and trying to get vertical movement on it, trying to get them and pressing the linebacker the old school way. Wasn't happening. And I was just beating my head against the wall over and over and over again. And so we finally last year pushed into where we're a full-time Gallup team, and it's been really good for us over this year. So I kind of want to share that with you. So the play side, they're going to be a Gallup combo. But their responsibilities there is they're going to be on a deuce to ID or deuce on the play side tackle to the ID. And the guard is looking for vertical presence, and the tackle is looking for lateral presence. I always tag our adjustment calls and what they need to alert, because so they need to alert in a down call, and I'll get to that later on. Coaching points, starting with the tackle. Your shoulder squares, no exceptions. Coach Sorrells just talked about non-negotiables. We have them in a lot of different ways. We got 3 or 4 non-negotiables. That's never happened. Shoulder squares is one of them. Near foot, sink hip, and lift and displace and drive to the ID. Settle feet in contact zone, okay, which is about 2 to 3 yards for us. Okay, fast feet, tight hands, settle hips on the linebacker. A lot of times you'll hear me talk about settling the hips because, again, we're not going to have a lot of movement. Now, we're going to preach it and we're going to teach it, but at the end of the day, sometimes in high school, instead of just beating your head against the wall, sometimes it's just better to sit and anchor. Play side guard, same thing on the top, responsibilities and down calls, coaching points. If man is in gap downside, we're going to make a down call. So if he's in the A gap if we're running our power to the right, if there is an A gap defender on that right side, he's going to make a down call. Now we're down, get to that later on. But he's got to look at that downside gap and see if there's a man there and in the outside gap. Okay, if there's not, we're going to quick settle step, which is just to replace. We want to replace up and down just for timing and to get our quick eye gap into the A gap, eyes into the A gap. And then we're working back out to that 3 technique. Okay, then a violent second step through the midline of the defensive tackle. Okay, we want to push vertical and feel the play side hip displacement into your gap and then drive. And we want to get our eyes on the top side via the neck. I'll get to that here later on and talk more about that. Center, got to ID the front, okay, and you're defending the puller. We always talk about, not just blocking back, but we're defending the puller. We want to protect the puller's gap, okay. Alert down and alert back call. We'll get to the back calls later on, more against a 3 down look. Coaching points on that, always got to execute a perfect snap. Okay, first step, drive down to the midline of defender to cover inside hip and strike hand to the outside shoulder to stop his initial charge. And depending on the week, and obviously you watch film, you game plan, you do all those things to make sure that they're ready to go and they'll see those guys. And so you can kind of adjust depending on the game. But we always want to cover up the near side hip, which is getting the foot down the midline, whatever way you want to say it. Okay, we want to punch that backside hand vertical as much as possible to the near side shoulder, and that's our catch hand. So if we get a lot of pressure where that guy's trying to work back cross face because he sees puller and a down, okay, that hand's there, already there, ready to go, and I can fight that pressure with it. Okay, and then we want to flip hip in our drive, and we just want to settle our hips because a lot of our times our centers are a little undersized, so we just want to settle and sink and hold right there. Okay, backside guard is always pull into the plus. We'll get to that, more unique scenarios later on. We're going to skip pull. We skip pull on the backside of power. We want to drive off that inside leg, lose the ground with the outside leg, and we want to gain width with that first step. We want to be tight to the double. We call it scraping paint. So anytime we're running counter or whatever it is, we're scraping paint off the offensive lineman. We want to get our head on the inside via the neck. Our blow delivery on the linebacker is the outside shoulder and a flipper. And we want to have that inside hand as a catch hand. We won't use our hands when we strike. We like to use our shoulder pads. We want to sink our hips, drive, lift with the flipper. Okay, and then we want to drive our feet through contact and on, as you see down there, lift. Backside tackle, you're on a big gap pick. Protecting that backside big gap, always checking to see, and I'll get to that later on, and we'll talk more about it when we get to the video. We want to have that backside shoulder free and flat to the LOS, and we want to drive back out of that big gap. We're a big RPO team. A lot of that can be maneuvered and changed. We can do pass sets. We can post and then set. We can do – because we want to protect the quarterback because we throw a lot of RPO game off of our gap schemes. Drive to the big gap with the near foot and shoulder, okay, and expecting pressure, hinge when it's clear, and then we want to make sure the DN stays vertical up the field, okay. 3 down rolls. We're going to ID the 2 middle, okay. So the center's going to look. If he's got somebody right over top of him, we're going to have 2 IDs, just like Coach Stroh's talked about. We got 5 linemen, you got 3 down, you're going to have 2 IDs, okay. So if we have a guy right over us as a center, it's an automatic 3 down front, no matter what the look is, okay. So we find the 2 backers. Those guys are the IDs in the middle, okay? And then you got your DNs obviously right there, okay? We're going to go double team, and I'm not going to do the next one. I'll show it for a little bit, and you can read it or take a picture of it, whatever you want to do. But we're going to have an ace, so it's going to be a double team with the center and the right guard to the first ID, and we are going to, and I'll get more into the tight end aspect of it if I have time, but the tackle and the tight end is going to be on a tray to that second ID. And again, the puller is always pulling to the plus. We ID the 2 middle. The first one play side is going to be that ID back, or is that plus backer. Okay, same thing for the backside tackle as he's on a big gap pick. Okay, there's your 3 down rules. I'll leave it there just for 1 second. Biggest thing, obviously, is we're on a double team with the center and play side guard, and that play side tackles with the tight end. And I'll give you some different scenarios and things that happen with that tight end and tackle combo as we go forward. Okay, kind of how we talk about our Gallup footwork. We work it 24/7 all the time. Now, I will show you when you see these clips, you're going to go, Coach, I don't think Coach is working it all the time, but I promise you we are. On the left side there, I just got the 2 feet. On the left side is our guard, and our right side is the tackle, or your settle guy and your Gallup guy. Your settle guy's on your left, and your Gallup guy's on your right. Let's talk about the settle guy first. We call it a common sense settle. So anything we talk about where we're depends on where they're at. We don't do a lot of 6-inch steps and all that stuff, kind of how people are going to nowadays. We just call it a common sense step. We don't want to cross over with that step. We don't want to lose ground with that step. We just want to make it to where, depending on where that defender is. So if he's outside of us, and in this scenario, he's in a 3 technique, that guy's just going to replace up and down. He can gain a little vertical if he wants to, but it can be up and down because it's all about timing, okay? And then his spike step is going to be vertical to the step to the midline of the defender like we talked about, okay? Our tackle is going to be a common sense step, which his aiming point with that common sense step is going to be to the backside hip of that defensive tackle or that guy that's inside of him, okay? We're aiming for the backside hip so we can knock that over. A lot of times in the scenarios that we've gotten into is that our guy wants to step so flat, like almost on a post, like on a pass pro, and now we're too flat and it's turning into an inside zone combo. Now we're having to get vertical movement, which is defeating the purpose of what we're trying to get done. Okay, we want to aiming at the upside part of the hip. So depending on it, whether he's wide or a tight 3 or almost a 2, that step will adjust. Okay, and then the second step is a replace step. So it's replacing how far that foot goes. If he doesn't go very far with that first step, that's replace step is going to be real short too. Okay. and you're just replacing the common sense steps, kind of how we talk about it, replacing that step. Okay. I want to get into some film real quick. Okay. Quick plug. We got this camera on a stick, and it's been the best thing ever for offensive line, especially in the high school level. We don't have as many people, and I just get a kid on it. He just follows us around. It's awesome because we have to move in different parts of the field, but it's awesome. Okay. So again, like I talked about, we do a ton of pod work with our guys and maneuvering that defensive tackle and the linebacker and seeing how much they move and don't move. Okay. Like I said, I got notes on here, which is what I talk about with our kids. Okay. So wherever that box is over, it's over that talking to that person. Okay. So right here is the center guard combo. Good gallop, replace step, too much left shoulder. So kind of what I'm talking about here is the reason we want to gallop is because we want to stay square, and we'll U-turn, and we're a U-turn team because I'll talk about it when we get to the plays. We were looking for a gapping unit, and that's going to be in a different spot. Okay, so checking this out. Okay, I'll try to slow mo as much as possible. Not a bad first step right here. He gains ground. I'm looking at the guy on the left. This guy right here. Okay. He's gaining, pretty good gain right there. The replace, okay, not bad. He ends up staying pretty square. Always try to pause it right there. Do you have enough of a base? Yes or no? Okay, and that's what I'll ask these guys. Do you have a base? A lot of times they'll get their feet together like that. Do you have a base? No, sir. Okay, then that's too far with your replace step. Okay, you got to get it down in the ground just in case you get any pressure back to you so you have a little weight underneath you. Okay. Looking at my guy on the right here, okay, his first step, I'm okay with it. It's a little back, I'm all right with it, okay? But his second foot is almost covering up just a little bit too much, okay? Now, I'm okay if they cover up the whole man. I'm okay with that. I want him to do that because my gallop guy has no business messing with that shoulder, no business, okay, because he's only aiming at that hip, okay? So if he's covering him up, that's okay. It's just a little bit too long with that left step, in my opinion, okay? So as he's going, okay, we get a knock across right here, okay? This is what I'm talking about with too much of the shoulder, okay? I can see right here. I could draw a line right there. His shoulders in line, and they're going perpendicular to the line of scrimmage, and I don't like that because it's hard for those big guys to get back around because as you can look at their left foot, okay, he gets back underneath himself because he has to try to gain control. If he keeps it wide and his shoulders are turned, it's an impossible thing for those guys, okay? So right here, if he stays square, he can get on the inside V of the neck, which we, measure. Everybody has a different word for it. But, that helmet, okay, into that trap area, as we call that the V of the neck right there. And they're trying to eat that and get their eyes in it, okay? So not bad getting there. Shoulders got turned, which created him to step underneath himself. And if that linebacker collisions him, okay, he's going to be in trouble because he has no base, okay? But we get a decent U-turn. And this right here, and we always look at it, this is a gapping unit. And I talk to our running backs too, is we're always trying to find that gapping unit. You don't know where it might be. Now we can give you an idea of where it's going to be depending on the looks, okay? But you never know what it is. The gapping unit is the butt that's going down and the butt that's going out. That's the gapping unit. You got to find it, okay? That's one clip right there, okay? A couple notes here on my inside guy, the guy on the left right here, okay? He loses way too much ground on his first step. Okay, and he got in this situation a lot because if you lose the ground on the first step, okay, you can't go vertical with the second or else you're going to be too much split. So you got to reset where you're at or you're not going to get vertical enough with the first step. As you can see, that ties together there. Losing too much ground with the first step, not vertical enough with the first step, or not vertical enough with the second step. Excuse me, that should be second, my bad. Okay, but he can't gain with his second step because his first step's too far back. And let's look at the gallop guy on the right, okay? We got too long of a second step. That's a problem that we turn into a lot because they wanted it down. Now, this is kind of where we're in the transformation phase of going into the gallop early on is that second step did reach too long. Okay, the shoulder I'm good with. I like it a lot. Okay, let's watch it here. You can see the first step. Okay, it steps almost out of the daggone picture. Don't like that. Okay, now a second step can't go nowhere because he's got this big, long, wide base right here. Can't do nothing about it. Can't do nothing about it. Okay. Let's look at my gallop guy. First step, pretty good. He's gaining that. I'm looking at that toe. It's aiming at the top part of the hip. I like it. Okay. Now, in a perfect world, yes, he's going to get to the very top. But if you aim small, you miss small. That's how I always talk about. So if you're aiming at the top part of that hip, you're never going to hit that very tip of his hip. Okay. But if you aim small, you're going to miss small and you're going to be in the right vicinity. If you just aim at that side of his body, you're probably going to be up by his shoulder. Okay. Now, he's got to keep his hips down just a little bit more. So what I'm talking about on this is his second step is too long. He's got a short first step right there. Okay, it's not too far, 6 inches maybe. His second step about daggum 17 feet. Okay, which gets his feet together. Now he has no power. He has no power right there. Okay, so it's going to be a struggle for him to knock him across. As you can see right here, okay, it takes a little bit longer to get him knocked across, and it's not an immediate contact to get him across. Okay, which will eventually make him linger on it, which will be tougher to get to the linebacker. I do like his shoulders, how they stay square. Okay, now he can collision him. Okay, now he doesn't have a plan when he gets to that linebacker because he plays right down his face mask. Okay, you never want to be face to face with that guy. Okay, get to the right via the neck. Okay, if we want to pin that guy in, get to the upside via the neck. Okay, if he's flowing fast over the top, get on the inside via the neck and U-turn that thing. Okay, so right here, as you can tell, as he gets to the second level, okay, now he's trying to fight his eyes across, but it's going to be too late at that point. Okay. Same thing down here on this side, on this guy, okay, my spike guy, okay, his eyes are on the inside via the neck, okay. The only thing he's got, that guy's going to try to cross face. Everybody knows it because I got a puller and I got the back going over there, okay. The only thing he's got is his right arm, okay. Well, when that guy fights over the top of it, give me a holding call. Thank you very much, okay. Not what we want, right? Another clip here, same thing, losing too much ground with the first step, okay, can't get the second in the ground, okay. Looking here, not bad. All right. It's a better job of having a plan, fast flow over the top. Okay. Collision on the upside via the neck. Okay. U-turn and work. Okay. Same thing we talked about earlier. I need to get my guy to get his eyes on the upside via the neck here. Okay. Don't like that. All right. Much better. There's your gapping unit. Obviously, it's way bigger than it normally would be. Okay. Looking here. Okay. Got a little moved here. Okay, like the right knee, don't like the left. Okay, he gains more right here. Okay, and we talk a lot about where our pressure is, where we're pushing off of, because we got to drive off the inside part of our feet. Okay, and if that knee turns out, okay, I've got my weight on the outside part of my leg. Okay, if that knee's caving in or working in, I've got the weight in the right spot, which I'm playing down the midline. All right, so looking at this outside guy, this guy right here. Okay, I'm looking at his knee. It's the little tiny things that we got to work, especially when you got smaller guys. Okay, you have to be perfect in every aspect of your technique, especially with your steps. Okay, you can see his knee working in right here. He's driving off the right part of his foot. It's a good thing. Okay, knock across. Okay, still too long with his second step on his replace. Okay, work vertical. He gets to the upside via the neck. Okay, we got our gapping unit. Okay, this is a drill that we did that I really liked, especially if you want to get a lot of reps while not putting too much, contact on your players. Okay, is we'll go center, backside tackle. Okay, and they'll do a rep, and then we'll go double team and puller. Okay, so we're working all the aspects of it. Okay, so here we're working our center and our backside tackle. Okay, center, good cover up by the near side knee. Okay, need to sink and anchor the hips more. Okay, he's getting pressed back into it. Okay, my tackle. All right, he's got to look at the defensive tackle leverage. He's got a shade and a tight five. Okay, you're taking too many steps down. Now that guy's going to collision you, or he's going to work up the field and get in the area of the quarterback. Okay, which we're a big RPO team. We don't like that. Okay, we don't want to be all up on the quarterback's grill. Okay, so he's working here. All right, first step by my center, not bad. His foot's covering up the inside knee. I like it. Okay, his hand is shooting to the outside part of his. As you can see, as he gets out of the way, his hand's shooting to the outside shoulder. Good. Okay, we've stopped that initial rush as much as we can. Okay, at least for a split second, right? Okay, his eyes are on the upside via the neck, which is good. Only thing I don't like right here is getting worked back by my big boy here. Okay, he's got to sink and anchor. If he keeps having all these choppy steps, okay, we don't have our feet in the ground. He's got to sit and anchor almost like a hop step. Okay, kind of how you do in pass pro. Okay, looking at my tackle right here. He takes 3 full steps inside. If this is a speed rush guy, okay, he's got a straight line beat in my quarterback. Okay, not a good idea. You don't know when we're RPOing it. Okay, so make sure that you are in the line with the quarterback so you can protect it. Okay, here's the other aspect of it. Okay, so I'm looking here. Okay, too much lean on the second step. Third step has to gain. Don't push him lateral lift until the shoulder disappears. We saw a lot of this right here because we ran power about 5,000 times. Okay, we saw a lot of guys spiking into this big gap to try to disrupt our gallop. Okay, when that happens, this guy's working his gallop. He got pressure into him. Okay, he's turning that into a down block. Okay, this guard, he's keying this inside shoulder. Okay, trying to get to the midline. He's keying this shoulder. His shoulder goes away. Okay, I'm pressing it vertical till it disappears. Okay, and then I'm on my track as we switch that thing off. Okay, seeing it here. Okay, right here, we're working the gallop. The guy goes back out to him. Okay, what I don't like is this extension right here. I don't want to push this guy out here because I'm telling my my running back right here, the gapping unit is between the tight end and the tackle. Okay, so that's where he's aiming. Okay, now that can change, obviously, but we want to try to keep those running backs as simple as possible. Okay, so he's here. I would like him to flip as he gallops right here. He gets a lot of pressure on his right leg. He needs to turn that hip right now. Right now, get out of it. Okay, and then my guard's going vertical to that linebacker and cutting him off. I don't want to attack this. If I get my daggum scout team guy to get over the top, it'd be great. Okay, but as he goes right here and that arm disappears, stay on the track and you'll end up catching your guy. Okay, let's look at the puller here. Skip pull, pretty good right here. If I can get my big butt out of the way, you could actually see him get his leg down. Okay, but he's driving and he's gaining width. Okay, as he pushes off, he's getting to the center, which is what I want. Okay, now he's tight to the double team scrape paint. See it, get tight. Okay, sink. All right, now what I don't like right here is he's got his base normal. I want to have this leg, okay, forward in a power stance, okay, and get ready to use my flipper on the inside shoulder. Okay, so here he uses the shoulder pretty decent, and you can see him trying to lift right there, but he's already starting too high. I can't lift. Okay, he's got the idea, but it ain't working because he's already too high. Okay, he's got to get his near foot, near shoulder strike and get into it. Okay, I'm going to get into some film here.
Hey, Coach, question real quick.
Yes, sir.
So on the gallop, how do you handle the play side linebacker plugging A gap right now when you have a guard?
So right there, that's why we take that that kind of reset step or that common sense step, is because he's got to take a quick eye flash into that gap. Now, obviously, pre-snap, depending on where those guys are moving and where they look like, okay, we would alert a down call right there. Okay, so if that guy's starting to walk up or he's heavy inside or he comes from distance, okay, he's got to take that reset. That guy starts to move, okay, he's yelling down, 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 communicating in play. Okay, same thing happens. Okay, that D tackle is going to work out to the tackle or be in that B gap. Now he's got to flip his outside hip and it's turning and going.
Appreciate it.
Okay, a little film here. Okay, we're running power to the left right here. Okay. Gallop step up top right here. Okay, and we got our gallop combo and pull. Okay, he's a little flat. That's what I'm talking about. If you're too flat, you're going to end up on the front side of the shoulder. It's not what we want. Okay, he's going here. Okay, now he's got to stay on. Bad situation. Okay, we get a backside fit. Okay, which now his ID's disappeared. That's okay. Okay, watching my guard here, pulling. Okay, he's getting tight, tight, tight. Here's our gapping unit. Here's our gapping unit because it's the down and a kick. Okay, so we're going here. He finds the guard is finding the gapping unit, getting tight, scraping paint off the double. Okay, trying to get near foot, near shoulder. I like for him to get his foot down. Okay, he gets it somewhat down, but he's a little high, but he's using his that shoulder, inside shoulder, and a flipper with a catch hand here with his eyes inside. Okay, and now that running back sees the gapping unit. Okay, sees the kick. We always want to be tight. And I'm telling our running back, tight, tight, tight. Okay, because you can always go out, but you can't go out and come back in. Okay, so you got to be tight, 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 tight. It doesn't fit. Get your butt back out. Okay. Good play right there. Only thing I don't like is that front side tackle. Okay. Look at another look here. Okay. Now, what happened with my right tackle right here, okay, is he started bringing this backside leg and started reaching over the top, making his shoulders turn, okay, which is creating a bad situation. All right. And it's a work in progress. Everybody knows that. Okay. But see, he's too much on the front side. Now, I like my guard besides his first foot. Okay. Where now he's got he's working up the midline and he's lifting this guy. This guy's 350 pounds, and we're getting lift and getting his feet off the ground. That's what we want. Okay. So we get the double there. Okay. Here's a backside fitter right here. Okay. His eyes, we're on this is our ID, so it makes it a lot easier than this guy plugging. Okay. But he works inside right here. My eyes go there. Okay. We fall off and we just flip that outside foot and down. Okay. Now you can tell the difference. This is a crossover running back plays DB for us. Okay. Got very few snaps at running back. Okay. He's got to be tight, tight, tight. Okay. And fit wide. You can't go here and come back here. Okay. So sorry, I'm going I ran out of time quick. It's a tough block for the tight end. Okay, ain't no ifs buts about it. Okay, but my guard has got to help that guy. Here's the gapping unit. He's trying to get out. He's trying to get down. There's our gapping unit. Okay, so he's trying to find it, and he does find it. Okay, but he's got to displace this guy once it's getting back in his gap because we got to blow the thing up. Okay, so he's working there. Okay, and he doesn't fit it. Now, if our running back stays in the gapping unit like he should, okay, we end up getting a fairly decent, clean look right there. Okay, that's a little gap right there. All right. This will be our last one. Sorry. Okay. And manipulating 12 personnel or whatever you want to call it. Okay. 21, 12, whatever we call it, 12. Okay. Is if this defensive end's giving us any kind of trouble, arcing this guy, playing games, going down, blocking him, doubling him, whatever it is, kind of helping those tight ends out. We would arc it a lot just to get a little bit of width to be able to get him to fit inside. Okay. So right here, we get a down spike. Okay. By the D tackle. Okay. His common sense step, he's got a 2-eye. He's got to step down to cover up to get his eyes on the front side via the neck to stop that initial rut. It's like we talked about the center. Okay. So his eyes, not good. Got to start working more to the front side. Okay. He somewhat gets his feet to where they get underneath him. Okay. We get a gallop step. Okay. We should track straight vertical right there. Okay. Guard, pull. I like to be even tighter. Okay. Near foot, near shoulder. Try to use our flipper. Okay. Notice how our running back's really tight to this double team. We always preach, make them tackle you on your hip, okay? So be tight as you can. Make him fly in here to make the play, okay? And you're going to be in a good situation, okay? Make them tackle the hip. It's always good to have good running backs too, obviously. It makes us look better, okay? I'm right there at 11 o'clock. I'll stop right there. I'm going to go to the end. So I've got 3 down stuff on here that we can talk about. I messed that up. Went all the way to the end.
It's all good, Coach.
All right, I get fired up. Start talking about running power.
Yeah, man.
There's my guys there. Love my guys. Okay. Well, good, talented players that work hard. Okay. But we're not oversized. I have 3 down stuff that I could talk about. RPO game that we tag off of it to cover our grounds from safeties, fitting, etc. There's my email. If you want to email, there's my Twitter right there. If you want to hit me up, I'll send you all this and we can talk more ball. I'm always down to talk some ball.
Yeah, Coach, we'll have to get you on the clinic series for sure.
Yeah, holler at me.
Yeah, man. All right. Coach Martinez, how you doing, man?
What's up, Coach? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Hey, man, knuck if you buck. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. So if you want to click present, and then you can go ahead and share your screen.
Oh, share screen.
If you're using that straight from Huddle, just click on the Huddle tab.
There we go.
All right.
Y'all got me?
Yes, sir.
We good. All right. Thank y'all for letting me come on. You know, I always like talking ball, especially O-line coaches. You know, especially North Carolina coaches kind of got a little soft place in my heart. I spent 3 years down in New Hanover, high school on the water in Wilmington. So it's always good to talk to football coaches, especially, you know, my guys from New York, where I'm from, and also North Carolina. I can't doubt them. That's where I really cut my teeth in the high school game. But we're going to get right into it, get started. We talked about buck sweep. We've been running buck at step for the last about 10 years. Not only am I the offense line coach, but I got elevated this year to the offense coordinator. I've been the run game coordinator. I've done everything there. So let's get right into it. Buck, it's very simple. I try to keep it very simple for my guys. You know, 3 words, the old wing team mindset, really trying to simplify things as much as possible. So we're running buck to the right. Right tackle, your rule is inside gap man on, climb the linebacker. Very simple. Right guard, either you're going to trap pull, so you're going to open step. You're looking to log or kick out the first thing outside the hip. We're looking to log. We want to get this ball outside on the perimeter. But if that D end or that contained defender is forcing us up, getting upfield, we'll kick him out, we'll run underneath. Center, your rule is always tightest technique. I know a lot of people who run pin and pull will pull the center sometimes, will pull the guard. I don't have the athletic centers enough to snap and get out, so I always say we're going to pull the center's always going to cut the tightest technique, whether it's front side A gap, backside A gap, or head up. He's got the tightest guy. Left guard, you're going to skip pull. You're going to read the guard's block. You're going to either go underneath him if he kicks him out or go around. slingshot around to get up on the linebacker to safety. You are the eyes for the running back. Okay, so you're looking at the linebacker safety, create a hole, go downfield. Left tackle, your inside gap, man on, cut off linebacker. Your aiming point, you have an aiming point. If nothing's on your track, 10 yards over the right tackle. You're the highlight block. All right, and those are basic rules for my guys. On the perimeter, we're either going to stalk block. We can crack block. You'll see some clips where we're cracking on the inside guy. If they're not in the RPO called on the backside, we're going to run the RPO. We do lock them up. We do run what we call buck lock. Our rules for buck lock is backside guard. You have the number 1 on or behind the center. Backside tackle, you have number 2, D lineman on or backside the center. But in this case, and you'll see it, if there's a 3 technique or 1 technique, we'll just go right into it. So I got buck right. We're actually going to lock this up on the backside first play. We're in trips. All right, so 65. This is actually from 2019. Got a lot of mileage out of this play. So right tackle, man on. All right, you're looking to step, outside zone step. All right, zone step with your right foot. Try to seal the edge, try to pin him inside. If not, widen him out, run his ass to the sideline. Excuse my language. All right, guard, slingshot around. Okay, look to close out the hole. Center, you got the tightest technique. I would like them to cut. You know, I always find cutting a D lineman early and often as a former offensive lineman is very easy. It just makes life a whole lot simpler. Backside guard, here you go. You're going to get around, slingshot around. All right, you're the eyes of the back. Backside tackle, we had him, he's going through B gap. So guy cuts his face, he'll take him. I would like to see him get his head across and drop him. All right, get your head outside his inside thigh pad, put him on the ground. Now, if you look at a quarterback's reading the C gap defender, he squeezes. All right, and we're running a slant by number 3, bubble by number 2, and a hitch by number 1, or inside a fin route. All right, backside backer adds to the run. All right, it's wide open. We should have caught that. All right, here we go. Another 3 down. All right, now we're using orbit motion. So we get into this play many different ways. We'll run it with 10 personnel, 20 personnel, 11 personnel. You'll see in all these clips. But still 3 down. All right, right tackle. Man on. All right, here, my right guard should be trying to slingshot around. All right, he's in no man's land. All right, I've got the crack by my Y inside, and my right guard should be blocking and gunning for this guy right here, who's sitting there making the play. But we did a good job with the orbit back as a double lead now for the eyes of the running back, and he picks him up. As you can see, we get this ball perimeter, pretty good game. Here it is now with the tight end. All right, attached tight end. The attached tight end's rule is inside gap, man on, go to linebacker. Inside gap, man on, linebacker. All right, so he climbs up to the linebacker. Okay, we get a kick out. Now, always talk about kick outs. We're looking to log, but that guy gets upfield. I always tell my guys left, old wing T rules. He's wrong here. All right, he should be pulling left. He's going to kick out with the left. He kicks out with the right shoulder. That's a minus. All right. My right guard, he's got to see his eyes. He's the eyes of the running back. All right. He should be blocking this corner, fitting in, but he's a little too tight. Okay. He doesn't get depth. He's not skip pulling. I always tell my guys on the skip pull, you want to be 1 yard behind, 1 yard deep of the front side puller. All right. Or the first puller. All right, here we go. This is how we see it again. All right, coach, what happens if that man, all right, that 4, that 5 widens out on the front side? We're just going to cut it back. Okay? We're just going to cut it back, and that front side guard's now going to read that block. As he widens out, they cut inside. This is why I say on the backside. Watch number 76. All right. He's a little too hesitant. He's got to get on his track, get on his horse. He should be cutting that guy off. He wants to go with him. He should be in the ground, if not 10 yards over the ball. Running back's got to stay outside here. We get a decent job. We get around. Now, my backside guard, right guard, should be following, looking at the left guard. All right, that's the read. Don't turn up in the hole just because. Follow that guard. All right, read the guard's block. He should be outside. Look at this. We stay outside. We're hitting our head on the goalpost. Here we go again. 3-by-1 with a nub tight end. All right, inside gap, tight end, inside gap, man on, get to linebacker to safety. All right, we get a good seal by my right guard. Right tackle, not bad. Numbers just say our running backs got to go one-on-one with a safety. I want safeties to make plays. I always tell my guys, have the safeties make those plays. All right, because you're getting gains. We're moving the ball. 9 times out of 10, we're going to break it. I always take my running backs over safeties every day. Here's a great behind shot. All right, right tackle. Now, I'd love to see him step with his inside or outside foot, but he knows he's got help here with the tight end just because of alignment. Okay, so he takes it, we climb, he gets a little too far over. All right, doesn't run his feet because really he's got that block one-on-one. My left guard, or excuse me, my left tackle's got to get up. All right, he's B-gap, inside backer. All right, 10 yards over the ball. He doesn't have to block this DN here. This gets a little fort. It's mid front. Guys, if there's any questions, just let me know because I get after it. Coach, we good? You don't hear me?
Yeah, you're good, Coach. Yeah, you're good.
All right, good. All right, I always like the angle. We get this angle behind, but this is a great play. Here we go. So this is what we talk about following, okay? So we're here in 10 personnel. We're running buck into the boundary. Guard seals. We get a great job by my left tackle, blocking down. Frontside guard, there's nothing else. Pull up. All right, get around. There's no outside backer. Climb. Get around and climb. 56 does a great job in climbing. Gets on the safety. Okay? We do a great job. We crack with our inside guy. All right, we do a good job with the stalk block. Decent job. Just getting enough piece of stalk block by our X. All right. Running back fits through. I never want, if you watch 75, he's looking back. I always tell my guys, never look back. Look forward. Look at a defensive lineman. Okay? He could have made a couple of blocks. We still hard running by that. Our running back got in there.
Hey, Coach, here's a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what are you teaching your quarterback on the RPO? Are y'all like a point system where he's doing like a -1, or are you reading or gap?
He's reading the C gap defender. All right, or C or B gap defender. So if we're locking it up and we take away his C gap read, we're saying you're going to read the B gap defender, whoever shows up there. Because the way we play and the defenses we play, we have to tell gaps because guys, we see a lot of twists, blitzes, movement after post snap. So we tell our quarterbacks read the gap, and that kind of solves everything else out.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Now we'll do it out of Wildcat. Okay, here we go with our Wildcat, little jet fake to the back away, but still the same rules. Nothing changes. I don't care what we do, okay, how we dress it up, but we still got to get it done. We had some here if my left tackle up top blocks B gap and cuts that guy off. All right, cuts that guy coming right through. Number 40. Here it is from the back. Oh, actually, here we go. So it's end over. All right, we went tackles over here. So in Wildcat tackles over. Okay. So let me just draw this up real quick for y'all. Tightest technique. Okay. Man on. Nobody inside gap, man on. He's going to work up to linebacker. He's going to pull around. All right. Look for the first thing. He's going to pull around. He's the eyes. All right. He's going to come around for the second thing. Backside tight end now has got to work B gap because he's the last man on the line of scrimmage. He's got to get on the path this way. So my backside tight end in this situation, because we went end over here, or tackles over, should pick up this number 40 blitzing through. He's a little off. All right. He does his step. Runs it down from behind. All right, let's get some 4 down. I got a lot of clips here. We ran this play over the years, like I said, a lot of times. It was a great play for us. Running red zone, you name it. All right. So if we get that mint front, okay, the mint front, and we're seeing that a lot now. All right. Still, all the rules apply. All right. Play side tackle, inside gap man on linebacker. All right. Guard, pull around, either kick out or log the first thing. Center, you're going to cut the tightest technique. Backside guard, skip, pull around. You read the front side guard's block. You're the eyes of the linebacker. Backside tackle, B gap, okay. Inside gap, man. What I got the inside gap, cut off linebacker, work 10 yards over the ball. So we're here against this mint front, okay. Now, we've got to get around. Backer walks up. Hat's got to be outside. We're always going to think about, and I try to tell my guards this, think about logging him unless he makes you not to. All right. So if you're looking at the guard, all right, left guard, he's kind of shuffling there. I want him to open, look to seal him, log him. All right. If I'm logging to the left, I want to use my right shoulder, get him around. All right. And then spin my hips around. All right, my right guard's got to be a little more patient here and reading his block. We still get the ball on the perimeter, and once we get the ball on the perimeter, we can make some things happen with our skill guys. All right, here we go. We say, let's go block down. If you're going to kick out, kick out. All right, here, my backside guard's got to get a little more vertical. If you see him, he's trailing. He's running. He's got to get vertical down. If he sees that kick out, all right, he's going to go up inside this 51. He's got to get vertical and almost get your eyes to his backside linebacker. Okay, just the way everything's looking out. So he's not going to fade. You see how he's faded toward the hash. I don't want that. I want him right down the goalpost. You're the eyes of the running back. Still get something. Let's try to get some 4 down. Sorry about that, guys. See, let me get out of this. Close it. Let's get back in. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, so we get a 4 down, 4 down. Okay, we still go over our same rules. All right, everything stays the same, nothing changes. Rules stay the same for my guys. All right, here we go. 4 down front. Okay, I want a great down block by my left tackle. All right, we're running buck left. Great down block by left tackle. Right there, that's not decent. That's not going to cut it. All right, as you see, we're going to look to log, but this DN gets upfield, so we look to kick him out. Okay, tackle replace, backside guard, replace up. All right, and fit in. All right, here we go. Here's the RPO. Okay, now we locked up the backside. Okay, so we told my right tackle, all right, you're locked. You're at home. So quarterback's reading now the B-gap defender. B-gap defender adds into the run. All right, I've got a slant route, double slants on the backside. All right, just add. There you go. That's a way to keep guys at home. If they want to fill in and they want to follow and track with the inside backers, to run a slant right behind them, and they'll slow down. Here it is from the backside. Look at that window. Linebacker adds to the run. Window's wide open, safety's off. Wide receiver does a great job controlling the catch with the hit. Now, if you see right here, I always tell, so on the down block, okay, on the down block, I say bucket step, set your hips, okay? Get your eyes to the V of the neck. Drive them out. If you watch, my left tackle, that's not good enough in your down block. He's standing up, okay? He's got to set his hips, almost take a buck step, set your hips, get your eyes to the V of the neck, work them down. All right, I would love to see my center on the backside cut him, but since with this one technique going to the backside, that's all right. Now, right here, we didn't lock. My right tackle is not doing a great job here because we didn't lock him. He should be working the 40, okay? We're a little tight with our splits. We like to be 3 feet all across the board. I like to play in space. Here we go. All right, so we go crack, 3x1. We tell number 9, our X receiver, to go crack. Okay, and this is a little timing. If you're going to tell a guy to crack, he's got to get his head across. And I always call it a knockout block. If you're going to miss, get your head across and miss. My right guard should be now fitting in on the corner. But in this case, I still like it. Why? Because it's a one-on-one. Our running back on their DB. He's got to make the tackle. As you see out my right guard, what does that DN do? He's looking to contain it, force everything inside, so we look to just kick him out. He gives us the hole. We fit up underneath. So we do a little jet motion. So like I say, it's the same play. We just dress it up any way you want. As long as you have the front 5 basic, you can dress this play up as any way you want with motions, shifts, end over, whatever, as long as your guys have the rules. Even if they stem. So we got a team here, they love to stem. We're patient. We go through our rules. Okay? Need a little better log block here. All right, he's looking to kick him out. He should be looking to log. All right, my right guard, all right, or excuse me, my left guard needs to get a little bit in behind. All right, he should be outside that block. If he's outside that block now, he might be able to pick up 4, and we're off to the races. As you can see, it's a one-on-one block, our running back versus their DB.
Hey, Coach, how do you adjust handling a fast 3 technique on the backside? Like if he's
fast 3,
striking.
We just on the backside of the play, we're gonna drop him. I love to cut. and usually I always tell people this: I'm going to cut early and cut often. If I know he's going to be a spike 3 all the time, I might just say stay at home and we don't have a backside puller.
Gotcha.
All right, so we only pull one guy around. So it depends on the feel. Depends on if I feel like my guy can cut and do a great job of getting him down, and if we scheme it up early to slow down those D linemen that love to slant and cut, I'll cut them early to slow them down a little bit first. If not, I always have in the tool bag, I'll have my guard block out on that 3, and we'll just keep him at home and we'll read the B gap defender. So we'll lock it up, and we'll read the B gap defender more and run the slant behind him now. I love this. I love it against a 4 down more than I do a 3 down. But as you can see, even if they stem, go through your rules. And I told my guys all this week, they're gonna stem. They're gonna change the front. Just be patient. Okay, down, kick out, fit in, 1-on-1 with the safety. Here we go. We get on the edge. And like I say, for me, a good play is anytime I see safeties got to come down out of the sky and make plays, because they're not going to be able to do it consistently. And it's just like chopping wood. The more we get after it, the more we get the big plays. Here we go. So you can do this also. Here's another variation. Okay. You can now crack. So we now bring the Y in. All right. Instead of having my guard now seal the Y. All right. We started this year. Shout out to Coach Matt. I know who's on here. Added this little wrinkle into it. We motion the tight end in, crack on the D lineman. Now we get both outside. But one thing you got to say is you got to have the guys on the outside block. If you don't block, you don't get the rock. All right, but that's one variation you can also add to this. All right, I want this head. If you watch 74, all right, his head's not attacking him via the neck, all right? And I heard Coach just talked about that before. 74's got attacked him via the neck, trying to stop that penetration there. Okay, now if we see, now here's one thing also. If we see that this 3 tech is becoming a problem on the front side, and he does this a lot, all I got to do is I'll tell the center to go front side and keep the backside guard at home too. And I'll let now the tackle work up and just tell him it's almost like a double 1 look. And I always tell versus a double 1, center's got to work front side because he's the most threatened. I'll keep the backside guard at home. All right, run in. Here we go. Tackle over. Okay, tight end in. Wildcat. And this is a great way, we always think about players over plays sometimes. So we're in the red zone here. We want to get the ball to our best player, number 7 that year. So how do we do it? We put him in the back, ran Wildcat. It was really good for us. Stemming doesn't bother us, like I said before, because we're just working the rules. Okay? Now you see this, and this is the hard part when we start running jet sweep. All right, back's got to be a little more patient, get his foot in the ground and try to get upfield. All right, he doesn't. He's kind of in no man's land. All right, it kind of messes us up here. Defense wins sometimes. That's what I tell my guys. That's what I tell my coach too. I love to draw it up, but sometimes they get it. Get a crack. Trying to get to a 1 tech front side. All right, so if we go 1 tech front side, okay, center's always working front side. All right, center's working the front side. All right, this is wrong by my left tackle. He's got to go down. He's got the inside backer. Now I say the inside backer, but don't chase him. Because if you're going to block, all right, I tell my guy, my left tackle, you got this inside backer. All right, inside gap man on linebacker. You're working here. I know right away he's going to fly out. Don't chase him. I know this backside backer is going to come over the top. The probability is that's the guy that you're going to block most of the time. This guy can control either by the NDM or if he's going to play out like that, I'll crack it. But here it is. So I put this on. We ran a little reverse now. All right, so how do we layer it? All right, so we've been running buck. That's all they saw. My right tackle doesn't do his job. He's got to go down. If he blocks straight down, as you can see, this backside end is squeezing. Okay? Get rid of this. Backside end is squeezing hard here. If he would have just stayed and tried to go after 20, look at all the green space we got on the outside. With the best player having the ball in his hand. He still makes a great play, makes a couple of guys miss. That's it, coach. All right. Let me just put up my contact info for y'all. So that's my phone number, 914-468-4442. Best way is usually by text. I'm a phys ed teacher, so I'm always moving around. There's my email. There's my Instagram. There's my Twitter. All right. If y'all need anything, feel free to reach out. I'm an open book. I don't hide nothing. You know, there's nothing to hide nowadays because everybody's got film. You know, we always talk about that, but I always say there's nothing to hide because everybody's got film. They can watch it all day.
No doubt. Well, appreciate it, Coach. I'm going to get Coach Webb on here. I appreciate you a lot.
Thank you, Coach.
Yes, sir. Coach Webb, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. So if you want to click present down in the bottom middle, are you using Huddle or something like that?
I've got Google Slides.
Okay, so that's cool. So you click share screen, click on your Google Slides tab, and then click share down there at the bottom. There you go. Okay. Yep, and then go slideshow, and then I'm gonna back out. And you got it, Coach.
Okay. Let me get to the start. All right, so I'm Coach Webb from Antelope Valley College. We're a junior college here in California. I've spent 29 years in junior colleges, 24 years here at AVC, and offensively this last year had the privilege of being our offensive coordinator, work mostly with the quarterbacks, but in all my time, I've spent most of my time working with the offensive line. So I unfortunately we had some staff shakeups, and I don't have access to our film, but I do have some of what we do and how we block it. So I'm going to kind of go through that. And I thought I'd start with some of the things that, us being a junior college, we only have our guys for 2 years. Every now and then we get them for 3. And so that means a couple things for us. The number one thing is that it means that freshmen have to play. And so the things that we get guys who come in the door and they struggle with is their pad level and their hand placement. So we do some drills every day to help with that. So we get them under the chutes every day. We get the boards under the chutes, and we do what we call our demeanor drill. And with our demeanor drill, the focus is really on those heavy feet, just slow pounding the ground. And to help with their hand placement, we put a tennis ball in their hands. So because we want those hands close together, we want the thumbs up, and then we want the elbows in, and we have them work the tennis ball as they're pounding the ground on their way through the chute. Okay. Then next from there, we go with our pound and drive. So again, we take the tennis ball away, but we still get that same hand movement. We're still pounding the ground, and then we have a defender at the edge of the chute, and then we'll get that defender to hold the top half of a med ball. And so now we can get that double under strike and then get the hips and hands working together, and now we get to work and driving that guy off of the ball. Then some things that we do, combos are a big part of obviously any run game, particularly with our RPO stuff. So one of the things that I really like with our combos, and we work a drill with just the shields. And so we'll get the guys on the sideline, and then we're really working that inside hand, inside foot, working together, staying square. And so they've got to make contact with that blocking shield, keep the shield together with them. We'll work it. We'll go sideline to numbers, then we'll go sideline to near hash, and then sideline to far numbers, and then sideline to sideline. We found that's been a great way to get those guys to work together and really emphasize getting that inside hand placement and working as a team and really getting that first level movement on our combos. Then for our pulls, we work what I call the knife pull, which is more the traditional pull. And so we call that the knife pull, because we tell them with that hand, if you're pulling to the right, it's that right hand, like you have a knife in that hand. Really throw it open like you're stabbing something. And then we'll set that board on that angle into the line of scrimmage, because we want those guys pulling into the line, usually for that kick out block. And then we'll work the square pull. When we do our square pull, and again, we'll do this under the chute as well to keep that pad level low, as well as outside of that. And so on our square pull, we really want to emphasize, obviously, you get crossover with that back foot, and then we call it paint the fence. And so that is really to emphasize for that square puller, so that he stays, again, along the line of the rest of the offensive linemen who are blocking down and getting that movement. And then it just helps us with getting them in the right place, but where we want them when we pull. I'm going to go start with our inside zone concept. So 112 and 113 is inside zone for us. So here we're going to go play side. We're going to block base that 5 tech. So really emphasizing stepping with that inside foot, getting movement on him, getting along with that inside arm, and inviting that guy, if he's going to do anything to beat us, coming this way up the field. Then we're going to work our combo here. If we have a shade to the play side. So now our post is going to step inside hand, inside foot. And then our center is going to be our help. He's also going to step inside hand, inside foot. And we really, and probably because we have freshmen who have to play, emphasize getting that first level movement. Yes, their responsibility is to work to this play side backer. But we tell them, if we can get 2 to 3 yards of movement here on this down guy and just force that backer to run the hump, we don't even have to come off to him. Once we start with that hip-to-hip drill, another thing that we do that I really like is that we'll take that combo drill now to that one-man sled, and the one-man sled has a really small surface, so it really forces them to get that inside ham, inside hip, and get those inside hands and inside feet working together to get movement on that down guy. Here with the backside 3 tech, now we're going to combo with the backside tackle, backside guard, backside tackle, combo to that backside backer, and then obviously the 5 tech is going to be our read guy. Excuse me. And then for our RPO, and then we're going to use our route combinations here to pull these guys out of the box. And then what we also have found has been successful for us, once we get this guy now, and we do a couple of adjustments in the RPO to kind of mess with him a little bit or to deal with some problems. Every now and then we get a guy here who's able to kind of squat and squeeze and impact the quarterback on the pull. So change up for us, and you'll see it on a couple of the slides, is we'll go with what we call a money call. And so money for us is going to alert that backside tackle. He's not going to go big on that 5 tech. And then it alerts our backside guard. If there is a first level B gap threat, you are responsible for him. Okay. If not, you'd be working that combo in the shade. And then now our read guy becomes that second level defender. We follow probably what the basic rules for everybody. I think if that guy is minus or in the box, now that's going to be a pull read for our quarterback. If he's plus, we're going to look to give that. Here's a look of our inside zone again against this 4-2 now with that backside shade. So we're just going to base the front side with the play side guard, play side tackle, combo that shade, and then our backside tackle is going to be uncovered climb. So he's going to take that lateral step to protect against the B gap spike here, and then climb to that backside backer. Then for our running back, and this maybe gives us a little bit of a duo element. We tell our running back he's going to read the fit of that backside backer. And then as he makes his way into the hole, he's going to fit opposite the fit of that backer. Another adjustment that we've made is that we'll run kick. So we'll take our Y, bring him down. Let me clear this up a little bit. Bring that Y down here to our wing alignment. Kick is now going to bring him backside. He's going to kick that backside 5. Just gives us a little bit more room to run, and then we can still work our RPO off of it. And the thing I like about it is it gives us some different looks, but it doesn't change anything for those 5 there. And I think that we've done a really good job of keeping things simple, again, because we only have them for 2 years, and those freshmen who come right through the door have to be able to play. Here is our inside zone against 3 down. So this is against a stack, which we see quite a bit. So again, I don't think this is anything groundbreaking, but we basically go 2 for 2. So if this is our play side stack here, we tell our play side guard, play side tackle, you're responsible for that play side 5 tech and that play side stack backer. We're going to take an inside step here. He's going to take a step like it's a combo on that 5 tech. That's going to protect against any spike. If he feels air with that inside hand, then that lets him know that 5 tech is played outside. That frees him up to go ahead and climb to that stack backer. Then we've got our center and our backside guard who are going to work that to that middle stack backer. And then again, our backside tackle is going to work that uncovered climb. And we know now against the stack, we're likely to, get a little bit more of that 5-tech spiking inside because he's got that backer behind him. And then we'll also, use our kick to help us. If that guy, or excuse me, our money call can help us here quite a bit. If this guy spikes quite a bit, then we'll just go to the money call and then make it easy, a clean read for our quarterback. And now he becomes our read. We don't see much of a 3-2, but again, this is just how we would block it. So we're going to block that play side 5-tech. Then we're going to build a wall with these three here on that 0-tech, and then we're just coming off to that near backer. We also have rules for when we come off. Obviously, the big thing for us is that if you cannot touch that linebacker, you're not coming off. You're staying on movement for the down guy until you can touch him. We found that really helps us from getting guys splitting our double teams or from guys thinking that they've done enough to move that first level defender. So that's kind of our rule. We'll work that also with those drills where we work our combos. But we start off on all of those drills with the combos where we don't even give them the option of getting to that backer. When we're on that one-man sled, all we're trying to do is get the inside hand, inside hip, and get movement. Okay, but then when we progress to where we talk about getting to that second level, that's how we do it. That's our key. That's what's most important for us. And we run any of our route combinations here, 2x2, 3x1. We've messed around a little bit this year with going double sidecar, going offset I. What that's really done for us, that helps a little bit more on the RPO side of things. We found that what we're able to do is to force teams into more of a two-back run fits, and then we're able to take advantage of that and play some games. And also, we would, if we wanted to go like with our strong or our weak look here, we could bring this slot here back into the backfield, and now we can give them like a quads look as well. They've also got to think about making their two-back run fits, and then we can play games with option and even get this guy still involved in the RPO if we want our ball carrier to be our lead back, or we can actually get the back involved in we'll run some lead or load out of this look. And so if we call we go 112 lead, then what we're going to do is that we're now typically we go money if we go lead. So we're going to go our 5-tech would go here. The tackle would go back to the 5-tech. Lead would tell our back to go out up on the backer, kind of give us more of an ISO component. And now we're going to let that second back carry the football. And then if we want to go load, then we get more of our regular look so that everything looks the same to that 5-tech. And then now we're going to take our lead back. He's going to go and get that 5. And then now this back is going to be our ball carrier. We still have the RPO component with it as well. So just different ways for us to do the same thing. And again, doesn't change anything for those 5 most important guys. We don't want them thinking, we want them reacting. And again, we want to really keep it simple for them. Okay, 132 and 133, this is our power. Okay, and so for our power, we will run money quite a bit on our power. And again, this is our 133 money, so this is us power to the left. So we're going to go base that backside 5-tech. We are always going to fold the shade on power. Okay, so if that shade is backside, our center's got that down block. Again, he's aiming at that V of the neck. Then our guard is going to square pull, and he's getting up and looking for that play side backer. Then we're going to base that front side. Okay, here is 132 money. So now we got that shade to the play side. So now we're going to have our guard. We'll get that down block. Our center is now going to pull around. We do not square pull our center. I've not yet figured out how to get a guy to make a snap and square pull. So what we tell our center to do is he's going to open up with that play side foot. Okay, and so he's going to open with that play side foot, get around that down block. What that also does for us is where they have caused some problems for us once they figure out how we're blocking it is now they'll take that shade and they'll spike that shade. So we tell the guard, once he takes that step for the down block, if the shade spikes, you own him. The guard will now just take him where he goes. The center takes that step to open up, and now he's just going to replace the guard and go right at that backer. So that was a fix for us. It has been very effective for us running it that way. And again, just it gives us pretty clean looks for our quarterback we feel in the RPO. Here is our power against the stack. So again, we're going to base here the 5. Combo that 0 to the play side to the middle stack. We're looking to get to that play side stack backer, and then we're going to go unclever climb with the backside tackle, protecting against the spike, gets that 5-tech. We also tell them though, because especially with the stack, we get a lot of movement. So anytime we're comboing to that second level, yes, there's a certain backer that we're trying to get to, but if somebody crosses your path, obviously we're not going to let them go. We're going to take that guy. Okay. And then here is just obviously just a chance to look at it both ways. And again, with all of this, we're running all of our route combinations to give us the advantages in the RPO. Then here against that 3-2 look, again, we don't see it very much. When we do, we have great success against it. We get a lot of room to run, but this is what it would look like for us. So again, we're going to base that 5. We combo that 0 to the backside backer. Puller's looking for that play side backer. This would, again, with the money now, where we're going to read that second level defender, which gets our hat on that 5 tech. Okay, then we have what 142 and 143 is our counter. Okay, and our counter, a couple of different ways. What we really want to do, obviously, we want to get 2 pullers, and so here, this is against the 30 look, so this is how we would do it. So we're going to combo that 0 to that backside backer, and then this is probably the place where we get the most. Where even though we want to combo to this backside backer, if this backer fires, we're going to take him. So our first puller is going to be that. Then our tackle is going to be released inside. Our guard is our first puller. He's going to work to kick out that 5 tech. Then we're going to square pull, paint the fence. And then our rule for our tackle when he pulls is that he's going to fit first green grass past the center. That really, again, cleans it up and has simplified it for us, where they're not worried about where they're trying to fit or worried about where this kick out block is. Or our second puller isn't even concerned if it's a log. He's just looking for that first green grass past the center, and that's where he's going to fit. So then what we also do now, if we get a 3 tech to that backside on our counter, we're going to make what we call a solo call. So solo does a couple things for us. First thing the solo call does is it alerts the play side tackle that he's going to base that 5 tech, because we now means we have 1 puller who's going to be involved in the counter. We're still going to combo that play side shade to the backside backer. That now our guard is going to base that 3 tech. Okay, and then our tackle now, he knows on a solo call, he's pulling by himself. In a perfect world, we never screw this up, but that our world is not perfect. So we also tell the tackle, who's the puller, anytime you get a solo call, you are going to check the play side tackle and make sure he blocked that 5 tech. Because if he happens to not hear it or not execute properly, he's going to be down inside. And if we don't get a hat on that 5 tech, we don't have a play. But if we see that as the second puller, we can make that adjustment. We can kick him out. Now we still have a hat for a hat, and we got a chance to get positive yards when we carry the football. But what we also did is what we've added now, and I think I have it here. And we don't always run with the wing look. We don't necessarily need to be in our, this would be wing strong for us. So that means that offset I is to the strength or our Y. We can also run this out of 11's personnel. So we would just have 1 back in the backfield. And so we added our tag with the Y to our counter. So, GY. And this allows us to make sure we have 2 pullers no matter what. So then our rules here are, if we have that shade, now it's going to be our guard, and the Y is going to be the second puller. If we get that solo call, now our tackle is going to be the kick out guy. So the solo call is going to alert him if it's 142Y, 143Y. That is going to alert that tackle that now that guard solo, he's going to block what would be that 3 tech here. Our tackle now becomes our kick out, and then the Y is always going to be the one who fits. So just another way for us to do it, to make sure we always get 2 pullers without changing too much, again, for the guys up front. And just a couple different looks at it. Then we'll run it also. We'll out of that wing alignment. Of course, we'll let that wing be on the play side, just so as a tendency breaker to give the defenses, different looks, so they don't always know. Okay, well, we get that Y away from us, it's counter, and then of course we'll use motion with that Y, motion him across. So we'll line up here. We can motion him across and run the Y. Or we can line him here, play side. We want to come this way. Motion him back to the play side and run it, and just to give him different looks. Okay, then we have so 152 and 153. This is our G kick. This is another way for us to really get on the edge as far as running the football, and then we can vary the alignment of the back in terms of the RPO. And so our rules are going to be that if you are for our guard, if the guard is uncovered inside, he's going to be a kick out guy. Our Y is going to be attached, and then we're going to get our Y blocking down on that 5 tech, and then our tackle is going to go down inside. He's going to get next man inside. We're kicking out here. We'll vary our back alignment. So if we go offset to it, we may run this more of like a quick toss just to get it out on the edge right now. We also will run it out of the pistol. I should probably mention we're like 100% gun. Quarterback always heels at 5, so we'll vary the alignment of the back. We get the back in the pistol. Now we can now he'll open to it, and we get now kind of like where we can get to our play action. call it, kind of like our Peyton Manning, where we're going to kind of really stretch and then come and we can set up in the pocket or boot off of that. And then if we really want to work the RPO on it, then we'll put the back offset to the backside. He's going to come across here on his path. And now that allows that quarterback to read that backside 5 and then work that RPO combination to the backside as well. And this is what it would look like for us against that even look. Okay, so again, here we see we got that tackle's covered inside. And then what we also do now with the center is that because what we ran into was we at first were having issues with that 3-tech beating us up the field. So we're going to pinch that 3-tech with the center. So the center is going to come flat to that 3-tech, tackles down. Our Y is going to block down on that 5. And then our guard has got a knife pull to the outside. Again, his rule, he's just picking the first thing he sees. We're going to push crack with that play side on our outside receiver. Again, his rule now, we want to push crack, but if this guy becomes a threat right now, then we're just going to go get him. Again, we'll use, in this case, so we have this drawn with our offset alignment, allows us to run it and still work the RPO on the backside there, give us multiple looks, again, without changing too much on the front. And then this is, we've also run it a little bit. Now we can run it out of that wing look, so we can get the wing off the ball, which gives us a little more flexibility. We can get into that offset eye or double sidecar. Again, just to give numbers advantages, to give the defense something to think about a little bit differently, numbers on the front side and the back side. Okay, and then this would just be running it to that wing look. Got a little bit more time. Let me. I don't know. Did anybody want to see? And Coach, you can let me know what route combinations we run with the RPO.
Yeah, if you want to, you pull up the route combinations and let's talk a little RPO.
So what we do in terms of RPO, so we're a quick game. So I'm right-handed, so this is all drawn up right hand, but to make it easy for you. So everything here is the play side. So this is our Bruin concept. So what we're going to do in our Bruin is we got a 6-yard in by 1, and then number 2 has what we call our seam read. Now, typically when we run Bruin, we'll tag it with the go. So if we tag it with the go, that tells Y that he's getting out, taking the top off. But our seam read rules are we are going to, we're going to sit at 3 if we're uncovered. Okay. If we're covered at 3, we're going to carry it to 10. If we're uncovered at 10, we're going to sit. And if we stay covered at 10, then we're going to take the top off. Okay. If we were, the backside routes really don't apply in the run game. That's in the pass game. That's what we would do on the backside. Okay. Then we have our Buffalo. All of our quick game concepts, we use college mascots. Okay. Helps the kids connect with it. And our drop back game is NFL mascots. And so we got our 6-yard out here on Buffalo, and then we will go with our seam read. We really like the seam read concept. We get this all day on the RPO. We're able to get those guys focused in on the box. That's a big one for us too. Like when we go money, we want to see if we get this away from the overhang, we know that second level B gap defender is going to be the guy that has to try to cover him. A lot of times we're able to get that ball out before he can get there. Okay. Then Cardinal is our 6-yard slant. Again, Cardinal, we will usually not run. We won't run the seam read with it. We'll tag it with the go, or we'll go what we call Cardinal copy. So we'll go double slant here for our Cardinal. So there's the Bruin go with the tag. Then that's what our Cardinal copy looks at. And we tell 2 it's a 4-yard slant. But really, we don't really push vertical on this. We tell him we want you to just go right now. We found it times out better for us. So he's going to be more just kind of coming right off the ball at 4 to get there for us. Then we have our Cougar concept. So Cougar is basically like a kind of like a quick game version of that smash concept, but we're going to go 6-yard in by 1, and then we're going to go a 6 to 8-yard corner by 2. Okay, that's a great concept for us against cover 2. We get this throw quite a bit. And then Husky is our one of our bubble screens. So we're going to block the most dangerous defender with 1 and then bubble by 2. Then we've got Sun Devil. Sun Devil is our slant arrow. And then this is, I call Sun Devil, we go Sun Devil bubble. It's kind of like our OG RPO concept, right? So we got the 6-yard slant, and then we'll run the bubble concept off of that. It's also, we'll run that 3 by 1. I think I have that here as well if we have time to get to it. I know we got about 8 minutes left. Is that right, Coach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then here we have our Trojan. Trojan is our stick concept. So we got a 6-yard stick by 2, and then we'll run a 12-yard skinny post by 1. Just gives us another way to high-low the defense. I like Trojan. We will run that when we're 3x1. We'll run that on the backside. We get mostly 2 high shells. A lot of times to that boundary, we'll get teams who want to cut that safety. So Trojan's a great route for us where we can push and get that skinny post, get inside the corner, and throw over the top of that safety that, wants to try to cut us and try to get underneath anything on our one-man concepts. Utes is now our screen to number 2. So it's a now screen. He's going to take 1 step vertical and get back. And now number 2 is going to block most dangerous. Wildcat is, again, another one of my favorites. So we have a MRR, outside release by 1 on the go, and then 6-yard out by 2. Then Rockets is our spacing concept. So now when we run Rockets quick game, we ghost protect. So we're going to be 5-man protection. Our running back is going to be here sitting at the numbers. But when we RPO it, we're just going to get 1 and 2. 1 is 5 yards over the ball. 1 is 6 to 8 yards, 2 yards up to the hash. 2 is 5 yards over the ball. 2 yards our spacing. And then Ducks is our 4 vertical concept out of quick game. Then what it looks like for Beaver is our hitch concept. We will run Beaver 2x2 also. So Beaver is a 6 to 8 yard hitch by 1. We have the seam read, or we can, run the go with that. And then number 3 has what we call the dream route, and that, we're just that over route that we're all going to run with 3 to kind of clear it out. Also allows us in our pass game, if we want to work that one cut side, it gives the quarterback another option where if they take away what we want with 1, he's got that dream route that he can go to. If we run Bruin out of 3x1, we would typically run what we call Bruin copy. This is a great man beater for us. So 1 and 2 have that 6-yard in, and then we get 3 on that 8-yard corner. We found that 3 gets lost a lot of time in that man coverage when we get him wide open. Then Cougar 3x1. So again, the concepts for 1 and 2 are the same, and then we just add that dream route. And then with Husky now, so we'll get 1 and 2. We typically will try to cross block this unless we say that they're most dangerous by alignment, where we just need to go and get a hat on them right now. And then that, I think I have Sun Devil on here. Then Sun Devil is another way for us to give the same look, is that we'll go Sun Devil bubble here. So this will get Sun Devil will give us double slant arrow, but we can go Sun Devil bubble. And so now it kind of gives us that Husky look, and where we instead of blocking those defenders, we run slants. And then let me just roll also out of Husky. We've had a lot of success with, we'll go like Husky smoke. So now we're going to block and stutter, and then we'll send these 2 guys vertical. And particularly when we can get these guys in the box, worried about the run game, we got some easy throws over the top there. Then, Trojan, again, is now for 3x1 with Trojan. So we've got our 12-yard skinny post. Now we're going to get that 5-yard out by 2, and now 3 is going to run the stick. Okay, this is a great way for us to now affect that apex defender. If he chases 2, then we're going to throw the stick. He sits on the stick, then we're going to throw to 2. Then Utes, again, that now screen, and now we've got 2 and 3 blocking most dangerous. Wildcat, so again, we're doesn't change for us. We just add the dream to that. And then we'll go also out of this. Now we'll go what we call Wildcat copy, probably my favorite way to run Wildcat for us. So when we go Wildcat copy, that tells 3 to copy 2. So now we're going to get outs here. Again, now we get that apex defender in conflict. So we're MOR to pull the corner out. We got 5. If the nickel takes 2, we're going to throw to 3. He sits on 3. Then we have 2 wide open. We got a lot of yards, easy yards off of that play. Then when we run Rockets out of 3x1, we're going to get 3 on the wheel. And then when we go Ducks 3x1, now we're going to get the safety. 3 is now, he's working towards the opposite hash. He's obviously going to read the safety. So this would be what we're going to do. If we get a 1 high look, we want to cross face that safety to get his attention. If we're 2 high, then he instead of working to that opposite hash, now he's just going to split those safeties. And now we're looking to get that safety who's on the hash in conflict. Is he going to take 2 or is he going to take 3? I know we're getting to the end here, so I'm going to go to, let me just get out of it so I can get back to my contact info. I moved it up. I wasn't sure we were going to get to the past concept. So here we go. So here's Twitter, Instagram, my school email, cell phone. Again, if you, like one of the coach mentioned, if you do contact me on the cell phone, text is best first. I tend not to answer numbers that are not familiar to me, but if you text me, I love to talk football, and I'll just take my last couple minutes to put just a little bit of a plug in for JC football. I've always told guys over the 29 years that I've been in it that this is really the last chance that football is really fun and enjoyable. I think that's been amplified with the way that the 4-year level has gone. And I know here locally, a lot of our guys are frustrated with what's happened, and junior college is becoming more of an option for them. So if you have guys who are looking to go junior college, we'd love to have them. You can get me film, contact if you want more information. If you're not in California, what that would look like for a kid, I'd love to do that. Or just want to talk some ball or more about what we do, I would love to do that as well.
Appreciate it, Coach.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and I know you got to take off. So
yeah, I'm also our head tennis coach, and I got a match going, so I got to go.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Coach Molson.
What's going on?
Not much, Coach. You able to get it right?
Yeah, I changed my computer, so I'm good to go now.
Okay, cool. If you go ahead and hit present down here, and then are you using like Huddle to do your stuff? Yeah. Okay. So if you just click the Huddle tab and then hit share, it'll come up.
You got it?
Yes, sir. You got it.
All right. Good to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me get rid of that. All right. First, Coach, appreciate you having me. I hope I can, someone can get a coaching point or two out of this. I've taken from a bunch of people. So I'm just going to stick to some fundamentals that we've had success with. And again, if you guys can take a coaching point or reinforce something, that's what matters. Here's my info, not, who cares about my bio, but contact info, cell phone, email, or Twitter. We were predominantly, I was a head coach the last 8 years. I went to Cal High this year. And we are, 99.9% gap scheme, not because of me, because we had some really good football players and a really good running back. You can see our rush per game went up quite a bit, so our carry. So, too fast there. This is quick philosophy stuff. I'm going to go quick through this stuff. I don't try to do a ton of drills. I try to carry it over from scheme to scheme. I'm a big fan of doing things a million times and getting repetitions. I really believe in this philosophy down here of get to like tying a shoe. I want the kids to play fast, and the more we do it, they seem to get it. I think the biggest thing for our guys, I think in O-line play in general, is eyes. I think that's one of the most uncoached thing in high school ball is their eyes and how they can play faster by having their eyes in the right place. I'm a true believer in that, and I try to be in threes. I don't want to try to overwhelm kids. 3 coaching points, 3 reps. I always want to coach eyes, hands, and feet. And those are kind of the big things with my philosophy. And I think the biggest thing that I try to coach is getting kids to contact, how to do things efficiently, correct. I mean, I'm not going to get too much in philosophy and technique in terms of feet in the ground, leverage, all that. That's another talk. But getting kids in the right spot, I think, really boosts confidence. And the last 25%, I tell our kids, that's you. Do you want to move a person or not? But getting kids to that point, we're in a position where they can be successful is kind of my thing here. These are the schemes we run. The top 4 are kind of what we major in. Power, GH counter was a huge play for us. Duo, our outside zone, we try to pin and pull it as much as we can. And then those are kind of our 3 kind of minor plays down there. We wham, and I'll have a clip or 2 of this. We didn't run a ton of GT counter this year, but we did run it, and we do a couple plays. We had a big one against a league opponent with our HT counter. These are, I think, the 5 essential skills for gap scheme. I'm going to focus on the top 3. The bottom 2 I'll get to if I have time. I think we do a really good job of double team, and I think in any gap scheme, you have to be able to double team. And we spend a lot of time on it. Every day we're going to do some variation of our double team drill, and I'll show you that. And I think we do a pretty good job of that. Everybody from center, guard, tackle, we all cross train. So we all talk about covered guy, uncovered. Same thing with our skip pull. Everybody in our offense does a skip pull. I know the previous coach said his centers don't skip pull. Well, we do, and I'll show you a clip of it on our outside zone play. Our H's don't skip pull, but it's the same idea from off the ball. And then our flat pull, same thing. We didn't flat pull with our center this year because we had 2 guards that we'd rather flat pull with, but we do have the ability to do it with our center. Obviously, our O-linemen are on the ball, and our H's will do it off the ball, and our wham scheme, duo, they'll cross, and then our HT counter, they're also flat pull. And double down blocks or down blocks, those are all come up at some point, and there's some examples of when we might use it. And then hinge, that's pretty much a tackle thing, but I think those are the 5 things that are essential for gap scheme run plays. Double teams. Again, I'm not going to go through every little thing here. I only got so much time. We all learn. I kind of treat basically the same between duo and power and counter. Again, I don't want to teach different things. The only thing I really teach differently is I tell kids to stay on the double a little bit longer on duo, and we're a little more vertical on that. I'll have a clip of that later. Key coaching points. I want all their body weight in half a man, eyes up, communicate, stay square. Again, I'll show you clips of this stuff. The biggest fix-its that I have, number 1 is eyes. And this is a clip, and I'll show you an example of this. I took this about a week ago. So obviously you've been out of football, but both those guys don't have their eyes where they belong. They should be looking, over here somewhere and over here. Now, again, I just took this after a lift last week, so obviously it's not great. Staying square, that's a big one. I think whenever you can be square, you're so much more powerful and able to play off different techniques. And high near knee, and I'll show you that. You can see this kid on the right is in a much better position. His feet are square. I wish his near knee was up a little bit higher, but that's okay. I love his tight elbow, and I'll explain why we really want to have tight elbow on this, because the post guy, we're going to want to torque him if our gallop guy does a really good job. So there's that. Cover guy. So this is the post guy. Both these kids are doing the post work. We step with their inside foot first because I don't want their hips closed. The mistake I think a lot of people do is high school kids, and I'll show you a clip of a kid not really doing a great job of it. If you step with your near foot first, if your second step is up, now your hips are closed. So if that backer is gonna stunt A right now, your hips are closed, you're not going to get there. And again, I want them square. So we're going to quick inside step and then second step in the ground at the crotch of the defender. And again, the kid on the right is in a much better spot. This kid's a little too far over. So I want all their body weight on half a man. And I want to be high near knee, high hand at contact. Hip square. And again, I want their eyes up and their eyes to, in this case, to their left. And I think the big thing is their eyes are up. It'll keep their hips low. When kids bury their eyes, their hips rise are not nearly as powerful or strong with that. I want this picture on the right is what we want to be. We want to be an axe. We want to be tip of the spear, whatever you want to call it, on that defender. You can't split wood with the sledgehammer. So I want them to be a point, and I'll show you that on the next slide. So that's just some basic coaching points in our covered guy. Our uncovered guy, we gallop. I'm a huge believer in this. I don't know why more high school coaches don't coach it this way. I think it's huge, and it gives kids a chance to be successful. And our right tackle, who's coming back, thankfully, was exceptional at it. It's a 3-step to contact. So in this case over here on the picture on the right tackle will be left, right, left. And I'll show you a clip of it. I want to get to the hip of the inside guy right now. Now I'll show you an example of a good one and not a good one. I want to drive off the outside foot. You can see right here, he's driving off the outside foot here. It's a good example of it right here. Hips are square, and I want to knock the hip over. I want to hit a soft target, and for D linemen, it's usually their hips and their waist. Now, we're not going to be perfect, but I want to hit something soft. And if it hit them where they bend, I heard it earlier, is exactly what we do. And eyes up. Here's a good example of that tip of the spear I'm talking about here, or high knees by both guys here, by the post guy and the galloper. That's exactly what we want. We want him to the hip of the post guy, and we want that double high knee. We're not going to get into it, but we want to be able to deflect that force. We want to, deflect the force and leverage of the defender. And that's the easiest way and most efficient way to do it, in my opinion. I think any high school coach, I've been a head coach, I started doing this last year or two. If you're a varsity O-line coach and you got your lower levels, draw a picture for them. Now, this is a very simplified version of the drill that we do, but I think giving your lower level coaches a visual, if you have film or just, I have a whole PowerPoint I give my lower level coaches of what the drill should look like. Now, this is the base, first of the 3 techniques. This is the right guard, right tackle. Obviously, as we get going, we'll work other things. We'll work the twist where the D lineman's this, the backer's trying to scrape over the top. We'll work all those things. But we'll work it when he is head up on the post guy, which I'll show you an example of. We're playing an odd front where he's head up. We'll work it with a backer. You're playing a 4-3, and maybe it's the Mike backer you're getting to, or excuse me, Mike backer might be a little bit closer or whatever it is. So we'll vary the drill, but that's the base setup of our double team drill that we'll do. Here is our post. Here is our post right here. Again, I just did this last week, so it's not perfect. The guy on the right played every snap for us at right tackle. The guy on the left, he played 4 games at center. So he's not as experienced as the guy on the right, but luckily they're both coming back. But you'll see here is it's the inside foot first, quick short step, second step to the crotch and high knee. Now, again, the guy on the right's much better. 1, 2. And what I like about both of them is they have a really tight elbow. What I say is if I can see space between your elbow and your side, your elbow's not tight enough. And again, the one thing they're not good at is their eyes should be over here. And again, that's something we'll coach. But again, we just did this really quick after a day of lift. And I want it to be half a man. He's really good. He's a little too far over. You see the knees more at his knee. What I tell him is I want to pee on the near knee. You can see if obviously he was covered, his crotch would be right over that near knee. Now, obviously their eyes aren't there, but that's where you want. So that's a good example of our post work, and everybody does this. Center, right guard, right tackle. Center, guards, and tackles will all do this. So that's our post drill that we do. We use med balls. We use bodies. I'm a big fan of med balls, but that's how we do our post. That's an example for our post drill. Here's our gallop drill. Again, this kid was a really good football player for us and ran behind him a ton. Here's our gallop drill. You'll see it'll be left, and then right. It's kind of a gallop, and then right now, high, low to high. And this we're going to use a shoulder. Now, usually when we do this drill, if we're not using bodies, I want a shield. So it gives them a little more of a surface to strike, but obviously we did this real quick after a lift here. Low to high, you square, and that med ball is about where that hip is. And obviously he's driving off that outside foot, low to high, square, doing a really good job of that's what the gallop should look like. And the idea is we want to tell him you're trying to knock this guy across the post guy's face. Again, we just walked through this real quick. This is the drill that I showed you, the diagram early. Obviously, we don't have a lot of space here, but this is what it should look like. Again, we'll just walk through it. Now, the kid right now who'd be your right guard, so to speak, he doesn't step with his inside foot. You see he steps with his outside foot first, which you don't want. But what I do like is we're, again, at contact. We're high knee, near hand, half a man. And what I do like about where 57 is, he has his eyes on that backer. But that's what it should look like at contact. Now, again, obviously, we're just walking through this, but that's the best setup of the drill there. And again, we'll work later on. We'll work twist. We'll work scrape. We'll work all that stuff as we go. But this is, day 1 of spring, if you have it, or summer, whatever it is. Here's some double teams. Okay. Here's a couple bad examples of what it doesn't look like when things don't go well. So I just showed you that kid did a good job. Here we don't do a good job. Right guard, right tackle. Right guard doesn't have near knee up. Both of them don't. and the right tackle has his hips turned and eyes buried. So now we have our right tackle working his force towards the sideline, and our right guard does not have a strong point at contact. And what happens is the guy splits us and makes the tackle at the line of scrimmage. So again, how important it is to be square and high knee at contact by both guys. Here's another not so good example, a little different reasons. So now our left tackle, first of all, splits a little too wide, but I always say get to the hip of the inside guy right now. So our left tackle is slow getting to the hip. And then what happens is he's too fast to the linebacker. I always tell our guys, you're patient. I don't want to say slow. You're patient to the second level. Let them come to us. They're more athletic than us. They can see the ball. We can't. Let them come to us. And I say is if you get to the hip of the inside guy and you see any color, you need to knock the hip over. Again, we don't do it here. Move forward a little bit. So here, our left tackle, you can see too much space. He's too fast to the linebacker. He's not at the hip of the left guard. Too much space there. Our left guard is in good shape. Because his eyes is correctly, you can see our left guard, his eyes are on that backside backer who is going to fit that A gap. But because our left tackle did not get to the hip, he lets the down guy go. He comes off, makes the tackle. Here's some good examples. Here is basically the drill that I showed you how coming out in the game. So right guard, right tackle. Really, really good right there. Both guys have near knee at contact, near knee down. Right guard's a little high, but he's also a big boy, 6'3", 6'2", 300 pounds. So obviously bending's a little different for him. But I like where we're at contact, and I love our right guard's eyes. You can see his eyes right there, looking at the backside backer who fits the A gap. Right tackle stays on it, and we're in business. So that's the drill, the first day of spring drill coming out, showing up in a game. This is the left guard, left tackle. So this is now, again, working the different stunts and stuff like that. You got a one technique here. Here, we do a better job at left tackle. Still a little too much space, but what he does a good job here, he sees this hip. He's going to knock it over, knocks the hip over, stays square with his eyes up on the second level. Second level presents itself. He gets just enough. We score. We then gets in his way more than actually gets a piece, but he gets in the guy's way. So a good job of knocking it over, hitting where the D lineman bends, and then climb by staying square. I always want us to be square in the second level. This is center and right guard. So this is against an odd front where the center's the post, the right guard's a galloper. He wasn't a great galloper, but he gets enough of that near hip. See right there on the nose, knocks the hip over. And the good thing about him, look at our right guard's eyes, and his hips are pretty square. Footwork is not perfect, but he's pretty square. And because he's square, he's able to get up to the second level and then take the defender where he wants to go. And then I always tell our guys, own a leverage, make the back make us right. And that's his job. The back's job is to make us right, which here he does. Our back was really good, and he's an exceptional running back coming back. We're very lucky. Here is an example of a right guard, right tackle. Now we're playing a 4-3. So we knew going this game we could stay on a little bit longer on the double team. This is a really good example by the right guard of being 1-2. And then because his near foot's down, with that 3 technique stunning to the A gap, and now it becomes a down block. And he can do that because he has his near foot in the ground at contact right there. His right foot's down. Guy stunts A, becomes a down block to the left. Our right tackle does a good job of getting to the hip. The hip disappears, Now he climbs vertically to the mic. You can see he's making contact. He is square on that mic, if you can see it. Right there, we are square on the mic. And obviously our back does a rest, and there's a reason why he's getting offers now coming into his senior year. His left guard, left tackle. Here's a good job of that hip disappears. Again, he's a little slow. That was one of the issues he had, getting to the hip, but the hip disappears, and now he's patient. I don't want him going 100 miles an hour to the linebacker because we'll probably whiff. But we're square. All right, fine. He wants to go outside. We'll take him where he wants to go. Yes, we get a great kick out by our right guard as well. But exactly, don't be in a hurry. Be patient. Once he declares, now we're square. We can take him where he wants to go. Good things happen. Here is a duo double team. I'm going to go quick here because I know I'm going to run out of time here. Here's a duo double between our right guard, right tackle. So what I'm going to tell here is stay on it longer. Again, his footwork's not great by the right guard, but now we're going to stay on the double a little bit longer. And both, you can see all four of their eyes are on that backer stacked over the 3 technique. Stay on it, stay on it. Once that linebacker declares, and now we're both going to work that direction. Right guard, yeah, you could say maybe got away with a little bit of a hold, but we're not perfect. But then the right tackle does a great job of, if that backer goes A, fine, we're just going to wash our 3 technique that direction. And let the back do the rest. Okay, we're going to go to the next thing, skip pull. I got a lot of clips here. I'm not going to have enough time. Skip pull. We do this movement. The first movement drill we do in spring is I want to see who can move, who can do this. So again, center, guard, tackles, all skip pull. H's do it, but their just footwork's a little different. I want to get depth and width for the first step. Eyes on backers now. And then spring, coaches will stand back there and just put our hand up. 3. Tell us the number that you see when you're pulling. 2, 5, whatever. I want them to verbalize it so that their eyes are up. Hips are square and loaded. Inside out path. Scrape and paint. This is a little different than some people. I want to aim at the far number of the inside backer. Why? Because most inside backers, especially in high school, are taught to take everything on with your inside shoulder. So if I'm aiming for your outside shoulder, I can get that backer to expand a foot or 2. That gives my backer bigger hole. And I want to be double uppercut in the second level. I see it in high school, college, pros, is when O-linemen have their hands out on the second level, you're going to get called for holding. And if we're pulling, I want our tackles or our H's, whoever's pulling, to be 1 by 1 from the flat puller. And that gives us time to adjust if we see, if our tackles are pulling, I want to be 1 by 1 from the guard on the flat pull. It gives us time to adjust if our guard logs, and I'll show you that later. There's a skip pull drill. I like to shoot because I want them to dip their hips before contact. I'll get to that in the flat pull, but that's how we set up our skip pull. Here again, we did this in the weight room. It's not perfect. It's just showing you a basic version of it. Depth and width with my first step. You can see his eyes are up. Depth and width. His hips are square. Again, this is not perfect, but what I like about him, he's square and right here, tight elbows, double uppercut, tight elbows. Hips are square on the linebacker. That's a good example of how we do it. Again, not a perfect example. Wish we were on the field showing it. Here's a couple clips. Here's our left guard. This is our backup left guard. Came in and did a great job for us. Depth and width. He wants to scrape paint off the back of the double team. And again, you can see him right now. He's going for that far shoulder of the far number. And again, what does that backer do? He expands too. Great. Take him to the outside. Look how much more space we got for our back. Back does a great job as he reads it and gets vertical. Here's our center. I told you guys we skip pull with our center. This is our pin pull. So our center is skip pulling here. I'm going to show the sideline view. Footwork's not great, but we're going to get depth width. And again, you'll see he's going to go to the far number of the backer because, again, most of them are taught to take it on with their inside shoulder, but also obviously the threat of the outside zone. He's going that way. He's square right there. Our right tackle's square too. And that's a good picture of both our center and right guard being square and allowing us to drive off our inside foot and wash the backers across. And, of course, back does the rest. Here's an example of our left guard, how tight he is. Now, obviously, we have the fly motion that's going to influence the backer a little bit more. The left guard's going to be real tight off the double team. There's no space. He is lighting a match off the back of our double team. I know it's kind of hard to see. It's not the greatest end zone camera. But as he's going to expand. Because we're telling him, get to the far number. Again, most linebackers are going to try to avoid alignment. So, again, I know we had some fly motion, but he expanded. He just got enough, and obviously the back does the rest. Here's a bad example. Again, I think a lot of coaches don't show bad examples. Good to coach kids with bad examples. So here, our right guard, his hips start going to the sideline. Now, it's a big kid. This is not the best thing for him. He was not a great skip puller. But here you can see, watch what he'll do is, okay there. But right now, his hips start going to the sideline. He's not square. And I don't care who you are. Most old linemen cannot redirect and get back square. So once you're going, it's in trouble. And the other thing is, again, he's too high. He kind of stays high. But then right there, his hips start going lateral. And that backer does a good job of going, oh, shoot. And now, right now, we're in no man's land. We cannot redirect. We can't sink our hips and drop our and drive off our outside foot. And then obviously we can't. He's trying, but it's too late because our hips aren't square and we're high. That's why I use the shoot to dip our hips. And then obviously the backer knifes and makes the tackle. Flat pulls. Near foot, near shoulder at contact. I'm not a rip the lawnmower guy because if we rip the lawnmower, I don't want my force going backwards. I want to go forward. So I really focus on the first step as laser pointer to the inside shoulder of the guy I'm going flat pull. I want to scrape pain. I want to be tight. I want my biggest thing, again, eyes, head is the steering wheel. If those eyes drift towards the backfield, their body's going to follow it. So I want those eyes at that near shoulder too. Low to high, dip, inside leverage. I always use I can't stand this when I see linemen do a great flat pull. But then what happens is defenders see the ball and they cross face with that. So I say after we make contact, as we drive, I want to use an analogy of eating because linemen like to eat. I want to scoop him out. I want to scoop some ice cream. So I want to get my hips into the hole and force that defender to go around the mountain and not fall off and make a play. And wrong arm, we're gonna log and pin it, and then we're gonna swing our hips, and I'll show you that. I got 5 minutes. I should have enough time. Real quick, we do this every week. We do our counter drill where we will put now there's an example of the flat pull. And again, what I'll do is I'll put a shoot here too as well. The idea is dip before contact, just like when you're tackling. So again, trying to cross-train kids with that. I put a can or bodies. Again, this is a very simplified version of it. Here is a great flat pull and a I'll show it from here first. So again, look at our guard's eyes. His eyes are going to go, and now he's near foot, near shoulder. And what I really like him to do here after he makes contact, his hips. Now, he obviously pancakes the kid, but his hips are going to start working into the hole right there. And then the H is 1 by 1. So this is his skip pull. He does a good job of being near foot at contact. Our H right there, near foot at contact. And the back does the rest. End zone view. Obviously, also like the right guard, the left guard right here. He's going to dip right there before contact. It's not much, but it's a little bit of a dip. And obviously, he does the rest, and there we go. Here's a left guard flat pull. Here, he does a good job with his eyes. Excuse me, right guard. Right guard, laser point that near foot. Again, I don't want a lawnmower. I want his force going forward. He's a little bit of dip. It doesn't have to be much. Again, he's a big boy, but at contact, you got that near foot, near shoulder. And again, at contact, you see his hips start to work inside. Yes, he pancakes him. But again, you don't want that defender. What I don't like to see is that defender crossing face and making a play. When you play one of the best teams in the country and you share film, you get these nice, beautiful 3 views. I'm going to go to this one. This is our right guard facing the division. These are all Division I athletes here. Our right guard does a really good job with his eyes. I guess our left tackle doesn't do a great job, and their defensive end does a great job of getting the hip, but we're still able to get inside out because we scrape paint, and our eyes start to work back into that near half. And I'm near foot, near shoulder at contact. Here's a good view of it as well at contact. Right guard, near foot, right there. Near foot at contact. I'm able to scoop this guy out and move him. If I don't have near foot in contact, most likely that hip's going to give, and I'm not going to get a lot of movement. Here's a good example for another right guard at contact. He's right foot at contact, and again, he swings his hips. And a bad example, here's an end zone view of our H not having the near foot down at contact. So the H is taking it on with his inside foot, not his near foot, and he gets stuffed in the hole. That's why it's so important to have near foot down in contact. Again, our right guard, after he makes contact, he's swinging those hips into the hole so that defensive end can't cross his face and make a play. That D end has to go around the mountain. I know I say this, so any D-line coaches, I don't want to upset you, but I would say our D-liners are dumb. They're going to go the path of least resistance. That's our job to own the leverage and force them to go the way we want them to go. I'm running out of time here. Here's our wham plays. Probably the last clip I got, Coach, is our H. He's going to wham the one technique here. I'll go back to the end, the sideline. So this is our wham play. Our H is going to into the line of scrimmage, left shoulder left, left foot at contact. We're in business.
Awesome, Coach.
I'm running out of time.
I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there. Yep. Because I appreciate it. Yeah. If you want to stop sharing, I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and get Coach on, but I really appreciate you coming on and
yes,
talking.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks, Coach.
Yes, sir. Coach, you're muted. There, you got me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Awesome, Coach. So Coach McClanthian, it is McClanthian, right?
Yeah, it's a tough one. McClanthian. Everybody just calls him Mac, trust me.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, Coach, you want to go ahead and hit present and share? We went through that already. So Coach is going to come on and do that. While Coach is bringing that up, guys, appreciate everybody for hanging out. Guys, we are at the 5.5 hour mark. Thanks for rocking with me. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube if you're just chilling here. And then make sure that you share it out. A lot of people are sharing out in the beginning. Go ahead and share it out. If you've already have, don't worry about it. If you just joined us, go ahead and tweet it out. Use Tatum OL as the hashtag. And Coach, I got your presentation. Go full screen, and you got it.
Okay, guys, you got me?
Yeah, you're good, Coach.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I'm Mike McClanahan. I'm the offensive line coach, run game coordinator at Saginaw Valley State. I'm not going to get into all the places I've been. I am getting some feedback from my microphone for some reason, but I'll mute that. If you guys need anything, just don't hesitate to reach out. If you guys are in the state of Michigan, we'd love to talk ball in person. It's always better for me. But I want to talk today about outside zone. To me, wide zone, outside zone, stretch, it's all really kind of the same. To me, the point of the play is to cover and stretch on the front side. I'm trying to win a gap somewhere along the line of scrimmage, especially on the backside half. To me, that includes the center. And so we're going to double team whenever possible because that's going to allow us to create divides in the defense. And I'm going to talk about how we create those based on leverage of linebackers and defensive linemen. And then ultimately, we want to stretch and puncture with the running back. We're going to do that by setting the tight end as the aiming point for the back. Because defensive players are tied on a string. So as the ball goes wide, they flow wide. They gain gap integrity. As we're following with the back, it's going to create lateral displacement along the line of scrimmage in that second level. Okay. We break up outside zone really into three main buckets for us. We have our outside zone weeks, two-man surface. We're going to ID frontside linebacker in the box. We're going to make calls for open and odd to help identify the different structure and alley threat. And then our backside in all concepts that are zone are going to be relating to -1 from the ID linebacker. So we have the strong side outside zone, which is going to be similar in the way we ID it from weak side outside zone. We're going to go play side of 2 or middle of 3 versus all front. Okay, the exception would be if we get a true Okie or bear structure, we're going to go to the backside of 2 or the middle. And then we'll do an outside zone boss, which we call it a tight end ID. Basically, we're going to work. We're going to leave 1 for the tight end, and so then we're going to work still backside. Work -1, but it's going to keep the IDs back, so we can create vertical running lanes, and we can create -line linebackers from where the D line is related to our combo. And so whenever I'm game planning outside zone or the wide zone, or whatever you call it, to me, I'm always trying to create some sort of divide in the defense. And the way that you do that is by getting a linebacker to play behind a defensive lineman that you're comboing to. So if we're comboing a B gap defensive lineman, we want the -1 linebacker on the backside to be backside of that person. So we'll talk kind of about how we do that. But really, for us, I break it down to there's 3 main skills when it comes to outside zone. Number 1 is we're going to have the front side reach, which is going to create our cover and stretch on the front side with 1. We're going to win a gap backside by creating or doing backside cutoffs. That's kind of bullet point 2. And then our combos are going to create the divide in the defense. So we have front side reach, backside cutoffs, and we have our combos. So the first fundamental, front side reach, we use this term for other fundamentals. We're going to angle drive in J step. So what that looks like is so we're going to set our hips on a play side beat aiming point, meaning that we're going to try to get +1 inch from the midline with our midline in our eyes. And then our second step is going to J. Quite literally, if I'm a right tackle, I'm setting my hips on the aiming point. It's going to J through his midline, right, through the defender's midline. That's going to put my backside knee, elbow, and hand all in an angle to attack that outside half of the man. And I'm going to press him through that angle. I'm going to take him on the angle I find him. So I'm going to set my angle wherever he is. And then if he widens, I'm going to take him on the angle that he goes. I'm going to stay on that angle. I'm going to drive that initial angle. Okay, my outside hand is going to be on the shoulder. My backside hand is going to be in the midline. I'm going to drive, like I said, my backside hand, elbow, and knee through the man. I'm always going to be pressing through the man the entire play. I want my eyes in the place I'd be the neck. One thing that I don't have on here, but it's really important for this first part, this first step, the angle drive portion, is I want to be as flat as I can be. But I'm going to be as open and set as much as I need to be. So if he's tight, I should be really flat. If he's really wide, I should open my hips more. It's not going to be an exact 45 or 60-degree step every time. It's going to be depending on where that defender is aligned. Okay. For the backside cutoff, we're going to open, run, and drive. That's kind of the 3 main coaching points that we have. The less help that you have, the more depth you need on the backside. We'll give you guys some clips of this. We're just kind of buzzing through the initial coaching points. So if I'm working a backside combo, let's say I have a 3-pick on the backside, and my -1 and my backside linebacker is stacked over the center. Right? Well, that guy's plus aligned. He's play side of me, play side of the D line that we're comboing with. But I'm going to get a lot less help from the guard. So I've got to really open, and I've got to really open and run through. Pulling your hips away from the line of scrimmage. And I'm going to try to drive my backside hand all the way across to the play side armpit. So our backside aiming point is wider than our front side aiming point. And again, my eyes to the armpit. I'm going to try. Once I get there, I'm trying to drive him vertically. I want to make the defender backdoor me. I don't want to let him cross my face. I want to make him go backside. Why does this matter? Okay? It matters because we have to win a gap somewhere along the line of scrimmage. Back and find vertical and put pressure on the defense. And then vertical drive on the backside or a seal on the backside allows the running back to make his cuts with confidence, knowing he's not going to get smoked from the backside. Okay, here's the visualization of the same thing I just went over. I can send it to you guys if you want it, but showing hands in the X where your eyes go, the hand is where the hands go. Okay, outside zone double. So I think this is where we spend a lot of time, and where I spend a lot of time with game planning. I think the coach and Alex mentioned it. Big part of the job is just making sure that, we want great angles, but we don't want to leave bad matchups along the line of scrimmage. especially on this play, just like any run play, but penetration will kill it. And so we spend time trying to game plan the looks to create the right double team, and to allow us to create divide in the defense, as well as the vertical stretch that we're going to get. So the first thing you got to ask yourself when you're on the line of scrimmage, do I have a defender in my play side zone? All zone schemes for us means that our initial assignment is going to be based on our play side zone. So yes, I have a player in my play side zone. No matter if I'm in the combo or not, I'm going to work my regular aiming points based on the front side or back side. So again, front side, play side knee to neck, back side, play side armpit, my aiming point. And then I need to know now where my help is. So I'll get into that. That's going to be based on the open zone players leverage of the linebacker. Okay. If I don't have a defender in my play side zone, if I'm covered on my backside, I'm going to help backside. If I'm uncovered, I'm going to work front side. Okay. So then you need to communicate who you're helping to. How we determine who you're going to help or where the help is along the line of scrimmage is based on linebacker alignment. Okay. So if the linebacker that you're working to is off the line, the expectation is that you help front side. Even if you're covered on your backside half, it is the expectation that if there is a front side stunt inside, you're going to cover that gap, pick it up, we're going to pass it through. Right? So you're going to have a slower, more line of scrimmage first thought process. To indicate that, we are going to make a here call to the lineman play side of you. You think about the classic picture of a 2-eye, 30-line linebacker in a 5 technique. In that case, the guard's covered on the backside. He's looking for the plus line linebacker. Now he's going to tell the tackle, hey, I'm here, I'm here. If we get a stunt by the 5 and 30-tech linebacker plays out to the C gap, well, now we're expected to pass that through. If we have a minus aligned linebacker from that open zone player, then he's going to play vertical through the line of scrimmage, okay? And he's going to win with speed. Therefore, he is not going to help the play side gap. Okay, so now we look at it as a very man-oriented combo, much more than a true zone-oriented combo. So we say win with speed because if there is a pinch from the play side, you have to beat it vertical. We're going to play long in all of our combos when you're helping. And then we say if a stack of line linebacker is a minus line linebacker by default, unless we decide to game plan it differently, which in that case we would tell them there's a new default or based on maybe who that jersey number is, we may say that. But a big coaching point, if you're covered on the backside, is to play long. Stole that from a lot of other O-line coaches. It's not really, something I invented. And so we're going to talk about making first move contact, and we want basically to go from ground to man. And so, I'll show you guys kind of a combo. Sorry, I got a dog that's freaking out in the background. But one of the things that we're going to work is all the different skills, right? So the front side reach, the backside cutoff, and the combos. So we're going to work the different combinations. Something we do in the off season. We're going to work what we just call movement skills, where it's not necessarily the exact fundamental, but it's teaching guys how to feel the different things that we're doing. So this is just a skater hop, where we can teach moving laterally, transitioning into vertical, teaching them how to do the J step. It's such a critical part of what we do. We do it on our outside zone, our inside zone. We do it in our combos. So it's a really important thing to do where we can just work that. And then we can add, a med ball fundamental where now we can have them throw direct force and, explode out, run through their target, play fast. Now we can work the drive aspect of the ankle drive where now we're going to put tension on their adductor and we're going to make them drive off the med ball and then J through it. Just a different aspect of the movement, making sure they feel good. This is a day one drill for us. We call it run the line because I'm not very creative. They're just going to run down the line. So the first part of the drill, step lateral, no defender. Second step J's. You can see the center here doing a great job. Step lateral, J, point your toe right down the line, and I want you to just run. Right? When we teach outside zone, we want you to run off the ball, play fast, run. Put stress on them laterally. Now, all I'm teaching guys is how to redirect lateral force to vertical force. Okay, and then we're going to run, unhitch the wagon, go. And so, when we have a defender, it'll look different because the angle of departure will change based on the line of defender that we're working to. But the principle of the movement is the exact same. Same thing. Here we got all types of guys doing it. What you'll see guys do is they won't do a good job. Is that second step will just drift out in front of them and they'll go way off the line, or it'll come down underneath them. It'll be like a shuffle and they won't be able to run. That's you guys get this wrong, or they'll just go too slow. This is an everyday one for us. We call it the owl drill. It's like being on the boards or one of those PVC pipe things. We just use towels because then they're a little more durable, and if you step on them, you'll roll your ankle. And so here on the right, we're going like a wide zone or outside zone right. So the right side is working a front side reach. Back side is working backside cutoffs. The center is the backside player by default. So he has a backside aiming point. So he is the armpit aiming point. So we're going to open the run on the front on the backside, working to get to the armpit. On the play side, we're going to work as flat as we can, as open as we need to, working to cover, set our hips in our eyes, play side via the neck or 1 inch play side of the midline. Jay, that second step, you see 77 on the right, doing a great job of that J step. You see the thing boom underneath him, and then he's running. Press, 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 press. Tight elbows. Don't love to use elbows here. I like how fast he's playing though. Boom, run through, run through, run through, run through. Press, 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 press. That's what you'll hear me saying in this. This is a great look at the left tackle and the left guard kind of in tandem of one guy doing a great job, one guy doing an okay job. The left guard here, 71, is going to do a really nice job. Cover him up laterally, right? On his aiming point. Second step, gaze, down fast. Backside knee, elbow, hand, eyes, all on the right spots. Pressing through his aiming point. What I'm seeing from the left tackle, see how he just steps back. He doesn't gain any ground laterally. So now he's behind his aiming point. He's opened his hips too far. He's exposed. Now he's got his big, giant crossover. Too much. Sometimes you'll cross over on this play. To me, that's okay. I know some people say that's a cardinal sin. That's not how I feel about it. You know what I mean? I'd be happy to debate that with you guys. But I want to play fast, but I need to cover him up laterally. In-ground lateral, boom. Jay, that second step through, press through the aiming point. Okay, here's another good example of a good and a bad rep right next to each other. So right tackle here, big 76, and the right guard. Right tackle's doing a great job. Lateral, right on his aiming point. Jay's through. Don't like his backside elbow, which is a little tighter, which can be a little lower. He's a young guy, he's super tall, so he's struggling with the level. And then you can see the guard here, 63. He's just opening and crossing over to run. And so he never gets in front of this guy. Now that guy's looking up across, and we're going to get penetration when he plays dead. So to me, coaching the look on this drill is super important. You want guys to work up and out like at an angle. You don't want them going straight up. You don't want them just backing up either, like a lot of guys like to do to kind of take the play off. You want them to work at an angle down the line, like you would if you were a 3-tech or a 5-tech trying to maintain gap attack. Okay, backside, a look at it now. Okay, you're going to work, open your hip. We talked about pull your hip away from the line of scrimmage, gain depth. You're going to try to work your hat across. You're going to work that backside hand to play side armpit, and then you're going to drive it vertical to create the vertical running lanes and the cutback lanes that we want on this play. Like I said, most of the time, this is not going to be a hit it outside play. Sometimes we do, but a lot of times it stretches and it punctures. Okay, the next aspect of this, guys, is just working combos. So anytime we're working combos, we'll either be in a group of 3 or a group of 2, just depending on what we're trying to work, front side or backside, or both. And I like filming from this angle at times to really see if we're playing long right from the line of scrimmage or not. So you look at the guard here in this picture, you can see he's got extension. The first thing to hit a defensive lineman is the guard's near hand. He's playing long. Okay, so depending on the angle of departure that he has, if this linebacker is pushed plus the line, then he's going to give that backside tackle a lot less help, knowing that I've got to go. I got to get this guy covered up. This play can hit E-gap to E-gap, so I can't leave somebody uncovered. It's not like an inside zone where you're just going to drive them all the way to the second level, knowing that ball is going to slide. Here, open your hips to the second level. Same aiming points at the second level as the first level. So he sets him to the armpit. He's going to throw that hand long, straight from the ground to the man. Play long, make first contact, giving a penetration. What I don't like is the backside tackle is not opening his hips and getting out to the armpit. He's just like shuffling down the line. That's no good. Good job by the backside cutoff by the center. Open, run, probably a little bit too open, stepping up underneath himself rather than gaining a little bit more depth and then driving his hip away from the line of scrimmage. Okay, here's a look at the backside combo where we're working to like a 2-line and 30 linebacker. Good job by the guard working his fundamental. Again, full zone. You're just working your base fundamental. That doesn't ever change. You just know where your help is. So the tackle's telling them, I'm here, I'm here. Open, check. I love the tackle's eyes. I love how the last coach that presented was talking about eyes. I agree. It's under coach. Here I can see 77. He's looking at the defensive lineman, making sure that guy doesn't come to him. If he does come to him, he has to have enough depth on his angle of departure to take that guy over and get him scooped out. That guy works away. He's going to climb. He should be scraping paint further down the line off the pretext for the defensive lineman's heels, knowing that that ball's placed, the ball's track is wide. That linebacker could be tracking wide as well. 61, the freshman, he's not paying attention. He's not running down as much as he needs to. Okay, we're going to same fundamental to a retech now, backside combo. So now I've got a stack linebacker essentially on the defensive lineman, which means I'm going to treat him minus a line as the guard. I love the guard goes ground man right there. He's playing long. Boom. Allows that tackle to open up and really get out in front of this block. And what you'll see when I turn the game film on is that will give us a chance to get some vertical movement as well as creating the lateral. So we get a lot of extra movement because of that. I love how fast we're playing. We're running off the ball. It's literally a sprint, right? Open and go. Okay, so now we're working a play side. So, again, we have a minus a line linebacker. I'm covered, so I'm open on my backside half. So minus alignment, it says I'm gone. Gone. Means, hey, tackle, I'm not there. So if that guy does that, you're on your own. I'm going. We're taking this 2 for 2 true man combo. We're going to pin this on your own. That ball is going to get out vertical. We see this to be like a stack line linebacker. Again, the number one way we run this is with the tight end in the combo, where he'd be either working with him to a stack or out to a +1, nickel out in space or safety at the third level. So, boom, I love that. Playing long. Boom. With length, striking right in that chest, right in the back. Good job by the center, getting him reached. Good job by the tackle. I like the tackle's feet better. I like his hat. His hat needs to be on the play side via the neck. That's going to threaten that guy's gap and make him widen. If he does that, that guy's going to step across the setting edge. He's got to do a better job getting his eyes across. Okay. We have 2 ways that we handle a 3-tech play side. We'll either have the guard try to play through the armpit, no, he's got help, or we'll have him try to take him by himself. It's really going to depend on this guy's leverage. So, again, if he gets an I'm here call from the center, knowing that this guy's pushed, play side of the center, they'll work together to try to scoop this out on a 3-step decision by the center. Right, so I'm going to see this guy. He plays out, he plays in, he plays through. That's going to dictate how I'm going to play through it. Again, guys, I know I'm covering a lot of stuff. I'm just trying to speed through it so we can cover as much as possible. Here, we're trying to play through the armpit, running, playing fast, playing long, scooping it through. Now we have a way to make the defensive end long with the back. Okay, now to a 2-eye on the play side. The play side guard got a plus line. So we said, hey, he's stacked this week, or he's plus aligned with the down lineman. So I'm going to play long. If we get this, the expectation is that they pass this off now. If he's minus a line, then he's going to be gone. Now the tackle's on his own. So we've got to make sure we communicate. Right? So I love this. Boom. Ground to man, playing long. 71's eyes are peeking that 5 technique. And now we're playing long, and now we're going to attack that same aiming point the second level as in the first level. So what happens on this a lot of times is this guy gets out in front of the combo. That's okay. Right? If he's doing that, this guy's widening. And then that back is going to press and cut. And a lot of times we get a lot of cuts up inside the center with just, 6-7 yards of his placement down the line. Another great job by the guard. What the guard here does not well is you see 6 and 7 eyes never peak that 5. Right? He's playing long. We're getting lateral movement. We're getting vertical push because we're not leaving the last player by himself. It's really well done on this. The only thing I'd say is he's got to fix his eyes. Okay, and then we'll add, the tight ends to work on combos, just like a blitz period, or we're going to work passing different things. So we've got different rules on how we handle that. I'm not going to get too much into that. Our help rules solve a lot of problems for us. I think we saw movement, either blitz or stunt, 75+% snaps this year. Nobody was going to hold still against us. So I'm going to get into some game film here while I still got about 8 minutes left. So here we're working wide zone to the offense is right here. So we're going to motion the tight end. We did that because we want to set the front. So we wanted a shade. We like running outside zone to a true shade. That way we can get him reached and him cut off. That's a divide of the defense. And we got a minus a line linebacker. That's a divide in the defense. And so now the guard is uncovered. We know we're going to triple to the first one from the play side ID. So the guard and center are going to work together. He says, okay, now I'm uncovered. I'm going to help play side. He's going to tell the tackle, I'm here, I'm here. So now it turns into really a 3-for-3 block on the front side. Love that. Get him reached. Okay, that guy does a great job getting up the field. We're off the ball. We're angle drive day. We're being physical. You can see the lateral movement we're getting. Now, when you coach the running backs in this team, once they make their cut, they want to snake back outside if they can, the guy that makes them cut. And so we can talk running back stuff another time. I want to focus on the O-line aspect. But how you coach the running backs in this scheme is super important. They have to play with speed, and they have to know how to cut on the outside half of the hole and how to work back off across the cut. Good job by this kid breaking an arm tackle. But what I love on this play is that center is reaching the shade. And yeah, he doesn't get him cut off, but he goes from hash to hash. That's a lot of displacement. We're distorting the defense at a high level. Okay, I'm seeing the backside guard here playing long. Boom, playing long from ground to man right away. Allows that tackle to get him cut off. Accelerates through the line, block him where you find him at the second level. Stay attached. It's a really nice job. That's 5 yards. I'll take 5 yards all day. Okay, here we are in 12 personnel. So you see the play side tackle, angle drive J, just like you do on the towels every day. Really nice job. The tight end says, my +1 is way out in space. I'm not going to help. I'm just going to go attack him, close space. He has the same fundamentals as us up front. The play side guard, playing long, ground to man, boom. We're not worried about trying to chase that plus a line linebacker. The ball in the pace of the bag is going to pull him outside, create displacement. Boom, we cut up inside. Good job by the back, trying to run away from the read on this play and snake back in front of the guy that got him cut, cutting on the outside half of the hole, 6 yards. On the backside, we have a minus a line linebacker, so we're able to cut the defense right here. And so now the backside guard, play long. He can do a better job of initiating contact with his right hand and allowing that. I want the backside tackle to open and run more. He says, hey, that backside linebacker, when they're that minus a line, sometimes they're going to do this. And so if we get backside run from our linebacker, everybody in that combo's job is to step on the speed brake. Because what that's going to do is it's going to open up a huge running lane. So if we get this, and this something like look like that, or some other combination of those things, the expectation is that he will cut him off, and then he will speed brake. And that will open up a big running lane along the hash. That's what's doing that this year as well. But I like seeing good job by the center, open run, driving for the play side armpit, aiming point, can't get there, but just find him. Again, we're going hash to hash on the kind of displacement that we're getting, being really, really physical, running up the ball fast. Okay, we incorporated some of the speed motion here. We really like doing this. We get an FIB set here. Both their outside linebacker out. Both of them are out. We love that. We have a minus a line linebacker, single linebacker in the box. We treat it like a stack. So the center is going to ID the middle or the stack or the single backer in the box. Okay, even though we could count this guy as a shade, we're going to the right here, by the way. And so we're going to still hammer that combo back because number one, we know we got all this time and space between the D lineman here, tons of time to get to that linebacker. We can buy this. Okay, so I'm gone. This guy's got no help. He's angle drive J all on his own. He goes in or out. He's going to take him wherever he goes. He goes into the stand to, I'll finish that sentence. I can't say that probably. So the tight end's going to run off the ball. Guy goes underneath. Boom, plays him underneath. We're outside. I like the size of that hole. That means we're doing a good job for the backs up on the support player. Okay, Okie doesn't really change much from the technique standpoint. All it does is just change sometimes how we ID it. So we know that if we have an Okie structure, then we are going to play a backside of 2 aiming point on any of our strong side wide zones. Over on the backside half, we're playing long through him, full zone, trying to get to the play side via the neck. Okay, covered, we're playing through the armpit. Closed zone, I'm going to teach him that's closed zone. He's got to get them cut off. True zero is a closed zone. Okay, backside cut off, closed zone, same thing. Play through it. This is well done. We're playing on their side of the line of scrimmage, which I love. I'll leave this play on here because I thought it was a nice job by the guys. There's some things we can clean up. But one of the most important things about having wide zone be a central scheme in your offense is you have to get all 11 guys on the same page. So we see a ton of like match quarters, and here they're going to spin down. But so if they're going to spin with support players, You have got to block support players because you've got to get this play started. And so if you don't get this play started and you catch that back going lateral, it's an easy tackle for them to make. We're getting really good displacement and movement up front, but if we're not going to block support players, it does not work. So it is a critical aspect of this play. And another look here, 4 down front. So this is an example of when we motion, the backers bump. This is a bad job of the guard keeping his eyes up and seeing how his leverage has changed. So now that backside linebacker is plus aligned. I can't help this much. There's that guy going free. Now, that guy does a bad job. He undercuts the play. We're doing a great job on the front side, running off the ball, playing with speed. It's a good look at when you have a wide 9 technique and you're in combo here, you're not going to play flat. You're going to open up and chase that and block him on the angle you find him. The play side tackle opens up. That guy expands, so he can now climb. He sees his linebacker, who's actually this guy. They get kind of jumbled up here, playing out. So he's going to try to run through that guy's shoulder all the way to the inside half of that man. The receiver blocks our guy because it comes right to him. Not going to pass up color. We're doing a good job getting to the safety. And the back does a good job of stretching this and making the cut. Again, we end up cutting up inside the play side guard here. But we're going from hatch to hatch again. This is what we want. We want to create that lateral distortion in the defense.
Coach, I'm going to cut you off on that last one right there.
3 tech now. Okay, same speed motion by the tight end. We've got a wide tilted 5. That was doing a good job. You can see he's getting a little lucky here. He's open. When they're tilted like this, I want to teach guys to treat them more like they're covered on you. Right? His angle is going to be more direct at you. So understand that you have to protect your backside half a little bit more, which means you want to stay a little bit more square in your angle of departure.
Hey, Coach, you got me?
I'm trying to play through the armpit of the 3 tech here. It's a good job. Back's pressing this. Probably could have just taken the edge right now and just said, I'm going to win with speed. Cut on the outside half of the hole. Block the support player and either break it vertical or work off that block. But he says, I'm not going to pass up a cut. Just don't like how he stops his feet. Bad job at the tackle again. When we motion. I cannot hear you, Coach. Sorry, I get a lot of feedback on my end.
Oh, you're good. I was going to cut you off right there if you can hear me.
I can hear you now, Coach.
Okay. I'm going to cut you off right there. It's 2 o'clock.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
sorry about going
No
over.
problem. No, it's all good. I appreciate you, Coach. All right. Coach Thompson, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. So I'm trying to. Hopefully, there's not too much background noise. I'm tucked into a corner here at the DFW clinic.
No problem. If you want to, you see present down here in the bottom.
Yes, sir.
If you want to click that, hit share screen. You can share your huddle tab if you have slides out, wherever you're going to do it.
There we go. I got it through huddle.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just do the whole screen then. Make it easier.
Yep. All right, I got it. Yeah, if you want to click hide right there on that little tab.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, you got it, Coach. Appreciate you stepping in and saving the day.
Absolutely. Coach, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. This is a clinic that I did last year when I was here at the DFW. It was the first time they did an offensive line clinic here. There's probably 600-700 coaches up here at the DFW clinic, and we did an O-line clinic last year and did it again this year. And then I've started my own clinic. And so this is what we do at Prosper High School. This is our wide zone stuff. We went to it about 3 or 4 years ago. It fits our kids great. And so I'm going to jump right into it. There's my contact information. If anybody wants to take a picture of that or screenshot that, guys, I will share anything that I've got with you guys. All this stuff that I've got, I've taken from other people and adapted it to fit our kids. And other people help me kind of put all this together. So if there's anything I can ever do to help y'all, just take my information down and don't hesitate to reach out. That's my personal email, and then that's my personal Twitter right there. We run wide zone. It's our base offense. This is our numbers from the 2023 season. We'll run it to the strong side and the weak side. And we've got a couple different options when we run it to the weak side. We can either go split flow. We can put the Y on the back side. We can put the Y on the front side and bring him across for split flow. We can bring him across and use him as an arrow route, which is what we did a lot this year. It fit our personnel better. We'll use him as an insert. And then we got a lock call. Looking at last year, our our stats. You can see them right there. Every time we called a play, it was 5.2 yards, but every time we handed the ball off, it was 5.9. This year, I've already done the stats. It was over 6.5 yards every time we handed the ball off on our wide zone. So we were better at it this year. Each year we've gotten into the system, we've gotten a little bit better, and it's fit our kids a little bit better. I'm going to try to get through some of these real quick, guys, and that way we can get to some film and some cut-ups. And this is just our rules. When we take our first step, we want to take it to the play side edge of the defender. We're saying aim at the outside hip. For me, I always say hip because I want their eyes in the right spot. I want them guys seeing these guys low. I don't want them eyes up in their helmet and shoulders. Our eyes are going to end up on that play side pec and that play side shoulder, but we're putting our eyes on the hip because I want to see which way the guy's stepping first. And then our second step is probably the most important step for me. We're going to take and put that second step right through the dude's crotch. That way, if he's moving, if he's slanting, we can adjust where that second step's hitting so that we can stay on the defender. If you just take two basic steps on the same angle, well, the guy moves. The defensive guys move. So you've got to be able to get that second step down in the right spot. And then on the third step, we're going to be running and adjust our angle and run our angle as we're going and trying to press to that outside side, the outside pec of that man. This is what we use every single day when we get up here. These are our pipes and boards. That pipe's about 2 feet long, and this is about 1 foot long. And then we've got our normal boards. When we do wide zone, that board is for show. Like we don't even care about it. So when we get lined up, we're going to put the heel. So this is running a zone right. So I'm going to put my right heel, whatever my stance is, I'm going to put my right heel against this edge of the pipe. And then when I take a step, my first step, I'm trying to get my right toes on that corner. And then I want to get my second step down in what we call the box right here. I don't want this elongated step. I don't want this guy crossing over. I want him to get that second step down as fast as he possibly can. That way he has time to redirect, he has time for contact, and he can adjust where his defender's going. And so you're going to see a couple clips here. Let me kill the sound on this. I forgot the sounds on this here. This is 4 of our guys that started for us this year. This was last January when I was putting this clip together. We've got, I'll say this, we're blessed with big kids at Prosper High School. And I've been blessed the last 2 years. We've got 4 guys that are already in college right now. This kid, he's the big left tackle, Zayden Crippen. Everybody in the world's come to see him. This was Bryce Gilmore. Every college has come to see him. And this is Sean Stover. All these guys are going to be seniors next year for me. He's already committed to Duke. This is Connor Carty. He's at Texas Tech now. He's a 2-year starter for us. Crippen's going to be a 3-year starter. Bryce and Sean are going to be 2-year starters for us. And so I've been blessed with some kids. But we're going to run through these clips real quick. You can watch these guys as they take their first step. They're going to try to get their right toe to this pipe and then get that second step here in the box. And again, this is January. And so we're always going to do it when we set up there to do it. We always do 1 step first, and then we're going to go 2 steps. Again, we hadn't messed with these pipes since football ended. This is in the middle of January, and so these guys, I'm getting on them about get that second foot down where it needs to go. So we'll go 1 step, 2 step, and then we're going to go all the way off. You see the defender. I've got the defender straddling the board. I've got his foot on the board. We're trying to get our 3rd and 4th steps to be coming off this board. And what I tell these guys, we want to take our backside bicep and rip it through his pads. You'll hear guys talk about screwing their hand in, keeping your elbow in. For me, that motion, I just think that motion's easy. All right, let's put our bicep on the pad, and I'm going to try to raise up as I'm running because I'm trying to lift you with that backside arm as I'm running. So you see these guys here, they're going to take their steps and put their bicep on that pad and run through it. There's a couple of our other kids right here. We're going zone left. Got to get a little bit deeper on that first step right here. We want to get that toe. There it is. And then it goes 1 step, we go 2 steps, and then we're going to get out and we're going to run. Right there. Get that bicep on the pad. Again, I've got a bunch of these right here. I'm going to show this just from the end zone here because this is what it should look like. Again, this is our 2023 season. This is Ellis Davis, who's at Texas Tech, and he's a fall-stepping son of a gun, guys. He's got all the talent in the world, and he does everything right till game times. So don't watch this guy. He gets away with it because he's 6'7", and he's fast and can move, but he's going to fall step. But watch these other 4 guys. This is what we want it to look like when these guys all take their first 2 steps. Pause it. Look at that. That's what we're looking for. First step in the ground, second step's there. It's going to cross over naturally a little bit, but they're trying to get it down, get it into that guy's crotch, and now they're going to all try to rip their backside arm through and run. And so to me, this shows that this is stuff that's you're taking what you're doing in practice and you're putting it in a game. And again, 72 is a false step and son of a gun on Friday nights, but he's also a player for us on Friday nights. So we go through a simple progression. If I have a guy head up and play side of me, I'm covered. I'm trying to reach his play side peg. And as soon as I get play side peg, I'm trying to get in front of him. If I'm uncovered, I don't have anybody on me or in my play side gap, I am trying to run across his face. And I tell them the biggest thing you can't do is you can never go behind a defensive player. You are running, trying to cross his face. So this is just what it looks like right here. So I'm covered play side, I'm zone step, backside knee crotch, bicep on the pad. I'm trying to rip my backside on through and run off the ball. When you win, when you get play side, quit going sideways. Get your ass vertical. Once you win, get vertical. I heard a guy talking about it last night at the clinic here, and that's what he uses the same terminology. When you win, get vertical. Get vertical now. If you're uncovered, my aim points are still the same, so my steps are going to be deeper. Where this guy's more of a vertical step and maybe a 45, this guy's got to be a lot flatter because I got to get to the same aim point this guy's on. If this guy's running his aim point here to get to his outside pec, I got to run out my aim point here to get to his outside pec. So I got to change my angles different than his. And so I'm taking off, and my job is to run across his face. Run. And if I can't get there in 3 steps, then I got to see where my linebacker is, and we talk about that here in a minute. Okay? Is there something in your gap backside? If you have something in your gap backside, okay, now you're going to either go flippering, the old school flipper, or we're going to play long, or we're going to Heisman the guy. And that's based off where our linebacker is. If our linebacker is in front of the combo, like I got the guy in my backside gap, I got my linebacker that we're combo 2 is already in front of me, I'm Heisman. I'm getting as long as I can, and I'm getting out of there so I can get to my linebacker. If the linebacker's behind the guy I'm comboing, I'm going to flip her and get through it. So now I've got time. I can be heavier. I can be longer on that combo because I have more time because that guy's back behind me. And so again, this is the 2 examples here. This guy's going to, I'm going to take my zone step. I'm going to take my angle step through his crotch, and I'm going to flip her and run through here. While this guy's trying to run and chase the crease right here, and he's trying to cross this guy's face. Here, my linebacker's over on the front side of me, so I'm going to play long. Like I'm going to be a left-hand Heisman right here, take my steps. Now, here's the deal. This is the widest guy in the combo, so this is where my steps have to go to is the widest guy in the combo. So when I take my zone step and my ankle step, my angle has to be through his crotch since that's the widest guy in the combo. And then I'm going to play long with my backside hand and keep him. So if he is just slanting and trying to cross my face, I can hold him off with my left hand right there. Well, my teammate knows I better run my butt and get across here because I'm not going to get much help because our linebacker's already front side. And so when we work these combos, we'll do them as a 2-on-1. And I'm going to go ahead and say the 2-on-2. So here we go. We're running zone right. This is the linebacker we're working to, so he's backside. So I can afford to be heavier on this guy right here. So I'm on zone step, angle step. I'm zone stepping, angle stepping. Both of us are aiming for this outside hip right here. So as they take their first 2 steps, there's 1 step, 2 steps. You can see both of them are aiming at that same angle point right there. Both of them got their eyes on that play side hip. They're looking right here. And now we're going to rip and run. I'm trying to get my backside bicep on the pad. I'm ripping through him with my backside bicep. You can see my ankle's almost vertical right here because I have time to get to this guy. My angle, I got to go moving to get to the same contact point. Boom. And we're running. You'll see it here. It's the same thing going left. Boom. Both of them taking a good first step. Now our second step's got to get down in the guy's crotch. We're a little too wide right here. This is a young pup. This is a little sophomore right here. So, he's going to grow up. There it is. That's where we want him to be better right there. And now we're going to run and we're going to bring the linebacker across, knowing we have time to get to him right there. Okay, now if the guy's front side of it, I can't be heavy here. I'll never get here. So I'm going to Heisman this guy. So my steps got to go to the widest guy in the combo. So I've got to run and my zone step's got to get outside of him. My angle step has to get aimed at his crotch. So my second step has to be at the crotch of this guy. My job here is to uncover him. I got to know that's all linebacker. I'm sprinting off the ball. Like, I'm not going to get much help here. The only time I'm going to get help is if this guy goes to start chasing. I'm going to long arm him and hold him off for you to get there. There we go, a little false start right there. Boom, right there, we're running. And again, this is it going to the right. So again, we're zone right. There's our first step. We're going to take our second step. Again, he's got to get that second step. Sophomore putt, got to grow up for us. Got to be a guy for us in here. And now we go. Still, he's dragging that crappy second step. I got to get him better. He's got to get that second step aimed at his crotch. There it is. You see now when we go full speed, he does it the right way. He's here, foot. He's a little bit far. I'd love to see right there. Get that foot down about right there. Get that foot in the ground here. Don't cross all the way over. When you cross over, you have no power. So that dude's going to just knock your ass back into the backfield. And then we talk about movement. And the movement's real easy. If my D-line slants front side, if he's slanting away from me, get vertical. Because you're in the crease that the back wants to be. And that guy's running wide, get vertical inside of him. If my defensive end slants backside of me, I'm looking opposite because defensive linemen are dumb. If that guy's slanting, he's pulling somebody with him. I mean, we always talk about this. You're going to get weird fronts. You're going to get weird stunts and twists. When in doubt, run and get vertical as fast as you can. And so we'll do a drill with movement right here. I'm just going to show you one of these so we can get to some game clips right here. So right here, this is, whether it's an odd front, here's your Sam linebacker walk down, and we're worried about some movement, some type of game here. So we're both going to be stepping and moving. There, where's the movement? Okay, there's our D lineman. We don't care about this guy. That's the H-back and your fullbacks. Here's our movement. He's going away from me. So as soon as I feel him going away, I'd love for him to get vertical right there. He decides, no, there's enough pad hanging, I can get there. I'm going to keep moving. There it is. You see, he does a good job right here. He steps, movement goes backside. I better get my eyes here on the front side. Because now as this guy slants, our H is knowing, hey, he's inside of me. You're going to pick him up, and I'm going to pick up your backer that's going to scrape all the way over the top right here. And we work these drills every day. Every day we work movement because that's what we see from our defense. The last one right here. So, again, now we're getting a twist. Boom, get vertical. That guy will cross your face by himself. If you'll get vertical, you're going to run into anything coming back to you. All right, let's get through this real quick. I want to get to some clips and show you guys what it looks like. Okay. The last thing we do is anytime we start seeing movement, we have a call. We call a truck call. And all that does is just becomes a three-man zone, and everybody's running their path. And we're going to pick it up as it sorts itself out. If you get a team that wants to blitz the edge, they want to blitz the H-back, blitz the fullback, hey, we're going to make a truck call right here. Because if we don't make a truck call and this guy just buries himself in here, and our H-back doesn't make a truck call, or our tackle doesn't make a truck call, that linebacker is going to scrape right there, and he's going to make the tackle every damn time. So when we get this guy walk down out here, we're just going to, hey, truck, means everybody's soloed up, and we're going to see it and sort it all out right there. So I'll show you some clips of that as we get to it. So this is we'll do it even if we don't have the H-back, say we're running it to the weak side, we're running it away from the H-back. That truck call now will include our center here. Okay, if we have the H-back, the truck call stops at the guard. It's only a three-man combo. If we don't have the H, we're going to pull the center with us, and now the truck is these three guys. It's always a three-man combo because we're worried about some type of blitz, some type of stunt, and we want to be able to step and gather it all up. And this is what we call our combos. Everybody's got different names for their combos. And we identify ours, single, double, triple, A, B, C. And then we do it. If it's an odd front, we know right now we're going to have a double with these two. We're going to have an A with these guys. He's going to have the Sam. And I'm going to step B gap and then back to my defensive end. If we didn't have the H-back, say the H-back is going across and he's getting his butt out of here. I'm using my mouse here to be a little bit more efficient. Say my H-back's going across over here. Now this double, we just say, hey, double out. We just say, hey, A front. And again, Now I don't have the H. I know I have to go for the B gap player right there. So that's how we do it. If it's an odd front, we know if we get up there and, hey, our center ID is at odd, we got, hey, it's a double and an A, and let's roll. When you got time, they want to jump and move. If it's an even front, the uncovered lineman always starts our combos. So now we're a single and we're a B. If the H is here, we're good. Nothing changes. If we're going split back on it, hey, guess what? Nothing changes. Even fronts are easy the way we do our combos. So even fronts are easy with how we want to do our combos. We know anytime it's an even, it's always going to be a single and a B. All right, so there's some clips right here. Take the wide off of this so we ain't going to mess with skipping through that. Okay. So we get down here and we get set and we get lined up. And this is where it gets tricky. What do you want to call this? You want to call this an even? Do you want to call it an odd? I don't care. Hey, center, pick one. Center, I want you to pick one. You call it an even, you call it an odd. Get everybody on the same page, and let's go to work right here. So whatever we're wanting to call this, okay, this is on. This is to our open. We don't have the H back involved. All right, so we're running this to the front side right here. I know that these two got to work to this one, and these two got to work to this one. And then we're going to read. We're going to read this backside end, and we're going to arc him out here and let our quarterback, hey, pull it or give it. Pull it or give it, and let's go to work. So right here, you see the right guard. He knows that guy's front side, so I'm not getting involved. I'm going to Heisman this dude. I go to stick my arm out. He played into the center. He's not even there, so I'm not worried about him. Okay. I know right here, hey, my linebacker's front side, but I got covered backside. I got to give my tackle a little bit of a presence here. And he probably helps him a little bit too much. I'd love to see him just use his arm, use his length to get out here. But we got everybody picked up. We got everybody ID'd, and we're just sitting here. There we go. Get him onto the second level. Yeah, we say we want to aim, outside peck even to these linebackers, but when this linebacker goes, no, I'm just going to blow you up on the outside. Okay, cool. You want to stay outside? I'm just going to stay outside. And our running back's going to make the cut at the second level. And we're going to be fine. And we're going to get through there untouched. Here we are again. Again, we're running this to the front side. But in this case, we're going to bring the H with us. We're going to bring him across. And he's going to basically be a lead insert. He's looking for this safety right here. This is Denton Geyer, one of the big powerhouses here in the North Texas area. And they've run a lot of that three safety look, and so this is that safety that he's going to roll down, and he can play safety if he don't pass, but he's going to roll down and play Mike linebacker. Once he sees run, he's going to roll down and split these two guys right here. So we're going to bring the H from the backside. He's responsible for 12 as he comes around. So right here, you can see we're talking. Okay, we don't have the H, so we have to push this combo out. There's a little bitty corner sitting out here because we got an unbalanced formation. We got all our receivers to the left, so we can push this combo out to the first thing out here. These two should be pushing here. We should be ripping, and then he's coming around, and we're going to pick up 12 here on the backside. If this defensive end wants to chase, they got nobody left for our quarterback because we got three receivers out here, and they got to cover all three of them. So you see we get there. There's 17, our H-back coming all the way across. Good job. I'd love to see our center play with a little bit more length right here. And he's a good one. He understands where he's got to fit, keeps his feet running, gets back across. Our tackle does a good job right here. And what I tell our tackles, hey, the wider this guy is, the more inside you aim. This guy's already telling us, you're not going to get to my outside peck. Cool. I'm going to put your outside peck. I'm going to put your outside peck on the numbers. I'm going to run your butt all the way to the sideline. We do a good job. We get our back free. And unfortunately, he kind of pulled his hamstring right there. It's caught. All right, so now let's go say we're running one to the strong side here. Now we have the H. Okay, we have our tight end, fullback, whatever you want to call him in your offense. He's got the first thing off the edge right here. Okay, this is our crosstown high school, and they run some of that three safety look. This is that safety, same thing Denton Geyer does. They're going to spin his butt down and let him be a Mike linebacker right here. So the other thing I tell you, you go back to our rules on movement. Also put spots, not people. Hey, that's a linebacker. That's the first backer in the box. So this combo, has to go to who? First backer in the box. This combo's got to go to who? Second backer in the box. Hey, I'm inside. Nobody's there. I got the defensive end right now. Make 22. Somebody's got to stay home for the quarterback. If he wants to run, we'll throw the RPO right behind him because we're a big RPO team. That's why our back's usually always on the side. So again, by using our rules and he walks down. This is a 3-3 stack, guys. They're not a 3-3 stack team. The safety's playing linebacker. That's a 3-3 stack. First combo's got the first stack. Second combo's got the second stack. I got the B-gap defender back to the defensive end so I can throw the RPO here. So you're going to see we're kind of missing. 72 kind of gets off balance, kind of gets grabbed right there, and he ends up on the mic instead of working all the way across to 18 right there. And unfortunately, dude makes a play, but you can see the concept of it. Okay, here we are again. Now we also had a lock call. So if we want to read the backside defensive end, we can run it to the open side. If we go, well, we want to read the backside linebacker. So right here, we just say, hey, this is on. So we're going to our right. Lock talks to any lineman covered on the backside. You're locked. So now instead of this guy being the read, we're going to make the linebacker right there, number 7, right there. He's in front of 11. We're going to make him the read. So the quarterback now is responsible for this guy. So again, we don't have the H. These two got to push the combo to the first thing that shows. These two got to push this combo to the first thing that shows. Hey, guys, they're going to have somebody here by the time the ball snaps. Guess who it's going to be? Again, it's one of those 3 safety teams. They're going to spin this safety down in here. We got trips over here to the left, so they've taken their backer and moved him here, and 11's going to roll down and play the other linebacker. And unfortunately, our left guard right here, he doesn't remember his rules. Where does defensive lineman go? His defensive lineman goes away from him. He goes away, get vertical. He should be running vertical right at that official right there and pick up number 11. But he's chasing the nose guard, and look who's right there making the tackle, number 11. So, that's why our rules are our rules. Your defensive lineman is slanting away from you. Quit worrying about everything else. That's the quarterback's read. He's going out. Quarterback, you better hand the ball. You got 2 off an edge. Don't pull that thing. You're going to get hit in the mouth. If I'm running right here and I get vertical, this is probably a dang touchdown right here. Okay, again, same thing. Now we're going to do it again. We're going to lock it. So again, if we were running this to the open side, we're pushing this, and now we would be up and inside. The minute we call lock, backside linemen are locked. Quarterback's going to take this guy. So again, tackle's got to know, hey, my linebacker, my second level defender's way out here. I better Heisman this and run. Same for our center. My linebacker's here. I can't be heavy here. I got to play with some length and go. My 2 guards, the uncovered guys, though, I ain't getting a lot of help. I better be running. See, they slant back. Our tackle's ready. Hey, I don't even need the Heisman. He stepped back inside. Our center's going, he's going backside. I'm sticking a Heisman out, and I'm climbing right now. He wants to scrape. I'll push him all the way across. Quarterback hands the ball off. Linebacker squats. We're going to hand the ball off. Hey, running back, that's why you power clean 270 pounds, man. Run through an arm tackle. Yeah, same look right here. Let's find us a different one. Okay, now we got the H back in here. Okay, so now we're starting to see some defenses. All right, we got the H back and the running back split. We got heavy wide zone tendencies, so we're going to bump our linebackers out. Okay, our rules are our rules. I still got first support. Hey, my linebacker is outside of our combo. It's out front, so I got a double right here. He's outside. Hey, tackle, you better be Heisman. You better be running your butt off the ball. Right here, we got a backside single. Sorry, we got a backside A. We got a double and an A. Hey, linebackers head up. I'm Heisman. I ain't going to help you very much, so you better be running. And the backside tackle knows I'm B-gap and locked on because I have the H on the front side. So linebackers want to start cheating it over. Cool. Nose plays into the center. He probably gets a little bit more of him than he needs to. But you see the tackles going, No, you went backside. I'm just going to pass you off, and I'm going to drive this linebacker out, and we're going to hit this crease right behind you. There we go. Don't wear long sleeves, running backs. Don't wear get tackled by a hand. Well, this is one just to change up to it. This is one of our wide receivers. We put him in here, and now we're just going to hand him the quick wide zone on a jet. He's not used to running the ball. If he'll just stay outside there, he's fine. We got leverage right here. He's trying to jump his butt back inside. But again, our rules are our rules. We're back to an even front. So I know I'm by my H-back. You got first level support. Second level support. I'm by myself. Here we go. We got a single. I got a B. And I'm running. Okay. There we go. Get running. And one of the things I tell our guys all the time is if we're running, the defense is having to run, and defensive linemen don't like running sideways, trying to make tackles. Back to it here.
Last one, Coach.
So right here, again, you can see these guys take off and run, odd front. So I know I got a double. We're going to double here. He's widened out. We're going to get an A here on the backside. Our linebacker's back here. Now, one thing teams start to do, they like to bring two off an edge. So if his linebacker walks down right here, hey, there's no need for me to combo. We're just going to make an out call here on the backside, and us two will switch because we know what's going to happen. You know, if they're bringing our linebacker down on the backside, that end's going to go there, and he's going to replace him. Well, you two switch guys right now. And as we run through, there it is. You can see, run off the ball, let your back make a cut, and get your butt vertical as quick as you possibly can.
All right, Coach, I'm going to cut you off right there. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I really appreciate you doing that, Coach. Jumping in last minute, talking wide zone. I always love the wide zone or the outside zone talks because I've always been more of a gap scheme guy. So I love even listening to it. But I appreciate you, Coach.
Absolutely, Coach. I appreciate you letting me in.
Yeah, man. Coach Lasker.
How we doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Hope you are. Nice hat.
Yeah, man. You can't beat it.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, if you want to go ahead and present and share your screen.
Yes, sir.
While Coach is bringing that up, guys, we are on the 6.5 hour mark. Appreciate everybody for hanging in and rolling with me. Make sure, like again, I've said, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you tweet us out that we're getting on here and getting after it. All right, Coach, you go full screen and I'll back out and you got it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, guys, and thanks, Coach Tatum, for letting me speak on this. And so I know you guys have been having people talk with you for about 6 hours now. So I'm hopefully, any questions, let me know, but hopefully some interaction here. So the agenda here, and I do a classic thing, and don't mind the background here. Any football coach who doesn't have an unfinished house project isn't really a real football coach. And so quick thing that we're going to go over is a background about myself, my coaching philosophy, the expectations that I keep from my players all season, the O-line room philosophy, kind of what we hang our hat on, some of the fundamentals behind pass pro, 5-man pro out of our doubles formation, 5 and 6 man out of doubles, 5 and 6 man out of trips, and then 5-man pro out of empty. And so a little bit of background, and I can't do it without these guys. And so first off, I'm a husband and a father. That's the first and foremost important thing in my life. That's my wife, Samantha, my son, Colton, and my daughter, McKinley. I'm entering my 3rd year here at Lake Norman High School. And if I speak fast, I apologize. I'm from New York, and that's kind of just how we do things up there in the north. Like I said, 3rd year entering as the Lake Norman offensive line coach. My first year last year as the full-time line coach, taking over from Coach Sean Fitzgerald, who's now the head coach at West Iredell High School up here in the north, in the western part of North Carolina. I did play college ball at Utica University. When I played, it was Utica College in the Empire 8 up in the Northeast. Started 30 games there my sophomore, junior year at right tackle, right guard, center, and left guard. And that's part of kind of my philosophy as a coach and a player. And I'll get into that here in a second. I did play in the D3 All-American All-Star game down in Myrtle Beach. And that was very, supportive of my family to let me do that, and very happy to be able to do that. And so my coaching philosophy, right? I'm a teacher of the game. That's first and foremost. I think it's our service as coaching, especially at the high school level, to teach the game and not only teach it, but make kids fall in love with it. even if they don't go on to play the next level. And so I'm first and foremost teacher of the game. You'll see kind of the response to the player expectations off of that. I'm technique driven. That's not something I had at the high school level when I played. I was very much block the guy in front of you, which chicken bone type offensive lineman. I didn't really start learning how to play actual offensive line in football until I got to the college level. And so I am a teacher of the game. That's not to say my high school coaches weren't great and that they weren't, impactful people in my life. It was just not as much impactful in terms of actually learning how to play a good offensive line. Detail oriented, and a lot of the guys that were speaking before me are very detailed, right? First step, second step. I remember in college, we always watched first step, second step about 15 times, and every other position was getting out of film after 35 minutes, and we were there for 3 hours watching the first step, second step of the same 5 plays. And so very detail oriented, goal driven. Every week I give my offensive line a goal, and I feed them with donuts. And I'm sure people are laughing on their side of the house, but I feed them with donuts, and the kids love it. And it's an easy way for me to get some small wins for the kids. And so we usually have a goal of 200 yards on the ground, less than 5 sacks a game or less than 3 sacks a game, and depending on who we're playing. And I know there's some coaches on here from like Marvin Ridge and Mallard Creek, and they gave us our issues. And so depending on who we're playing, we have those goals, and that's something that we definitely hang our hat on. And most importantly, especially at the high school level, right, we're here to have fun. I want kids to love the game, love coming to practice, love learning about football. And so we want to develop kids from the start to finish, right? And so when they come in freshmen from middle school, if you guys remember your middle school days, there's not much going on besides, again, blocking the guy in front of you. And so we really wanted them to fall in love with the game and kind of develop into a player that can be either useful for us in the future or just grown men that could be a good college students, and then eventually parents or adults or wherever they kind of go down the path there. Player expectations. So if I'm going to be a teacher of the game, my number one expectation of my players are students of the game. The reason why is because they need to learn how to play multiple positions and be adaptable to situations. You'll see kids on the film that I show you here in a little bit who are playing out of position in different positions that they never thought they were going to play. There's going to be clips of a right tackle. His name is Owen Pfefferkorn. He started at wide receiver week 1 for us. He was our Y at wide receiver, and now he's playing right tackle. And so just being a student of the game and being able to be a good teammate there. Lead by example, right? There's a lot of hoorah guys, which at the high school level with the social media going on right now, and learning all the new TikTok things and all of that. And so we are very much a lead by example unit. That means we are quiet when we need to be, but we're loud when we have to be. But at the end of the day, we are leading by example. We're the first to finish drills. We're the first to be doing our jobs properly. And even if it's not correct, it's at 100%. We play with a purpose. Our job is to put people on the ground and walk away. I have a rule, and it's, I'm sure there's defensive coaches on here that don't love it, but my team's job and my unit's job is to put you on your back and walk away. We do not pick other people up. That's their teammates' job. And our job is that's physically our job is to put you on your back. And so we hang our hat on being able to do that. Play the dog mentality, right? So there's a difference between being the guy that wants to be good and the guy that does everything right to be good. And so being that guy that comes off the ball and smacks you in the mouth, that's something that we kind of hang our hats on here and make sure that we keep pushing every single day. Focus on the details. Again, if I'm going to be detail oriented, I need you to focus on those details. The reason why is because it's make or break in terms of if you're going to be successful in what we do or not. Football is a game of inches, but it's also a game of seconds. And I always tell my guys the same thing over and over again, because at the high school level, especially, it's very easy to see guys get down on themselves, right? And so when they let up a sack or they miss a block, they get down on themselves. And the most beautiful part of the game of football is that you can forget that play and move on to the next one after 4 seconds, right? And so what you can have the worst play of your life and on first down, and now it's 1st and 20, but you have the best play in your life, and it's an 80-yard touchdown, right? So we are very much focused on details and focused on the next play. Never sacrifice form. This is something that my high school coach told me. And like I said, he might not have been the greatest X's and O's guy or even form guy or anything like that, but he always had good quotes, and we always, remember them to this day. And so never sacrifice form. When we're tired, when we're in NASCAR tempo, when we're in different type of things, when we're learning different skills, we need to remember that we can't sacrifice our form, because again, the defense has the advantage, right? And I forgot which coach actually said this, but it's very important for me to say it to you guys. We're the only unit that plays the ball to our backs, right? We don't know what's going on behind us, right? And so at the end of the day, we have to have perfect form and be very mindful of our form in order to be successful. The O-line room philosophy. This is something that is important to me, just because at the end of the day, it's what we do. So the we, not me. Our names are not going to be in the paper. We're not going to be the ones that get the touchdown celebrations or the recognition from the fans, right? But our jobs is to make those people successful. If we have a running back that goes for, 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, or 250 and 3 touchdowns, or anything along the lines of that, that's a win for us, right? We may not see our names in the paper, or we may not get the shout out at the end, or we may not get the interview, but it's our jobs. We're the most important unit because no one else could be successful without us. And that's something we're proud of. High drive mentality and explosiveness, right? Everything we do is explosive. Even in pass pro, and you might hear me say, and there's going to be different people have different thoughts on how pass pro goes. I always say to my guys, passive and pass pro. There was another coach on here earlier that said that we let them kind of come to us because they're more athletic, and that's my mentality as well. I know that other coaches are going to be sitting there shaking their head going, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. There's no way you can be passive in pass pro. But there's ways to be aggressive in pass pro while also being passive. Tone setters, we set the tone. So the game to the last play of the game, our job is to put you on your back, whether that's pass blocking, run blocking, screen blocking. Our job is to finish you down the field 20 yards, put you on the back like the blind side block in the movie where he flips him over the bleachers, right? And so that's our job every single time. We are accountable, okay? Our job is to be the most accountable unit on the field because, again, without us, we can't be successful as an offense or even as a team. So we have to be accountable as our jobs and accountable as a unit. And then, again, dependable. People look to us, right? We're the biggest unit on the team at all times. We're the only unit that doesn't rotate out. I tell my guys this all the time. I have my 5 and I run my 5 into the day that something can't happen, right? And so wide receivers rotate out, running backs rotate out, defensive line rotates out, but we're the only unit that doesn't physically rotate out, and there's 5 of us on the field at minimum at a time. So we have to be the most dependable unit. And so I know that wasn't part of my normal presentation, but the O-line coach from NC State talked earlier, and he knows a lot of football, right? So I had to kind of make an adjustment there, but I appreciate you guys letting me speak on that before I get into pass pro stuff. Fundamentals. So pass pro fundamentals for me, and you know, as an offensive line coach, when I was looking at the speaker list that Coach Tatum came out with, it was a lot of run game stuff, and I love to see that, right? Obviously, we all want to run the damn ball, right? And so I'm on the headset every single game saying run the ball, but pass pro is important, and it's something that we have to be proud of what we do, just like we are in the run game. And so I'm a coach that always starts from the ground up. It's the easiest way to teach it, and it's the best way to teach it, especially the kids at the high school level. So stagger. Right, we always keep a stagger where our kick foot is back and our power foot is up. I know that's basic stuff, but I just wanted to make sure I said that there. There are times where we will drop our power foot, and everyone's probably sitting there again going, "What is this guy talking about?" And so there are clips I'll have on here, I believe, that show a drop of the power foot, and that's again kind of a defensive move. I tell my guys all the time, get gritty when in dire situations. Okay, when you're in a situation where you are going to lose the rep, no matter what, you need to get gritty. You need to kind of get to a point where you feel uncomfortable and make a decision that you are not going to lose and kind of be defensive there. And so your stagger needs to stay as well as it can, but there are times where you could drop that front foot, and I can kind of talk about that if anyone has questions on that. Kick and power, right? At the high school level, when I get freshmen coming in, they do not understand kick and power. They shuffle. And I'm sure a lot of high school coaches understand where I'm coming from on that. A lot of these guys just shuffle. Right? There's no drag foot, there's no kick foot, there's no weight transitions, there's nothing along the lines of that. And that's something that we teach on day one. It's very important what we do, and it's kind of the most basic skill we can have. Vertical and lateral. There are going to be people that have different thoughts on kind of the lateral sets versus the vertical sets, and I kind of see why on both of them. I'm a vertical set guy. I learned how to vertical set in college, and the reason why is that the guys that we're facing are typically better athletes than us. Because, again, if you're not the best athlete and you're a big guy, where do you usually end up? On the offensive line. So the reason why I'm a vertical guy is that it buys you time. It allows you to kind of gain space and get to the point where you can kind of drill in and make a decision on when you need to drill in. And so when I talk about sets with my guys, we talk about a proper set with our feet, our stagger, our kick and power, transitioning between the two and feeling the weight, and then our vertical versus lateral. There are times where we could be more lateral, right, on quick sets and things like that, on quick plays. But when we need to buy time and we need to kind of get our guys down the field, I want to create space between me and the defensive line. I tell my guys this when we go and we're first very athletic defensive linemen. So we play a lot of good defensive linemen down here, right? There's a kid named KJ from Mooresville. There's a guy from Hickory Ridge who's got 16 Division I offers going on right now. Marvin Ridge has a bunch of guys that had all 22 teams. And so what we do is we want to make sure we know our opponent and know when to use the proper set. And so what we look at in vertical set, right, is creating space and buying time in order for them to make their moves. Anything that happens in front of us on a pass pro can happen, right? They can do a head foot fake. They can spin. They can try to do anything. But at the end of the day, there ain't only decision and only goal needs to get to the quarterback. And if you put your body between you and the quarterback and brace in, you should be successful. The punch, which I believe is the most unforgotten part of pass pro and actually the most important part of pass pro because it stops momentum. You are going backwards, right? On our pass pro, we are going backwards. It's the most disadvantaged block we have in the game because everyone's running forwards and we're running backwards. We're picking up a blitzer from 5 yards out. We're picking up a defensive end who's now got a running start who's 6'5", right? And so we need to figure out a way to stop their momentum while also being successful on our part. And part of that is by having a good punch. I teach we go through a bunch of drills a day on punches. Our EDDs, our everydays, and I know there's going to be a coach talking about everyday drills here, involves punch drills. Because, again, it is the most important part, not only in the pass game, but in the run game as well. A good punch slows them down, but also startles them, right? If you punch someone in the chest and you give a good punch, they're going to be startled. And for that 1 second that they're startled and their body reacts to being punched in the chest, you now won the rep and you can get the ball off. A pass play on average is 2.8 to 3.2 seconds, right? And so any second you can buy and startle a defensive lineman or a linebacker wins you that rep. Posture. I would love to talk about posture, right? Proud chest, head back when you snap your head back by also being able to defeat the bull in the same time. But there's a coach on here named Chris Harrison that's going to speak on posture, and he played in the NFL, so I will not speak on that because I don't want to say anything that's wrong, and he's going to know more than I do because, again, he played in the NFL. What I will talk about in these next slides here and kind of what I want to really talk about here, because this is very hard at the high school level because the kids don't really understand it, is eyes, okay? What I've learned and what I teach, and a lot of these guys have spoken about it, if one guy leaves, one guy is coming, right? We have to think about the defensive line as a gap sound football unit. That's what the defense is. And that's going back to being a student of the game. You can't just understand how the offense works. You can't just understand how your position works. You need to understand how the offense, as a defense works, right? And so when we're talking about being a student of the game, understanding where your eyes need to go in order to be in the right spot. Okay, so if I'm blocking on a 5-tech on a slide side and my guy slants in and now I have to understand my guard picks it up, right? There's someone coming. And if they don't, I need to convert back inside, right? So my eyes need to be able to convert from defensive end to backer. And I need to know which backer I need to look at first because if my eyes are late, I'm going to miss it. And that's when we have blitzes and our quarterback gets hit. And that's not what we want, right? Our only job in pass pro is what? Protect the quarterback. So talking quickly on 5-man pro and a double. So this is our double formation. I know, again, people are going to draw this differently. They're going to word it differently. They're going to have different sorry, my mouse is in a weird spot. They're going to have different names for things. And listen, if you have different names for things and you think I'm wrong, I don't know. I'm sorry. But listen, this is how I drew it up, and I kind of want to walk through some of this. I color-coded it because, again, I want to talk about some of the different things and some of the different aspects of how this game works in terms of the pass pro. So we're going to start right to left, and that's the reason why we started the slide there, right? So when we're talking about slide, and when I'm in a 3-man look, so an odd look here, we are a 4-man slide. That means everywhere from my left guard over is going to be part of my slide. I am man backside, so I guess I'm really starting left to right. Sorry about that, fellas. So I am starting man backside here in my tackle. What this red linebacker means to me is that this is hot, okay? My tackles are in 2 points for this very reason. It's to identify hot. What I mean here is hot, not in that I have to go block this guy. Hot is that I'm telling this quarterback, hey, if this guy blitzes and this running back's not staying in, you have no help, right? Because theoretically, right, if he blitzes and this safety replaces, that's an okay look. That's a sound look for the defense. We need to understand that. So when we see blitz here and safety here, we need to understand this is hot, and we need to let our quarterback know, our prized possession know, hey, we're hot. You need to be ready to go, right? And if we need to throw hot, you need to throw hot. And honestly, our hot throw is usually this give off here, right? Because we're buying time. So we're man here, slide, slide, slide. This other look here is, again, and I think the NC State coach talked about it as well, and I believe it was Coach Green, and someone correct me if I'm wrong on that, so I apologize. But we talk about safety outside the hash or safety outside the linebacker or safety outside anything, right? If they can replace, this is hot. Okay. The reason why is because, again, if he blitzes, he replaces, we now need to bump our slide over another box or another gap. Okay. So now my tackles are standing up. They're both yelling hot in this situation. If he blitzes, we are now out to here. My tackle picks up the blitzer. My guard picks up the 5. My center stays on the 0, and I snap back to this backer, and my guard picks up the 0 as well. The most important block, and not biased because I played center mostly in my career, is the center block here. You will see centers, especially at the high school level and even at the college level, fly out of there. They're going, oh, cool, I have a slide side here, I'm flying out. That can't be the case, okay? What we need to do is block with our hands and see with our eyes, okay? So what I teach my centers to do, and I love my center from last year. He wasn't a center. We threw him into the fire, but he doesn't do a great job of it, and it's not because he's not a great kid. It just is what it is, right? But he needs to keep his left hand on the 0 tech, but he can't be looking at him, okay? He needs to be looking at this backer here, because now if this backer blitzes, he needs to pick that up, okay? If this 0 tech now sits with him, now this linebacker theoretically comes here, my guard needs to snap his eyes here. So again, it's all about where your eyes need to snap and where you need to figure out where you need to go. So clip here. This is one of our game against Asheville. Really great team. And again, shout out to Western North Carolina. They had the hardship with Hurricane. So if you guys can, just keep them in your thoughts up there, that'd be awesome. And so we're looking here again. I'm calling this an odd front because we have a nose. Some coaches might call this a little bit differently. But again, I always teach my guys, if you have a nose, the center, if you identify a nose, you are an odd front. Block it as an odd front. It allows you to still be successful in the block game. This is Owen, my right tackle, who was playing receiver week 1, so just bear with him here, but he does a great job. And so you can see here, they twist off the ball, so this defensive end drops. So my guard's eyes are on this defensive end. He sees him leave, and my tackle's eyes are here. He sees him go, and they both don't panic. No one panics. They both sit. My guard picks it up, allows us to kind of stay in the pocket. We get some pressure. That's okay. We get the ball into our playmaker's hand, Jaden Nordevite, and we get a successful play. Again, 5 yards of success, guys. You only need 10, right? So now we're talking about it out of a 40 front. I call it 40 front. You might call it an even front, but again, a 40 front. We are now in a 3-man slide. So center guard tackle to the slide side, and this is now a man block. We always try to slide to the 3 because blocking down on a nose and a man block is a lot easier than trying to block a 3. The reason why is that if I have a kid here who I know is a decent offensive lineman, I'll just tell him to jump set him and block him down. Just like a run block, just down block him. The easiest block you ask the offensive line to make is the down block here. So I'm not going to walk through. I just walk through again. But again, everyone slides here. So here we go. Sorry, we go easy a few times here. You can see here, they're sending 5 for 5. That's okay. My right tackle here identifies that this guy's bumping off. We call bump, bump, bump. That means everyone needs to go over another gap. If my guard keeps his head up, we could be in good shape here. But again, I always say head down, man down, right? And Coach Harrison will talk about posture, and he'll tell you why your head can't be down in pass pro. It's my biggest pet peeve. But since we got to bump and pick up this blitz, we could block 5 with 5 and an unsuccessful play. But at the end of the day, that's the pass pro that needs to look like there. 6-man pro out of doubles. Okay. The only difference is now your running back is in. So we are no longer hot here. Okay. Now it's blue. This is telling me that my running back will pick this up. We are no longer hot. So my running back looks inside out. Inside out. So his first identification is here. If he drops, he needs to look here. If he drops, he can go out into a route. Okay. Here we got freshman quarterback Caden Kraft, who got UNC offers and Virginia Tech offers. So if you guys want to check him out, check out his huddle. He's a really great football player and a really great kid. And so you can see here we're against an odd front here. We all stay patient. We pick up our guys. Everyone stays in. We find a successful play over the middle. I got 9 minutes left, so I want to get through some more clips here. Okay. It's even front here. Okay. Everyone's where they got to be. Just find work. I want my center to always find work. When you're uncovered as an offensive lineman in pass pro, you need to find work. Okay. It's the easiest block. Second easiest block behind a down block you can make, or a back block, or anything you want to call it. But what he needs to do is not fold underneath my guard. He needs to go and clean up this nose, get him out of the way. Okay. And allow my freshman quarterback time to step up and make a play. Okay. But he does. He steps up, makes a great throw down the field, and we have a big play against A.L. Brown. Out of trips, again, people are going to bump over. We're hot. We got a red identification number here. We're hot because this is swinging out. So now we're hot here. We're telling him, hey, listen, he can blitz. We're hot. He's uncovered. Okay. We would want him to, because if he does, we'll just dump it off. We'll give it to our running back and let athletes be athletes. So here against an odd front, we leak out. We got a late blitz, so we're not presented here. Okay, this middle linebacker here is not presenting, so we can't identify early. Okay, he's doing a great job with his posture, to be honest, right? But we identified on film, being students of the game before that, he was blitzing almost 75% of the time. So we identified that, so we knew number 8 was going to blitz. He's wearing a cowboy collar for a reason, right, fellas? So we saw a late blitz. We picked it up. First down on a big 3rd and long. Okay, just moving the sticks, right? Our job as an offense is score points, move the sticks. Next here, against an even front, okay, we got a twist. The beautiful thing is, if you remember your rules, twist shouldn't bother you, okay, because you're blocking a gap, not a person, okay? Prior to us and prior to understanding this, these guys would chase this guy, okay? But since we're blocking, so they actually have really good technique here, and I wish I had the back shot of this. They get hip to hip. They stop the down. They stop the down guy, which is the first thing you stop, and then you bump off, right? And so stop the down guy, bump off, drive him out, center fine work, over the middle, Noah Jacobson, first down. Again, 3rd and long. We're buying time, moving the sticks. This is against Mooresville. Anyone who knows Mooresville and they're from the North Carolina area, KJ Gillespie here is a power 4 offer kid. Jamari Farber here is going to Indiana. They got a safety here, AJ Graham, who's going to Delaware. So they got some good guys in this field. And we got a freshman quarterback in his 5th or 6th start. And so rivalry game for us, 3,000, 4,000 fans, really great atmosphere. KJ's kind of taking the inside move here. My guard stays patient. He sees him. He sits with him. The blitzer comes. Moses Morris picks him up, step up, make a play. Again, check the sticks, 3rd and long, buying time, moving the sticks. These are plays that wouldn't happen if we don't follow and maintain our rules, right? We need to be able to be sound football players in order to maintain our rules and buy time for our athletes to make plays. Here we go on empty. Down late against South Iredell. They run some funky looks, really good football team. But here we got a late twist blitz, I call it. Okay, so he starts outside, twists around the nose tackle. Okay, we stay patient. My guard covers down. My center guard picked that up. We do a great job of the punch. Look at the off balance that my guard gets on this punch here. Okay, punch, off balance, staggered. Right now he's startled. Now he's got to recover. Now he's out of the play. We step up. Freshman quarterback makes a big time throw. Cooper Riggleman makes a big time catch, moves the sticks on 3rd and long. On 1st and long. Okay. Empty's a different beast, fellas, right? They can send as many as they want and put themselves in a situation where they're not able to cover everybody, but they're trying to get home. We ran empty against a team called Mauer Creek, who's a powerhouse down here in North Carolina. And they would blitz the hell out of us, right? But at the end of the day, they got home. And I'm not afraid to admit, between the last 2 games against a really good Mooresville team and a Mauer Creek team with a young, undersized offensive line, we let up 15 sacks in 2 games. And that's not something I'm proud of, but it's something we can learn from, right? And I think it's just part of the growing pains of being an offensive line coach, is understanding where your weaknesses are and kind of, developing your next kind of units. And so here we go again. We're out of empty here. We got a great punch and grasp. This is not a hole. Deion Dawkins does a great job of this in the NFL. The stab and grab and snatch. That's what we call it. I call it a snatch. We snatch them down. Freshman quarterback can step up, make a great throw here. We make a big boy play over the middle, and we're good to go. Last slide here, and I know I'm running out of time. Contact information. Is plugging on my behalf. I run a training program in North Carolina. Coach, I see your question. I'll answer you in the chat as well. I'm actually I lost the question, so I'll answer you in the chat, Coach. But I run a training program here in North Carolina, power football training, North of Charlotte. I almost lost the train of thought there. Not South Charlotte. You are in South Charlotte. Hit up Coach Get out of Marvin Ridge. He's a great football coach and offensive genius. And so hit him up. He's really smart. Or Coach Hold in the area. But I am in North Charlotte. So if you ever want to get some training in, let me know. But this is my contact information. I love talking football. It's not something I get paid to do. I'm fully volunteer. I work full time in cybersecurity. And so it gets me out of the house, gets my kids involved in the community, gets me involved in the community as well. And so with that being said, I think I'm going to cut a short 2 minutes. But Coach Tatum, I appreciate you letting me talk. And, hopefully you guys learned something. Any questions, hit me up on here. Any of the social medias. I'm a millennial, so I got them all. So appreciate it, Coach Tatum.
Yeah, man. You got about 3 questions on there you probably can answer.
Let me look at them real quick.
Yeah.
Who called you pass protection? Great question. So we were allowing our quarterbacks to call our pass protections. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, you got you.
All right, cool. We were allowing our quarterbacks to call pass protections. Then we started identifying it based off the shape, based off the three. And so when we started moving into a more no huddle offense, we started letting our center kind of call it. And so a little bit of both center quarterback. When we had a freshman quarterback come in, we try to take as much off his plate. And so it depends on your personnel, right? Then what was the next question? Lateral sets over vertical if you have a shorter quarterback. Yeah, I get that 100%. Shorter quarterback, our quarterback's 6'5", so we don't have to worry about that as much as you guys in terms of shorter quarterbacks. But yeah, if he gets in the passing lane, right, we definitely want to make sure we're doing right by our quarterback. But again, I'm a vertical set guy. Buy yourself time.
Right.
Yeah, we do have a man slide and empty, and we can talk about that if you want to hit me up offline. But no, I do. I really appreciate it, Coach Tatum, and thanks, fellas.
Yeah, man, appreciate you. Coach Burke.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Man, I'm good. We can hear you. Guys, got like 1 minute before he's supposed to start. I like to have a strength and conditioning guy come on and talk about, offensive line development and stuff like that in the off season, because that's where we are. We're in the off season. So having Coach Burke on is great. Again, make sure, tweet us out. All right, we still got a long way to go, right? So there's a lot more learning to be done. And make sure you go ahead and subscribe and like the stream as well. And if you have questions, try to get them in as early as you can, because when they get a little later in the talk, I kind of want the coaches to be able to finish their thoughts before I cut them off. So, Coach, I got your slide, and I'm gonna let you roll.
Okay, appreciate you doing this, Coach. This has been awesome. This will be a little maybe different than the other presentations, which I've really enjoyed listening to. This will be, everybody doesn't run buck or power or counter, but everybody is looking for ways to get their linemen to dominate more. So hopefully this will give you some tools you can put into your off season, like immediately starting Monday. And background quickly is I've coached for 27 years, most of it in high school. I've always done strength conditioning. I love offensive line. I played it. My 2 sons played it. And about 2 years ago, I started my master's degree, and everything I did for every class was geared towards developing linemen, whether it was power, velocity-based training, plyometrics. So it's been a fun ride, and this is the product of some of that. And I'll be happy to send this to anybody that wants a copy, because you'll see the movements, and you might forget it or want to look at it again. And of course, you can check out Coach is recording this as well. So landmines, if you don't have a landmine, you've never used one, I don't want to assume that everybody has. The top left is your most optimal. It's what we have in the videos that I'm going to show. It's attached to the rack. And then, it is a very cost-effective piece of equipment ranging from $29 to $100. I coach with a guy that swears you can just put the bar on the ground and it won't move. I kind of have my doubts about that, or you can wedge it up against a old weight tree or rack, but it probably will mess up your bar. So if you're going to look into actually using the landmine as part of your training, then I would go with not putting it on the floor. And then you just put your bar in the sleeve and you're set up and ready to go with landmines. So then what got me started on it was, used to I had fat grips I like for linemen to train their grip strength, and you had those blue fat grips. They're about $30 a piece, and you'd have to take them on and take them off. And using the landmine, you've got a built-in fat grip handle because you're holding the end of the bar. So doing it myself, doing it with players, grip strength started to increase because you basically had your built-in fat grip. Also did a lot of coaching with throwers, and could get really kind of specific with shot put throwers of almost simulating an actual throw from the front of the ring, not a full spin, which then got my wheels turning. You could probably do a lot of lineman specific movements with this landmine. And then at one point had some jammers. If people on here remember, or might still have hammer jammers. They take up a lot of space. It essentially is a machine movement because there's only one plane of motion you can work through. And I just said, man, there's got to be a better way than a hammer jammer, and they weren't cheap. So the landmine became the poor man's hammer jammer, and then it became like a Swiss Army knife where we were training throwers, we were training linemen, and found out you could do a lot with it. And then currently we renovated our weight room, and like so many people, you had to start shaving money. One of the things we had to shave was dumbbells. So we have 200 and we have about 240 people, players in our football program. So at 6 o'clock, we'll have 97 football players. 8:15, we'll have about 50. And then 1 o'clock being our smallest, we have, I think, 30 to 40. So we got 20 racks. They each have a landmine, and we don't have any dumbbells. So how do we work around that is we have landmines at every rack, and we use them pretty much every day. And the problem with dumbbells is if you're doing dumbbell bench press, well, heck, half your linemen are going to be competing for the same weights, and they're all going to want, if they're high school kids, 60 to 80, and they're having to wait on the kid for dumbbells. With landmines, we don't have that issue. What I thought was a problem, I'm not sure even when we have the budget, I'll go to back to the dumbbells. And you're really only limited by your creativity as long as you're being safe. You can come up with some creative movements with the landmine. Striking advantages when you're talking about the pass pro, and I use the term strike as opposed to punch. Like Charles Bentley was talking, when you punch, it's internal rotation, and then when you strike, it's external rotation. So I tend to use the term strike more than I do punch. So with these landmines, now you can work strikes and you're standing up versus a bench press when you're laying down. You could have feet parallel. You can have a right stagger. If it's a right guard, right tackle, you can get creative in your foot positions. You can get creative with the angles of your joints. And it's a neutral grip is already built in. So when you're doing these striking movements, it is thumb up, elbow down and in, connecting your elbow to your center of mass, assuming that that's how you're teaching to strike on pass pro. You can perform ballistic throws. The only other thing that would come close would be a bench press throw, which I would never recommend doing in a large group setting. Actually throwing the bench bar and trusting some high school spotters on each side to catch it. So this is where we supplement and say, hey, we can do ballistic throws with a landmine. It's easy to perform an independent arm strike. Again, a lot of people in off season, they'll do a neutral grip, incline dumbbell bench. And that's probably about as close as you can get to simulating a lineman type strike without a landmine. This is even more specific. And then it does teach a low to high pattern of the arm strike. And a lot of these movements, I think, are easier than teaching the traditional barbell movement. And having said all this, we're talking about landmines, but I'm not in any way saying it substitutes traditional barbell resistance movement. These are good supplemental lifts. These are good kind of, if you have an overtime program where your linemen come in after school or do extra, these are not taking the place of traditional movements. I don't want anyone to think that's all we do. And if you have a garage gym and you work out yourself, it's probably the best bang for your buck tool you can have. And in the 30 minutes, we'll see. I have some more information then. I didn't know how long this would take, but we'll cover landmines first. Then if we have time, a little French contrast method, and then possibly some body tempering or mobility work. So when we're teaching it first, especially it's early off season, or if it's younger linemen, maybe it's middle school, maybe it's JV kid, we'll go shoulder press, push jerk, split jerk. Before we do the ballistic throws, you need to establish that you know how to use good technique on more traditional movements. So again, a shoulder press, No leg movement, just a strict shoulder press. So you can see how you get the unilateral work, one arm, independent arm strike. You can see how you can tuck the elbow down and in. See how the thumb is up. And to me, again, your choice, but a traditional shoulder press, sometimes you have to teach kids how to punch their head through. This is more of the angle that you'll see and utilize on the field. Push press, dip and drive. So now we initiate the legs, quarter squat at the deepest, down fast, up fast. And now you're able to handle more weight. Same concept you'd use with the barbell, but the angle is different. And again, especially with middle school kids, could be an easier way to teach it. Then a push jerk. So now we will dip, drive, and drop. So we're going to bend, extend, and rebend. And then finishing with a split jerk. If the bar is in your right hand, right leg goes back. I don't know why, but a lot of athletes get that confused. So now you have a counterbalance with the right arm and the left leg. But again, that's just dip, drive, and split, and then locking out. So once we've mastered those 4 movements, then we feel confident that we can go to the ballistic throws or the strike work. And any of these, you could do these single arm. So let's say you're doing 6 reps. You can do all 6 reps with your right arm, then 6 reps with your left arm. Or you can actually alternate from arm to arm. It takes a little more hand-eye coordination and takes probably a little more trust that your athletes can perform this correctly. And we go from kneeling to standing to an isometric squat position and then a split stance position. So let's take a look at those. Kneeling being first. Go back. So, use a knee pad. Don't. That's up to you. And this is an alternating fashion here. When I had them demo these, we didn't have weight on the bar. I would always, first time they do it, I would have them go bar only and kind of say, we're not getting crazy with it. We're not launching it as high in the air as we can, but we are letting go of the bar. And then once they get good at that, then obviously you can add some weight. But the advantage of the kneeling is it's upper body only. And then from a 2-point, just a little, and here's a single arm look, a little bend in the knees, little bend in the hips, complete all the reps on one arm, and then go to the other. With the isometric squat, feet are parallel here. This is where you could get into a right side stagger, a left side stagger. Hey, we're working an inside move, so you're a right tackle. Give me 6 reps with your inside arm, vice versa. And then you could change the angles of the knees. You could want them to get lower or higher. You could tell them, hey, it's a parallel version. Hey, it's a quarter squat version. And then probably the most complex of the 4 would be an isometric split stance. Again, you say, well, do you see this leg position very often on the field? The answer is probably no, but it is a way to cheat in some extra lower body work and to get comfortable being uncomfortable. The focus here would be the strike, but you can add in isometric split stance as well. And that would be the 4 strike progressions. Again, whatever you have creativity wise, you could definitely come up with on your own. Rotational movements. I'm not a big fan of doing core movements laying down on the ground where your spine is supported by the ground. That's not how you play the game. So if we can do core movements standing up, we prefer to do that. And that's easy to do with the landmine. We vary the range of motion, half turns, full turns, and the speed of movement. And you can incorporate the legs. Some people, prefer to pivot their feet when they do these, or their hips, or you can say, hey, keep your hips static. And I do think in some ways, let's say you're trying to pin someone inside and you're having a violent outside hand and your torso is having to rotate at a high speed. I think there's some specificity that you might see in these movements. The progression would be slow, kind of like we did shoulder press before we did strikes. We'll do time under tension or tucked to get the mechanics and the technique before we add speed to it. And then we progress from the ground to more dynamic positions. So here are some of the rotational movements with the landmine. The first one being just and again, it's just the bar. There's no weight on there, but you can see if we're saying dynamic effort or rapid, it's just a half rotation which you can go faster on a half than you can a full rotation. But and it is, again, football specific. You could probably debate that, but it is working your core while standing. And then a rapid full rotation, a little bit trickier because the range of motion is bigger. But again, these are pretty good speeds the bar is moving at. Wake up and choose violence, wake up and choose violence with the landmine and in the weight room as well. Same thing, you can see there's this progression that carries over into a lot of movements. A split stance, isometric. You can only do a half rotation from this position. I think I've tried it a full one, and you usually end up tipping over that front leg when you try to go across it. So I just do half rotations with that movement now. And then you can add a counter movement or kind of a plyometric prior to the rotation. So 1 to 3 pogos. I think right here we're doing 3, 1, 2, 3, and then a half rotation. So there's a counter movement, or you could say a stretch, shorten cycle, but you can make it more complex as with the older guys or guys that have shown technical proficiency in the earlier movements. And this seems to click back to my previous slide, but that's fine. I like it. All right, so, and then the most complex would probably be, there is again a drop and a catch, and the more confident you get, you could even give it a little push from that left arm, catch it with the right arm. So it's a dynamic rotation back into a strike. And I really do like this one. But it definitely start with the bar, build some confidence. And the other thing with these landmines are, it's like a movement like this, you would have to use iron plates as opposed to bumpers. Bumpers, again, we learned from our mistakes. You put a bumper on there and it's going to hit you on the chest on the way down. So you'd have to use like multiple metal tins. And then also an option you have on these rotational movements is holding a plate. None of these other movements, you really don't need a collar, but you'd want a collar on this one so the plate's not coming off. It's a different feel, different variation. I wouldn't do any of the counter movements where you then had to grab the plate, but you could do half rotations and rotations holding the plate. Some lower body movements that I like to mix in as supplementals would be this, it's a march, and you could call it power steps, position steps. This would be one I would probably go for time. Hey, 6 seconds, 3 sets, whatever you decide on. And it's not a big range of motion. You're just picking up, putting power into the ground. With this movement, you could have this is a low hold, or you could also have it in a high hold position by your chest as well, which is probably more specific. And there's a handle I've used in the past. I'll show you in a second. Then landmine step ups. There is a little movement in the bar when you do these forward and backward, but it won't come out of the sleeve. If you wanted to increase the difficulty, you could add another plate. I wouldn't go higher than 2 plates. And again, this one would be actually better with a high hold or a handle. I think you'd have more of the spine angle you want when you're blocking. Squat to strike. So again, you could call it a squat to press. I just think strike, the words you choose matter when you're coaching, and it's a little more violent. So you're just hitting a deep squat, and you're taking the momentum out of the squat into the strike. And you could use the handle on this as well. And you could change the angle and have your feet further back. Jump squat, just a way to do plyometrics with resistance without having to use dumbbells or set up bands. It's as simple as it sounds. You hold the landmine and you jump, developing power. And again, you imagine all these yellow things on the racks or the landmine attachments. So you could have 20 guys doing jump squats all at the same time. Some combination movements. I'm a tier guy. We live 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, total body. So a category of total body movements, certainly could be a power clean, a hang snatch, but we use landmine total body movements as well. And that's what these are right here. So let's go to the CMs for counter movement. So we saw squat to strike earlier. It's the same concept, but now we're jumping back. You know, I've looked at this before and thought, hey, if you're getting bull rush, this might not be, depending on how you teach defeating a bull rush, resetting the feet might not be a bad movement to carry over to that skill on the field. Kneeling squat to strike, gonna just say, is not easy. Big boys, you know, you got a 300-pounder. This one might be tough, but you talk about coordinating movement. You talk about, you know, loading the hips, those kind of things. If you can get to this point, that's a pretty good movement right there. Another combination, you know, you're always looking for ways that your pulls and your presses should have some balance. So you try to minimize upper body injuries. So it's, if you took a landmine row, and again, I could probably call this, I probably should change this pull to strike, but you're combining these two movements of a pull, bars in the air for a split second, and then it is more of that rotational strike. So you get a lot of bang for your buck of combining several movements together, a pull, a rotation, and a strike. Miscellaneous movements. So if you think grip, you think forearm strength, you can do traditional extension, flexion with the barbell. You can do plate pinches. To me, this is more dynamic in nature. Like when you're trying to snatch someone or you're trying to grab someone's jersey, it happens violently and quick. So I've got a band across my feet. You could increase the resistance with a purple band. You could increase resistance with more weight. It's really not the weight, it's the timing. And that bar wants to go back down to the ground so fast with the band. So you have to be quick about it. Lateral press, another core movement. And I'm just telling the athlete, pretend like you're putting something on one end of the shelf and then completely the opposite end of the shelf, and it's parallel. And it's one of those that doesn't look like much, but it's a great standing core movement. Just trying to keep the bar parallel. Rockers is a good one for hip mobility. And this isn't bad, this video. Sometimes, just like the football clips, you learn from not the perfect clip. On a rocker, you're going to get your feet wide and you're never going to fully extend at the knee. I treat it like a weighted stretch. And I'd say, hey, you'd probably be better on the dance floor if you're really good at this too. But your hips stay bent, your knees stay bent. You're literally just rocking side to side. Floor press, again, if you think of traditional barbell, you're not going to have the neutral grip you want. Probably not the best setup. You know, it's like, how do you get the bar off the ground? Do you get a spotter to hand it to them? You could be facing this way, or your feet could be closer to the landmine so that the plate's not touching you. Again, we're doing it here with no weight on it. You could do max effort with it. You could do dynamic, but just another variation of how you could use the landmine for a striking motion. I wouldn't do a ballistic on that and let it go. That's just me. So here's the attachment I was talking about. We had a welder at my old school, made all our racks. He's like a 2,700 power lifter, and for a living, he was a welder. And after he made all these racks, was asking if he could make an attachment for the landmine. And I literally just measured the shoulder pads from tip to tip, got a tape measure. He was there and said, hey, here's what we want. So the bar, inserts into that sleeve. Old school, you screw it down. If you're interested, put Scott's contact information up there, because I'm in the process of trying to get these at the school where I am now. I wasn't able to bring them with me. So then you have all these landmine movements, somewhat specific to lineman play. What does it look like in a weekly setup? Like I said, I'm a tier guy. So Monday we're going upper, total, lower. So I'll go a total landmine movement, a combination movement, and then I have the progression. Your waves could be 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever the case may be. So we go regular squats to strike for 4 weeks. Then we'll add a counter movement. So you can see you can progress. These are done dynamically, or like a an Olympic lift, so we don't exceed 6 reps. At that point, it's no longer an explosive movement. Then on Wednesday, we're total lower upper, so we'll use the landmine for an upper movement. And you can see the progression there that we'll go through on the striking. And then Friday's a lower upper total. So we use it, for a rotation. I plugged it into the upper tier. It's more core than it is upper, but there's the rotational progression we go through on that. And I'm putting this on there because I didn't know, again, 30 minutes, kind of if you're in this clinic, there's a 20% discount. There's over 170 movements. Some of the ones I went over definitely are in there, but it's a lot of medicine balls and plyometrics, how to develop power in your big bodies. And the discount code is on there. Someone said, how long did it take you to put that together? And I wasn't being smart. I said, about 27 years. All my thoughts and movements are pretty much put into that. There's no Olympic lifts on it. That's kind of a discussion all within itself. And then looks like, Coach, I got a few more minutes. French contrast method. We do this throughout the course of the year. We even did it in season. If you're not familiar with it, it's if you've ever done contrast training where you do a heavy squat and then a plyometric movement, it's kind of a more advanced concept. It was made popular by Cal Dietz originally. I think it was created by a track coach in a different country. But you get 4 movements. You go through it 3 times. Everything's a range of 3 to 5 reps. You rest 15 to 20 seconds between the movements and 3 to 5 minutes between sets, which, to be honest, in big groups, we're 3 minutes. We never rest 5 minutes. Guys get kind of anxious, and that's when grabassery takes place. So we go 3 minutes. The first movement will be loaded. You're heavy, 80 to 90%. We're a VBT team, so we're like, hey, 0.35 to 0.5 meters per second. Then we go unloaded plyometric, then a weighted plyometric, then an assisted plyometric. And I've started to plug in some isometric ones in there as well. So our weighted movement would be the Zerker squat. I love Zerker squats. I love Zerkers for linemen, especially if you're a double underhand guy. I think there's a lot of carryover. I know this athlete has his hands clasped, but you could kind of have a double underhand contact position. And I like the benefit of the safety bar. The problem with Zerkers is, hey, we're going to get tough and all that, but at some point you're going to quit loading weight because it feels like your biceps are going to tear off. The benefit of having the safety bar is you can load a little more and tolerate the Zerker a little more. And we go from a dead stop, trying to simulate the snap of the ball. We don't have a counter movement. We're going from a dead stop. Then the plyometric movement that's unloaded, a kneeling box jump. Again, if your linemen weren't able to do a kneeling box jump because it is difficult, you could just do a standard box jump. Then our plyometric that's resisted is a band broad jump. And there is definitely a benefit to horizontal jumps for linemen versus vertical jumps. There's a couple of studies done on it. It just makes sense, right? You're firing out, not up. And then this one is not an assisted plyometric, so it kind of breaks the rules of French contrast. But so we have a strap, we have a spud strap around his hips. So he's getting an isometric, and straining with his lower body. He's putting force into the ground. And then he has a partner holding a medicine ball, and you can see the strain with his upper body as well. And this could be a standalone. It wouldn't have to be in a French contrast, but I love the specificity of angles and positions you can get with isometrics. There's a lot going on right here. I think that's a great movement. And then you could argue that will serve as post-activation potentiation when you come back to your second round on the Zerker dead squats. And then this was cutting room floor, meaning, hey, it just kind of didn't make the presentation, but I like talking isometrics, 4-point isometric against the wall, tendon ligament health in the shoulders and the wrists, strain for 6 seconds, and then complement it, pair it, contrast it. This is a lot harder than it looks as well, but the same kind of similar movement. You're having to push off the hands to get back up. And then last thing I have if you're not body tempering or you don't know what it is, especially for big bodies, I would go down that rabbit hole. I put propaganda up on our TVs in our weight room, like to get buy-in. Hey, who's using body tempering? Well, West Point, they're pretty dadgum good. Utah, UCLA, Miami, Ole Miss, Clemson, Jaguars, Michigan, oh yeah, Ohio State, to try to get them to do some of this on their own. And then on game day, me and my assistants, that's part of our game day prep. It's the best workout of my life. I've body tempered players for like an hour straight to get them ready for the game. Donnie Thompson is kind of where you would go for this. He's super. There's his Twitter. He was, I guess, one of three at this point that's totaled 3,000 in powerlifting. He's got a certification. I went through, and he created this. He played football. Obviously, he powerlifted, and it's a great tool in your toolkit to keep your big bodies healthy. In fact, this is one of the better ones, is static hip stretch for your big guys, Donnie Thompson shoulder band protocol. We have our big boys do this every day in the season, these 5 movements before practice. So looks like I'm at 2 minutes, Coach. I can't, I'm going to be honest, I can't see if there's any questions. If there is, great. They can email me. It looks like I'm out of time probably.
Yeah, there's no questions, but I trust me, I have buddies that are that obviously are in the weight room during the day, and they are loving the landmine stuff. So 100%, I'm sure you'll be getting people reaching out to you through Twitter or your email.
Well, man, I appreciate this opportunity, Coach, and I hope I brought some value and at least 1 or 2 movements you guys can start using with the big boys next week.
Yeah, I love it. It's a good contrast to what we've been talking about. Kind of, everybody does this. Everybody needs things to help out with their kids in the weight room, whether it be just getting flexible with a lot of the stuff or just an extra lift. So I appreciate you doing that, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks so much for putting together. This is awesome. I know it took a lot of work, man. No doubt about it. And if I didn't suck and you'd have me back, I'd love to do it again next year.
Heck yeah, man. I'll for sure hit you up.
All right, man. Thanks, Coach.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. All right. Coach Spears.
Hey, what's up, man?
Man, I'm good, man. We're 7.5 hours in, almost a full work day. But the best part is still got another 4.5. So
there you go.
Coach, you want to go ahead and present your screen? You can just hit present at the bottom and then share. I assume when you're on huddle.
No, it'll be a Google slide.
Okay, same deal. It'll just be your Chrome tab. Just hit share. While Coach is bringing that up, again, guys, we're rocking it out, man. Appreciate everybody staying with. If you have been here since this morning, please let me know. I know some guys have been retweeting and tweeting out about it. Appreciate y'all doing that. The Coach Spears.
How's that?
Yeah, it's on there, Coach. Yep. Coach Spears is the new Arkansas state champion. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him a shout out. So
appreciate it.
Coach, let's talk about some offensive line play. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Absolutely appreciate you. Yeah, like you said, super blessed to be a new state champion this year. We had a great group. But anyways, I'll talk a little bit about some EDDs, some mentality and buy-in stuff, and that's one of the things that I'm really big on, is like getting my guys to buy in. So, like you said, I'm at Arkadelphia this year, and a lot of this is due to the guys that we had up front. We had a really good defensive group. We had a really good offensive group up front. I had 5 starters that played every single game. Except for like 1 or 2. We were really blessed. Didn't have any injuries or anything like that. But 13-2 overall, state champions. I got 2 all-state starters, my right tackle, my left guard, and then all the rest of them were all conference. I mean, like I said, we had a really good group. 3,500 yard passing, 2,000 yard rushing, and then like the one that I'm really the most proud about is that 3.33% sack rate. So we allowed 12 sacks in 15 games, and that's I mean, those guys were dogs up front. They did a great job for me. So just dive right into the buy-in and culture. So like I always believe that you have to have an identity for your group, and a lot of that ties to the way that you
operate on offense. And also, I think it ties to your personal growth. So, like myself, in the past, I've had groups that maybe I wasn't ready for the, I guess you would call, responsibility of taking care of a group that, you know, had a lot of different personalities, a lot of that sort of stuff. And I've grown as we go forward. And you kind of get an idea of what you want from your guys, and you get an idea of what they need to accomplish throughout your scheme. So then you have to have like your position group. I always believe in like having a breakdown for the year, and I like to involve my guys in that. This year it was similar to the one that I had when I was in college. Do right, kill everything. So you got to do your job every down, and then after you do your job, like you got to go finish. And then one of the quotes that if Coach Foster's watching, I know he said he was going to, he'll get a kick out of this, but you get what you allow, you encourage what you tolerate. So like we had a coach that we both worked for that said that all the time, but I mean, it's like you've got to be on those guys all the time about like what is it that you're looking for, all that sort of stuff. And some of these things I'll go into a little bit deeper. One of those is the grade sheets. So I believe that's a big deal on your buy-in. My guys really like to see their grades. They really like to see what did I do wrong? What did I do right? Why did this play not go right? All that sort of stuff. And I try to tie in helmet stickers to that. We don't currently, but I have in the past, and the kids love that sort of stuff. And then like I'll have plus and minus points. So weekly, depending on who we're playing, depending on what their scheme is, depending on maybe last week's, low points, we will have a point of emphasis for the week. And like, so 1 week it might be like, I don't think we finished very well this week. All right. So next week, our point of emphasis, if you get a knockdown, that's double points on your grade sheet, something like that. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we go and look at the grade sheets. Then another thing is lip service versus the way that we operate. So I believe that what you say matters. So the things that I say every day, I say it to them every single day. All right. So what I believe that you got to say to these kids every day, and I believe it, and I do. I love you. I'm proud of you. They need to hear it, because those guys don't get, they don't get the credit. Everybody knows they don't get the credit throughout the day. They don't get the credit in the paper on the weekends. They might not give up a sack all week. We might have a running back rush for 175 yards. His name's going in the paper, not the lineman. So every day before we leave, I love you. I'm proud of you. I give them something that they need to work on, whatever. Words of the week, I try to tie those to some culture trait or some character trait that I believe is necessary for that week. And this year we had 15 of them. So, I mean, you do kind of get to the end of the list and you're, looking for something, but every team that we play has an identity, and we were really good this year. Like, I mean, we did not face a team that gave us a lot of problems in conference. And some weeks it had to be, like you got to go out there and play whether you think they're any good or not. There were some weeks that, it's tough to get them up, to get them ready to go. And I've been on the other side of it too, where, you don't really have a shot to win the game. And you've got to have, that, point of emphasis for that week, that, your word of the week. And then something that I give them all the time. So there's two quotes, and one of them is, I mean, I couldn't tell you his name off the top of my head, but there's no greater feeling than moving a man from point A to point B against his will, right? And I believe that. I remember playing, and some days you got it, and when you do, like, there's not a better feeling than that. There's not a better feeling than this guy trying not to let me move him, and I'm going to go move him anyways. And you got to instill that into your guys all the time. And then actually, it's J.C. Penney, the guy that created J.C. Penney. He's got a quote: "The 5 separate fingers by themselves aren't very, but the fist multiplies its strength, and that's organization, right? So your organization is, it's key, right? I've got 5 guys that are all working together, and if one of them screws it up, right, it might be an 80% grade overall for the O-line, but it might be a minus, 8 play because one guy screwed it up that really didn't need to screw it up that time, right? And then your enthusiasm is your volume dial. So, I mean, I can go out there and, some days you don't have a great day, but it's, super important that I go out there and I am enthusiastic. I love my job. I mean, I love getting to go out there and coach these guys. I'm very blessed that I get to have my guys all day long. And I've been at places where you have a split practice, you go offense for a while, you go defense for a while, but I'm blessed that I only coach the offensive line. We are 2 platoon, and I think it's fantastic. I love getting to do it. I know that a lot of offenses or a lot of high schools can't do it, but I am super blessed in the fact that I get to do that. So, like just being able to go out there and like I can't have an off day, so I got to go out there and I got to bring my best every single day. So the O-line profile. So this is one of the things that my guys, they lost it. They flipped their lid when I showed them these. They love it. All right. So, and I'll show you a template or what it would look like for a guy. But basically what it's going to have on there is their measurables. So anything that you can track it. So what's their height? What's their weight? What are their weight room numbers? Whatever your big 3, big 4, big 5 lifts, whatever they are, put them on there. Their 40 time, their shuttle time, ACT score, GPA, all that sort of stuff. And this helps, if you've got a college coach reach out to you about a kid and you've already got this down, you can shoot it to them quick and then they have it. But I also like to have goals on there. So like goals that I have personally for this kid. And it differs, but depending on what the kid is for your program. I had 11 offensive linemen this year, and I had 5 that played every game. I had 3 that were ready to go in, and I was confident putting them in all the time. And I had the other 3 were if we get up big, you're going to go in and you're going to get some playing time. But other than that, like you're going to be a really good scout team guy for us, and I trusted them to do that. But I mean, you got to be honest with them so that they know where they stand and all that sort of stuff. I also want to know what their goals are. I like to know, what it is that they are looking for, from their experience in football, because ultimately it's about the kids. An evaluation for them. I like to have an evaluation for them, a little strengths and weaknesses portion, and then like the number of years in their program, how many plays have they gotten, all that sort of stuff. So I hope this pulls up. So here, is that showing, Coach Tatum?
Yeah, it's there. You're good.
Okay. All right. So this is like what our template looks like. So basically, let me zoom out on it if I can figure out how to do that. So basically, this is what it looks like. And I would have a picture here. I didn't want to put their ugly mugs on there. But anyways, I would have a picture in this area, their name up here, GPA, height, weight, whatever. Right. And I'll share this with any of you guys that want it. But all of their, measurables are here. I keep up with if they're tardy in the classroom. I make a call every now and then to the high school because I work in the junior high. And I'm like, hey, has he missed? And usually I know if they miss school because they miss practice too. Were they tardy? Did we have any discipline problems? All that sort of stuff. And I'll just put, a 1 in there. And if they do it again, there's a 2, whatever. And it'll like highlight itself red, that sort of stuff. If they miss weights, they miss practice, all that sort of stuff. Their years in the program, the number of plays they have had that they have played in a varsity game goes here. If they've got any awards, player of the week, all conference, all state, whatever. I track knockdowns. So not necessarily only pancakes, but knockdowns. So like if you play hard enough to get a guy on the ground, you're getting a point for that. And that's going on here and it's getting tracked. I'm tracking sacks. How many did you allow? What position do you normally play? Like what's your main position? And then like your average grade on a grade sheet, what you would normally have. Here, and I make, so I'll have at the end of the spring, I'll make a copy of each of the guys that I have, and I'll do a spring into summer evaluation, and then I'll be able to, at the end of their their career with me, I'll be able to see how they've grown, and I'll be able to show them how they've grown. But I'll have a fall evaluation, that sort of stuff. But let's just go ahead and look at it. I don't want to run out of time. But so this was my right tackle this year. He's about 6 foot 240, 260 bench, 405 squat, 225 clean. Not overly fast, whatever. I try to track, anything I can track that you can measure. They like to see it, and like I said, if they're tardy to practice, mark it down. If you made it up, make it up, right? If you missed practice, mark it down. If you made it up, make sure you track it, all that sort of stuff. He played in the program for 6 years. I've only been here for 1, but I know that he's played for 6. This year, because I've only tracked this year, I didn't go back and track everything else, but he played 511 snaps for us. We had a lot of games that were, blowouts by halftime and they're not in. Like we had 3 or 4 that they only played 18 snaps, whatever. Some of his awards, he was an All-Stater. He was our Offensive Player of the Week. Game 1 this year. He played a heck of a game that game, and we wouldn't have been in it if it wasn't for him. It was a higher classification team, and they ended up winning. But he had a great year. 8 1/3 knockdowns. So we have a heavy package, and he actually got a third of a knock because there was 3 guys on 1 guy, and he wanted a whole knockdown. I was like, I'm not getting you a whole knockdown for 3 of you guys pile driving this 1 kid. He only gave up 1 sack. Averaging 85 on all of his grade sheets. So he was my leader, right? And I'd put his, evaluation in there, all that sort of stuff. His strengths, he's very vocal, all that sort of stuff. If they've got a tick, whatever it is, he loved to put his head in there anytime he was blocking. He had short arms. That's kind of part of it, I guess. He leans a lot in pass pro. Doesn't really get his hands inside. And he had a tendency to overset, his goals, my goals. I really wanted him. So this was before the season started. I wanted him to be all conference or all state or both. He got all state. I'm super happy with him. He wanted to get a ring. He wanted to start saving up money. He's going off to college, and he wanted to grow in his relationship with God. So some other guys, this would be one of my juniors. And, he's got all of his things, right? Some of them don't give you their own goals, whatever. And then this is one of the guys that maybe didn't play quite as much. He was another senior, really big, tall kid, but just, hadn't played a whole lot and wasn't quite ready to just take over one of my other senior spots, basically. But he got 8 knockdowns. He got after it when he got in there. But you just track all the stuff, and they really enjoy seeing all of that. So go back over here to this. So that's like our my O-line profiles, and like I said, they love that stuff. They get into it. They like to look at it. I'll show them, during a meeting or something like that, and they like to look at it. The grade sheets. So grade sheets, I think it's super important to grade it because in the past, I've gone through an entire season and not really graded a whole lot. And you get to the end of the season, you're like, holy cow, there's something I could have fixed, week 4, because it happens and it happens and it happens and it happens, and I'm watching film, but I'm not really grading it to where I can see the little things, right? And it's super important. And most of you guys probably know that, but I'll show you what my grade sheets look like and how I do it. So I try to do it quick. The weekly point of emphasis, like I talked about, go over it with the kids when I can. So when we come in on Mondays, we're going to go over it. I'll give them all grade sheets. They'll have everybody's grades because I print it all out and I'll give it to everybody, or I'll send them a PDF of it or something like that. I do some common mistakes, and I'll have 5 to 10 clips, maybe more if it's one of those games, and that are something that we did over and over and over again, and we kept messing it up, and we'll go over that and try to get ahead of it before we get started on next week's opponent. I try to track their grades through the year and hold them accountable. So the grade sheets, like what I what I do. So this is kind of a sample of what it would look like. But okay, so we're up there. All right, so the play number, this is like what the call was. This little tab is just like it's a play, so I put a 1 in there, right? And basically I'll do, it's a 1 if you did it right. It's a half if you were like kind of there, but not really. And then if you get a 0, it's because you messed it up. If you get a minus, it's because it was just awful, right? But I track assignment. What's their assignment? So if this is wide zone to the right and I've got my left tackle here, he's supposed to reach this guy, right? Whatever it is. So his assignment, if he gets his assignment done, it's a 1, right? If he doesn't, it's not. His technique, does he do it right? If he messes up on more than one thing, then it's going to be a 0. But here, he didn't get vertical on his second step. And then their effort, I expect effort to be a super high column, right? If you got 82 total plays, if you're not at 80, I'm probably not really excited with you. You know, if you have more than 2 that are like, I can question your effort, I'm not going to be real happy about it. Track their knockdowns. So this week it would have been knockdowns was our like plus minus. So anything in this column, if you get a point in this column, it's going to be double points for your grade. All right. And I'm super open with them and I let them know what it's going to be that week. And that's kind of their point of emphasis and they go and get after it, whatever it is. So like right here, assignment is he got a 0. He made a call and he called it wrong. And I'm not going to get upset about it right now because I will. But this game, we had talked about it about 50 times already to make this particular call, and he messed it up again. He's lucky had a couple of days to cool off, or he would have got 0s across the board and maybe a minus right here. But anyways, that's kind of what my grade sheets look like. And, there's their total grade. And then when I forgot to show this, but I link this to my profiles, and I'll have like, this is my left tackle. This is the number of plays he had in this particular game. This is his grade for that game. And it kind of keeps up with all of it. And it just kind of goes into the sheet with him. Right. And that's just, I get kind of carried away with my sheets, but it's what I like to do because I'm a nerd.
Hey, Coach.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna go ahead and let you know you got about 4 comments asking if they could get this template. So
yeah. I'll send it to whoever.
Okay.
Just email, like they can email me and I'll send it to them. And I mean, these are just copies; they don't have any of our stuff in it, so
yeah,
I don't care.
Cool.
I'll send it to whoever. I spent a lot of time on it, but I mean, it's and I can walk them through whatever. But that's the grade sheets. So I'm back on. Okay, back on the PowerPoint. So like my word of the week. All right, so this was a week that it was kind of getting towards the end of our conference schedule. And all year we had kind of talked about what we wanted for our season. And basically everybody, like, before we were ranked preseason number 2 with one of the Arkansas like football magazines, like they had us ranked number 2 preseason going into it for our division. So everybody kind of has this, thought like, hey, we're going to go make a run at it and try to win a state championship. And basically, I didn't feel like at the time we were doing what we needed to do to get ready for when it starts getting hard again, because we had a really tough preseason and our head coach scheduled it that way on purpose, so that we have a lot of competition early so that, we can roll through the conference, get going and be ready for some big competition, because the really good schools are spread out through a lot of different districts in the state. And there's a really big discrepancy in talent in each district pretty much. So like this week it was ambition, and I usually put a quote with it, and then I kind of have like, this would be like this whole little thing right here, I would have it written down and I would kind of go over it and maybe talk a little bit more about it as we go along. But they really like that too. and it kind of sets the tone for the week. So on Monday, when we're doing our meeting, when we're going over the grades and everything else, when we finish, or I usually actually start it off with this, and sometimes it'll have something to do with the previous week, whatever. But I would have this printed out, or I would have it written down. I have most of them actually written down in my handwriting because I keep one book and I kind of go through it over the week or the weekend, whatever. But, just have kind of like a call to action for them for the week. And that's kind of what I go for there. All right. So running out of time, let's go ahead and work through it. So my everyday drills, I've got a few of them here. But what I do every day, I work movement patterns every single day. So what is it that they're doing every day? Is it important? If it's not important, then I'm not going to work it, So I work our base blocks because we base block a lot. We don't really double team a whole lot unless we're doing zone. I work kicks, like posts, backer approach, pulls, that sort of stuff. I work the individual skills, try to make them better at their skills, and then we'll get all the assignment stuff taken care of in a different period. But my everyday drills, I'm working on movements. I'm working on the actual blocks. Make it part of my warm up. Again, I'm super lucky. We don't get together and do a static stretch together as a team. We don't team warm up. We do position warm ups. So I get to go over there and I get to have my guys and I get to do whatever I want to. So I teach them how to strike. That's another thing that we work on every day. And then we work on core stability and cutting out wasted movement. So like one of them, and I highly recommend if you don't have a drill book to put something together as a drill book. But I have, these are straight out of my drill book. And this is like our first progression on our hip progression. And this is teaching them how to strike. And people do it all the time. It's nothing new. But it's basically, some people call it 6-point explosion, 4-point explosion, whatever. But it's hip roll punch is what I call it. And it's just working on getting these guys to roll their hips and shoot their hands and really strike somebody instead of just running and catching people. And you'll see some good and some bad here. Right here, this guy, he does okay. And early, the first one doesn't do a really good job getting his hips through there, right? Same thing over here. This is a younger guy. He's really big. He's going to be good for us. But right here, hips are back. He's scared to fall on his face. He can't be scared to fall on his face. He's got to shoot his hands, get his hips through there, or he's not going to get movement when it comes time to get the movement. All right. And then I'll have some, instructions here, some coaching points and common mistakes, that sort of stuff. And I'll go over it with them usually at the beginning of the year. We're going to run out of time and I'm not going to get to all of it. But another one is my second step drill. And we're a spread team. We throw the ball around. We run inside zone, counter power, outside zone. We run a few different things outside of that. But basically inside zone, outside zone, and counter are our three main ones. And their second step with their strike is super important. So this is one of the drills that I got from, I think he was at Austin P, but he did a little clinic, and this is one of the drills that I got. And basically they'll take a second step and strike, take a second step and strike, take a second step and strike, and then they'll try to, keep their feet moving through it. So it's a 3 whistles. They have to kind of get in their head and like pretend they've already taken that first step, and then boom, and then whistle, and then whistle, and then we're going to drive through. And I really like to see a little better extension from this guy right here, right? I mean, he's a good player. He's all state for us, but I'd like to see better extension from him there and really striking with his hands. Move on. All right. And then the last part of our hip progression is our finish drill. And basically, they will start with their hands fitted. So they're starting with their hands fitted and feet level, like they have just struck somebody, but their hips are back. And basically, they have to get their hips and their feet going at the same time and not allow a false step. All right. So what that'll look like, they'll start here. Boom, he'll roll his hips. I'm trying to get him to roll his hips and shoot his hands at the same time and really get him going. All right. And there he does okay. He kind of gets a false step. This one is pretty good. He's a sophomore. He's really short. He can't help it, but he is. But I mean, he does a really good job moving his feet right here and getting his hips through. All right, and that's one that we work. We'll work either one of those three or two of those three every single day before practice gets going. Another one that we work into our warm-up is our 4-cone, and this is just kind of working all of our, aspects of quit hitting buttons here. All of our different aspects of our run game. So this is basically, he does a very bad job of this pretty much every day. He was a senior. He knew that the guy behind him wasn't taking his spot, and he really didn't give great effort all the time in practice. This was one of his worst days. It's not always good film. But here, so they're gonna basically, demeanor walk forward. They're gonna stick that outside foot in the ground, and they're gonna go lateral here. That's kind of working a little bit of pass pro stuff. And then when they get there, all I'm working on here is just athleticism, and he's gonna flip his hips at this. I usually have 4 cones up here. That's why it's called 4-cone. But they got to where we didn't have to have them, so that's less stuff I got to take down to the field. So I'm all for it. But they would get there, and I'd usually hit the whistle when they get to that spot, so they don't have to look for that cone. And then the next guy goes, and he flips his hips, and he's basically doing a linebacker approach here. And, chop his feet down. Boom. He's a little out of control. I'd like to see a little bit better explosion there. It's not a bad job by him. Young guy right there with that little extra step. I don't like that extra step, and I try to get them out of that, but they really got to push off of this foot and get it pushed around, to where he's flipping his hips and not wasting movement right there. I mean, that's just part of being an athlete. Is it going to happen on a football field? Probably not. But if he's a better athlete, he's going to be a better football player. All right, 6-cone is another one that I normally have 6 cones out here, and they'd be here, 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 here. Right. But we got to the point where we didn't need them. So we just stopped using it. And I just called it 6-cone, and they knew where to go. And, you do the work early, and then they're able to do it. You don't have to take them cones down there anymore. But basically, they'll start out, if they're in a right-hand stance, they'll be kicking first. If they're in a left-hand stance, they'll be posting first. I start out the year, everybody does both sides. So I'd go all right-hand side, and then we'd flip it around and come back and go all left-hand side. But they're going to kick. He's going to post back to this cone, kick to this cone, post all the way through, and he's supposed to sit in his pass set demeanor right there and bump his feet. He's going to do a good job of it right here. Boom. Do a really good job of stopping his feet, pounding his feet, staying low, and not giving up on the drill there. All right, and then I got one last drill. And this isn't an everyday, but we did it every single Wednesday, and I love this drill. And if you don't get anything out of this, I recommend using this drill. I call it Texas Death Match. I think I got it from a guy that was maybe at Allen, Texas, at a Glazier clinic or something. But basically, they're both going to start low. I usually go hips, hands, whatever, right? And then they're basically shooting their hands on the whistle, and they're trying to maintain that inside hand, and they're both trying to block each other, and they're trying to get their hands inside and fight to get their hands inside. And fight to get their hands inside and get their hips through and run their feet. And they're really trying to, it works a lot on finishing guys and moving their feet, because these guys will, y'all know as good as I will, they'll just stop their feet and lean into somebody, but they're not going to get movement there. All right. And I think that's my time. I really want to thank you, Coach Tatum, for putting this together. I guess I overestimated how much time 30 minutes was, but really appreciate you having me. Again, if you guys need anything, I'll go back to.
Yeah, Coach is still making his way on, so you can get back to the.
There's my email on Twitter. I'm Spears_Evan. Message me. I'm an open book pretty much. If you need anything from me, holler at me. Coach Tatum, I really appreciate you having me. Go Badgers.
Yes, sir. While I'm getting Coach on, my dog right here, Maya, I want y'all to make sure y'all subscribe. Tell them to subscribe. Go ahead. But again, make sure, guys, y'all are sharing it out. Make sure you're doing all those different types of things. Coach, I'm sorry, I got carried away. I thought I had sent you the link when I texted you, and I didn't. So that's my fault.
You're good. You got me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome.
If you want to click present,
right,
and then do that. While Coach is bringing that up, guys, I just want to make sure y'all all go check out Coach and Share, guys. They sponsored the clinic. They're really helping us out, making sure they're we were taken care of. And so make sure you go and check them out. And if you want to purchase some things, go for it. And with that being said, Coach, you see where are you using Huddle or?
Yes, sir, I'm using Huddle.
Yeah, so good. Present, share screen, click on your Huddle tab, and then hit share.
All right, I got you. Okay, here we go.
All right, awesome. And then she's climbing all over me because she got to go to the bathroom. So I'm a back out. It looks good, Coach. I'll be back later.
All right. Thanks, Coach Tatum. Hey, appreciate you doing this for all the big bodies, big body coaches out there. And guys, hey, my name is Brandon Mikowachik. I'm the assistant head coach, run game coordinator, and O-line coach here at Tomball High School down here in Texas. You got my Twitter handle right there, or X, and then my cell phone number as well. If any of you guys, and I'll have the screen at the end if y'all want to chat about wide zone, and that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about today, and kind of how we set up our indie drill work. And so I got 43 slides, so I'm going to go through it as quick as I can so I can cover it all. So how we kind of incorporate everything, it's all based around that word. I'm sure it's been said hundreds of times today, is leverage. I base everything, our drill work, our everyday drills, our weight room exercises, everything is based around leverage on how we catch a hang clean, everything. And so talking to the O-line, everything is about this pyramid. And so I can play with a triangular base, feet outside of knees outside of hips, condensed body, can play with feet that are quick and heavy. I always talk to them about if I want fast or heavy feet, which one do you think I would want more? I would want heavy. If we can incorporate the quickness, that's when some domination actually happens. And so the next part is I can play with hips that are uncoiled once I make contact. And lastly, the top of the pyramid is I can play with hands that are inside, elbows tight, long forearms, big old hands. I think there's a great correlation between offensive line play and sumo wrestling. And so I think the kids can understand it because they can see it. They can see the full body structure and positioning that it takes to be able to move somebody against their will. So an everyday drill that we'll do, I've got quite a bit of them, but this is our forward weave that we do every single day, some version of this. And so in this regard, Coach called it his 6 cones in pass pro. I incorporate this with our run game. So I'm checking to see our kids holding their demeanor while they are moving in a lateral or angled position. And so I'm looking for long forearms. I'm looking for big hands. So you can see the kid right there with the long hair. He's curling his elbows. And so I'm asking him, hey, get your hands, forearms extended a little more, big old hands. But I want the butt set back. I want butt set down, and I want your shoulders over your toes. And so this is, like I said, everyday drill. It gets all of our kids incorporating. It's a nice little warm up. We warm up individually, however we see fit for that day. And this is how we will start it off every single day. The next drill, kind of the same setup. I don't move cones. The same setup is what we call our lateral weave. And because we are a wide zone offense, I believe in our kids being able to having to move at different angles. And so this lateral weave is a way that we have incorporated into it. So I'm looking for, are you keeping your triangular base? Are you keeping your butts set down? Are you keeping your shoulders over your toes? And how fast can you get 1, 2, 3 in the ground and hold your body position and keeping your shoulders over your toes? And so I'm looking at all of that stuff. So for this lateral weave, we're looking, I need your hips to be turned. So I want you to plant off that left, gain with that right, all right, and getting everything down that line of the cone. All right. And so some good, some bad. Some kids have to look at cones. I don't know why they feel the need they have to look at cones, but they do. But the idea is plant with that left, gain with the right. All right, so pushing off that left foot, gaining with the right. And so this would be our example of running like a wide zone to the right-hand side. And so it's kind of our the next progression of it. Something that I stole from, or kind of looked at and really honestly stole from Klein Collins High School was kind of the setup of the grid. And we've seen this all over Twitter and X. We've seen all of this through agilities and change of direction. And I saw them pregame one game setting their grid up for their O-line. And because I got 40 kids that this past year, I had 40 kids. And so I needed to be able to set things up where more kids are getting more reps. And so I got 5 lanes and have these cones. This is the first time that I ever incorporated it into our summer workout for the O-line. And so what we're doing right there, the very first one, all we're doing is we're just ducking. We're ducking straight. I'm looking, can you hold your triangular base with your butt set down? All right. The next progression is our angle ducking. And so, how I set it up originally were, 2 by 2. And, towards, once I really got familiar with this, I ended up spreading them open a little more like 3 by 3, just to get our kids to be able to move more. And so I feel like they're a little tight. And because wide zone, we want to play sideline to sideline. For me moving forward, I have incorporated where I'm going to make these boxes a little bigger so they have to move a little more. And so as we do this, guys, same idea as like the lateral weave, but I'm facing forward. All right, I'm looking at going cone to cone. Can I hold my triangular base? Can I hold my body position? The next progression that we will do is our knee down is a power step. All right, and so I'm looking how fast can I get 1, 2, 3, hold my triangular base, keep my shoulders over my toes, sink my butt, all right, and have long forearms, big old hands with my elbows tight. And so some good, all right, for the most part. All right, we're solid right there. This young man with the shirt off in the back, you'll see right here, he hops. And so we're videotaping it. We're showing them, all right, how fast can you get you 1, 2, 3 in the ground? And so, like I said, it's our first time ever doing this, all right, and so it was new for them. They got a little better at the end, all right, but I'm looking how fast can I drive off that theoretically that outside foot or that inside foot and gain ground. All right. The next one is going to be a step that, we will use more than anything. And that's going to be our wide power step. I don't like calling a lateral step because I think that's soft. And so incorporating some tough words with it. So call it a wide power. All right. And so same idea. We're looking to try to get 1, 2, 3 in the ground. All right. And our focus right here is to get your mid plane down that line of that cone. All right. Because everything that we base everything off of here, I'll show it to you guys later, is landmarks. And so our landmark is that cone at a 45-degree angle. You see some kids refuse to turn they can't get square right now. Some did a pretty good job at it. Looking off, you driving off that left for this second one, driving off that left inside step. All right. And now I'm getting all my midline down that angle of the cone. All right. And so how fast can I go? 1, 2, 3, bam, bam, bam. All right. And then now we're just resetting. So it's a way, and I'll have more lines. So I'll have lines here. I'll have lines here. And so I have a lot more lines going. And so at one time, I'll have 15 athletes. If I do it for tight ends, I'll have 18 athletes going at the same time. So it's pretty solid, gets kids rolling instead of just a lot of sitting around. The next drill that we'll roll with is our fit to finish, and this is just our contact. This is our contact drill. We can do this with pads, without, with hand shields, without. And so I'm looking, can you hold your triangular base with your feet outside of your knees outside your hips, with your butt set back at an angle, elbows tight, long forearms, big old hands. I talked to him about, I always talk about biting landmarks. And so for this regard, we're biting the midpoint of the defender. And so from this, I give him, a couple whistles. First whistle, let me hear your feet. Next whistle, let me drive. All right. And so as I drive, I am lifting. I do not believe in lifting and throwing your hips in before you get into the drive phase. And so you've got to close space. And so I'll tell them, get your cojones on their cojones, get your feet on their feet. If you can step on their feet, you've closed space, and then has cleared the way for your hips to lift and throw, always finishing with the throw. And so as we go through this, I want to see triangular base as we go through our drills. I want to see fit to the finish as we go through our drills. This is something that we'll do every Monday, guys. And so we're under the chutes. We're jumping into a fit position, a O-line athletic position. And now, can I hold that demeanor as I go through it? Can I strike a 3-point strike with both hands in my face, with my butt set down, big chest? Can I bite the landmark? Can I drive my feet with a wide base? You can see right here, he's all worried about just dominating rather than getting your weight on the outside part of your feet. I wish he would have lifted more, but as soon as I get the lift, I'm throwing. Okay, so that idea, the throw I don't like how his butt's set back. So same idea, all right, same deal. So we'll do that right there, and then we go knee down. So I can do this from stance. We can do this from knee down. It's kind of whatever I kind of want that day, honestly. Whatever we need to work on. And so if we are not taking a proper first step, then we're going to go knee down. If our first step is good and our second step's too long, then we're going to go from a stance. And so it just kind of incorporates that. But we do this every single day. So we go straight ahead. We'll go wide zone right, wide zone left. And so we do that wide power, same idea, triangular base. Can I duck down that board? Can I stripe the landmark, get on our landmark, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, elbows tight, and finish with a throw. Next progression, this is an every Tuesday drill for us, all right, is now there's no shoot, it's straight boards. And so now, same idea. I'm tracking down the board, holding my demeanor, all right, and now I'm just tracking essentially a linebacker. Another way that we will do this, and I tell the defender and give him some ownership. Hey, you pick whichever side that you want. You can go right at a 45, left at a 45, or straight ahead. Just change it up is all I ask. Another progression that I'll do with it is I'll attach a man. So on our days that I want 2v2 combos, we'll talk about here in a little bit. If we aren't good as the outside man or combo, then I'll put a post man here pushing the hip. All right, and then try to, the postman, hey, you get 78 off the board. 78, you must get your feet in the ground with a nice wide base with your weight on the insteps of your feet. And as you're climbing down the board, postman, get them off the board. And so that teaches them to build a wall. And so how we will set that up as well. But that's how this can be what we do every Tuesday. And so we can do it with a postman without kind of what we need to work on is what we'll do. And so see kids on this, I don't ask them like, you're not going to hit a specific landmark. I don't need you to jump out in front of somebody. I want you covering them up and get into the fit. And so it's like I said, guys, because I had 40 guys, predominantly by myself, trying to find ways to get the kids to work instead of just standing around. So guys, like I said earlier, we are a wide zone offense. We believe in it. I think it's simplicity in the assignment. It eliminates all the guesswork. One thing that it does, guys, and everybody has a job to do. Everybody has a landmark, whether it's a receiver, tight end, you name it. Everybody has a landmark they must get to on our wide zone. What I think I love about it the most is, you can play with it at multiple formations, multiple motions, shifts, anything that you want, you can do that. Inserts, slices, you name it, you can do it. And because we believe in it so much, we are absolutely married to it. And that is and I'm a firm believer in not just having a whole bunch of things that you can do, because if you can do it, then I don't know how great you're going to be at it. And so, our goal year in, year out, I want to be known here at Tomball High School as having the best wide zone offense in the state of Texas. And that's our goal year in, year out. Not sure if that's a, measurable goal, but I want the kids to have some pride in what we do. Kind of our season stats, guys, is, talking about we are married to it. Out of 431 rushing attempts last year, 268 were wide zone based. You can see the yard differentials. The touchdowns were, little different because we did like more zone read this past year with the quarterback that we had there in the red zone. But one thing I'm most proud of is the 17 negative plays. If done right, married to it, I don't think you can have that many negative plays if it's something that the kids don't value, care about. But for us, that is a big number and an important number because, and we don't have the cats like everybody else, so we need to stay in front of the chains. And so 17 negative plays for 268 wide zone attempts, I think that's pretty dang good. And so, like I said earlier about a weekly schedule, every Monday we do the exact same thing. These are the things that I broke down and said, all right, what can we do in my endo drills to where it's simple for our guys, it covers all of our bases, all right, but it's not something that I have to teach a whole bunch. So after that first week, the kids know that this is what we do, all right, this is what we do. And a lot of it's going to be leading up to our combos. And so that's kind of how we roll with it. I spoke earlier about landmarks. Like I said, everybody has landmarks, and I'm not going to go this. You guys can have this if y'all want to take a picture of it, whatever. But everybody has a landmark, and our big deal is you're going to push the front side and you're going to cut the back side. All right, you can push it in any way, all right, and you can cut it on the back side any way. All right, but that is our objective as offensive linemen. All right, and so we approach it in 3 different ways. The first way is a solo front side. Big deal that I talk to the kids about, and maybe one day they may have, if they have gone through our program since they were in 7th grade, they've heard play side nipple at least 1 million times. And so that is what we do. Like, you are going to try and fight your butt off to try to capture the play side nipple. A big thing for our solo front side, it's a money block front side, is that you got to define the read for the running back. You have to move that defender and define the read. You're not here to just cover up a guy. All right, you must define it for the running back. So this is the approach that we will go with it. This is just a simple 2-whistle drill. I have them taking 2 steps, get into the fit. So you can see here, all right, this young man is playing at Colorado School of Mines right now, but he went midline. His first 2 steps, he got midline. I'm asking them play side nipple. And so that's exactly what I'm telling them down that line. All right. So have them reset. I want them to feel that backside hand into the rib cage, the backside knee in the nut sack is what we say. So now after I get to the fit, now I'm all the way through. I'm fit to the finish. Run off the ball. His face is good. Backside hand is good. Backside knee is good. All right. And so that teaches us the one-on-one block. Another deal that I got, forget who I saw it from, but the stretch drill. All right, it's down the line. Like I said, bunch of kids, got to get them reps, and now it's a one-on-one fight. All right, who's going to fight for leverage? Who's going to run down the line? Who's going to put their defender, the guy in front of them, on the other side of their line? All right, so that's going to be the goal. And so I'm telling them about the backside hand, backside knee. All right, but down the line, just rolling. Down the line, just rolling. I can do this from a stance. We can do this from both hands fitted, one hand fitted. Just depends. I don't know if y'all's athletic directors or whoever your head coaches will let you, but if you can paint these angles on your turf, please do, guys. Especially if you're a zone-based offense, I would, highly recommend this because it's teaching the kids the different angles that you must take as you go through this. And so it's talking about like 3 or 4 steps, getting into it, get in the fit, and quick shuck. All right, and now I roll back. But all these different angles are set, all right? And so we're looking, can you get into the fit? Can you get into the fit? I love that guy to the right here. Look at his steps. He's got triangular base. Bam, 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 bam. He holds his athletic position. He strikes it, all right? And so that's things that we're looking at on that angle, on the angle drill. Some I've done with centers, guys, and so out of zone-based offenses, if you can do this with your centers, if you have an issue with your centers always hammering on the back side of a down lineman more, put a board in front of them. It'll force them to get lateral more instead of into the line because they're already at the top of the line of scrimmage. And so it forces them to throw their face in the front side. This has been a game changer for our center play over the years. And so kind of incorporating that to what we're looking at, okay? And so you can see right here, we're looking at the right tackle right now. Whenever, I tell the guys, whenever you have a wide 5 or, wider defender that you are money blocked on, you're never going to get to play side nipples, so you're going to get hit more nose to nose, all right? Tell the kids you have 2 options. You have to move the defender 2 yards laterally or 2 yards vertically. That is it. That is your options that you have. And so here, his steps are not great, but he He gets nose to nose, a little slightly back to the inside, but he moves the defender. All right, he moves the defender and finishes it. We're good there. Positive yards. All right, next one we're looking at 77. Now we have a defender that's a little bit tighter. So his, we did work on angle drills. His angle is going to be more vertical because the landmark is play side nipple. And so now he gets 1, 2, 3, good, move the defender. 2 yards laterally, 2 yards vertically. That's your options. All right, we're able to do it. All right, have a cutback lane. Life is good. All right, here we have 77 again, our left tackle. So now a normal 5 technique. He's by himself. It's solo block. All right, so now taking angles. All right, you fight for play side landmark and move him laterally, 2 yards laterally or 2 yards vertically. All right, the next objective that we have is rolling with is our combos front side. And so you're always going to, for us, we teach it covered and uncovered man. For those guys, they really essentially have the same landmark. You are fighting for play side nipple. All right. So how we'll set up this up, guys, is we do 2v2 combos in our inside zone or wide zone. We do this drill every single day in some form or fashion. All right. And I'm going to move these defenders around, whether they're outside, head up, inside, slants, linebackers, over the top, underneath, chills. I mean, I'll move these guys a whole bunch because I want them to be comfortable because this is what we do and we're married to it. I want them to see every dang look. But both of them have the exact same landmark. All right. They have the play side nipple. All right. Tell the guys, you have to know 3 things. All right. If you're a covered guy and uncovered guy, the defender can either go to the covered guy. All right. He can go away from you or he can just hang. All right. And so we're going to work all 3 of those different angles. All right. Except I guess the other 4th would be him backpedaling, which we don't see very much, but we're going to work that every single day. All right. Same idea. To me, away from me, or hang. All right. But both of them are fighting for the same play side nipple. Tell the uncovered guy, you have 3 steps to capture landmark. If you cannot, your objective is to shuck, all right, and then climb. All right. Linebacker kind of, hit down, hammer down a little bit quicker, but it's one of those deals. I mean, you just got to work it. All right. Or that linebacker, if you don't work this, linebacker's going to slip underneath. All right. Tackle for loss. All right. But that's what we do. All right. Here, game film wise, looking at this front side combo, left tackle, left guard. So I got a tight 4, got a 4 eye right here. All right. They're working the number 6. All right. So both of them, they're both fighting for the play side nipple. Both fighting for play side nipple. Bam. Good. Capture it. Would like the left guard to throw his face in the play side nipple a little more, but all in all, great combo. Cool. We got it. All right. Next combo down here. Left tackle, left guard again. All right. You have a 4 eye. All right. There, who they worked for is wrong, but you can see the idea. Now this defensive end is playing outside of the tackle. All right. And so that guard right now is saying, all right, that end is away from me. I'm going to shuck, and now I'm going to climb. He climbs the wrong guy, but you can see that idea that little hand and that little shuck, all right, displaces 97, allows us to get more movement there. All right. All right. Now we got front side combo with our right guard and our center. All right. And so, guys, I don't believe in the all goods. And so we have some goods and bads on what I'm teaching the guys. But you can see 62 right here. He kind of pitter patters around, doesn't stripe the landmark, doesn't hammer on the play side nipple. And you can see 53, our center, he stays on the backside. Now, number 7 was an absolute baller. All right, one of the arguably the best linebacker I've ever played against. He's unbelievable. And so I understand why 53 always wanted to keep his eyes on the young man. But I would love to see him, if the backer rolls over the top, all right, you push the pile, all right, and you push it. All right, but he comes off of probably a little bit too quick. But you can see the idea of the shuck, all right, and he just completely loses it and goes on, makes an arc. But that's kind of the idea. Would like 62 to hammer into landmark a little more, 53 to get his hat across. But 7 was an absolute ball player, though. When we talk about combos, we also use our H-back as well. And so, guys, this is something that we've done for the past couple of years. Is now we're going to incorporate the B-back or the tight end into our combo to where the tackle, you have the outside man, B-back, you have the inside. You have the inside man of that combo. So tackle, it allows our tackles to be free players almost. Like, don't worry about anything inside. And it allows for us to get a lot more movement with our wide zone on a defender that we would normally just money block. Next deal, guys, is the next objective is we're going to work our backside cut. We push the front, we cut the backside.
Hey, Coach, you got a question?
Yes, sir.
It says, how are you IDing who they're working to?
It all based off of the formation. It's based off of who we have to the front side. It matters about our motions. And so that's what's so great about wide zone is you can attach whoever you want to a defender. And I view a linebacker as a threat. So if they're the monster guy, kind of those hanger safeties, and he's a downhill guy, then you have to count him in your run game. You have to count for him with the amount of combos that you have. So
gotcha.
Hope that answers it, Coach.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. Next deal, guys. I know I'm kind of going through this really, really quick, and I'll answer as many questions after. Hopefully I have a few minutes. But backside cutoffs. We are big on our cuts. We're big on cutting. We do not cut our kids in practice. We only cut a bag. And so our idea right here is this young man has to get 3 steps in the ground, has got to run, and he's got to get his backside eyeball into the play side knee. All right. And next deal is I don't believe in rolling. I believe in getting grass stains on your stomach. If you get grass stains on your stomach, that means you've exploded through. All right. And so that's kind of our idea in that. But we do this every single day. We will cut that bag every single day. Next deal is now our backside combos. Same idea as our front. We're all trying to capture play side nipple. All right. And there's 3 areas that defender can go: to me, away from me, or hang. All right. And now it's same idea. Everything's the exact same front side or backside, except on the backside, you have to win it. You have to cut off the backside and move those guys. All right. And so same idea. I'm going through this really fast, so apologize, guys. So kind of how it looks out for us. So that left guard is on a solo cut block on the backside. So he's going to gain lead, throw his backside eyeball into the play side knee. Great. We got the push on the front. We cut the back. There's your lane. Beautiful. Oh, baby. My large ass can fit in that as well. That's awesome. All right. Next one. All right. Same idea. Backside cutoff. Backside cutoff. Gain lead. Throw your backside eyeball into the play side knee. Bam. Push the front. Cut the back. There's your lane. Positive yards for the Tomball Cougars. All right. Here we have an actual combo. Actual combo. So this right guard, right tackle are working in number 8. All right. So they're working in number 8. They're both working for the same landmark. Right tackle was able to overtake it. 62. Did not follow the board drills. All right. You see him cross over. Grade 8 is a better athlete. We're not able to get hooked up on number 8.
All right, cut you off, Coach. It's 4:30.
All righty. All right. Well, Coach Tatum, hey, I appreciate you doing that. And so let me go to the very last one, dude. And so if anybody has any questions or, wants to hit me up, I'll be on for a little bit and I can answer any questions. But there's my cell phone number, my email. I appreciate you, Coach Tatum, for allowing me to do this, man. I hope that was worth it. So thank you.
Yeah, man. First, I've had multiple people be like, how do you pronounce your last name?
It's Mikowacik. It's a strong Polish name, bud.
I hear you, man. Well, I appreciate you, Coach. Y'all
Absolutely.
reach out to Coach right there. And he'll hit you up anything in wide zone. Appreciate you, Coach.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, man. All right, Coach. Guys, so Coach Harrison's getting on. But before he gets on, I'm gonna go ahead. I need to make sure I hit this real quick. Unless you're living under a rock, you know who Kenny Simpson is. You know the gun tee, all those different types of things. Coach Simpson asked me if I would mention this and talk about it, guys. This is Offensive Coordinator Academy. I'm assuming a lot of us on here are offensive guys, at least, being an O-line clinic. If you have any interest in this, you can pay a subscription monthly. Minus $20, or annually it's $150. But if you know anything about Kenny Simpson, it's really, really good stuff. I plan on subscribing and getting on it with their Find a Way stuff, guys. If that's something you're interested in, make sure you do that. It's really, really a great opportunity, right? Because if you're on the Facebook group, it's literally like I post on there like every couple of days on the Offensive Coordinator Academy. So consider doing that. I'd really appreciate it. And then as well, let me go ahead and bring back up Coach's Share. Coach's Share, guys. You can get on here and anything you would want, right? You can get on, go through. They have 1,000 templates, guys. You can purchase and go on and support coaches. It's literally coaches helping coaches, right? So if you want to go on and do that, it would be much appreciated as well. But let's see. Yeah. So yeah, the OC DC academies are the bomb. Yes, they are. They really, really are. Let me see. Then as well, my wife was like, "Hey, you need to put that thing back up." So again, guys, I hate talking about myself, but I try to keep this thing free, and it will be free. Anything I do will be free, guys. I really appreciate everybody's love and support. But this Cash App and Venmo, if you do feel like you want to donate, it's not going to be rejected, obviously. Just it's always appreciated, but at the bottom right there is not necessary ever. But I'm trying to keep my wife happy, so she asked me to do it, so I'm going to. There you go. I'll leave it up there for a little bit longer. Still, we're going to get Coach Hairston on here, and let's see. Yeah. So I got to email this link to him through email, and I will do that while that is up. Y'all can still see that. Here we go. Apply. Boom. Okay. Coach Harrison will be getting on very, very soon. Go back to there. Yeah. Pull this back up. Guys, 8.5 hours, man. Been rocking and rolling. It's been a long day. It's been a great day. We've pivoted and we've had to adjust with some speakers and stuff like that. But it's been good. It's been really good. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us. All the love and support. It's been great. I think we've had a consistent 250 to 300 people watching. We've dropped down to 165. Just, man, it is what it is, man. It's a long day. Usually the afternoon is the slowest. But I'm sure it'll be rocking back once dinner is over, and we got some really good speakers on and popping. So again, make sure that y'all are tuning in with me. Go ahead and re-sign in, right? Type who's still here, who's still rocking. 165 guys is a lot. So appreciate all the love and support. Listen to me ramble, buying time for Coach Harrison. Which will be on soon. Let me see. There he is. All right. There you go, Coach. How you doing?
Doing all right. About yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. All right. Now is your presentation like on slides or huddle? Okay. Just present, share screen, and then
slide.
Yeah, go ahead and just share your tab, and hit present.
I may have to do it on here, on slides.
Yeah.
How do I get it? Let me go here.
Let's see. Couple shout outs while Coach is doing that. Shout out to my dog, Nigel Pearson.
Say share.
Yeah. Go to present, hit share screen, and then you should have your huddle tab. You click on it, then hit share.
So I'm on slide. Maybe I got this.
No, so come back to StreamYard where we're here with me.
All right.
Yeah, click on present down the bottom.
Oh, man, I got it.
Yeah, hit share screen, and then click on the Chrome tab, and then hit share. There we go. Awesome. Yep, I got you, Coach.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna back out. You got it.
All right. Glad to be here, man. I got a bit of I'm a newcomer. I'm a new coach, learning the clinic kind of deal and making my way through it and trying to make it as best I can. I'm Chris Hairston, O-line coach over at Rocky River. Coach Tatum coaches down at Walkertown, really close to where I'm from. Excited to be here. I'm just talking today about posture and power in the realm of Pass Pro. And I got a bit of an echo, so I'm trying to figure out how to get that stopped, but I'll push through. Let's see. I think I got this playing. Yeah, there it goes. Here we go. All right. Sorry about that. They call it coaching, but it is teaching. You do not just tell them, you show them the reasons. This is a quote that I've always kind of ran into. And as I began coaching, I just started coaching a few years ago. And I just think it's important that you learn to teach the kids. It's something I'm learning how to do. I'm really appreciating the process. It's been a lot of fun. And really, even with the clinic today, this is just kind of another step for me. And thank you for having me, Coach Tatum, man. And what I'm going to start with today, my philosophy on pass protection. Why I think it's important to really take time and think through it sometimes. It's just because, you got to make it happen. You can't run the ball a million times, even though it is really fun to run power. As an O-line coach, I know the O-line coaches out there, power becomes, something I think about all the time. The many different ways you can run it, draw it up, whatever. But you do have to take your time, think about pass pro, and understand it's just important as the run game. You got to know that a clean pocket will create the mismatch. Given enough time, your quarterback can make the read, make the play. And the best way to get a QB into the rhythm of the game is a clean pocket. Give them some easy throws. Let the wide receivers, all those people do skinny people stuff. But as an O-lineman, as an O-line coach, you got to be able to, as he hands off the ball, getting, 4 or 5 a clip, that's good. But to get those big plays going, to get that quarterback into the game, giving him a clean pocket, running plays the right way, one way that just, overall can get him into making things happen. This concept where I talk about the position of power is something I talk about a lot with my kids. Something that I feel like every kid is different at. Every kid finds their position of power differently. Every kid generates power in that position differently. But a few of the coaching points, a few of the kind of main generalizations I like to think about as I begin to build the base of the athlete, especially when it comes to pass pro, is to start with feet, body, and hands, making sure that kid is aware and that they can connect their mind to the actions that I'm looking for them to do. In order to create that base, you must start at the feet. Of course, a good athletic position, you're going to have them slightly outside of your frame. Every kid is different. Of course, that's kind of the one main thing I've had to learn. There are going to be many different ways to coach them, many different ways to get them to recognize and really place where their body is in space. You just have to find different ways to kind of generalize it. I like to make sure that they understand that however broad their shoulders is a great guide to understand getting your feet slightly outside of that frame. I want your big toes almost touching your shoulders if you drew a line from the ground up to your shoulder. Anything you're getting outside of that, you start to get yourself stretched out. You start to have problems generating power, feeling powerful in your stance. You start to have problems as you start to get wider and wider and wider. In order to generate that power, you got to push through the ground. In order to maintain your stability and maintain your posture, you have to be able to screw your feet into the ground, push through the ground, and take meaningful steps so that you can first establish your position of power, move and maintain your position of power. And then at that moment of contact where the fun part starts happening, you're able to explode and extend the power from your feet through your body into your hands. A kind of a key point that I like to remember, I don't really say it a lot, but it's something that I'll find different ways to establish with the kids, is just nips over hips. This is an understanding of your body that anytime you can stack your core and place kind of your upper body in line with your hips, you can begin to develop core strength. You can build a wall. This is how you squat. These are the different ways that you have to posture yourself and maintain your kind of demeanor in order to, generate real power. Controlling your body makes it possible to control theirs. You see it in wrestling. You see it even in basketball, all of the different sports. The athlete or your O-lineman, I mean, we're not going to get the greatest athletes on the team, but what we have to do is make them understand they're an athlete that has to generate power, got to create force so that they can establish that pocket. And then, of course, your hands got to be ready to fight. I'll talk about it a little bit further down the line as we move through the phases of pass pro, how those hands have to be ready. Every kid is different. Just like I say, it's something I have to remember. I have to remind myself. So some kids will have it a little bit higher than others. Some kids will be a little further out front than others. But a good thing to really establish is that you have to protect your frame. You don't want your hands too wide. You don't want your hands too close. You're too close, you become vulnerable to getting grabbed, having your body controlled. If you have them too wide, you're leaving your body open to, create contact with a D lineman. And when you want to have your body and your hands and your feet aligned, all ready to strike, all ready to generate power and establish the pocket and pass pro. One thing that you got to learn how to do as an offensive tackle, especially, is you got to learn how to box off the back foot. There are many different drills, ways. I'll talk a little bit about it more. But how you establish your posture will extend from your feet through your hands. A lot of times you see guys punching and they're rotating, over-rotating, shoulders above, or shoulders over their knees. They're reaching for their targets. That's because somewhere in that position of power, they haven't established or understood and connected that together. They're out of control, or they, haven't gotten their feet underneath them, or they are simply throwing too far from the hip and not allowing the core to extend through the hands. Kind of the first phase, of establishing your position of power or your posture will always be finding your stance. As you build your base, every athlete is different. I have to remind coaches, I have to remind even my players as they begin to emulate one another or try to find different ways to do things. You have to build your base by, of course, every coach has their own coaching point. I don't want to focus on kind of telling you exactly what to do, but, of course, slightly outside your frame. Of course, an old tackle will have a bigger stagger than your guards, but you have to find your stagger. Your feet must be in a place where you can generate power by pushing through the ground. Pushing through the ground, getting a first explosive step, and maintaining your demeanor is a really tough task, especially for high school kids. As you get older, as you drill it, as you become more familiar with your body, it becomes an easier thing to do. But really, this is kind of one of the first things I get the kids to do when we start in the spring is finding our stance. It'll take us a day. It'll take us a practice or two. With each kid, we'll spend 5 to 10 minutes with our first individual periods that we'll have together in spring ball, finding our stance. You build your base, and then you build the foundation from there. Setting your core, again, I like to use that nips over hips, but what I will do is just tell them to stack your core. A slight bend in the back or rolling over of the shoulders is something that some coaches will allow. I don't like it. I like a light squeeze of the back, keeping the elbows tight, setting your core. Finding your target is a huge part of maintaining your posture. A lot of times, in my experience as a player coming through, I try to think back on what are the things that I had to get better at. One of my things was finding my target. I would play with my eyes straight ahead, thinking, oh, if they, don't see me coming, they won't know what the play is. But finding your target is a huge part of your posture, because as you find your target, the rest of your body will align itself correctly. Making sure to stay square to the line of scrimmage is huge for maintaining posture. And then, of course, understanding how to play at the right level will help you maintain good eye discipline. It'll help you really turn just a good starting stance into a great play. One thing I like to focus in on in the first phase of any pass pro is loading that front foot. Loading that front foot. Some coaches like to teach the kick slide. Some coaches teach the drive catch. Regardless of whichever tool you like to use or whatever you teach, one thing that you must do is load that front foot. You got to find and create ankle flexibility. That is going to be necessary for any good foundation to be built for your posture, for your position of power. Bending at the ankles and knees is something I struggle with. I'm a tall guy with skinny legs. I was stiff coming up. It took a lot of drills, a lot of focus, a lot of thought, and the understanding that you gotta bend at the ankles and knees instead of bending at the waist. Anytime you bend at the waist, you will have a really hard time reestablishing that demeanor. So at the line of scrimmage in your first phase, you have to establish your power position.
Hey, Coach, you got about 10 minutes.
All right, gotcha. In our second phase of maintaining our demeanor or our posture, this is where we are coming to contact. This is usually the phase where kids will start to get reachy and grabby and things start to happen fast. You're trying to eye the movement. You're trying to see, are they coming with a spin? Are they going inside, outside? Is this a bull rush? But one thing you have to do in order to maintain your posture and your power is to know your spot. Know your spot. And you have to win with leverage. staying inside out will help your posture. One thing that I've always noticed with kind of my linemen this year, I had 2 seniors, great linemen, big, tall jokers, probably 6'5", both of them about 280. One's actually probably a little bit taller. He's been growing a ton, about 6'6". Once they start to understand that knowing your spot will help you win and also maintaining your posture will help you win, they began to grow as players. A huge part of that second phase as that defender is approaching you is understanding that you cannot back down. Knowing your spot and winning with leverage is a part of that. Of course, we are going full speed in a backwards motion, but we have to do that on our own terms. You have to take meaningful steps. I like the drive catch method as I began to learn it. I think it makes for a more explosive athlete. It helps to be a bit more comfortable with positioning, things like that for the kids. It's a bit of an easier thing to learn than the kick slide, in my mind. But at that point of contact, you cannot back down, and you have to maintain that presence of your core. Fighting on your terms will help you to maintain power, will help you to maintain posture. So especially in one-on-one pass drills, that is a habit that really gets created there. A lot of the time when you got D linemen with no rules, they can spin inside, run outside, lose contain, all those things during that drill. But you always got to keep them, tuned in to the understanding that you know your spot, never back down from that spot. And then the POP, or position of power at the moment of violence, is huge. You want controlled, overwhelming violence. You want to punch, snatch, and redirect. A lot of times, again, like I talked about, this is where kids get grabby and reachy, looking for their target. And I heard a coaching point from, I believe, Coach M. It might have been the last one, where instead of saying punch, is strike maybe. And I think I might have to steal that one and take that with me, where you don't want too much external rotation. You really want it to come from your core. You want your elbows tight, and you want to jab, you want to hook or uppercut from the core. And then maintaining and understanding that your feet cannot die. When your feet die, you begin to lean. Feet never die, posture never breaks. If you reach for your target, you always are looking to reach with your hands. Hands and feet carry you to targets, but never your body. So you never want to stop your feet and then begin to lean. Once those shoulders begin to get close to the knees and above them or past them, you will break posture. And as you break posture, the rest of your position of power will break down. And then finishing, kind of this second phase at the end of it, is when you turn to finish and begin to clean up the pocket. With pass pro, the only way you can do that is with your head back, shoulders down, able to clear up any trash, finishing that last push to open up the window. Uncovered linemen should always be in a position of power. When they are given a hand on the slide, and when they're leaving the slide, what I like to call a hanging bang to help the inside hip of the tackle, you got to maintain a position of power. We talked about that position with our hands, feet, where our core should be aligned. Being able to move in that position with many different types of drills. We'll talk about, I need to hurry up a little bit, but we'll get there. And then the last phase, finish. I'll move a little quicker. I don't have too much time. You want to finish because that's the difference between the big play and the check down. Shutting down the first move, you have to think now is the time to transition to the finish violently. You do it with your hands, feet, and core aligned. And then you just got to celebrate clean pockets. Celebrating clean pockets, because pass pro is hard. Pass pro is probably one of the harder skills to learn, other than driving a guy and moving him against his will, is building a wall in front of him. I mean, I took a lot of pride myself, and it's one thing I wanted to instill in the kids, that no matter if it's run or pass, you have to finish. Just like I know it's something all OL coaches just kind of understand. And that's just kind of the last few things. I only have a couple minutes. I'll move through here. This was just a good example I saw of posture, and then another bad example with this right tackle, right guard. They're able to find their base, find their stagger, and no matter what point of the movement, I'm sure you could see that they're able to keep that. And when I give you the coaching point, nips over hips, you see the right tackle and right guard, great examples. And then you have that center having a little trouble in there. When you're able to break the posture is when things really start to look tough for O-linemen. The big thing for head and shoulders is just head up, shoulders back. This has been the hardest thing for me to teach. I'm looking for different ways, different coaching points all the time, because I believe getting your head on your target, setting your core and your shoulders in the right kind of demeanor is probably one thing that an O-lineman could do to change his game a ton. It's usually a mental hurdle, as I've been seeing, at least for me it was personally, and then for some of the kids I've coached, definitely. A lot of it really has changed with daily reminders. Hey, head up, chest out. Get your shoulders back, making sure they're walking with good form. You as a coach walking with the best form you can. A lot of it, and then is just an everyday, harping on. In our drills, the push-pull drill is a huge, huge, huge thing for making sure we get our shoulders back, head up, keeping your chin lightly tucked. You don't want to force it back, but you want to keep it tucked and chin down. One thing I like to do is foot fire finish, and this is with a focus on their body lean. This is with a focus in the run and in pass. In run, of course, we're looking to, lift and clear our hips through. In pass, I like to do the foot fire finish drill where we're running guys by the quarterback. Being able to maintain that demeanor through the transitional movements of running a guy by the quarterback, I think really, really helps them understand what type of body lean they need to have, how to keep your head out of that block, because a lot of sacks come on that spin back when you get your head in a little too far as you're pushing them past. I think that's one thing that you got to keep in mind when thinking about posture. And then, of course, with your core and body, staying connected is a kind of a point that I think I harp on a ton. Squeezing your shoulders lightly. You want to keep those blades down and back, tightening the core, setting your body lean. I think this is one thing every kid is different at. I never want a kid straight up and down, sitting in the chair. I want to establish just a little bit of body lean so that we can set our core. Of course, everyone is different, so you have to find it. And then you have to really, really hone in on it and coach it up tough.
Hey, Coach, I'm about to cut you off right there. It's 5 o'clock.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. Hey, body posture is really big, especially obviously for pass pro. Thank you for kind of detailing that. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Coach Leggett.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Not much, buddy.
Not much. So if you want to go ahead and present, and we'll pull your stuff up. Guys, appreciate everybody. Keep rocking. I'm going to keep saying it. We're 9 hours in. It's going to be good finish right here. These last couple of sessions. So I got you right there. You want to go ahead and I'll back out and you got it.
All right, guys. Man, I just want to appreciate Coach Tatum for bringing me on, guys. Hey, every year he does this for free. I mean, you can't get anything better for O-line play, guys. You got several speakers going, man, 12 hours on a Saturday. You're nothing better than this. I really appreciate having him on. But, guys, I'm at Marvin Ridge High School right outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. That's my email right there. And then that's my Twitter at Coach Leggett78. you're more than welcome to reach out to me through Twitter. I'll probably hit you up better than I would through email. Just a better way for me to have better contact with you. Also, like Coach said, I also train O linemen throughout the Charlotte area. If you ever have some linemen that need training, I'm at Finish O Line. You can look up it on Twitter, Instagram, Finish O Line Academy. But today, guys, we're going to talk about run game, slanting, angling. How we work it every day in our everyday drills, and then apply it to in the game. So here's a couple things we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and get started, guys. Okay. So I'm gonna lead you on how we're gonna do this. So when we do it, I'm gonna go single block combos. We're gonna go zone and then gap scheme on how we do this. So big thing, we work this every day in our drills. We're gonna work single block here, slant and angle. Big thing, getting our second foot down, getting our first 2 feet down, so we don't. Hey, the guy can't cross our face. Here's a good example, guys, right here. He does a pretty good job getting his second foot down so he can't cross here. And then, hey, he's attacking, getting his hands inside, elbows tight to the rib cage here. Big thing, guys, you got to teach the first 2 feet getting down. If you don't, you're doesn't matter. We teach 3-man and 4-man now. I've changed. A lot of times back in the day, everybody wanted to teach 4-man. Well, everybody's multiple now. I don't care who you are. If you're in practice, you better be able to teach 3-man and 4-man in practice. There's no such thing as going 4-man one day and then go 3 days. No. Everybody's multiple, and you got to throw it at the kids for them to get better at it. And in the springtime, we can start 3-man now. I don't even start 4-man anymore. So just a couple things. But here's another one, guys. We got to hit up four technique here. We step our inside foot, so we take our inside. Boom. He needs to get his second foot down a little bit better here. Protecting, he slants out. We work this every day with somebody, either inside or outside. We'll work down the line here. But this is just a way to get better with our inside step, get our second foot down, elbows tight to our rib cage and striking. Here we are on the outside zone, guys. We got the center and the right guard. So we're working right now. We working a odd front, okay? Center, he's really working our stab hand here. If he slants out, we're going to torque him outside, and this guard will work up. He's working at the hip to the near knee. Here we go. Boom. He sees the near knee and the hip go. He's running, and we work up to our play side linebacker. Big thing, guys. I'm going to say this to you is eye discipline. You got to be able to look where your targets, your landmarks are. His near hip, near knee left. We're working up now. Boom. And this is for outside zone, guy. We work our pods every day like this. We'll go tackle guard, center guard, tight end tackle. We're working this every day with slant and angling. Here's a center, guys, and outside zone. We work this to a little scoop block right here, because if you turn and run with guys that want to slant angle from a 2 or 2-eye, he's going to beat you. A lot of times these guys, we play against our conference guys we're in, we play against some really good defensive linemen, and if you turn and run and they slant, you're in trouble. So we work a little scoop block to stay square here. As you can tell, boom, boom, we get here. And the biggest reason is to stay square, especially when we know people that like to slant angle and outside zone. I've been looking at all day with the wide zone. I love wide zone, but you cannot just turn and run against people that like to slant angle, because you can't stay square. And if you do, you'll cross over when you're doing it. So we love to do this with centers. We can do this with uncovered guards too. Here's another one with a 4-eye, guys. Like with this look right here, if we got a 4-eye and we're trying to cut him off, you can tell here with the tackle, boom, he works out. Good job of getting his second foot down. First step, boom, second foot. Just got to get it down a little bit sooner. But we want to get our track right now through his armpit. That's where we want to get to when we're working his track on the 4-eye. And again, guys, I say this to all of you. If you're working inside, outside zone, especially, you've got to work everything, especially with these single blocks. Head up 4, head up. You got a 4-eye, you got a 5. Those things you got to work, and you got to slant people. Nobody stays still anymore. It doesn't matter who you are, unless the guys are just better than you. If they're just better than you, yeah, they'll stay in base and they're going to beat your tail. But with us, we get a lot of people who will tango, they'll twist, they'll bring an extra backer, bring the nickel, things like that. And we got calls for that, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. Here we go, center he's got like a shade trying to cross his face here. We work this every day. Get that second foot. I would like his second step to be here a little bit more. Love the hand placement. Hand placement's great here. That's what I like. Okay. He's working up. Try not to let him cross your face, which is great. But this, the second step's got to come a little bit sooner. But honestly, I love where his hands are. That's where you want your hands at. Tight hands, tight elbows here. Okay. Here we go. Center right guard here. And we got basically like a stack look here. If he goes inside center nose, I gotta help my inside hand with that stab hand. We teach getting our second foot in his crotch. We do not want to turn our front side shoulder if you're the center, because if you turn your front side shoulder, you're done with the backer. It doesn't matter if he tries knocking you off or not. We want to keep that front side shoulder open. We don't want to turn. We're telling this guy to turn and run here, especially if we know if he is a guy that sits or he tried to two gap, he works backside. I would have liked the center to actually stay on a little bit better here, work through. And, we tell each other, work through the front side shoulder, work through that front side shoulder here. Not bad here, though. Not bad. Here's another one. I see this a lot of, guys. So we'll go inside zone here. And we run inside zone and we run it to the right. We got a 4-eye with a rush backer here. If you're to the boundary side a lot, right hash, left hash, you get this look. So in this look right here, we got a twist, and I'm going to show you. As a tackle, you must step with your inside foot. And I learned this, the hard way. Some of our tackles would actually step out, and what would happen was the 4-eye would come here, and when he stepped out, he was on the inside hip of the tackle. Well, he could come right here and make this play. So we step with our inside foot, and if he wants to come here in a tango, so we can actually pick up this 4-eye that's slanting across our face. And then, hey, the guard can pick up the tango, but I'll let y'all look at it right here. You must step with your inside foot with the tackle here. Okay. Boom. Guard, I really wish his feet get his second foot down. Not bad. He kind of knocks over to help out the tackle here, which is good. Boom. And guys, I'm going to tell you, if you're going against 3-man fronts and you're going against a tight front, odd front, however you want to call it, you're going to get things like this, especially to the boundary side, right hash, left hash, the way they rush, hey, they line up. You're going to get games like this. So you got to work them in practice, guys. Because you don't work them in practice, it doesn't matter what you do. The guys are not going to know what to do with movement. All right, here we go. We got a 4-eye again right here. Actually, I'm sorry. Right, yes, we got a 4-eye. So, we're working a tight front here. Big thing right here, guys. I tell the tackle, I want to get my second foot through his crotch, and I want to work through his front side shoulder. I want to turn that front side shoulder. Our guard here, left guard, he's going to turn and run. But what I like about this is, and you'll see the tackle's here. He's running. Watch his inside hand. He's trying to torque him outside. But what the guard does a good job is, what I like about it, he knocks him over. You see that hand right here, and he knocks him over to get more movement. He works up, but we're still square at guard. I really like that. He's a great job by the tackle. He works that inside hand. Okay. Guard's coming, knock over, work up the backer. With our outside. And the guys, this is, again, we work our combos every day. I really preach that, the power work. Yes, you got to work as 5, but I'm telling you guys, this with combo blocks, you're going to work with certain guys more throughout the game. You just are, just how it is. Okay. Here we go. We got a tango again, guys. Tackle's going to step with his inside step. Boom. Good job of staying on. Guard sees him clear. Then I'll work up. That's a pretty good job right here, guys. And again, this is the kind of stuff that I say this to you all. It's got to be every day. If you're going to work these drills, it's got to be every day in what you do. Okay. Now, here's something. We're going to gap now. So I showed you on zone stuff that we do in single blocks. So let's just say you run GY counter. Okay, guys, and you get a guy who's a 4-eye, and you got like a rush on the outside here. So when we used to run this guy would get us. We would chase him, and this guy would loop in, and we would never get him. So we started teaching, like, guys, if that guy works out, there's somebody coming back. We can't chase him. So we started putting this drill in every day. Work out, boom. Work your track. Take the backer that's coming in the loop. Good. That's kind of what you want, guys. Right here, we're not working as much near foot, near shoulder with our pull, but this is our open step pull. Inside out. Same thing here. Guys, he works, boom, he works out. Good. Don't chase the guy that's going out, because he's not the most dangerous. He's not MDM when you're pulling, guys. If you chase that guy, that backer's making that play every time. Make them be wrong. Make them be wrong, guys. Here's another one, guys. If we get a 4-4-I and we see a nickel coming, and we try to teach our tackles how to read safeties and nickels, we know this guy wants to slant inside. This guy right here that's creeping and he's trying to time it up, we want to call a spur call. A spur call tells our backside guard who's pulling, hey, you now have a spur. You are kicking out a spur. We're going to take this guy the 4-4-I, and we're going to drive him, take him where he wants to go. And we just cannot let him get vertical across our face. Just the way we do it here. Okay. If we have a 4-I, and let's say we run a GY counter again, and we're running it to our right. If the 4-I right here slants out, we cannot chase that tackle. And I always go back to that. When I first used to run this, hey, that guy was slant out, and I swear to tackle every time. He wanted to treat it like ISO. He wanted to kick him out, and the guard would be like, Coach, what is he doing? I'm like, hey, guys, we got to work this every day. This has got to be a everyday drill for us. And that's what we started doing. So, when this guy wants to work out, guys, teach your guys, please just work to the backside backer. Trust what you're doing when you're running this stuff. And again, just something you need to do every day, especially when you work gap scheme. And we kind of work this. We'll do all zone at one day. We'll do all gap the next day, and then we'll mix it in on our third day before we go to our walkthrough. Boom, he works backside. Guys, and again, I tell people this eye discipline. Don't even turn. Hey, right now we're running GY counter. Just work to backside backer. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into it. So, guys, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not perfect. I'm nothing close to being perfect. I'm going to show you some plays that are good and they're bad. There's some plays that we just didn't do a good job of. And I think as a clinic, when you show this stuff, it cannot always be good. If it was always good, guys, hey, I'd be undefeated state champion every year. That just don't happen. So, unfortunately. But here we are, guys. We're playing against a three-man front here. Zero does a good job of creeping here, and he's coming from depth. Okay, my tackle should have been calling spur right now. Now, this guy slow off the ball to 4 technique. He should have been slanting more B gap, but my tackle's got to see it. He's got to see it, and I know it's from a depth here. Okay, if he makes a spur call, that now tells my guard he's working out to the spur, and then he's going to what? The tackle's going to what? Take the 4 technique slant inside. Well, in this look, he doesn't. And the guard passes by the 4 technique, and then we don't have anybody for the backer here. Because when we're running GY counter here, this tight end should have picked up this guy. He should have picked up him, but he didn't. Okay, but that's a tackle again. You got to make sure you're teaching eye discipline. We got to be looking in this 3-man front. We have to be looking at the nickel here. Okay, and again, guys, here's a play I told you. I'm going to show you plays that we did not do a good job on. Okay. Like right here, he's not even looking at zero enough as he should. He thinks that guy, and 58 doesn't slant like he wants. And sometimes you get no man's land with that. Okay. And he thought, and the guard thought he caught a spur, and maybe he did, but it's too late. And he makes the play. Okay. Now, I do like this part. So they got a 4 here, the outside guy coming. And my tackle, honestly, he does the right thing. I'll be honest with you. He's thinking this guy's slanting inside. Well, he really goes outside. So my guard does a good job on his track on kicking him out here. Like, this is a really good job, near foot, near shoulder, and the guy doesn't squeeze. He slants out, and they've got 2 people in C gap. Well, now my tackle works up, and now we're able to hit it and take it. And I'll show you from the end zone copy here. Boom. Good job of hitting the hip here. He sees the backer, work up. Now we're golden. And that's kind of, guys, what we do. Like, when you're working against these different fronts, 4-man or 3-man, like, you really got to be good on knowing where people are. Are they slanting? Are they angling? Like right here, my tackle, he's already thinking, okay, I'm going to take my inside step. I should gather and take him, but he doesn't come with it. But this is why I tell you with pools, guys, you got to stay tight down line of scrimmage. You do, because this right here can happen. And my guard ain't tight enough. He probably could have been a little bit tighter right here. That doesn't happen. Here we are. This is just an inside zone for us. They do like a twist inside here at the nose. We do a pretty good job with our track here, okay? And we don't – and like right here, we pick up the guy, the 4 technique that tries to like loop over. We do a pretty good job of picking him up right here. And because we're running our track here, We don't do a good enough job of getting to this backer, but we do a pretty good job of not letting that looper make that play. But we're all on the same track here. Boom, boom, boom. Here, right guard should have probably right here in this look. He should have worked up and got to this backer, but that's okay. The looper didn't get us because we're on our track. I show it from this copy. Nose works out. We don't chase. And again, guys, he comes here, and my left guard here picks up. Perfect. Left guard didn't panic at all here. Boom, he worked out. Patience. There we go. Here's one I'm going to show from the tight copy, guys. And we were running inside zone here. We didn't do a good job of IDing the backers here. Because if we did, the nose slants out, okay, and center does a great job of not, he steps with his inside left foot here, and he does a great job of right and taking him on. But in my left guard, he tried to do a gallop step into the nose, but the hip goes away. He did too much of it. If he comes here and the right tackle gets to 21, my right tackle goes a 2 here. But this is, again, guys, identifying, and when people slant angle here, of getting your feet, having great technique here. And this is why I want to show you this is not all pretty. Okay, he slants out the nose. He needs to work up, but he's got too much weight on his inside leg and too much momentum. Well, then, hey, we're screwed. And that's kind of what happened here, guys. Like, he kept on going when he should have just went and worked up to the next level, and we're golden. And 72, if he comes up here, I mean, guys, this play is huge. This is a big play. But again, you got to understand that when you slant angle like that and hips go away and knee goes away, we got to work up to the next level. It's kind of what we got to do. So just want to show y'all. Good job here. Staying tight. This is kind of on a tight angle here. Kind of thing he slants out, guys. We work the backside backer here. Okay. He helps. And actually, as you could tell, the nose slants out too. And again, they're not even ready, but they're slanting out, but we're working our tracks. But we got good footwork here, and our guard is tight on his pull here. He kicks out, boom. Not bad. That's kind of where you want to be, guys. But again, guys, you can't chase people. If you chase people, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. We get 7 there. I always say this, guys. These guys that come from the outside, if you get people that come from outside, if you take care of the person in front of you and he slants, you got a good shot to have a good play. Because these outside guys, yes, they're the ones that come off the edge. They scare people, but it's really the guys who slant inside that make the play for TFLs. They're the guys that do that. Here we are. We're running GY counter. He comes up. We take him, boom. And I show it from the tight cop. Well, I'll show it from right here, guys. Again, he comes up, tackle takes him. He sees him coming. He slants inside. Perfect. He comes and cuts off. They call it a spur call. There we go. And that's what you want to look like, guys, right there. Getting to the front side backer. Just, you got to make your calls, but you got to step with your inside step here when you're doing it. You just got to. I think that's big when you're doing it. I see too many people that step with their outside foot and when they really should stepping when they're inside foot here. But that's the little things you got to teach. Okay, here we go, running GY counter again. Here's another one, and we hit a big one right here. He slants all the way in. The tackle does. He calls a spur call. He gathers himself. Good job here. And then we're off to the races. We're not outrunning anybody, but, hey, that's a good job. We kick out. And I tell you guys, I'm going to say this to y'all too. You've got to work the backside of these plays. If you don't, and I always say this, we work it every day. I'll take one side and we'll take the backside tackle work cutoffs every day. If you don't work people slanting across them and work cutoffs, your run game is not going to be effective. You've got to be able to beat people across them. And if not, they're going to get TFLs from the backside. And again, he's trying to slant him, but the tackle does a great job of cutting him off. All right, this is right here. We're running wide zone to the left here. They try to do a little game work up here, but we work our track. Tackle does a really good job. They're trying to twist and do all kinds of stuff. Boom. Pretty good job. Everybody's on the same track. And I go back to that, guys. Everybody's got to be on their track when they're working this. He literally tries to like tango inside. We pick it up. Good. Just little funky games that people try to play. Again, we're running wide zone here. We motion over. This guy now, the nickel, he tries to come right now. Watch our left tackle here, guy. I want to show y'all what our left tackle does. Good job staying. Boom. He picks up this guy. And we get off and we're off. Again, guys, we do this and work this all the time. Like, you've got to be able to work these kind of situations in practice where these kids are comfortable. You know, I always tell this to people, like when I draw up plays for our off-team offense, I try to make it as uncomfortable for the O-line as I can. If you sit there and draw it up base, they're going to get comfortable with that in the game when they have to see all this slant angle and blitzing, they're in trouble. Just us working it here again, and I'm just showing it like us. The left tackle does an awesome job. He comes off good. This is a good one, and this is the one I really want to show here because look at the back side, and actually this is our front side. I showed y'all when we were practicing earlier. This is a good look. Let me see if I can get this in the tight copy. So we're a little bit off here, but this right here, they do a little slant and they do a tango, a twist here on the front side. He steps with the inside foot, guard takes his track, and we pick it up. Now, we don't do a good enough job getting the front side backer. I know that. I see it. But we do an awesome job right here of picking that up. We get 3 yards because we're able to pick that up. We just don't do a good enough job of doing our job on the front side. But the tackle works. Hey, he steps with his inside foot. He doesn't step with his outside foot. If he steps with the outside foot here, you know, he might get away with it this time because this guy's in a tight 5. But if he's in a 4-4-I, he's in trouble. All right, we're running power here, guys. So we're running just basic, just your normal power play. So I'm going to show it from the, the wide copy. So if you know this, I always teach people cap. We talk to tackles about how if they're stacked on top of each other. Look at the nickel and the safety here. You see the safety walking down. We try to teach him on angles, and he's in a 4-4-I here. And you can tell the tackle's looking. Well, he sees him creep, okay? And he doesn't come, which is fine. That's perfect. It doesn't matter, though. The guy works out the 4 technique. We kick out with the tight end, the wing here. He works the backside, boom. Now, we only get 5 on this. But what I'm trying to say is, guys, that guy's hit up the tackle. He never once chased. He slanted out, and he took his landmark here. Boom. If we do a better job, our double team, we got a huge hole. But I do want to show you backside. If you are doing cutoff backside and they run this kind of tango here, we call it. He comes out and he loops here. Do not chase the guy slanting out. And the tackle does a great job backside here. He works his track, boom, he kind of punches and takes him on. And honestly, guys, I've seen this too many times where that guy, the looper, makes the play as a TFL backside. So they start creeping. Kind of makes it easy for the tackler here. He's in a 4-I here. And their backside, we're in a tight end wing set, twins away. And he comes walking down. Okay. He's right now, the right tackle is making a spur call. He says, hey, spur, 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 spur. He's coming down. Now, this guy's pretty good. This right tackle we had a couple years ago, he's pretty good. He's now at Stanford. He wipes him out throughout it. That also helps, too, if you got a guy that can do that. But he makes a spur call right here. Boom. He drives him down. Guard kicks out. And then, hey, you look at this hole. That's what you want. That's about as good as you can get right here. He kicks out the edge. The tight end, great timing here. Boom, boom, boom. Inside out. There's the hole. You can't ask for anything better there. But again, that goes back to communication and eye discipline. It really does. Okay. That's a lot of work right there for us just doing. I mean, they tried to gap exchange. They had 2 out here in C gap. He went to B gap, but we had it. Safety overruns it. There we go. Here we go. We got we got GY counter here. He sees the guy. This is the nickel here. He sees him coming down. He does a pretty good job right here. Nolan sees it, takes it out. Guard kicks him out. If the tight end right here would have got this guy, we'd be money. But again, it's all about communication and talking here. Boom. Good. Just tight end's got to get there. Now I do like this. This guy slants out. He sees him coming, but he slants out. If the guy, I always tell people this as a tackle, even though we're supposed to go to backside backer, if this guy blitzes here, this front side backer, just take him. Just take color. Take color. Boom. He kicks out. Guard comes. Good. That's how it's supposed to look. Let's come here. Get to the tight copy here. This is why I tell people you must step with your inside foot at tackle. All right, we're running GY counter again in this slant. Look, he slants inside. They do like they're in kind of the stack look. We kick out. Bam. Now, I don't like him leaning as much here, but we do a pretty good job of kicking him out. We make a hole. Now we're off. But again, guys, that goes back to working this stuff in practice. Center should have done a better job here. He doesn't step good with his inside step here. And again, that tells you when you're not working your steps and you're not doing it right and you get lazy, you fall on your face. So we got lucky here. He ducked his head here. Just not very good with his feet. Just not very good. Tackle does a good job backside here. Running again. He works out. So again, the tackle, right tackle, he sees that the guy works out. He works up. Now he should have worked to the backside here. And he does, but we don't get to the front side backer 13 for us. If we get to him, boom, guard kicks out, and he kicks out to the wrong person. He should have kicked out the 4 technique here. But again, got to make spur calls, make these calls so they can see it. And guys, right here, he slants out. Tight end does a good job of seeing it. Tackle picks up the guy slanting inside. And guys, they're in this 3-3 look like hey, you got to be able to see stuff, and we pick it up. But we're on our track. We're working double teams here, and we pick it up. And it's how you want to look, guys.
I'm gonna cut you off right there, Coach.
Yeah, Coach, that was it
about
already.
It's about 1 minute. Yeah. Coach, man, I really appreciate it. Hey, man, like you said, hey, at the end of the day, and I've said this for a long time, we're coaches, and if you're not working these different looks and stunts and blitzes and slants and angles, like, then what are we doing? Defenses ain't just gonna sit in a over 3-and-1 look all night.
No.
So yeah, you better be looking at different funky stuff.
Coach, I appreciate you having me on, Coach. Hey, appreciate everything you do for the O-line community, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate what you do. Appreciate it, Coach. Yep. All right. Coach Dubinsky.
How you doing?
What's going on, Coach? What's going on? If you want to go ahead and hit present and bring up your presentation, it'd be awesome. Guys, appreciate everybody. Keep rocking with us. Guys, we are at 9.5 hours. We're going to keep it going. Like I said, always, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Keep going with the check-ins, guys, if you've been here rocking with us. All right, Coach, I see that. You're good. I'm going to back out, and let's roll.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach. What's going on, fellas? First off, I just wanted to take a second, thank Coach Tatum. Man, a lot of time, a lot of hours go into this. I'm sure we don't even know, but doing this for the community, I think, is a huge deal. Go support this guy however you can. I'm thankful for the opportunity. This is big time for I think the closest position group in football. So, Coach, we all appreciate you. But we'll go ahead and get into it, guys. My name is Jonah Dubinsky. I'm the head football coach down at the community school in Naples, Florida. New position for me. I've been down here as the offensive line coach, helping out on the defense in the last 2 years. I've been a head coach previous, but we're going to get right into it. Just talking today a little bit of tackle counter, tackle dart, or tackle power. and then protecting your runs with RPOs. Okay. Getting right into tackle power, we call it DART. Okay. I want to talk about why we're going to use this and why we're talking about it. Right. Power is a perfectly good play, but like every play, it's got its problems. And I'm not here to say that DART's the way to do it and, throw out power. But I think you got to understand every scheme's a tool. Okay. There's a time and a place. Maybe it's certain personnel you got that dig into your bag. Just be aware of the tools that are out there. Okay. For big whys for us is why we made the switch from running power to DART. Okay. I think big problems with power, okay, is what I call the B gap dilemma. If we look at this picture here on the right, normal power, we'd be pulling this backside guard. Okay. Big debate about if this is a hard back block or not. Anyone who's made it knows it's not your favorite block at center. Okay. Our answer for it, the gap hinge, has its own problems as well, right? B gap pressure, stunts, passing off twists. It's hard to do with a long back block and a gap hinge. What we do here in DART is create a 4-man gap wall. We eliminate that gap hinge. We eliminate that bitch and back block. Kind of simplifies things for us. Like I said, though, a lot of it's personnel dependent. The past 2 places we've been, we've had dudes at tackle. So this is what we're doing. First place I was coaching at, it was the other way around. We had regular guys out at tackle, and we had some dudes at guard. So we ran regular power. Think about it as a tool. Okay. Other parts that we hate, when we take a look at an odd picture. Okay, that bitch and 4 high dig out on the backside, right? No one loves that block. When we get to the odd picture, you'll see we eliminate that. Okay, and for me, I can't stress enough talking about a 4-man gap wall. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm talking guard, backside guard to play side tackle. We've got 4 guys playing with their hips on the same angle, all working on what we call the gap scheme rule. Okay, for me, I'm always teaching the zone scheme rule and the gap scheme rule. Since we're talking DART today, we'll focus on the gap scheme rule. Okay. Quite simply put, the gap scheme rule, as an offensive lineman, I am responsible for my gap opposite the directional play call. Okay. It's a broad, far-reaching rule, but it simplifies everything for us. Thinking here at left guard, I'm responsible for my gap opposite the directional play call. Really, when the tackle pulls, I'm a BC gap player. Okay, we handle this with a blunt. We'll get into that in a second. But as we go down the line, we can see how easy that becomes. We got 4 guys gapped up here. We can handle twist. We can handle blitz in the interior of the line, whereas pulling a guard makes things a little bit more difficult. Okay. As we gap it up, working backside to front side, talking about this blunt. Okay. Left guard here, we're going to go inside foot, inside arm, trying to jam the near pec of the 3-tech or 2-eye as we work out to the backside defensive end. Okay. All we're doing is buying time for the center. It's a low stress block. Okay. If 3 happens to work out, just take him. The center's going to make you right on anything coming inside. He hits inside now. It's good. He's on the center's path. He's going to be fine. Okay. A lot of times you can pace this block, adjust your angle to the defensive end. Depending on your level of football, you might get squeezed out of this defensive end. You might get him running uphill. Just adjust in game, okay? Your hip, if you put your hips on the right angle, everything's going to be fine. You kind of see that play out over tape, okay? Center, again, it's a back block with help. That's all it is. That's how we coach it up, okay? You just know with that blunt from the guard, you're not going to get a 3-tech penetrating far upfield. You're not going to get a 2-eye penetrating far upfield. You don't have to open your hips as much. You might not have to be as quick getting there. A little bit of a safer block. Looking at play side, everything's working out like power for us. Okay. We've got that great front side double team. If we've got a 3 technique or any kind of B gap defender, if not, we're still going to treat it just about the same. We call it a gallop. Anytime we've got an empty B gap, talk about it a little bit more when we get to tape. Front side, same thing, just playing out like power out of tight end. Okay. We're looking to get inside out hat, cut him out into the D gap. If he's a hard C gap player, we call it crush. Okay. We want to condense this guy laterally, clean it up for that puller. Okay. If the puller's got to pull around trash because he's dipping his hat into the C gap, take him there. Take this guy where he is going. Do not go fight the losing battle of trying to seal off a guy who's going to die to get in the C gap. Take his ass down and condense him into the B gap. Okay. The puller will get around it. We can still run and play. Down here, just mentioning it. Okay. For us, we ID the guy we're pulling for on gap scheme plays when we have pullers. Okay. So we use the plumb line. Plumb line in the center is just where the ball is. Cut the center in half, cut the field in half. For us, ID in the front, even, Mike right. Again, Mike's who we're pulling for. When we get to counter, we're IDing who the second puller's pulling for. Okay. Here you'll see we do a lot of different things with our back alignment. You'll see some pistol alignments. You'll see some same side. You'll see some backside alignments. Okay. Here, this is an RPO version for us. Okay. This would be same, tagging something outside. But let's get into a few clips. There we go. All right. Pre-snap. Okay. We're tray FIB. We motion and turn this into an underfront. I'm going dart right here. A little slow on me. Okay. Dart right. Starting at tight end, working to the backside. Okay. Looking for inside out hat or crush, depending on the play we get out of the defensive end. Right tackle, right guard. They're trying to work to middle here. Okay. We ID'd this as 4-3. We're going to mic the front side on 4-3. We're going to cut loose true will, right? The guy is true Mike is where we're going to send our double team. We ID that. The front side double team is always working to what we say is one past the mic point, okay? The first guy backside as a second level defender, past the mic ID, that's where we're sending that double team, okay? We've got an empty B gap here. Wait for it to load. Sorry there, fellas. So we got an empty B gap here. Okay, we're working at the combo we call a gallop B. Okay, gap scheme combos, I like to name them after the gaps. Kids remember it really easy. If it's happening in the A gap, call it an A. Happening in the B gap, call it a B. Okay, we tag it up to indicate a little bit of the how the technique changes based on leverage. Okay, we had that gallop tag just so our tackles know we're going to gallop to close that empty B. Okay, we're looking for that 2-eye. We're looking for that 2-eye to pop into the B gap, or we're looking for pressure from the mic point or one past. If we gallop, we get hip to hip with that guard. It's going to clear it up. We're going to take that pressure real easy, as opposed to if we just take regular base drive footwork. Oh, fellas. There we go. You can see it here. Really good job of the right guard, right tackle. Okay, great job on the gallop. Hate the kid's finish, but he's on his aiming point here on the one pass. Right guard, we got to strike a little bit more. Okay, he gets his 2 steps in the ground. He's playing in lift posture, but we're not delivering a blow with our 3 points of contact. Still, I love him on his leverage, and he's trying to work this guy out of the bait gap. Okay, you can see the center and backside guard here. Man, this blunt's the easiest block in America. Okay, the easiest block in America. Great angle for the backside guard, and you're really getting a double team for the center. Okay, backside tackle. You guys can teach this pull how you want to. I've done skip, I've done open. I think it's about the guy you've got. Okay. For myself, I was an open pull guy. That's what I like to do as a player. I'm coaching 2 guys that really like to skip right now. Okay. And it's effective for them. So coach it how it works for your guys. Now, what we're teaching him, we want to get depth. And on about our 3rd step, we want to start turning vertical. Okay. I want to stick my foot in the ground when I come out of this skip and get vertical, hunting up the inside number of the backer we ID. Okay. If I stick on that inside number, I'm looking to kick him out, really. This ends up being flat because we get pressure out of our mic point, but he's focusing on that inside number. We're going to get a kick out. And with our running back aiming point, it's going to allow us to hit vertical now. So how this all fits together, we're teaching our back on almost any gap scheme play. We're going to press the backside shoulder of the last puller. Dart, we've only got 1 puller. It's the backside tackle. So he's pressing his backside shoulder. Okay. When he crosses the plumb line, that would be the left tackle's left shoulder. You see here, if I press that left shoulder and we get a kick, you can hit vertical now. Okay. This is right up the hash, hitting fast. That's what we like. If we end up getting spilled, let's say this backer fit more inside out. He makes the hips and shoulders of our backside tackle swing. Okay, he'll see that backside shoulder disappear, and he'll see the point of the backside tackle shoulder. Okay, we tell him when you see the point of that shoulder, that's pointing you out. Bounce it, okay, then get vertical. Here, great job from the left tackle, great job from the back, and really, it's a really clean run. time all the way through. Don't be afraid to booking a second level defender. I think everybody probably knows that. Those guys are not going to sort through that trash. We can do another clip here of 4 down. Okay, we have not just ran this play strong. We run it weak. It's a big game plan deal for us. Typically, if we're getting over solid or if we're getting some kind of 4-3 wide, we like going weak a little bit. This particular team was a couple years ago. 40 Saul seemed to be an answer for them. I know a lot of guys think dart takes a long time and they worry about edge pressure from the mic point. When we get this clip up, you'll see that it's not as big of an issue as you think. If you're getting some kind of edge pressure from your mic point running dart weak, okay, you're expecting a pirate, you're expecting 5 in the B or 5 moving somewhere and not staying in the C gap. It's exactly what we get here. Anytime we've got edge pressure on the front side of power or dart, we're making a danger call at tackle, okay? Don't see it on the tape here. When we make a danger call, we're expecting edge pressure, and I'm expecting my defensive end to become an interior player, okay? Right now, he starts pre-snap as a C-gap player. He's going to end up being an interior player, okay? We adjust our technique. Left tackle decides to crush it, kind of take our stunter where he's going, and our right tackle knows to anticipate the point off the edge. Now, aiming point for him, nothing's changing on a danger call. Okay, I hear danger, danger. I'm at right tackle. I'm still hunting up inside shoulder. Okay, my trajectory might flatten out, but if I'm truly hunting up inside shoulder of the mic point, okay, my hips and my eyes are going to get me on the right angle. Now, it might get you a little out of body position, and we're not crushing Mike here. Okay, but we're doing a great job hunting up the inside shoulder, inside number, and getting winning with the proper leverage. One more time through. Sometimes it's about doing it long enough. You're not going to kill everybody. Okay, kind of have some RPOs tossed in here. While we're on it, RPO land, it's easy to get enamored with. Okay, what I do and what's been successful for us for a couple of years. First off, it's got to be based off the run that you're getting after people with. Okay, you know, if dart doesn't work for you, don't come out and run dart RPOs. It's not going to be successful. People aren't going to honor it. The reason RPOs work is because they're scared of the run game. Okay, the vice versa can be true when we start completing some of those RPOs. For me, it's the easiest completed pass we have. We have a couple of those in every formation, and I start going to look for formations where we can really put a player in conflict. What I want to show you guys now is dart stick out of what we call box or nub set. We played a team a couple of years ago that loved to run stubby. Okay, if any of you guys know the match quarter stuff, they love stubby to box. Okay, well, that puts Mike in a real bind. If we're running dart at true Mike, he's got to relate to number 3. You can't play the stick and go fit dart at the same time. This is one of the more stealing RPOs I've come across, but they're out there. You know, go do the study and trust what you're seeing on tape. If it changes on game day, get away from it. But these things are out there in your game plan you can go find. And this is you talk about being easy on the quarterback. I'm staring at Mike, okay? I know it's stubby right now. Everything about it's saying stubby. So if Mike does not go play that stick, I can let this ball fly right now. And we're still hatted numbers wise, even if we make a mistake here at quarterback. Go find these simple things. Don't make it hard in the RPO game. Another good picture of dart week. Okay, obviously things change a little bit for us. Dart week, we're going to have tight end backside almost always. We're typically an 11 personnel, 12 personnel team. You can certainly do it out of open sets. You just got to have a run-to-run read on the backside. We've got a gap hinge out of the tight end where we're running away from them. Okay, we're going to either combo backside guard. We're either going to combo the A gap to backside backer to one pass with the center. If we got a 3 technique, we're going to hammer footwork, win with an inside hat. Okay, he's got a 3 here. He's going to hammer footwork it, just try to win with an inside hat. Play side guard, center, they're going to double team the A gap to one pass. Obviously, we're Mike in here. We're going to hammer footwork it on the play side at tackle as well. Hammer footwork, for those who don't know, it's 2-inch vertical to 2-inch inside step with your inside foot. Second step, splitting his crotch. We're trying to hang on his inside pec, just keep him from beating us on the inside. If you guys want to get more into that, I'll pop my email up here at the end and we can talk some hammer footwork and where you can apply it. I think it's a tool. It's another tool. You can get away with going a 0 step on a great base drive footwork. I find hammer to be really effective and really easy. One more time for you. Dart stick. It's 4 down front. You gotta love the internet. One more thing I didn't touch on, kind of running back aiming point. A lot of our run game is COC based. So his full coaching point, we call this particular footwork our COC footwork. Left foot here, or foot nearest the quarterback, is going to lose about 6 to 8 inches. Second step is going to collapse over to keep your hips and shoulders square, and I'm going to press the crack of the center. Okay, we tell these guys COC footwork to inside shoulder or backside shoulder of the last puller. Does a pretty good job of it here. All right, starting to look at some of the odd stuff. Okay, looking at the picture on our right first, I really got to say my experience with darts started against an Okie front. Okay, and it was really to get my first introduction was to avoid this block if we were running regular power. That is a tough block. If you're in college, if you're coaching college ball, maybe a high-level high school ball, in an Okie front, this is where they put the dudes. This is where they put the dudes. That can be a real challenge, right? We eliminate that with this. To me, on the front side, blocking down and trying to crush or dig out a 4-eye is a lot easier than on the back side when he can skate to the ball. Okay. Against an Okie front, working backside to front side, we're pulling for our mic point. Again, it's going to be first backer, play side, past the plumb line. Okay. Backside guard, we're going to hammer footwork this 4-eye. Great angled block. Just win with an inside hat. Take your time. You don't have to rush out there. You don't have to kill the guy. Let's win with leverage. Okay. Center play side guard, we're doing what we call a BIM A. Okay. BIM A for us, we're going to gallop and we're going to force hit the hip, and play side guard is going to work through the nose's hip to backside backer. We want to work through that hip. What we find is if we get nose rocking to front side A and I'm going to hit hip, we're going to have a big collision and I'm still going to be in proper leverage. Okay. You're going to allow your hips to turn on this angle that we're going to climb on a little bit if you're going to hit the hip. That way, if the nose does come, you're meeting him head on. You're not going to be leaning. He's not going to be colliding with the side of your body. You can hit him head on. Okay. Right tackle, this is the hard block of the play, but I still like this block a lot more than having it on the backside. Okay. And again, if you're running dart, it's because you like your guys at tackle. You see it on tape already. We like our guys at tackle. We're going to win this block. We're going to be successful pulling the tackle and striking. So we trust this guy to go make this block. Tight end, this is even easier than 4 down, right? We just got to win with an inside hat here. Win with an inside hat. Do not let him cross face over the top and make a play 3-4 yards downfield. Okay. You go make this block. He doesn't get back into the play. It can be big for us. Looking at the odd stack picture, in my experience, what we get with a lot of guys who try to replicate Iowa State, you end up with a 4-eye backside. If you have tight end in the core, you're ending up with a 5 to the tight end side. We like to almost treat it like 4 down from the tight end's perspective. Give them inside out hat or crush. We'll read that safety they rolled down with an RPO, send a backside guard straight up to Sam. He becomes a B gap player now anyways. Okay, we're going to have the quickest BIM A in history. A lot of times we're just going to tell this center he's going to have to body him, get that guard to quick climb. The other way you can do it is what we'd call a jam combo. That'd be left guard, left tackle, working a 4-eye, similar to a B block. Okay, it'd be a jam B to mic point. If 4-eye is really a dude, maybe we've got a center that can handle this nose by himself. Okay, we might elect to jam B it rather than BIM A it. Nothing else changes for us though. We're pulling, we're striking the mic point. Okay, that front side double team, it's always working to one past the mic. All the rules are staying consistent. get into some of the odd tape. Okay, here we got an Okie front.
Coach, real quick, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Go back to your slide. So is your tackle, is he just reading open grass where he's inserting, or is he going off the tackle? Is he going off of the bend?
Yes, for stack.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, I knew this picture would get me. Okay. So this can all play out based on how this 4-eye works.
Okay.
We're pulling for first insertion point that allows us to get to the inside number of the ID backer. Okay. In reality, you're going to see a clip here in a few plays. We get a hard B gap player. He wraps around, it still hits inside number, right? If we get a 4-eye hitting out, maybe it's a 5 pre-snap, you're going to anticipate pulling in the B gap. I think a big thing with all pullers, peak front side, like see what you've got. To some degree, you're going to be able to predetermine where you go. Like you got to start with an idea, but be willing to be dynamic and change as you go.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Here we go. Got Okie here. Okay, starting at the tight end. Man, my internet's killing me. Starting at the tight end. Okay, another easy block. I don't love his steps, but we talk about making it low stress. And I mean, heck, his footwork here might show you how low stress this block is. Okay, obviously we want to shorten them up, speed it up a little bit. These are super elongated, but the kid's calm and he knows he's got to win with hat placement. Okay, his leverage is what's going to win on this block, so long as he doesn't get condensed too much. Looking at right tackle, we say trust your guys to make those blocks. Okay, we could go on all day about how we practice this block, but it's all the fundamentals, right? We have a guy there. He's taught on the fundamentals. We believe he's going to go win. You see this BIM A. Okay, I don't love this out of the center. We're not getting our feet into the ground. Our hands are wide. We're torquing. Okay, but I do love this out of the right guard. It's hard to see from our sideline angle, but you see his left shoulder dip, his right shoulder turn. Those are his hands hitting the hip of that nose, helping get him into the backside A. He wastes no time when he gets his hands on that hip and displaces that nose. Now he's going straight to one pass. He's trying to get it on his inside or his play side number. Left guard here, you can see the angle. Easy angle block. Hammer footwork it. Hard to lose. It's a block that's hard to lose. We love those. Get to another picture. Okie. Okay. I put this one in here to talk a little bit about poles. Okay. Skip pole's not, or the open pole's not for everybody. Maybe the skip pole's not. This ends up being a great picture, except for our backside tackle. Okay. He was open pulling. Well, he can't get it. He can't keep his hips and shoulders square when he open pull. So what's it result in? He's pulling wide. He's going to get spilled. We're going to end up with holds. Everything else about this play is great, but we're using the wrong technique for our pull. It results in bad stuff for us. That's something as a coach at this time, I was stuck on the open pull. Don't be stuck on anything. Everything's just a tool. Okay. Apply it as need be for your guys. Here, though, you see a great job of a BIM A, center right guard. Okay. Getting up, hitting the hip, getting up quick. Backside guard using great angle. Easy stuff there. Again, we had tackles that could do it. Right tackle, you trust him. He goes out and executes a solo block for you. Real quick, we got a stat clip, and I'm looking at time here, fellas. I'm running out. We're not getting to counter, but if you'd like the rest of the presentation, I'll email it to you. Stack for us, just running it weak. Okay. Talk about running away from that extra safety. We've actually got a bust here at guard, and they might even be busted in their alignment. This is a true team that tries to go like Iowa State. They roll a safety down when you've got attached. They typically bump him in. He's a B-gap player. I think he's a 4, not a 5 like he ought to be. But we run it weak still. Great job here. Right tackle crushing this kid into the B-gap. Great job defining it for the backside tackle pulling. Really good job from left guard on a quick climb. Okay. The nose's hip disappears a little bit. He doesn't have to go chase it on that quick climb. Okay. Get up to Mike, get him wrapped up a little bit. Puller's going to get around. We can get the ball down the field. If we can get through the clip. See, a great job here. I don't even think the kid needed to bounce it. We talk about pressing inside shoulder. I think he is. Maybe he's seeing that safety high, but you press your aiming points at back. You trust your alignment. Good things are going to happen. Okay. One more idea, right? Simple RPOs that can help these runs out. We have a dilemma when we're trying to run dart weak against an Okie front or a KC front, right? It's tough to do. We're going to have to read some way, somehow. This is a way that I was taught that I really enjoy. Okay, we run Q dart, H swing. We're going to read the overhang backer to the swing side. Okay, he's got a choice. He's got to run with H. If he doesn't, we're going to go run, we're going to throw it. If he runs with H, we're going to run Q dart. Numbers wise, we're going to be fine. We've got 2 to protect out here. The third guy can't be right. As we watch this clip, one thing about the quarterback run game, I think we all know, make sure your receivers are going to the right place. Okay, you'll see our slot here at the top of the screen does not go get high safety. He's actually blocking the read. We don't like that. Okay, ends up getting our Q hit. But I think this is a really good picture of this is a simple RPO. You're reading hips of this outside backer. Okay, he's got to commit his hips one direction or another, so long as we have a respectable athlete at H. Okay, that kid was a pretty decent player. He commits to the swing. We're off running dart. And that's why we got to block safety. Let it go one more time. All things become the same for us, though, as if we were running dart strong against an odd front. Okay, we've still got that block on the front side, dig out on the 4-eye. Okay, we've got a BIM A here to one past, pulling for the mic point, hammer footwork in the backside 4-eye, and then our tight end, when we're running weak, he's gap hinging it. Good job here getting to the second level. Pretty good job of the quarterback pressing his aiming point. Got to go have that block on the second level.
Coach, I'm gonna go ahead and stop you right there. I really appreciate you doing that talk for me, Coach. And I'll be honest with you, I was texting with my buddies that are watching it as well, and you put all 3 things that we love together: nub, dart, and a stick RPO. And we were like, hell
Man.
yeah! So love
Dude,
it.
That's awesome. Well, Coach, I appreciate the opportunity, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, Coach. All right, guys. Got like 30 seconds real quick. Guys, awesome. Been a great night. I literally got up, watched the sun rise and the sun setting. So make sure you guys are signed in and rocking with me. Coach Gould.
How's it going, Coach?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. Guys, yeah, Coach Gould's coming on. If you don't know who Coach Gould is, he down in South Side, right?
Yes.
Southside High School in Arkansas. You might know his head coach, Kenny Simpson. Getting him on, I told my buddies, hey, I'm getting Coach Gould on to talk. And they're like, well, that's the engine of the gun T, the offensive line. So Coach is going to talk about some offensive line stuff within his down blocks and stuff like that. They do a great job. So, Coach, you want to go ahead and click present. And if you're using like Huddle or Google Slides or whatever,
yeah, it'll be Google Slides.
Yeah, so click present and then click share screen.
Yeah,
and then just click the your tab.
Is that good?
You click that and hit share.
Share screen. Okay, share screen. All right, there we go.
Yeah. See if we get to come up.
That work?
Yes, sir. We got it.
All right, there we go.
I'm gonna back out. You got it, Coach.
Yep. All right, guys. First off, thanks to Coach Tatum and all the people that could be involved in putting this on. I've kind of been in and out, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. You can see my contact info there. Reach out. Probably the easiest thing to do would be send me a text message. You're not going to bother me. Everything I've got to show you today, I've picked up on from somebody else. I have no problem sharing that information.
with y'all guys as well. So whatever you could need, reach out to me. That's my phone number. That's my cell. Down there's my email, and then at Twitter, Coach Bo Gould. So whatever it is that y'all need, or if you just want to chat, whatever, I don't mind helping with that. So just a little bit of our offensive line overview. We're going to have a strong and a quick side. Guys are going to switch sides depending on the formation. I feel like doing that makes it easier on the kids. We can teach kids to do one thing on the play, not two. It also cuts down on the practice reps because they're getting specific reps in practice for their job that they're going to do. And I think it sets our kids up better to succeed. We generally speaking at Southside, we're not going to have your prototypical big college offensive lineman type bodies. This year, our quick guard, who was our wrapping guard on several of our plays, was 160 pounds. And we're playing in Class 4A here in Arkansas, and we were able to have great success using those guys. You know, we don't get to pick our guys. We have to use the guys there in the school, so we better set them up where they can succeed. So here you can see kind of what we're looking for or where we play those types of guys. So our strong tackle is going to be like a bigger body type kid in our program. May run barely under a 7 in the 40-yard dash, but he's also in your top 5 that you're going to be playing this year. We like that type of kid if we have him to play strong tackle. Our best O-lineman, generally speaking, is going to be playing quick tackle for us. You know, speaking with Coach Simpson and stuff like that at the things that we do, we like to let people know that if a college comes in and is like, hey, you got any O-linemen, you're going to show them your quick tackle. Your guards, obviously, are going to be your most athletic linemen, generally, kind of like that backup linebacker or fullback type of player. Your center is going to be whichever lineman that you have in your offensive line group that can snap the best. He's going to be your center. Some years that guy has been our second best O-lineman. Some years that guy has been our 9th best O-lineman. We're just looking for a snap. That is the most important thing that we can get from that guy. We can give him help and design our plays to give him help if it's needed. Our tight end in our offense, we call him the Y. He's block first, catch in second. Some years that's been a 6th O-lineman. Some years, like the last 3 years, we've had guys that were your typical tight end. But if we're just not going to say we don't have one, we're going to find one. If that's putting my son as a 10th grader in a eligible number, and because he's our 6th best tight end, that's what we're going to do. Our wing back or our B is going to be a bigger back. He has to be able to block in our offense. Some helpful tips. You're going to focus, or at least we do. We focus on rules rather than blocking this guy or that guy. Our offense in our area is hard for other teams to adjust to and line up against. So it's kind of hard to predict what we're going to get each week. You see there by years prior, kind of early in my experience, I would try to predict how they'd line up, but they'd line up in something else. And again, you want to place kids where they can be successful. And in my opinion, you can do that by flipping your line. And then one other thing is I really feel that your offensive line has to be comfortable. I don't spend a lot of time practicing like your stance has to be this way. This hand has to be in the ground. Now, obviously, if their stance looks horrible, I'm going to coach them up on that. But just generally speaking, if it looks okay, I'm fine with it because they have to be comfortable. And also by learning the rules, it allows them to move faster. So this is kind of what we're looking like. All of our O-line, they're going to be as deep as possible here and in a straight line. even with the center's hip. That's perfect. And then this is kind of what we're looking for as far as when the hand's in the ground. We're not going to be all out with like all of our hands in the ground, really. They're just going to be kind of dangling at the top of the blades of the grass there. But this is really key. Something I felt like we struggled with was our consistency at where to line up at. And you'll get to see that later on when I switch over to some huddle clips. But that's what we're looking for in our stance. So getting into some down block drills, we do down block progressions, kind of 3 main down block drills every day. Normally, most years, I kind of have like an assistant O-line coach. Maybe that's the guy that's coaching our tight end wings. Maybe that's the D-line coach that's with me during offensive individual time. But if I have multiple guys and it's not just me, we're going to space out on like the goal line, and everybody's going to have a partner, and we're going to go through all of our down block drills. So that's kind of how it's designed. We'll just switch sides, and the other guy will go. And I feel like that's best if you have enough people. If not, some years it's been just me during that time. So I'd have them in 3 lines and we'd kind of set up a rotation and go through it. The main thing on our down block drills is we want whoever's on defense is going to have their hand out right over the guy's head, because on our first 2 steps, if we're doing it right, we don't want to come up any higher out of our stance. So that's why that hand's there. It's going to be right over the top of his head, making sure he's not going to pop up and hit it whenever we're doing our first 2 steps of our down block. Some coaching points. Well, really there first are 3 main ones that we're going to do. We're going to do a first step drill. We're going to do the first 2 steps, and then we're going to do a drill, run them and turn them. That's where we're putting it all together and blocking until we hear a whistle. The good thing about all of these drills is if you're actively involved, possibly in your youth league programs, or you yourself are on here and you're a youth league coach. I mean, our youth league does these 3 basic down block drills whenever we're in practice in season. I get the youth league during the day at our school. We have a middle school athletic period, and we can do these when they're wearing jeans and cowboy boots. And you'll see here in a minute whenever I show them to you. Some of the key points and terms that I use is I don't want to see no negative steps. So to make sure I get that right, I'm telling them to gain ground. And then you'll see here, we'll block it 2 different ways on our down block. All of the videos I have is like head on front videos. But if we see a team from film study, if I know a couple of their D linemen are not penetrators and they're more like readers and not coming up field, I'll tell my guys that we want head on back on number 48. If he's lined up on you and you're supposed to down block number 48, we want to make sure to have head on back on him. We're going to work our butt to where the play is going to prevent them from coming over the top. And then another big thing that I do is I let them understand where it's okay to lose. It's unrealistic for me to ask my 160-pound quick guard when he's down blocking on quick side belly, down blocking a 1 technique, and that guy's 280. For me to expect him to drive him down the field. So it's really key for that guy or any of our linemen to understand, like, hey, I'm okay if this guy beats you upfield. We just got to stay connected and run our feet. As long as he doesn't go this way, we're okay. Which kind of brings me to another point that's not on the slides here. I think offensive linemen need, in order for them to be as good as you want them to be, and have the most success, and they need to think that they're a bad A. And sometimes that's easy depending on who you're playing that week. Sometimes that's hard, but by teaching them what you're okay with, and teaching them where, hey, dude, I don't care what it looks like as long as this guy doesn't end up over here where we're running the ball, that kid's going to think that he's doing a good job. He's going to think he's whooping that guy's tail. And it's just going to build confidence, that player's confidence to do the job for you. All right, so our first step, again, your head shouldn't bounce up. You're going to gain ground with that first step, see how it's going to be like angled. He's going to pick it up and put it down. I don't want to see it pivot like it's on a hinge of a door. We don't want that. We want to pick it up and put it down. And it's going to be angled. And then we're going to have a slight load of the hands, okay? Not all the way back where we have our gun holsters, but just a slight load of the hands with that first step, okay? So here's a video of that. You'll see there he's just stepping, putting it down. Heel can replace the toe, but it's just going to be a small step. He's going to get 3, and then the next guy's going to hop up. Yep. There we go. Go to the next. There we go. All right. So our second step, they're going to be in their normal stance, and they're going to take 2 steps. So at the second step, I put this picture up there on purpose, just because his hand is too low. Okay. So with that first step, he's going to slightly load his hands, like the kid right here. And then the second step, he is going to be like this, but as this foot's coming over, we want him to strike and punch the defender's hip. Okay. I use terms like punch, strike, terms to make them physical. I feel like if you use terms like hand placement, placement's not as physical as a punch. Okay. And I want these guys to be physical, thinking physical. So we're going to punch on his hip. So the far hand to the near hip. And here's the video of that. Again, he's going to get 3, and we're going to rotate. Everything that we do is going to be on a cadence. You see right there, his hand is too low. I think he's loading his hands too much. Okay. So we just want a slight load, and his hand got a little bit higher there on the third one. Again, it's good to see wrong as we're going through this as well. So that's why I put that one on there. Now the run them and turn them drill, we're going to put it all together. And this one, instead of getting 3, they're just going to rotate through. I think on this video clip, the same guy went twice, but that's fine. But they're just going to rotate through. And this can be done on a straight line, like in that previous slide that I showed moments ago. Everybody can be on the goal line, and they can be doing these. One thing that I want to mention is with that 2-step drill that we've seen there, we can have the defender holding a hand shield and really working at that punch. Okay, I just call that drill 2 steps with a punch. He's going to, on that second step, he's going to punch that hand shield. It's on the defender to hold it in the right place and protect himself. I tell our guys, don't be soft. If that guy's being stupid and don't know where to put the shield at, like punch him as hard as you can in that hip. It's on him to hold the hand shield correctly. All right, but here on the run them and turn them drill, again, notice how low he's standing. Ear hole is on his belly hole, and he's going to work his feet around because we're running the ball to this side over here. Notice also this one does a better job of his hand placement there. Okay, he's taking the correct steps in his hand placement. This next guy's going, this guy was our tight end the particular year that this video was, I made this video. But if you see right here, he's got a good hand punch there. Okay, so this is on our down blocks. That's what we want. If you see right here, all 3 of these guys, and even the wing here that's kind of off screen, we're moving together, okay? Moving together at that angle, kind of all in unison and working together, forming that wall, so that way our guys that are pulling can make the kick, the guys that are pulling can make the wraps, but it's all about forming the wall and working together, okay? So On our pulls, if we're doing kicks, our guards are working kicks. Maybe our wing, I got a clip here in a little bit of our wing kicking opposite. So if we're pulling to the right, we want to hit with our right shoulder. If we're pulling to the left, we want to hit with our left shoulder. You're going to get depth. We're playing smaller O linemen, like I said at the start. There's going to be some penetration there. I can't tell that guy that's pull kicking, if he doesn't move, you're going to run into it. Like, you should hit him and knock him down. I don't coach it that way, because our guys are smaller than several of the D linemen that we're going to be playing. So if I did that, that guy would never get out there on his kick. Coach Spears spoke earlier. He's from Arkadelphia School here. They beat us in the semifinals. Those dudes that they had on their D line was really, really good. We were able to have a little bit of success, but we'd have none if I just coached that guy to be flat downhill. So he's going to get depth, and then he's going to get around that trash and work upfield. I got some good clips of that coming up. Wraps are going to be depth, so you can see the hole. He's going to rub paint with that last down block that happens. His eyes need to be inside. He's going to read the kick and find daylight. Or like on belly for us, he's going to read where that hole is on the strong side or the quick side, whichever the one that's pulling is. Okay, so you see right here, this is a good angle in this picture. He's pulling to the right. His right shoulder should meet him right there. Just like this guy, there's another good one. He's on the correct side of him. So hopefully I'm going to continue to run and not let that guy fall in where we're trying to run the ball. Okay, if he's going to go anywhere, it needs to be around here. And he's hopefully, if our running back is right on the other guard's hip or the other puller's hip, he will not be able to get to him. And I got one of the clips here on Huddle. Whenever we get to it, it was actually this kid right here. He ran at the correct shoulder. That kid dodged him, and we didn't even make contact on him, but that guy didn't make the tackle. And that's what we want. We want to be on the correct side. That's our guys understanding about where the play is going and not letting that guy get there. Here's some wraps. Notice there he's looking inside. We want to look inside. This is Trojan for us, where both guards wrap. You see there the strong guard's finding the hole. The quick guard is following him. I would like them to be a little bit tighter, okay, and eyes a little bit inside more. But you see, there's our running back right there riding that guard to get through there. So, just your basic, very basic drill here. I'm going to have a cone of some sort out there, and then we're just going to wrap around it really fast. I'd like that kid to gain more ground on that first step. See there how he doesn't really gain ground with it. I want him to gain ground. Okay, he does a good job of getting depth. That would be like a pull that you would see us do on our strong side belly or quick side belly. Where did my go to the next slide thing go? There it is. Okay. All right. So if we're working two pulls with both guards, you can have a cone here. This could be an active person that's here, and that could be a cone, or it could be coach standing right here and just flashing numbers to check and make sure he has his eyes inside. You want to be sure to get it both ways. This drill, oftentimes for us at our school, I get 10 to 15 minutes of individual, and then we have like 5 or 10 minutes of pod work. So this will be partnered up with a quarterback and running back here working meshes, and we're getting that work together, getting him used to following the guard, and all that stuff can be done inside of pod work. Meanwhile, if that's going on in pods, my tackles and centers may be working more down blocks during that time. They could be working hinge blocks or things like that, but it's a good partner for that. You can mix it up if this is a live human and not a cone. he may be crashing in, and we could turn that into a log where that guy's reading that. But you can make it however you want to make it. This is the general setup of it. Right now, we have a live guy here. Okay. You see the center's joined in, and he's working on a back block. Right now, he just knows that if he's pulling this way, he's got to be inside of that cone. But again, this could be a live person. If that's a live person, I want him to give a low high five to that block on the correct shoulder. Okay. Maybe oftentimes if I'm down there with that drill, it'll be me. I may be back here coming from space. I may be right here crashing in. For some reason, I may be right here and jog backwards. Like, I'm mixing it up so that way they're staying on their path with their eyes, being on the correct side and all that stuff. Here it is, the video of that. And again, you can have that guy just be a coach flashing a number. The live guy could be over here. It just your basic drill as far as that goes. Like I said, the majority of time that we do this, there'll be a quarterback and a running back, and we're working it in pods. Okay. All right. Show the huddle clips now. That's a little reminder for me. This should be all of kind of what we're looking for in down blocks. Coach, can you see the huddle screen?
Yeah, so you got the unshare and then share your huddle since you did just your tab.
Okay. Yeah. So I can hit share this tab instead.
Yep, there you go.
That work? All right, good
Yes,
deal.
sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to watch this guy right here on his down block. There you go. You can see head was on the correct side. And then the other thing is he was working his feet upfield, preventing that guy from getting where we're running the ball. Okay. Here's a little bit tighter of a picture of it. Right there, contact, he's on the correct side. I'd like for him to be a little bit lower, but he's on the correct side and continues working his feet to prevent that guy from getting over the top. Here's another one. You see there we are going to be shifting. This is shifting to get us into over. So this is actually our quick tackle, and that tight end right there is eligible. Okay. But he's coming over here, and we're going to watch our quick tackle who's lined up at tight end, running his feet. Okay. You notice right here, this guard, okay, we want him to be a little bit tighter. Okay. And we want his eyes to be inside. Does a good job of blocking, even though his eyes were outside that time. And then this was like our second game of the year. So our running back, we want him, and he did a better job of it late in the year, getting right there on the guard's hip. Okay. We're going to watch these guys here. The outside guy, our quick tackle, has a good down block. And then I didn't bring this up on the slides earlier, but our guard does a good job at a second level down block, not chasing. He's going to take his down block steps, and then he's going to push upfield vertical and wait on that guy to get there. Okay. So you can watch both of those guys. You see right here, our guard, he's taking his down block steps, and then he's going to push vertical to get to that next guy. He's not going to chase anybody. He's going to wait on him to come to him. Okay. Now the quick tackle at the top of the screen does a good job working his feet. Okay. He's working his feet, preventing the guy going to where we're running the ball. Okay. Good play for us on that specific one. Two guys doing a quality job. You see there our tight ends pulling on counter for us. So he's getting some wrap blocks. Does a decent job at staying square. Okay. Our guard right there, I'd like him to be more on this side, but was able to get the job done. Okay, this is we're going to run pass play. This would be load protection for us. But on that particular play, protection, these guys actually have down blocks. Okay, they're taught that if no one's for you to block down, you're going to stay here and wait on a backer. But this specific one, he's just going to, this guy's in his gap. He knows he's got to block him down. So it's just going to be like a run type block. Okay, he's able to do that. They had a spy on our running backs, but he makes a good play here, even taking the hit. But if you see, doesn't matter, down blocking and pass protection, play action, pass protection. If you're a down block, it really doesn't change. Okay. Let's look at some pulls in the last couple of minutes here. One of the things I want you to watch is like the depth that our guards are getting. Okay. This is our guard that's going to be pull kicking. This is our tight end wrapping on counter. A lot of cross training going. That's the example I was telling you right there. He barely gets a piece of the guy, but he's on the correct side of him, and that guy doesn't get in on the tackle. Okay. He was running at the correct shoulder. Our tight end, shoulder square, he gets through there, makes a block while he's wrapping up through there. You see here, this is a good example of Trojan, kind of what we're looking for there. Both guards are going to be wrapping. They get depth. The quick guard's right behind the strong guard. Gets through there with his eyes inside. It's our 165-pound, if he's in equipment, quick guard, doing a good job. And the running back's doing a better job at following there. Okay. This will be belly, so we're going to be watching this guard right here on his wrap. Okay. And the wing, similar for him on belly, he's going to fold under. This time they block the same guy. In theory, we would want this guy on this one, that guy on that one. You'll watch the guard there does a good job keeping his shoulders square, staying on his path. This is a good kick from space. This guy will appear. Our guard does a good job staying on his tracks and being on the correct side. Notice right here, our other guard has his eyes inside and is able to make some contact there for us. Okay. A little bit of a closer picture of it. This will be another Trojan play. Okay. We had a guy get through there on somebody's down block, but we had good depth, and we were able to get the guards out there. Okay. You actually seen right there, our running back actually grabs a hold of the guard's jersey right there. Okay. Our first guard through keeps his eyes inside, doing a good job there. If you see right here, our quick guard keeps on running with his eyes inside the entire time. That's where we're wanting his eyes to be. Okay. Again, our running back does a good job there, staying on that guard. Okay. Inside. Closer version of it. You see right there, they're taking good steps, finding the hole.
All right, guys, I'm gonna cut you off right there. It's 6:30.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate you, Coach. Guys, if y'all want to hit up Coach Gould, dude is not to be funny, but he's good as gold, man. So y'all hit him up, and for sure he'll sure he'll reach out because I know I'm going to be using some coaching points on my down blocks for sure this year, Coach. So I appreciate you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, man. Coach Karski.
How we doing?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. If you want to go ahead and hit present down
Yep.
there in the bottom, and then are you using like Huddle or Google Slides?
Using Huddle.
Awesome. So under the Chrome tab, it should say Huddle. You click on it and hit share.
Cool. All right. Let me see here. Screen. Yep. Does that look good?
Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Perfect. Awesome. So what we're talking about today is short down and distance packages. Us as a program, we've been, I'm going to put this on my screen, my side screen here. So we've, as a program, we're pretty much known as pretty heavy passing attack. So we've threw for about 301 yards over the past 8 seasons. Never won in pass attempts last year. We were a team that, we always threw the ball, but we really needed a way to 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. We needed to, I guess the best way I can put it, and I really kind of describe this to the coaching staff, is they perfected, football a long time ago when it came to getting a yard or two, right? Like that, they had that shit figured out for a long time. So what we decided to go is we needed to, in addition to being a spread team, we needed to really have the ability to get in 22 personnel, heavier sets, and really get after it. So the things that I'm going to hopefully try to teach you all and you can take away from this is, as for the spread coaches, to get a good understanding of how to implement a brand new offense and not have it really take away from what you do for first and second down and 3rd and long distances, right? The real meat and bones, the 90% of your offense, and kind of implementing a 10% that is going to be a very different change up and a different look. That's going to make it hard on opponents and other teams. So just give a little background there. We went with wing T. It was something that our head coach, he when he was in high school, it's what he did, as well as we just had other teams. We've always just been in the state of Washington. Wing T is particularly very used at the high school level. For those of you know that, Bellevue won a lot of state championships, and wing T is also really cool because it's got a lot of different flavors in it. It's a lot of different ways to you can attack it, and different ways you can add, and it all kind of looks the same but different in a lot of ways. So, and the other big thing, you can go to your any resource and you look up wing T and hey, this is the look we're getting, this is what we're struggling with, and it has built-in answers. Teams have been running this forever. So if there's a particular team that's lining up a way that we really struggle with, I can talk with a wing T coach and be like, hey, this is what we need to be. What can I do? What would be your answer for it? And then it's incredibly versatile with personnel. We've used this primarily. We're always going to have at least one tight end, 2 running backs, but sometimes that running back's a fullback. Sometimes that wing back is an extra tight end. Sometimes it's been a running back. Sometimes it's been a receiver for us. It really has been very versatile in the personnel, and especially on the O-line. The first year we kind of ran this, I had some 250-pound guards who were hyper athletic, could move in space. And then the past couple of years I've had, you can kind of see this guy's belly right here. He's a big fella. You'll see him a lot on film. He's about 400 pounds. But we had a lot of guys like that who, I don't know if I was going to have him pull too much. So very versatile with the personnel. And I'm a big believer in that you do need to get under center. And I see a lot of spread coaches that if they do have a heavier personnel package, that they're usually still taking that under gun. I do understand the unique challenges with getting under center, particularly investing, that as a QB time with mesh and with the running backs and all that. So, but I'm a big believer. It just hides the ball, makes it a lot harder on those linebackers to see where it's going. All right, so practice breakdown. Like I said, the big thing for me, I never wanted this to take away from what we were doing. We were so good in everything that we were doing in between first and second down and getting to the red zone, right? When when the field starts to condense, right, and we're on the 2-3 yard line, right, we got to have an answer. And you see it all the time in college, particularly in the college football playoff and the NFL right now. And I think it was Texas, especially like they had some heavier packages, right? And yes, you wonder like, hey, why aren't we just running in between the, A gaps 4 straight times, see if we can get a yard. So what we do, practice breakdown, 6 minutes a day that we're investing in the running back QB mesh, and that is for our spread as well as we will mix in our normal, what we call our Georgetown package. And then we're looking, I'll usually put about 4 to 8 plays in inside run, 4 to 8 plays in team, and we're running about 100 plays a day in practice, anywhere like 90 to 100. So really trying to make sure that it is not an extended part of what we do. And then as far as the teaching of the O-line, right, I really try to make sure that I'm not teaching new blocks. I'm just taking blocks that we have from our spread run game, and I'm tweaking them maybe just a little bit, right? I talk to our guys a lot about we're 2-point spread, we're 3-point the moment we're under center, and just little things like that where it's just small little tweaks, and just trying to apply what we're doing within our wing tee, our Georgetown package, and just trying to make sure those match up as best we can. So primary formations that we're using, Ricky weak open, Georgetown left, right? So for us, like I said, typically this is where you can get very versatile with this individual. We had a running back who was a stud. He could down block. He could do it all. He was an absolute monster. Once he was gone, we had to get back to, all right, do we want this to be a tight end or do we want this to be a receiver? And we're able to play with that a little bit. Typically, one of these guys has to be, our number one running back. He's got to be the guy. The other guy can be a fullback or our backup running back, depending. Primarily use these. And then I love the ability to go tackle over. Our tight end this past year, which is not a blocking tight end, we needed, if we were going to run behind some big guys, we were able to kind of manipulate. And frankly, we were very tendency-based, that we were running away from that tight end the past couple of years. But that's okay with me. That's just, like I said, we're just trying to get a yard or two. We're trying to get downhill and get a first down and move on and get back to who we are. So we will use a variety of motions and shifts, kind of the 3 big ones that we will use. Scramble is just start anywhere, end up where the formation is called. So scramble, Georgetown left, line up anywhere, condense back to where you're going. Taxi is YZ. So you're starting in what would be for this picture here, Lucy weak, right? Tight end and wing on the left side, running back behind center, and then our fullback on the right side, and then they're flipping over. We'll do a tipsy version of that I didn't put on here, where they start the shift and then they return, and then trade is just a simple tight end shift over. Big things that we run out of this are lead, sweep, trap, and I think I put dive on here as well. So I kind of just drew up a couple looks. How we identify and kind of target sweep is we're really just running to the bubble for the most part. We use a counting system, right? So we will go first thing, center to the play side, whether it's a running back or linebacker or down lineman. We're counting him as 1. Next guy over 2, 3, and then we're -1, -2, -3, right? Our O-line will call out who we're lead blocking on, and then they'll make a call that will adjust everyone's numbers back into that. So primarily, really looking at, we do a lot more weak side lead than anything else. All right, so here we go, right? The things that lead is probably what we've ran more than anything, in particular weak side lead. Got to be able to coach the running backs on this. I tell them all the time, like, you can get blown up, but you can't get blown up at the bare minimum. You got to get blown up at the line of scrimmage, right? So you got to be downhill. You got to be exploding off. In a best case scenario, we just can't have the lead block. It can't happen back here, right? It can't have this linebacker in the backfield. That makes it takes away the two-way go for our running back, right? Run into that bubble. So we really emphasize just getting downhill, being tough, getting low pad level. And you can see it. I mean, teams know what's coming for us. They're pretty used to it. We've been running this for 5-6 years now as part of what we do. That linebacker, big dude, stud, ran hard. And you can see this is a year for us where we were using fullback. This was a tight end. And then this was our number one running back. Absolute dog. He wasn't scared to block, and it gave us the ability to do a lot of different things. Off of it, like I said, little motions. I'll talk a little bit later on specifically how we account for that overhang player on the weak side. One of those ways is to motion the wing over and then to have him block the overhang. For this, right, they were chasing over, and we really could have ran weak side lead here as well, but they were, whatever the game plan, whatever years ago we decided to run this, right? All we do in this is I just told the QB, didn't tell anyone else, to say, hey, QB, you're going to keep it. You're rolling out, get to the pylon, get the first down. So touchdown here, obviously. Right, there's nothing pretty about this, right? I mean, we're losing a lot of blocks here. The point of attack, but like I said, we're okay with this. Like, obviously, get in the end zone, and even if this happened, and he got stopped at the 1 yard line, like that's fine. We're gonna run this thing again. We don't care. It's a yard, right? We got to run to get a yard 3 times in a row, and we're gonna run at A gaps. Like, that's just got to be able to what we hang our hat on, and we teach our lead as much more of a zone insert than you have to follow behind that lead blocker. So our running back has the ability to kind of bounce this out. And the O-line's the same way. You don't have to move this guy to a certain gap. You have to just be able to adapt and see how he's handling that block. I don't know why it's not giving me the back line here. It's giving me just all the wide, so I apologize on that. So here we're running, as a wing tee and the vernacular and everything, right? They really talk about a long side, short side. So we're running this long side lead. It's getting downhill, getting a yard. Nothing pretty. So I think I'm going to jump ahead here a little bit. Got a bunch of leads on here. I'll get to. Cool. So the player that really gives us trouble in weak side lead, short side lead to us is this overhang player, right? So we try to account for him in using motion. So the 2 motions that we will use is we'll use a behind motion, or we'll use 3. We'll use behind the running backs, flat across, and then for any of you who are familiar with Speckman fly sweep, we will send him in between. Our favorite is this one, but this one is the most time-intensive one. So it's a little bit more difficult. So we're okay with just this back here, holding this guy. And this is their edge defender here, right, coming off the side. They're running a twist here inside. That was kind of their answer to it. But what we get is we get this edge player to widen, right? He is the B-gap, C-gap defender there, right? And these 2 guys are the B and C-gap defenders. And then they twist over the top. And it's not pretty. You'll see the back line here, right? That we pretty much got someone unblocked. That's all right. We teach our fullback. If you see something in the hole, right, you just got to clean it up. Let's get a yard. Let's move on. And you'll get a real good look, right? So this is the one that's our favorite, right? This is a real time-intensive one of training the, and I'm more than happy to talk about this, but this is a clinic on its own. I just want to give you an idea of what we've done. And at the end of the day, like what I would say, if you can take away from this, it doesn't have to be wing tee, but that if you're a spread team and there's a high school that, man, they're really good at just running the ball 90% of the time, and this is the scheme they use, like, go full forward with that one if that's what you feel comfortable with. I'm from Colorado. One of the top passing attacks is in the state is Fairview High School, and they do a double wing, which actually stole from the high school that I went to. But when they do the same thing, they get 32 personnel, and they get under center, and that's their red zone package. That's what they call it, and they do a tremendous job with it. But like I said, on zone, what we're really just trying to get is to force this guy to make sure that he can't fold in and make the tackle right there. And then you can see a little bit of influence that we do get. Anything extra on this linebacker is perfect, right? You can slow him down, but at the end of the day, we're using this motion to widen this guy to ensure that he can't fold in. And we will hand it off to this individual, the motion player, but that's not always as common. So teams do respect it. See one more time of that 435 for the fly series lead right there, right? Like I said, not a lot of pretty things are happening here, right? We got deep penetration. We're not really moving guys off the line. But at the end of the day, we got some solid angles, and we had good running back play, and they were going to take care of the lead block. Our big fullback taking off. Big guy moving. Yes, sir. And then this is the one we've done more recently just because it's easier, and I had a lot more receivers over the past couple of years of just behind, right? And we're kind of timing that up, and we will still hand it off to this guy with the behind motion instead of dipping in between those two running backs. So they still have to respect it, but and it's a good example of when you kind of can see that we really teach it as a more of a zone insert. Like we don't have to dig out this end here. If he's going to try to cross face, then we'll take it, and we'll just take the lead block up to the next level. Get a couple yards, move on. All right, so big sweep team as well. So we're talking regular buck sweep, right? So we are fullback is running that trap path, and then that H-back, right? He is running the sweep path. All right, so see the path there, regular buck sweep for us, just like any other team that runs buck sweep, fake and trap backside, handing off to the sweep man, and we're getting in the end zone. How I teach, I don't know if it's unique, but I do like the way I teach it. I teach the trap, the first kick out man, right? That we teach that for those that all wrestling, have wrestling background. We teach that as a single leg takedown. I think there's a lot of similarities to being able to get low and drive through the pad. So I teach them literally a sync step out there every single day in our progression. And then the next guy, right? He is a flat path, but he is turning his eyes, and he has to get a little bit of depth. I talk about just a little bit of depth to ensure we're not running into the down blocks if they are getting blown up. So you can get by that and still get up to the next level. And you just got to hit anything in the hole and blow it up. This is my favorite one here. Right. About that right there on that pull through, right? We just got to be bigger, tougher, and stronger at the point of attack. Good hard run by our running back. Getting low, getting that yard. 4th and 1, that's all we needed. And just like you all have heard as people talk about Poland and all that, we just got to be powerful at the point of attack. And as we get up to the next level, we gotta take care of business. So this, you can see we're first down sometimes when we're rolling in this thing. If we get a first down, I kind of like what we're doing. Let's do. In that.
Not sure what's going on, guys. Coach is lagging. Look, yeah, there he goes. It's all good. If he comes back, it's all good. Just sent out the Next invite to Coach. There he is.
Okay. Sorry about that.
There you go. No, it's all good. There it is. Awesome.
Perfect.
All right, Coach. Yep.
Yeah. One more sweep here. This is on the outside. Typical sweep. All right. Teams, little mix up here for teams that are guard pull teams. We will run opposite pull. I really haven't, experimented too much with this. I got to be in the right look, but defense has got to be in the right look. So we won't have like a true trap, fake opposite, sweep opposite kind of look, but we will pull those guys. So see pulling to the right. Get me juiced. And one more here, right? Pulling to the right, running to the left. Slows down those linebackers. Gives us a nice crease to the long side. Cap trap. Run through a couple traps. The only thing we do differently, I would say, than typical wing T teams is we do block the backside end on trap. We just never feel safe enough with it, and that we don't do enough wing T to really say that we can ensure that this end is not going to come flying through and make that play. So we just block him. We're still building the wall, and we're just trapping that 3-tech. If 3-tech's not there, then we're working to the next man outside. So I prefer to run it versus over fronts, but it's not the end of the world with an under front. We just got to run that long trap. Yep, couple yards there. Okay with us. That's all we're looking to do. This ain't what we're hanging our hat on. We're just trying to get some yardage here. So another situation, right, where it's 1st and 10. We were probably rolling in this, and we just said, hey, let's just keep on rolling with it. So good kick out there on the right side. I'll go to the backside here. And then we're getting that nice seam. There's not too many clips where we've developed the most beautiful wall. I keep on coaching those guys to continue to build that wall, get hip to hip. I'm trying to fly through stuff as much as I can. So give you all a bunch of good scheme. What's your teams, for those that aren't really aware why you really kind of run the buck sweep side of it, is exactly for this look right here. You can see these linebackers, as we were running so much sweep, they were really overplaying that sweep side pretty heavily. And you can see ball carriers right there, right? And that's why I think under center is just so much better as opposed to gun. Like, it just hides the ball so well. Power, run through some power clips. The thing that we've done kind of unique recently in the power is it's almost hits more like an A-gap power. I just got so tired of watching our wings, just didn't have the ability to down block the past couple of years, where we didn't really have a tight end who was capable of doing it. And I said, screw it. You're just going to block the end man on the line of scrimmage. It's going to work out. And we are just got an extra polar, and we're almost leading up through with the running back. Right, so you can see right there, he's taking, I'd like to take a little bit more flat path to work out to a potential kick out, but he sees wrong color. We're just getting a yard and getting a touchdown. Right, and you can really see it here, right, where we're just going to work out there. I don't want this little skinny guy to block him. We're just going to work out there and take that a little bit tighter. Get a couple yards. We called it a touchdown, so it's a touchdown. Don't overthink it. QB's always not doing the best fake. He threw for a bunch of yards, and that was something that, we didn't really have a QB coach at the time who was comfortable and really getting on him enough about this stuff, but he should not be looking back. He should be carrying out his fake all the way across. Got a million different angles. Right, and you can see how tight our power was hitting, especially as we were not having the down block and just pushing that guy out. But perfectly fine for us. Yeah, and you can really see it here, right, where fullback did a good job of, we We got everyone down blocks accounted for, and we use just down backers thought process, for everything on the O-line, right? Someone in your gap, you're going to down block them. If not, you're working for a double team or a climb. So skinny person block, skinny person, big person block, big person. Cool. A gap power, whatever you want to call it. Dive. Love me some dive. I teach point of attack center. You are almost just bear crawling. Once you snap that ball, you're bear crawling through knees. Everyone else, you are getting your head to the inside thigh of that person inside of you, and you are just running your feet. There's no man you have. You're just running your feet. You're getting movement. And then the running back who's not getting the ball, we are just off the weak side, ensuring that just like we see right there, he needs to be a little bit tighter to get into this spot so that guy can't make that play. On the dive, the QB should also be carrying out his fake. There's our QB. That's the QB that was much better at it. But like the movement there, like I said, not overthinking it. I spend about, I would say, like one practice, I spend like 10 minutes working dive pretty consistently. And then every couple of weeks or so, we'll, depending on how we're doing, we'll kind of refresh our memory on what we should be, how we should be blocking it and working on the technique. But keep it simple. You can really see here, my right guard here, he should be on the inside thigh right there. He gets there eventually. He's a little slow, but you can see a much better job by that left guard of just low pad level, run through, right? You can see him all on the ground, create a pile, get a yard. Another dive. One more dive. Yeah, they just had a real loose edge there. So give the running back some ability. I don't really coach them up on it. Like sometimes they jump over the top, and I'm just like, hey, whatever comes naturally, whatever feels good. But like you're a running back, using natural instincts on it. And I can spend valuable time that we could be elsewhere coaching them up on it, unless they're absolutely horrible at it. But most of them have a pretty natural feel for it and give a good look, right? And this is a real good look. You can see by our O-line, just that pad level, how low we are. We just need to get the line of scrimmage and a body's length, right? That's what I teach them. Get your body length across, and then we'll be pretty good as far as we should be able to get that yard, because bodies are all about a yard.
All right, Coach, I'm going to cut you off there because you're off a little early. It's about 30 seconds. I appreciate you coming on, especially being on the West Coast. No, it's not as late, but I appreciate you coming on and doing that for us.
The last greatest touchdown. You got a little play action off of it, baby.
Hey,
and then he fumbled it. What a fumble, right?
Skill guys being skill guys, right?
Yep. That's what they do.
Yeah, man. Well, Coach, I appreciate you a lot. And if anybody wants to hit up Coach, definitely do that. Do you have a slide with your contact on it, Coach?
I do not.
All right. Well,
yeah.
David Karski, man. Just search him on Twitter so you'll find it. But I appreciate it, man. Coach, how you doing?
Doing well. Awesome.
Now, Coach, say your last name for me, because I'm sure I've been butchering it the last bunch of
No, you're good. Oser. Max Oser.
Oser. That was pretty. I think that's what I was saying.
You're probably close.
Yeah. All right, Coach. You gonna be on Huddle?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on Huddle.
Okay, so click present down here in the bottom, and then share screen, and then click on the Chrome tab.
I think I got it.
Yep. Right. There it is.
It looks like we got it.
Yep, I got you. All right, I'm gonna back out, and you got it, Coach.
Awesome. So, guys, today I'm going to be talking about Inside Zone. Inside Zone's our top concept. It's a day one install for us. And then once we get towards the end of this, I'll switch and we'll transition over to some zone read. All right. First, with our philosophy. So what we want our guys to know is what's on this page. All right. So we talk to our offensive line. We're trying to get them to just understand these basics. That way, anything that the defense wants to throw at us, we can be ready for. So the first thing they got to know is what's the back's aiming point. We want our running back to aim at the play side hip of the center. right? He's going to key the first down defensive lineman on that play side, and he's looking to cut back and get vertical, right, the first chance he gets. All right, well, why we tell our offensive line that is because that's going to show us how the linebackers are going to play. So as we stretch this just a little bit to the play side, right, we should see a little bit of linebacker flow as they stack their gaps, right, and then we can expect that when we get downhill, they'll get downhill. All right, as far as the blocking, the basic responsibility for our offensive line and our tight ends is everyone's got your play side gap. And we tell them that because if we're going to full zone it, right, if something gets messed up, if the defense can't line up, right, just zone your gap and we should all be okay. Right. After that, what we want to do is create combos and generate vertical movement on the level one defenders. We got enough good linebackers in this conference that some of them will make me eat my words, but the biggest thing we want to do is we have to move the D-line, and we got to control, if you're an even front, control your two defensive tackles. Everyone's going to aim for the play side number. Again, we're trying to stretch this and give our running back some cutback lanes. And then we talk to our guys about never, ever chasing linebackers. If they want to rock back, if they want to flow out of the fit, right, we're going to block our gap. We're going to take the defensive lineman to them, and they're going to have to run downhill to us. So that's how we're blocking inside zone. All right, with that, we give our guys a set of combo calls to use, right? It can be whatever you want. Some example stuff here, right? If we're running inside zone to the right, the center is going to have right and left terms, right, to work with either guard, right? And then our front side stuff is going to be acronyms, so tag, tackle, and guard, eat, end, and tackle, right? Our backside words are S words, right? So stack and slip, right, to get those two combos with the guard and tackle and the tackle and the tight end. Right. Again, all we're trying to do is we're trying to create, right, as many combos as possible to generate vertical movement, right, and get our running back to the second level clean. All right. On top of those, we give our guys a couple different calls. So we call these co-ops. Co-ops are any time, right, three or more offensive linemen or three or more tight ends are going to be working together, right, and it changes our footwork a little bit. And I got a couple clips of this, right? Anytime you're involved in the co-op, right, you're going to use lateral footwork. So we're going to stay flat, right, cover our aiming points and get vertical, right? We'll create combos as much as we can. So we teach they nudge back, they lean back, right? And then I teach our guys when we're going to use them is either versus an unaligned defense, some weird looks, or just anytime we think someone's getting anticipated movement. So what we got, right, tracks. Right, tracks is talking about everyone in the unit, just zone your track. Right, starting play side if we're running inside zone to the right, gang, right, and this can go all the way back to the center depending on what we got, but gang is everybody on the front side working together. The biggest thing we're going to use this for is if we're getting anticipated movement. Right, zombie, right, is a middle three. Right, this is so we can always keep our center working play side versus either like a bear front or a true underfront where he's got a backside shade on him. And then backside is slice, right? And we're predominantly going to use that versus bear fronts, right? Stuff to give our tackle a little bit of help but the guard can keep working towards the nose. All right, from there, we're going to teach two combo types, right? And anytime you're associated with the combo, you're using one of these two, right? And we've trying as hard as possible to standardize the technique with this stuff. So starting, if we're running inside zone on the right, I'm going to talk about our overlap drive combo first. So this is when the level one defender, this defensive tackle, right, is in the trail man's gap, right? So if we're running inside zone over here, right, our play side guy is going to work a clamp, right? He's going up and down with his outside foot, and he's going to go straight vertical. And we use a flipper, right? And he's just going to drive this guy straight vertical. And I got clips of how we drill this next, right? The next guy, he's going to work the OD, so the overlap drive. And what we're trying to do is he's going to step lateral. We'll let some of our guys bucket if they get good enough at it, right? And he's trying to press his face, right, through the play side number of this D lineman, and he's going to try to overtake the block and push our guard off or our tackle off to the next guy. All right, our other combo is a gallop combo. All right, we use this if it's in the lead, if the defender's in the lead man's gap. So he's going to take a lateral step. He knows he has inside help to protect from some kind of pirate or a spike movement, right? He's going to lateral step. He's getting vertical, and he's trying to drive straight through his play side number, drive as vertical as possible, right? We're going to take that lateral footwork and gallop, right? And then he's going to slow climb to his backer, and he'll fit him square, right? Again, we're telling them where the running back's going to go because that's going to dictate where those linebackers are going to flow to. Right, and then the next one, how we drill this. So I got clips of most of these. I didn't want to waste too much time watching drill tape when we can jump into game tape. But we start out on boards, right? We'll show all this. We start out drilling that clamp individually, right? We'll block this on a sled, right, with our two-man combo, and then we'll get together and we'll actually work a 2-on-2 combo, right, where we can work heavy combos on stagnant targets, right? And then we progress to either a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4, where I can start adding in some movement on the defense so we can start fitting this as a defense blitzes, as a defense stunts, as they twist, right, as we start getting guys moving all over the place. All right, so our first drill, right, this is something we do pretty early on. If we get like a summer OTA, spring OTAs before spring ball, I try to knock it out, right, in that period. This one's filmed without being under our big chute that we've got now, so we can see it a little cleaner, but they're going to take each step is going to be on a whistle. So first step, what we're trying to do, and I try to start them on this black line as much as possible so we can see where do their heels end up, right? I want to see them load up their weight on their left foot, push across with their right, and we should see all of their heels landing right heel right on that black line, right? He's drifting forward just a little bit, number 55. Right, from there, their second step is going to shoot straight vertical, and if they're doing it right, we should see their hands make contact at the exact same time. Right, so they shoot straight vertical in their third step, they're driving through. So this drill full speed without me pausing it. Right, 1, 2, drive. Right, coming back. All right, now we're going to let them go full speed through this. All right, so we can see 53's got pretty good with his timing. Right, straight lateral across this board. Right, slow mode. All right, straight vertical. His hands are making contact. Right, as soon as that second step hits the ground. Right, 76 and 79 are losing a little bit more ground. I give 79 a little leeway as a center, but I want him pushing as flat as possible through this, especially with the guy on his shade. Right, and they're driving through. All right, from there, we'll progress to a gallop. So we use this if my defender, right, is in my lead gap, right, and he's a little off the front side edge, right, so I can take 2 lateral steps to get there. And essentially what we're trying to do is put myself in position, right, to recreate that lateral vertical that we just did on our first 2 steps with the L step. I think 65 is probably on the left, got the best rep here. All right, his hands are timed up to where when he drives vertical, right, that foot hits the ground and he's creating movement. All right, going to the left, same drill. All right, pretty good group here all around. And this should be one more. All right, the gallop step is what most of our guys are going to use, and I even let them use this as the guy tightens up to their shoulder. All right, our goal is that whenever we drive vertical, that's when our hands hit, right, and that's when we can start driving. Like 53 is a little behind, all right, with his step, so he's not able to generate as much power on this rep. All right, from there, we're going to progress to our clamp. So with the boards, we're working our lateral step. We're working as the trail man. I'm trying to cover guys up, right? When we get on the sled to start with, and I like starting on the sled because it's a stationary target, and I don't have to worry about them babying the guy across from him, not hitting him in the ribs, not falling off the bag, right? They can really explode through this thing. But make sure, right, we should be clamping, right? So this would be like we're working inside zone going to the left here, right? We should see up and down, right, with their lead foot, right, straight vertical, right, with their trail foot. They should all flipper low to high on these shields, right, and drive. One thing that we're trying to coach as much as possible, that all of their cleats, right, on their shoes should be touching the ground at the same time. Over here, he's going to get up on his toe a little bit too much, right? Doesn't get as much power in the block. All right, but 79 is our starting center. He gets up and down, straight vertical. We want them to stay as square as possible. Right, and then we teach a high leg drive. So I want a high leg drive because we overlap these combos so much, right, that if they're in like a true run and they're letting that foot cycle like a normal person, right, then they're probably going to either trip themselves or trip the guy behind them. So this is a pretty solid group, right? Up and down with your left foot, just trying to get my second foot vertical fast, flipper low to high. Right, same drill here, going the same way. I let them turn out just a little bit. Right, I think 55 is turning a little bit too much, right? I don't want them straight sideways and like leaning into people. Right, we want them trying to drive that lead foot, right, straight through the crotch of the defender, all their cleats in the ground, really pushing for power. All right, and then our next progression is we're going to overlap drive the sled. So now 53 and 76, they're going to simulate that they're already fit up in that clamp, right? So they're in the high leg, right? We're trying to drive our face through the spot, right, where the shoulder pad meets the chest of the defender on his play side number. 79's got a little better fit here, right? I'm going to blow the whistle, right? They're going to drive off as hard as they can off the ball, and then I'll blow a second whistle, and that's going to tell those outside guys on their clamps, right, to flow out of that. All right, so they're driving. All right, I think pad level's getting a little bit high on these clamps. All right, but this is a pretty good look, and they should start getting that feel for their teammates should almost be pushing them off this block to get them to the defender as they overtake this. All right, from there, I didn't want to put, like I said, I didn't want to put too many clips of the 2-on-2s, the 3-on-3s, the 4-on-4 stuff we do, but we incorporate putting it against a body, whether it's a scout D lineman, whether it's working pods against our full D line unit, right? Whether it's just working against the backup O line, either holding hand shields or playing in stances, right? Get them coming off the ball at bodies, right? And get them fitting up movement. The better we get at this, the later in the season we get to fit up the stuff we need to do. All right, jumping into the actual schematics of what we're doing on our inside zone. So we, as a base rule, we use a numbering system. So the first guy head up to play side of the center, right, is always going to be our 0 here, right? I like to use the numbering, especially with our younger guys, because that's going to give them just, if everything gets messed up, if the center blocks a 0, the guards block 1s, the tackles block 2, and tight ends, running backs, quarterbacks with RPO, if anyone else has 3 and above, right, we should at least be okay. All right, starting on the play side, right, we've got this thing numbered out. Tackle knows he's going to block a 2-player. Right, we want him to step heavy inside, right, and then base straight out. We call that inside footwork, inside via the neck, right? So our guys know if you see in the comments ISW, ISV, right, then they didn't have enough inside footwork, inside V, right? We don't expect this ball to get all the way out to the C gap on our inside zone again. We want him to press, right, that hip of the center, read this first combo block, and get vertical, right? First chance he gets, looking more for the cutback, right? On our ray, right, guard's going to work our clamp, right? Center's going to work our overlap. Guard's going to work our clamp on the stack, right? Tackle's going to work the overlap, and our tight end's got the backside cut off. And we'll do quite a bit of stuff with him off the ball to help him with that angle. All right, we're running inside zone to the left here. All right, got tight ends on either side, right? So we should have some base blocks, right? Tackle's going to be heavy inside footwork, should be getting to the inside V of his neck, right? He's trying to wall him out, right? Left guard is going to go up and down with that clamp footwork. He's trying to flipper and get vertical, right? Center's trying to get his head all the way across to the play side, and it's his job to create that movement. All right, we get a little stunt on the backside, so the guard's able to overtake him. Tackle's able to ride up to the next guy, and we're able to get our running back going in space. All right, same thing from other angles, so you can see. And I tell them to combo, right, to specific backers, so they probably called a Luke to 44 here, right, working to the mic. But if they don't get there and we're just putting, 98 or 99 into his chest, right, we're going to be okay. Again, our goal is let the running back press that aiming point, right, get downhill backside, and let the running back get vertical in space. All right, this one's a little different. We're running inside zone to the right, but we were doing some front side action with this for an RPO, knowing that back here was a quarterback player. This was a couple years back. It's a good teaching clip for the combos, but I don't know if we've actually run this front side inside zone 1 rep since then. Anytime we get a 4-1 box with an open side, right, we're telling our center, right, I want him to combo outside of the box. And this is a big indicator for us that we may use one of those co-ops, right, and we may gang, right, to get a 3-for-3 here, especially by game plan if we're seeing that they want to put this D end in the B gap and let him play C. All right, backside, we still working our heavy combo with the clamp right up to 36. Right, tight end's got the back, right, and then quarterback typically is going to be looking back here, right here. We knew by game plan we were okay. Right, we could outrun this guy downhill. Again, get the running back on the play side hip of the center and let him go. All right, switching to now we got open gaps for our trail man. But again, same thing. We're going to set that 0 first thing in front of the line, whether it's a D lineman or a linebacker. Now we got these open gaps. So now this will be more of a gallop combo. So he's going to take 2 lateral steps, close this space, possibly bump him out with a nudge, throw a shoulder into him. Right. Then we're looking for him to climb, get vertical. Right. Same exact combo on the backside. Right. Same exact footwork on the play side. All right. This is an example. Because we got a backside shade, they made a zombie call up front. So with him on the backside, and we want to do that because I don't want to combo the low shade and put this guard on an island. Right. I want to keep this as a zone scheme as much as possible. So we'll step forward. Right. He'll nudge back. He'll climb vertical. And our center does a pretty good job here doing this. All right. So anytime we get a backside shade, we'll work this footwork at center where it's forward with your left, bumping back. And when he steps forward, his eyes are going straight to that 3-tech to see if I need to help forward or not. All right. And again, pre-snap, we're calling combos, right, to these backers, right, working the 3-man combo, right, working out, right, to this D end hidden by the tight end. All right. But again, we're not going to chase these backers. So as they flow back with the tight end on split zone, we'll let them flow, and we're going to flow to whoever comes to our gap. All right, running back does a good job. All right, press this thing at the play side hip, cut one back, all right, and get downhill into that open space. All right, same thinking here, right? They got that inside co-op call. Right, step back, lean, right, get to that play side assignment, right, and get guys driving through. The play side tackle, again, is just trying to wall that guy out. We don't expect it to go C unless it has to. And then last one, right, with these open gaps where they're trying to close space, right, climb to the next guy. Right tackle does a great job here. Right, climbing up, getting to that play side shoulder of the linebacker, get our running back through the backside B gap to the next level. All right, versus an odd front, I want to push this as much as we possibly can. So when we talk about the zero, right, that's the first thing head up. When our tackle makes a push call, that's going to push everybody's numbers over one spot, right? So now we can work clamp, right? We can work overlap, right? Backside, we can work clamp and overlap. And on this push, again, we're trying to wall out these gaps. We're not expecting it to get outside of the line I'm drawing. So they can take that inside via the neck aiming point and just try to wall those guys to the sideline, keep them on the line of scrimmage. The quarterback would be responsible for 4, right? And if that guy crashes hard, right, our guy's allowed to pull it and go. Right here, so we're running inside zone to the right, making a push call. Right, they should have the combo with the center and the left guard, right, going up to this the play side linebacker. Right, got our combo with our tackle and our tight end to the backside, and the running back does a great job. Right, center's hip starts 2-3 feet outside the hash or so. Right, he's pressing it to that aiming point, reading his blocks, and riding the wave all the way back to get vertical downhill. Right, from there, we're able to build on zone read. So we're a number, right, in tag system. So for us, inside zone is 22 and 23. We got a tag, right, to adjust this to a read concept. Right, again, just philosophy behind how we want to read. We want as little to change as possible, right? The biggest thing is this last bullet point, right? When we run zone read, we're going to make sure the quarterback always knows who his read is. So he's gonna read the first defender inside, so a 4-eye or wider on our backside tackle, right? And because of that, it's going to change some of our technique that we get, right, to keep the read clean. Everyone else is blocking inside zone like we just watched. So if it's a 5 technique, we're blocking the exact same picture of inside zone like we've been watching, right? When we get an odd front, especially when we get these odd tight fronts with the 4s and 4-eyes, this is where we're going to throw in the jab and loop technique. So he's going to heavy step inside, right? And if he tries to play in, we're going to club him by, right? Let him play into the B gap, and we're going to loop, and we'll seal for the quarterback, right? If he stays outside and widens, then we know we're blocking for the running back, and we're going to zone through just like we would versus a 5 technique, right? We'll just be about a half a step behind, right? We started running this style of zone read about 2 springs ago. I haven't seen a ton of game clips against an odd front. Most of our conference opponents are running even front, running inside zone read to the right here. So our tackle's got a 5 tech. He should just be straight zone through. And running back does a great job pressing that play side hip, get vertical downhill, and go. Right. If we were to get a bear front, right, we're still reading that first guy 4-eye or wider, so the tackle's going to zone to the 3, right? We'll work that lateral, nudge back, climb, right? And our quarterback knows he's going to read that in man on the line of scrimmage here, right? We run most of our offense with tight ends, so most of my clips are with tight ends, right? When you add the tight end, you do add another backside blocker. So the 3 things we teach them, right, is peek, scrape, and alley. So PSA, right? A peek is any first threat player, right? So that's the guy standing on the end line of the scrimmage, right? That's a guy, alley backer, right? Or that could be a corner, right? If you're in the boundary, especially, that could be a corner coming on a blitz, right? That's your peek player. Right, from there, if there's no peek, right, they're going to eyes inside the box and they're going to check scrape, right, for anyone trying to squeeze scrape us. So DN, right, coming down and across, right, scrape coming out. And then the last one is an alley. So if he stays in the box, right, they're going to get their eyes vertical and they're going to find that safety who's trying to get downhill and run the alley on us. Right, from there, right, they got to know when do they leave. So we teach them our base arc rules, right? These 3 rules tell them when do they need to arc, when do they add to the zone. So if the in man on the line of scrimmage, if the read, right, is outside of you, you're just going to block inside zone, right? If the in man on the line of scrimmage is either head up or inside of you, that's when you're arc. Anytime you arc, you PSA, right? If you're off the ball, you're always PSA, right? Because we've kept these rules pretty general, we've been able to call this out of pretty much every formation in our offense and get the exact same stuff. Nothing changes for the O-line when we add a tight end. All right, again, this is the stuff we just talked about, right? The only one that adds here is if you're on the ball play side, you're blocking on the ball play side, right? Wall them out into the D gap. Everyone else, right, is we're looking for arc rules and PSA. Right, so as we add a tight end, right, our read doesn't change, so we're not necessarily reading that in man on the line of scrimmage, right? He's going to attack outside shoulder of this guy, and what we want to do is our quarterbacks are going to pull, and we tell them run flat until you clear the tackle, and then you can make your guy right. But we're trying to get our quarterback outside of everything, right, to keep him away from all the guys in here who are trying to hit him, right? O-line is blocking the exact same rules as the 10 personnel slides, right? Throwing up a different front, nothing changes with the 5 technique. Right, a couple different angles here. All right, so we're running zone read to the left here, right? Our read man, right, is the guy on the inside shoulder of the tight end. So that's telling him he's going to arc, block, peek, scrape, alley, right? The O-line's blocking inside zone. So with them having bumped these backers over, we should be combo here, right? It should be combo into this vertical space, right? Walling them out, right? They may make a combo call out here. Right, this one's going to get pulled. And you can see, get that guy in space, make him make decisions. And our quarterback does a good job. Burst flat until you clear the tackle. The tight end's going to try to get his hips to the sideline and seal the box, right, and let the quarterback just run outside the numbers where there's less guys to hit him. Right, in an unbalanced formation here, right, O-line still blocking inside zone. This week we were heavy game plan for a gang call, right, we're expecting to get movement, right, combo the backside. Right, 5 technique is going to be our read, and our tight end is going to come back and try to seal outside shoulder this overhang. I think he was a safety in this game by game plan. Safety or a corner with unbalanced. All right, guys crashing down. All right, get that outside shoulder, seal the box, and get our quarterback outside the numbers, right, where he can run safe, right, step out of bounds if he has to. All right, play side guard does a great job here working vertical, right, staying slow through this and understanding the ball's probably not going out to the B gap versus this front, right, so I can wall that guy out too. All right, 2 tight ends on the backside, right, head up, they're both going to arc, right, offensive line is going to be working out to a DB off screen, right, working vertical, right, and both those tight ends are going to try to attack outside shoulder, right, D end expands. Right, running back gets downhill, presses it. This is one of the rare looks where we're actually able to hit this in the play side C gap because of where they end up trying to fit on a stunt. But get our running back downhill, reading blocks. And then adding 2 tight ends in. This is the exact same calls you've been watching. So what we tell the O-line is our inside zone read right, 22 with the tag. The tight ends have their base rules, and we've kept it general enough that the O-line is able to block the exact same stuff whether they knew it or not. right? With the 5 tech being the read, right? Clamp and drive, right? Drive, clamp, wall them out. And we're expecting some movement because we got the 2 tight ends moving back. And since we've taught them from the beginning, they're not going to chase movement, right? They don't need to know where the tight ends are at. They don't need to know how many tight ends are there. Right? Once that DN squeezes, our quarterback can burst out flat, right? Get outside the tackle box and get running outside the numbers. And then just another clip, we can get looks where the tackle's going to work his jab and loop technique, right, at the same time. So we're running zone read to the right. We got a tight end who's going to split back and across. Tackle's going to go throw heavy jab step, right, loop back out and seal, right. Tight end's looking peek scrape alley, so no immediate alley threat, right. He knows we're good. He's going to check the corner, check the box, eyes vertical. Right, our tackle should be trying to fight for that outside shoulder to seal the box. Tight end's going to fight for the outside shoulder. He's doing a good job, and the quarterback's got to pay attention to where everyone's blocking for. Right, tries to get there late. Right, same look here. And if I remember right, we should be getting a give look. And this is a pretty good look at what happened. So our right tackle is going to jab. Right, that guy plays out, so he's just about a half step behind trying to fit the play side number. And if we're a little cleaner right on the blocks, we should be okay. We got to make that defensive end respect that our quarterback's going to pull and go. The tight end's doing a great job on the outside, trying to make sure if we do get a pull, we get the sideline. All right. I know I'm 2-3 minutes early, but wanted to put up some contact information. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, if you had anything for Coach, make sure you hit him up on Twitter. There's just email. A lot of guys been asking about, hey, what's the emails for guys? Right there. Take a picture of it. Make sure
email, Twitter DMs. I know some like locked messages, not everything goes through on Twitter. All right. The other one is don't hesitate to text me. We've got most of our playbook done in a couple different ways. So we do a lot of flipped classroom stuff. Missouri S&T, so I can actually send our guys these exact PowerPoint slides, these exact cut-ups, right? And it's voice recorded, so they can watch it just like they're watching their online classes before we go install it in the meeting. So we can go through more clips, we can watch more drill tape, we can watch more practice stuff, we can throw in more walkthroughs. So if you can't get a hold of me through email or Twitter, don't hesitate to shoot me a text or give me a call with my cell number. Honestly, that's probably been the best way to reach me.
Awesome. Well, Coach, I'm gonna go ahead and get Coach on here. I'm gonna do a little housekeeping stuff, but I appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us.
Yep, appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Before I bring Coach Hamilton on, we do have 2 more speakers. But at the end, don't just run away. Okay, I got something I'm gonna talk about. We're gonna do at the end. I think it's pretty cool. Y'all might not, but I think it's pretty cool. So holla at me at the end of all of this, and we'll go ahead and get Coach Hamilton on. Coach, how you doing, man?
How's it going, man? Can you hear me?
Man, I got you. Awesome. So if you want to go ahead, Coach, we did this last night, so you know what you're doing. Go ahead and bring up your presentation. If anybody is still here, I know you guys are checking in, all that stuff. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe, and we'll be rocking on the rest of the night. Real quick, 5 in the Arena. I know that's my boy Jacob Milligan, excuse me. Dome hats, man. Dome hats. Hit them up on Twitter, and they can get one. So, all right, Coach, I'm gonna back out and let you rock.
All right, yes, sir. Thanks for staying on. I know it's getting kind of late, but you guys have been rocking for a while now. But I'm Coach Hamilton. I'm the co-offensive coordinator and offensive line coach at Chattahoochee High School in Johns Creek, Georgia. Been part of the offensive line now for this will be my 3rd upcoming year. When I first got here, there really wasn't much of an offensive line coach, really. So within the past 2 years, we developed something special here. But I'd like to talk to y'all about pass pro based on the personnel you have. Obviously, I'm not only going to talk about, receivers, HYs, running backs, but also just the offensive line that you guys are able to have, right? Obviously, all of us aren't able to have the biggest offensive line. Some schools have smaller, bigger, slower, faster, whatever it is. So my goal in this session is kind of to fill in kind of the gaps of what's the best way to kind of help your offensive line succeed. Right now, I think we average our height and weight is about 5'10", 230. So not too small, but also not too big. So when I go in each year, really, I kind of figure out these things throughout the time, right? Who is my anchor? Most important, who is that dog who I can leave on an island with the D end, right? Whether it be because he's lengthy, smarter, whatever it is, but figuring out my anchor so I can either slide away from him or maybe even move him to center to where he can talk and kind of make the decisions for everybody else. I think that's a super important thing that goes unnoticed when it comes to the pass pro. My weakest link, right? We all have that undersized offensive lineman that has to play, whatever it may be. But who is my weakest link and how can I help him, right? How can I give him less of a struggle being back there, right? Whether it be putting an H back there and helping him involved in the pass pro, whether it be maybe, hey, we're going to slide opposite of him and just let him be on an island, but all he has to do is set inside out and he just make sure he doesn't get beat inside so that he can have some help inside. Super important to kind of figure that out as well. Do I have a running back that will step up? I think that is something that goes very categorized in there is, we all have a running back who needs to be in pass protection, but can he actually make a difference? Is he going to step up and make that block we need him to? Is he going to step up when the linebacker is running full speed? Does he know which way to go, what read it is teaching wise, and can he focus on that? And then the last question really is how long does my quarterback need to throw the ball, and what is realistic, right? If you don't know about Georgia football, I'm in 5A classification here at Hooch, and our region's unreal, right? I think 4 teams on the playoffs, like Milton just won state. We go against some of these teams right here. And what is realistic based off of the offensive line that I have? What is the realistic time that I need to get the quarterback needs to get the ball off? How long does he actually need to be blocked? And that's something that we go through, me and Coach Bond, our OC, about what is realistic based off of what we have. How long does my quarterback need to throw the ball? Obviously, based off of the pass play, right? Is it a deep throw, quick throw, play action, whatever it may be, but kind of figuring out what's the best approach after asking myself these 4 questions and getting this written down on how can I make my offensive line succeed. And going back with that, that's the most important question to me is what type of protection will give my offensive line the most confidence, right? We all sit here and we all struggle. We know that this position is kind of selfless, right? They're the first ones to get called out when something goes bad, but not always the first ones to get called on when it's going amazing, right? So giving them that confidence. We struggle with our position trying to find people to play this position because they all want to be skilled players and want to get the shine and all of that, but we got to give the big man up front some love. So what's going to help them succeed and what can they be confident in doing and trust? Right. So here's our base slide protection, slide with a man side, backside, right? We call all of our protection based off of cities. This would be our Tulsa protection. We have Lobo to the left, slide to the left, Rio, we're sliding to the right. With this being said, we also have a scat or a scan call. Scat meaning that the running back is going to be out of the protection. Scan being that he's in the protection as well. So now we know that it's 6-man based off of that. What we teach here is that when we Lobo and we're sliding to the left, my goal with this tackle right here is to overset. I want hit to where he cannot get beat on a speed rush outside, right? That's his most important thing. He is oversetting because I have my guard here on a kick, hold, drag. He's kicking, he's holding his space, and he's dragging his backside hand. One thing that I tell my offensive line is that we're blessed with these bigger bodies for 2 reasons, right? We're blessed because we have these huge bodies and we can maintain 2 spaces. We have our hands and our body presence, but we also have our real eyes. We have those 2 sets of eyes that we can use to maintain space in 2 different areas. So that's really this guy's right here, this guard's prominent thing to do is kick, hold, drag. Kick, hold, maintain that space, drag that backside hand to also help the center. But if this end tries to get sneaky and make an inside move, he can help with that tackle who's oversetting. Same thing here. If I have a turbo or a base from my backside guard, that lets everybody else know either it's a 4-man slide or it's a 3-man slide. If it's a base, we have a head up to outside guy, and now he's on an island. All right. If it's a turbo, he's in the slide now. All right. So if he is in the slide, my guard or my center here also has a kick hold drag with his eyes to Mike or to this one backer and then out to help out wherever he needs. But main important thing, hold that space as long as possible until we have to leave to allow my guard to up kick and take this over. All right. Same thing here. If we have a base here and he's based up, now he's on an island, and now we slide 3. Super important idea to talk about this and to kind of determine if it is a 3 or 4 man slide is because it lets everybody know who's that last guy on the end of the slide. So if a twist was to come back around, does my guard need to leave, right? Or does my center, based off of it's a 3 or 4 man slide? I think that's one thing that's super important to let them know up front, just so they know, so it gives them one less thing to worry about in the time being, right? These are all calls that they make up front. They talk about. I call the protection. When it comes to it, we have a quarterback who is, it was pretty much 2 main years of really playing. So he had enough on his plate with our offense. So I would call the protection from the sideline and kind of let them call what they needed to, right? On top of that, we also have kind of mix-up calls if we need to, as you can see here, right? We have a 0 call. So if we ended up having pressure from the outside from both, we would 0 it, and that lets the running back know he's for interior pressure. Or we have a Cinco call. If 2 guys were showing in the middle and mugging the A gaps, we would have the 5 inside, and that he would get the both. He would check either both outsides. All right, but let's go ahead and watch some film on this real quick. All right. We got a Rio right here with a turbo, right? My guard's going inside. You'll see this overset. Overset, making sure he doesn't get beat. Kick, hold, drag. Upset right here. I would have liked my guard to kind of maintain space a little bit more just to kind of bait him in, but he gets out there quick enough to close that gap. Eyes where they need to be, combos, right? We're undersized. It is what it is, but at least we have combos and we have eyes where they need to be. Maintain those 2 body presence we have, our eyes and our body. Good clip right there from the offensive line, right? Here's us against Gainesville right here. We got our overset. We got a Rio, so we're sliding to the right with the base call with this guard, right? Let's watch it, right? Would have liked his eyes to be more outside instead of waiting for this, right? That's one thing that we struggle with a little bit is our eyes, but just enough pressure just to get him turned to allow my center to take over. Now we can see those eyes transfer over there to that end. Slide, slide, slide. Very nice. Good catch. One thing that we're going to work on more this year talking about is in these condensed sense, getting some chips in if we can on our pass pro just to help out a little bit the offensive line, right? We would sit here and we look at weakest link and stuff like that. And sometimes it's obviously you don't even want to say weakest link. You want to say people who are just tired, right? With this guy right here, he more offensive line for his first year, but played defensive line as well. So he would be dog tired sometimes. But when we had to chance him early in the game at times, we allow him to just kind of be the base because he wasn't that bad in protection as well, right? Good slide protection to clear the pocket. Kick, hold, drag from my center because we have this turbo of him coming in, maintaining the space to just give that a body presence to allow my guard to take over. Eyes, slide, slide, slide. Pocket clears up. Very nice. And I love where his eyes are, but where he's still having that body presence right there. That's awesome. You go young buck in. We had a guy player hurt, tackle. One thing that I think is super important is being able to, especially at the high school level, is just allowing every offensive lineman to learn every position. Because at the end of the day, you want the 5 best offensive linemen in, doesn't matter where it's at. So as you can tell from last clip, this tackle went to right tackle went to guard, and I had to plug and play somebody in at my left tackle. All right, we'll watch a slide to the left. Lobo call, turbo. Let's watch, hurry up. Boom. Good kick, hold, drag with my center to allow that pressure to happen right here, just to allow that guard to get over. Perfect. Here is one of our zero calls, right? Here's a zero call. Both walked up. Everyone's manned up, right? Bad, bad, bad. Never thrown to the quarterback. Bad. But just enough protection. Just enough protection. Here's another good one. Talk about eyes-wise, right? We'll watch right here. My center's eyes, even though he has a kick hold drag, and needs to be towards the right because we have a Rio call, right? Eyes. I kept telling him we're blessed. We have two sets of eyes, our body and our real eyes, right? So let's say 55 was to come in this other pressure, we'd be messed up because of this guy's eyes. Luckily, guard's here and 55 never comes, but overall pretty good right there. Something that I think is super underutilized at the high school level is just cutting somebody, right? I know it sounds like a cop-out. I know it sounds terrible, but at the end of the day, I want to win football games, and I want to make sure my offensive line feels like they're getting something accomplished, right? I want to feel like they feel positive, right? We sit here and put them in pass protection for 20,000 seconds, and a pass doesn't get thrown, and there's not a touchdown, right? We want to get our guys outside the ball and allow them to make some shake and make something happen, right? So I think cutting up front is super underutilized on these quick games. If the timing is there and your quarterback can hit the timing, why not cut somebody up front? I know last year I was super nervous to cut. Actually, 2 years ago was because of Aaron Rodgers' injury was because of the offensive line just cutting, and the timing wasn't there on the throw. He ended up tearing his Achilles. So I remember talking to my OC, like, I'm freaked out about it, but let's try it this year. And it ended up working out very well for us at times, right? As long as your quarterback has the timing and he realizes what's his steps, what's his progression, what's the read, and the ball is out on time, it's perfect to get the guys' hands down, to get them on the ground, to just get them out of the way. And it doesn't matter at that point size-wise, right? And that's one thing that I got to realize too is, like, if you're small, we got to find ways to win. We got to find ways to make something happen, right? So we'll watch right here. Super quick cut, ball's released, right? Even this guy who came free released didn't even get a chance to do anything because of how quick the ball is, right? What is realistic based off of your front to get the ball thrown, right? Hands down, nobody knows what's going. The ball's already out of the hands, right? The way I teach it is kind of like one of the coaches earlier said is, I want to make sure their stomachs are on the ground, eyes, and I want to go more of a shoulder to kind of lower area, right? Lower, I don't want to go knee. That sounds too kind of harsh, but just on the ground to at least get their hands down, right? If they're running full speed and they fall over you, they fall over you. But at least it'll get their hands down instantly. And I think that's one of the key things when it comes to cutting is it may not actually cut somebody, but as long as their hands are down and slows them down just those seconds, it gives the quarterback time to throw the ball, right? Really good clip right there. Boom. On the ground. See, one of those that's kind of close, cutting it close timing-wise. Still get it out. And just let the receiver make some shake. Another thing we do over here at Hooch is we jump set, right? This is what we call our Atlanta protection. We have variations of this. We have our Atlanta all, which is where we all jump set. We have Atlanta reach, where my tackles will actually try and reach outside the ends on their jump set and kind of make it look even more aggressive and more like a run because the ball is being so thrown so quick outside. Or we'll do just our normal Atlanta, where my interior three will cut anything inside and my tackles will jump set, right? These guys are cutting, even if it's on nothing, they'll cut. But it's just to allow some of these outside throws kind of enough space to where, and it gives him enough time to slow him down enough at times, right? I like to give different variations for my front. We'll talk about that in a second, but we'll watch some of these Atlanta clips of, like I said before, realistic timing. How long do we need to keep the quarterback protected to throw the ball, right? We got a super quick release here. Let's get on them. Let's slow the ends who are more outside to not rush outside and block the ball thrown outside, but kind of make them think run game for a second. Boom. On them now. Our backside guy would always just overset just to make sure, but on top now, right? Jump setting is good if you have the right mentality with it, right? It allows people who may not be as athletic to get on top of a DN before he makes that spin move, before he makes that move inside. It allows us to get on top of people before that bull rush tries to happen, or that bull pull, right? It allows us to kind of get them and shut them down before they even have a chance to think. So I'm really a big person in the jump setting, right? Quick throw outside, jump set, attack now, ball's out, right? Let the people outside make something shake if you have those people out there, right? Jump set on now, ball's out. All right. You got to love it, right? You got to love it because it makes these guys think run, but it's just a controlled aggression, right? I know people hear that pass pro is not passive, and this is one of those looks to allow them to think run. They think run. This guy tries to look in the backfield and two gap, doesn't know what's going on, ball's out. We're good. All right. Last but not least, honestly, in my opinion, is kind of one of the most important things is have an answer, right? As coaches, I feel like we kind of get stuck in kind of all this information everywhere and gets information overload, but have an answer to what you see and what your offensive line can do. And it's okay to switch things up, right? I understand that, you have your people, you have your guys you play with, but if you need to have different variations of what you do, it's important to have those in your back pocket if something happens, right? We have in our call sheet, we have if this happens, this is what we're going to do to remind us, right? We go into this game planning with all this information, pass pro wise, of kind of, well, they could bring this pressure, this, and this, here's the percentages, but can you remember to have that information ready with you? So we've been doing a couple of things and we game plan some things here's a couple of the different protections that we did based off of game weeks, based off of what kind of we saw, based off of kind of what was benefiting us and what our weaknesses were and how we could kind of improve on where we were struggling, right? We have what's called a sort protection here. My sort protection is my center would be manned up. My guard and my tackle would have both outside guys. My guard and my tackle, both outside guys, right? And my running back would have anybody inside, right? So watch this. We know that they would fake a mug and knew what was coming. We're prepared. Boom. Boom. Here. What I like that you'll see here is what I teach and what I've been taught this when I played was a dragging set for my tackles, right? You're dragging that backside hand, because if you are dragging that backside hand and that twist comes back around this way, you're applying enough pressure inside so you can set back out. On top of that, if you're dragging your hand and that guy drops, now I can just post back in and be in there. So we have a dragging set from our tackles. Our guards are inside out on anything, and we're pretty well protected, right? Weak link, running back's watching him. We have a bit of a pocket to get a ball thrown off, right? Sort protection. Here's a little bit of what we did towards the end of the season. Our running back was struggling in pass pro. So why not figure out a way to make it happen? We got to throw the ball still. Football still goes. We're still trying to win games. We moved and personnel where another offensive lineman, a little young buck here, would move to H. Our running back would go out wide, and now he's just in the protection of our normal protection. We would slide, and now he would help out with either one that was struggling if something was happening, right? So watch here. Oh, we got a Lobo call with a base. Right, helping out wherever we can. Slide, right? Here's that variation of Atlanta I was talking about that we do where interior cuts and outside kind of sets out. Timing wise, you'll see the receivers were open and the timing was there. But like I said, this is one of those scary ones that I talked about, is that if the timing is not there, it may not be the best situation, right? We have our cuts and our sets from our tackles. Ball should be thrown, right? And we did our job.